In this reality, two suns illuminate the sky, shrouding the entire planet in a veil of mist. Point 1 opens a role-playing game application, embarking on adventures through various cinematic realms. One may assume the role of a protagonist, or alternatively, that of an antagonist or bystander hunter. In the first round, one embodies the formidable villain Riot from Venom and emerges victorious. In the second round, one takes on the role of T-1000 from Terminator, successfully assassinating the savior. In the third round, one learns the art of mechanization in the world of Alita. In the fourth round, one must choose between Avengers and X-Men dilemma indeed. Which latest cinematic universe have I yet to explore? Chapter 1. Commencing with Venom. What have I become? No, what have I transformed into? Where am I? Chu Zhan found himself momentarily paralyzed, trapped within a space akin to a bottle. Greetings, Chu Zhan. You have now been transported into the narrative world of Venom to portray the antagonist. Who are you? You may refer to me as the system. Complete the tasks I assign to earn rewards. What rewards might I receive? Chu Zhan glanced at his form, momentarily bewildered by the unfolding events. He was confined within a bottle, his body resembling a flowing liquid, devoid of eyes, with only rudimentary light perception and tactile senses. Fortunately, the system projected the external environment into Chu Zhan's mind, allowing him to comprehend the world beyond. The rewards will be calculated based on your task completion. What character am I portraying, and what tasks must I undertake? Is it possible to change my task? As this is your inaugural role, the system permits you to embody the main antagonist, Riot. Subsequent tasks will be issued shortly. Utilizing the vision provided by the system, Chu Zhan scrutinized the surroundings beyond the bottle. It appeared to be within a spacecraft. Suddenly, it dawned on him that the plot of Venom begins aboard the Life Foundation spaceship, which had extracted 4 symbiotes from a comet and sealed them in chambers, only to meet with calamity en route to Earth. This moment marks the very inception of the Venom storyline. As he was to embody the villainous symbiote leader Riot, Chu Zhan surmised what his initial task would be. It was undoubtedly to escape the sealed chamber and fulfill the narrative. Main quest. Achieve the aspirations of the antagonist Riot, bringing the symbiotes to Earth and annihilating humanity's world. Additional side quests will be issued as the plot progresses. Please remain attentive to system notifications. The system informed him. That certainly sounds like a villain's declaration. It seems you are indeed a villainous system. Incorrect. I'm a role-playing system. In addition to you, there are other players in the Venom universe, each with objectives that starkly contrast with yours. You must engage in a battle of wits and strategy with them to secure ultimate victory, the system elucidated. A role-playing system, which means besides antagonists, there must be protagonists, heroes, bystanders, and other antagonists as well. How many participants are there in total? Currently, there are 10 participants in this session. The victorious side will receive the greatest rewards, while the defeated will incur a deduction of 10 years from their lifespan. How intriguing, this formidable antagonist I portrayed. If my assumptions are correct, the characters I embody may also include Dr. Drake and his subordinate, the captain of the private security team, Triss. However, I find that I do not require their assistance to accomplish the main quest. Chu Zhan pondered for a moment, realizing the reason the system had bestowed upon him such privileges was not solely due to his status as a newcomer. I shall swiftly complete the main quest for you, Chu Zhan remarked with a smile. The system fell silent. Soon after, a voice emerged within the sealed chamber, and an astronaut approached. There seems to be an issue with the sample. Let me investigate. Suddenly, Chu Zhan transformed into a colossal blade, piercing through the sealed chamber and subsequently penetrating the astronaut's body. The astronaut managed to utter a single expletive, shit, before succumbing to a lifeless state. Through the seams of the spacesuit, Chu Zhan infiltrated the astronaut's body, akin to a symbiotic entity, controlling its host. Ugh no, Jameson. Another female astronaut nearby was just about to speak when Chu Zhan delivered a powerful blow, rendering her unconscious. Taking command of the astronaut's body, Chu Zhan proceeded to the cockpit and reset the spacecraft's flight system. Alter the ship's course head towards the comet. The control center finally detected the anomaly aboard the spacecraft. Control center calling Life 1. Control center calling Life 1. Yet, no response would come from the ship. Under Chu Zhan's manipulation, Life 1 drew closer to the comet, and he opened the hatch. Symbionts, come aboard quickly. I shall take you to another planet, one brimming with delectable cuisine and magnificent mounts. Chu Zhan removed his spacesuit, letting out a hearty laugh in the vastness of space. I could see that moment. He was neither astronaut James, nor the oblivious villain of the rebellion. He had embraced the identity of the rebellion's leader, rallying a multitude of symbionts into the sealed chamber before redirecting the ship towards Earth. On the ground, Drake watched in astonishment. As a performer of diamond rank, He finally grasped what his reckless teammate intended to do, exclaiming, "Holy crap." He was astute otherwise. He would not have ascended to the rank of a diamond performer. "Boss, Life 1 lacks sufficient fuel for a return." "You fool, he doesn't need enough fuel, he merely needs to orient the ship towards Earth and bring the symbionts to this planet. That is his victory. How could I have overlooked this?" Drake cursed vehemently. The original plot development was meant to intertwine Drake with the rebellion, leading to a violent rampage across this world, but it had now morphed into a scenario where the rebel performer triumphed alone, amassing the highest score as Drake had predicted. Chu Jun did not activate the landing system upon entering the atmosphere. Life 1 chose not to crash in Malaysia, as depicted in the film, but instead opted for a descent into the Pacific Ocean near the eastern coast of the United States. Come forth, little ones. Indulge in the abundance of this world. Savor your culinary delights and magnificent mounts. Chu Jun bellowed with laughter, emerging from the water and standing atop the wreckage of Life 1 to deliver his proclamation. Thousands of symbiotic entities clung to new forms of life, gradually advancing towards the beach where spectators gathered. Error, error, error. Due to the performer engaging in actions that exceed conventional norms, the narrative world concludes prematurely. Performers, please settle your task rewards. The Venom narrative world will be relaunched after the next restoration. We appreciate your anticipation. At this moment, darkness enveloped Chu Jun, and upon reopening his eyes, he found himself transported to a shadowy space, where scenes of his recent performance replayed before him. Before him, a rating appeared. Role of the task: Villain, Riot. Task objective: Achieved. Method of task completion: Extraordinary means. Task reward: S rank. Performer Chu Jun, you have completed the task through extraordinary means and are eligible for an additional reward. Please specify your choice. Before Chu Jun, a display box emerged, showcasing 3 rewards to choose from, in addition to 1,000 game coins. Reward 1. Riot Character Card. You can embody the Riot and acquire related abilities, gaining a significant enhancement in corresponding narrative worlds. Upon using this card, you will temporarily receive a 5-point boost in combat attributes. This card is a legendary card, and only performers with an S-rank task assessment are eligible to receive it. Reward 2. Life Foundation Spaceship Object Card. Holding this object allows you to navigate the cosmos. This object can be carried in card form or summoned as a card. Reward 3. Free Attribute Points Reward Event Card. Utilizing this event card grants you 3 free attribute points. Upon glimpsing the task rewards, Chu Jun made his choice without hesitation. "I choose Reward 1, he declared with a smile. Chapter 2. Born for Battle. Upon completing the mission in the world of Venom, Chu Jun found his consciousness returning to his modest rented apartment. He recalled having downloaded a game titled Role-Playing Game, after which he was inexplicably transported to that extraordinary realm. He had not thoroughly examined the description of the game, as it was his good friend Lin Xiao who had encouraged him to give it a try. To his surprise, he found himself playing the formidable antagonist, Riot, and even receiving rewards that surpassed the ordinary. This game was said to be a card game, and indeed, it appeared to be just that. As Chu Jun meticulously explored the features of role-playing game, he discovered additional functionalities, such as the ability to view his attribute values. Registered account, Chu Jun role-playing record, 1-time attribute values, total of 10 points combat, 5 persuasion, 2 disguise, 1 specialization, 2 evaluation, born for battle. Unaware of your shortcomings? Your combat prowess is formidable, yet your other abilities, particularly in disguise, are significantly lacking. In addition to his attribute values, Chu Jun noticed that there were gifts available for claiming, akin to those in many other games. He received a newcomer gift pack and an achievement gift pack. Congratulations on completing your first roleplay. These 2 substantial gifts offered a plethora of valuable items. Newcomer gift pack, reward of 3 free attribute points. Quickly allocate these points to enhance your gameplay experience and achieve better role-playing results. Punishment exemption card, which can be utilized to negate a punishment once this card is destroyed upon use. Assistance card, which allows you to request aid from the system during the role-playing game. Achievement gift pack, random skill lottery ticket, which grants 1 opportunity to draw a skill reward. Role-playing currency, 300 points. Chu Jun raised his eyebrows in delight. Quite impressive. There was even a lottery. He decided to give it a try, although he found it rather stingy that it wasn't a 10-draw option. Entering the lottery interface, he prepared to consume his lottery ticket. During the first draw, one would receive a reward bonus for task completion, as his previous task had earned him a level rating, maximizing the reward. He drew the skill, Shape Change 1, Mystique. Shape Change 1, Mystique. You have acquired the ability to alter your appearance akin to Mystique, allowing you to simply modify the color of your skin and voice. This ability enhances your disguise attribute to 2. However, due to your current low level, you cannot yet alter the size or position of bones and organs. This ability belongs to the biological category and can be enhanced by consuming biological skill fragments. Having drawn an ability for the first time, he was presented with a skill introduction, through which he began to grasp the application of the skill. If it were merely an ordinary draw, he would only have obtained a level 1 skill. However, influenced by his level rating, the skill's level had increased to level 3. Please select the enhancement method for this skill. You currently possess 2 enhancement skill points, which could elevate this ability to level 3. 1. Enhancement of change. Randomly increases one aspect of clothing, bone, or organ transformation capability, allowing for more complex alterations, recommended. 2. Swift enhancement. This ability accelerates the execution speed of your transformations, enabling you to complete physical alterations with remarkable swiftness. 3. Attribute augmentation. This enhancement grants you an additional 2 to your disguise checks, making it increasingly difficult for others to see through your masquerade. 4. Flaw rectification. Your original form becomes more akin to that of an ordinary individual, alleviating the penalties associated with maintaining a permanent transformation. 5. Connection ability. This skill can be combined with others to forge entirely new capabilities. These skills may be employed freely within the narrative space and with a certain expenditure, even in the real world. However, due to the constraints imposed by spatial authority, their effectiveness in reality is significantly diminished, often yielding only minimal results. Currently, Chu Jun possesses 1,300 transformation coins and realizes he can expend 1,000 coins for a tenfold draw. Before enhancing his skills, he opts for this tenfold draw, which guarantees at least one high-level reward, akin to upgrading a skill from level 1 to level 3. The tenfold draw, perhaps due to fortuitous luck, reveals 2 rewards of exceptional quality. These 2 high-level rewards, however, are not skills. The rocket backpack, a favorite item of the rocket raccoon, allows for rapid aerial movement once donned. The mysterious mechanical hand enables an upgrade of corresponding world cards. These 2 items are distinctly from the realms of Guardians of the Galaxy and Terminator, which Chujin immediately recognizes. Besides these 2 items, the remaining rewards include various fragments, such as item fragments and skill fragments. According to the system's guidance, 10 item fragments can be exchanged for 1 item, and 10 skill fragments can be redeemed for a new skill or utilized to enhance an existing one. Chu Jun inspects his inventory. Cards are non-tradable, while items can be traded. He has 300 transformation coins. Cards: Riot character card, 3 points of free attribute, event card, penalty exemption card system, assistance card system. Items: rocket backpack, mysterious mechanical hand. Fragments: 3 biological skill fragments, for cybernetic skill fragments, for weapon skill fragments, 6 card fragments, 6 sword weapon fragments. After some contemplation, he enhances his transformation ability to level 3, selecting swift enhancement and flaw rectification. Transformation level 3, custom. You acquire the shape-shifting abilities akin to Mystique, allowing you to effortlessly alter your skin color, voice, and organ placement. This ability provides a 2 to your disguise attribute, ensuring that your transformation does not exhibit any blue skin changes, although you remain unable to modify your size or bone structure. Having made his selections, Chujin eagerly resumes the game. This role-playing game is quite captivating, and he resolves to indulge once more. At this moment, a phone call interrupts. Chujin, you rascal. Have you completed the document I assigned? If not, why aren't you at the office? If I don't see that document before the end of the day, you'll face the consequences. Chujin quietly listened to the words of project manager Lao Chun on the other end of the phone, chuckling softly without uttering a word as he pressed the mute button. Let them bark. I prefer tranquility. He then resumed the immersive role-playing game. Welcome once again to the narrative realm. You have now attained formal participation status. You may select one from 3 scripts to engage in, and upon completing the tasks within the chosen narrative, you shall receive an official ranking evaluation. Understood. Let me select a script promptly. The 3 options are Pirates of the Caribbean, the Terminator, and the Maze Runner. After contemplating the 3 scripts, Chujin nodded. He then allocated his 3 free attribute points entirely to his combat attributes, raising them to a total of 8. As long as he vanquished all opponents, the unfolding of the narrative would be in his favor, entwined with enigmatic relationships. A smile graced Chujin's face as he opted for the Terminator script. Although he was uncertain of which specific narrative he would enter or what role he would embody, he remained filled with anticipation, hoping this world would prove to be more exhilarating than reality. Chapter 3. Terminator, Dark Fate Guided by the Light. Chujin arrived in a room where several individuals had already gathered. He was the last to arrive. The person seated at the head of the table nodded, wearing an eye patch reminiscent of a pirate captain, obscuring one eye. Now that everyone is here, let us commence, the one-eyed host declared. Chujin surveyed the surroundings, counting a total of 13 individuals, including himself. 13 is not considered an auspicious number, but Chujin remained undeterred. There are quite a few of us today. I shall be the host of this role-playing game. The emphasis is on participation, and I hope we can maintain a cordial atmosphere throughout. The role of the host is akin to that of a dealer, capable of assigning different factions to various participants, according to the system's guidelines. A higher rank allows one to designate roles within the game. Those wishing to portray the protagonists may raise their hands. Many hands shot up, prompting the one-eyed host to assign them to one side. Excellent. 7 individuals. It seems there is a greater inclination towards the protagonists, given the generous rewards. He then continued. Now, those who wish to play as bystanders may raise their hands. Once again, hands were raised, and the one-eyed host assigned them to another side. 3 bystanders. A reasonable choice. Bystanders lack main storyline obligations, thus avoiding any penalties related to lifespan. Ultimately, 3 individuals remain to embody the antagonists, including Chujin himself. All right. Let us begin. Are there any newcomers who require a brief overview of the fundamental concepts? It is your right, and my duty as the host. The one-eyed man inquired kindly. A young man from the protagonist group spoke up. This is my first time participating, meaning my initial experience post-newcomer guidance. I would like to inquire about the types of tasks we might encounter. You are part of the protagonist team. As a member of the antagonist faction, I am not obliged to answer your question. However, as the host, I shall enlighten you. As the protagonist, one must heed 3 critical phases within the game. First, the growth phase of the protagonist, where one must prevent premature demise. Second, the mid phase, where one should strive to earn the trust of the protagonist team as a primary force. And third, the late phase, when the protagonist has matured into a formidable being, necessitating vigilance to seize opportunities. The one-eyed figure conveyed this insight. Upon hearing this, Chujin nodded, committing it to memory. The one-eyed figure further addressed a couple of inquiries before the game commenced. This round was set in Terminator, Dark Fate, the Governor's ultimate battle, and yet another reboot of the Terminator series. As the system notification echoed in his mind, Chujin descended into this realm amidst sparks of electricity. Beneath the night sky, after the chill and the spherical electrical discharges subsided, Chujin knelt in a classic pose at a corner of the city. Main quest: eliminate the savior, Daniela Ramos. This mission was a faction task. Upon completion, the faction would receive rewards distributed according to contribution. Chujin surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of others. Where do I stand now? Am I an assassin dispatched by the villainous army within the narrative? I should have refrained from feigning expertise in this game and instead inquired about the distribution of the antagonist roles when the numbers were scarce. Logically, Dark Fate features only one antagonist, the Terminator 9, who relentlessly pursues the protagonist, Danny. It seems I am not the Terminator 9. Thus, what role am I to assume? As he pondered, the sound of police sirens pierced the air. The police were investigating. This plot felt eerily familiar. Did I become? Chujin checked his database. As a Terminator antagonist, he possessed a unique capability. Terminator, codename 1000. 1000, you have received a role-specific mission from Skynet. Eliminate Sarah Connor. I comprehend now. This is the storyline of 1000. Perhaps this world, akin to Terminator, Genesis, has experienced a disturbance where various Terminator narratives intertwine. I must follow the faction to complete the main mission while also pursuing individual objectives. Indeed, at that moment, a police officer approached to assess the situation. The dashing officer raised his radio to report back. According to typical plot progression, as the antagonist 1000, I was to eliminate this officer and assume his identity. Chujin, perceiving this world as a narrative realm, decided to proceed along the storyline, waiting for the officer to turn the corner before, "Hey, you bastard." A woman's voice suddenly resonated in his ear. A beam of light shot toward Chujin's position. The voice sounded familiar. Just as he thought this, the beam struck him, propelling him into the wall. His body faltered. After the thermal impact, the liquid metal could not revert to its normal state. This was Chujin's first thought after being struck. The T-1000, familiar to all from Terminator 2, is widely recognized. Almost everyone knows that while the T-1000 is formidable, its liquid metal composition makes it susceptible to thermal energy, particularly high-temperature weaponry, which can impair its ability to reshape and further damage it. Without a second thought for the police, Chujin pressed against the wall and fled. The shooter was Sarah Connor, the elderly mother of the original savior. A true warrior who had fought her entire life. With her white hair and frog sunglasses, she possessed vast combat experience and swiftly pursued Chujin along his escape route. How did she find me? Furthermore, where did she acquire such weaponry? This armament is clearly not of this era, Chujin pondered. However, before he could formulate any conclusions, he was abruptly struck head-on by a large truck, sending him airborne. Fortunately, due to his liquid metal form, he felt no pain. As he was hurled through the air, he caught a glimpse of the truck's driver. His memory served him well. He recognized this person as one of the allies who had joined the protagonist faction. Chujin quickly deduced that, in addition to multiple Terminators being sent to this world, There were likely a few individuals from the protagonist faction who had arrived similarly to Kyle Reese or the T-800, specifically to aid the savior of this realm. Moreover, the timing of their arrival might have varied. What Chujin did not know was that 2 members of the protagonist faction had been strategically placed within the military and technology companies, enabling them to swiftly gain access to resources, pinpoint the ionization phenomena, and subsequently guide Sarah and others in tracking the Terminators or reinforcements dispatched from the future. Chujin was partially correct. The actors from the protagonist's side, seasoned and adept, had entered the battlefield earlier and, upon detecting the ionization phenomenon, quickly positioned themselves to pursue. "Sarah, trap him in the container," one of the protagonist actors shouted. "You needn't tell me, I would have done so regardless. Do you think this is my first encounter with AT-1000? Sarah retorted loudly. Chapter 4. Did I fall at the outset? As a fierce female warrior. Sarah Connor emerged with tenacity, brandishing a shotgun as she advanced on Chujin, firing shot after shot, causing circular metallic welts to erupt across his body. The T-1000 could not close the distance to Sarah, forced instead to retreat under the relentless barrage, rolling into a large iron container that had been prepared by the protagonists. A splatter of a substance resembling black blood surrounded the container. Utilizing the steps, Sarah leaped to a higher vantage point and continued her fierce assault on the T-1000, offering no respite. Subsequently, another ally from the protagonist's faction activated a nearby crane, pouring heated molten iron into the container housing the T-1000. The sound of metal melting resonated from within. Is this effective? Sarah Connor inquired from the side. Trust me, ma'am, when dealing with these programmed liquid metals. This is precisely how it should be done. We have prepared for this moment, all to eliminate them. Very well, I shall watch him perish. In memory of my deceased son, Sarah declared through gritted teeth. She witnessed the molten iron engulf the figure of 1000. And only when the liquid metal coalesced into a solid form did she dare to affirm the success of their mission. Two of Sarah's aides approached to inspect their handiwork. It's somewhat peculiar that this was not marked as a side quest. Is this not our objective? Inquired the actor donned in police attire. There is nothing strange about it. In this chaotic narrative realm, who knows how many abominations the Skynet, Genesis, or the Legion have dispatched? Our sole task is to annihilate them one by one. The storyline will naturally progress when the time is ripe, replied the actor portraying the truck driver. All right then, let us proceed as you suggest, the police actor affirmed. At that moment, a crackle emanated from the radio. Hey, how are you two faring? A female voice chimed in from the other end, belonging to the actress from the high-tech company. Mission accomplished. We secured one of the 1,000 units, the police actor responded. However, we have not received a notification regarding the completion of a side quest. My end requires the destruction of at least one non-Legion Terminator, the female voice stated. Likewise, we have not fulfilled that requirement, or perhaps the entity we just dispatched was a villain actor, she pondered. Is that so? It seems plausible, the female voice mused. What shall our next course of action be, Mary? Asked the truck driver actor. It is a team task, yet we did not foresee it being this straightforward. We have preemptively eliminated a villain actor, and now our priority is to eliminate the other two actors while completing the main quest, Mary replied over the radio. I did not expect this mission to be so effortless. I propose we finish the tasks before the others do, lest they dilute our team rewards, the police actor suggested. I share your sentiment, but Gerda does not agree. He is currently seeking out other actors, believing that strength lies in numbers, Mary responded. Gerda is the actor providing special support from the military in the United States. Thanks to Gerda's presence, Mary and her team were able to rapidly acquire a plethora of combat resources, while Mary primarily contributed technology for tracking the ion reactions of the Terminators. This group was confident in their ability to eliminate each Terminator upon their arrival. Where shall we head next? Sarah finally relinquished her grip on the large metal container, having confirmed that the liquid metal robot 1000 no longer posed a threat. According to Gerda, the time was nearly at hand. The first ion teleportation reaction related to the plot was detected from Mexico City, as explained by the police actor. What are we waiting for? Get in the vehicle. The elder Sarah responded with authority. At your command, ma'am, the truck driver smiled at the police officer as he climbed into his truck. The police officer shrugged and returned to his patrol car. The group set forth towards Mexico. Soon, the truck driver heard the notification indicating the completion of the first faction mission. The faction side quest has been completed, and the characters Danny, Grace, and the actor were jointly eliminated. The rewards will be calculated once the script concludes. Indeed, we have successfully accomplished a faction task. The truck driver contacted others via radio. I received the notification as well. It was splendid news, remarked the police officer. The two shared laughter as they continued to traverse the main road, nearing their destination. Suddenly, a helicopter descended from the sky. It appeared to be a standard-issue armed helicopter from the military. The police actor sensed something amiss. Mary, Goth. Did any of you dispatch an armed helicopter for support? While I would love to have one of these to combat the Terminator, you know it's not particularly effective. After a brief silence, Goth's voice emanated from the radio. We did not deploy an armed helicopter. Be cautious. Before Goth could finish, the armed helicopter activated its weaponry. 2 rockets launched, one to the left and one to the right, followed by the whir of the Gatling gun, sweeping the vehicle occupied by the 2 actors. The truck driven by the actors and the police car instantly became targets for the helicopter. Mary, you are not even part of the main character faction. Goth's voice roared through the radio. Indeed, realizing it now is far too late, Mary chuckled softly over the radio. The pedestrians faction actors, though lacking a main storyline, appeared to receive meager rewards. However, they uniquely possess the legal ability to hunt both protagonist and antagonist factions, thus representing a true third-party faction. In the words of seasoned actors, the pedestrian faction is also known as the hunter faction. The hunters pursue their prey, and the prey are the actors. Goth, you should join the hunter faction next time. Trust me, you will adore the sensation, Mary suddenly remarked, utilizing her position at a tech company. She feigned allegiance to the protagonist faction while simultaneously contacting her teammates in the pedestrian faction to launch a surprise attack on both sides. You wish to discern my coordinates through communication, thus enticing me to speak further, Goth responded suddenly. You are quite astute, every time I attempt to trace you via clues. You carefully shut off the signal, Mary continued. Regrettably, as a pedestrian character, I cannot recklessly strike against plot characters, or I would invoke a coalition of protagonist and antagonist forces seeking my demise. Your teammates eliminated the 2 of them, but you certainly cannot contend with me. I see. So you are a plot character. Which character do you portray? Mary scoffed, deducing Goth's possible identity through mere hints. You will never guess. Perhaps you should look outside. Goth's voice hinted with a chill. Mary furrowed her brow and raised her gaze. Chapter 5. Deceit and Intrigue at this moment. Mary was on the 23rd floor of a tech building in Silicon Valley, serving as a member of the management within the security department. This company maintained profound ties with the Genesis Corporation, enabling her to swiftly pinpoint the coordinates of the ionization reaction via satellite. The essence of the bystanders faction lies in its intricate relationship with the plot. It is both connected and yet detached. With such an identity as a disguise, she could easily reach out to her comrades at any moment, aiding them in accomplishing their mission. Coupled with her advanced hacking skills, she could assure that no one would ever locate her position. However, in the next instant, as she held a cup of coffee, her gaze was drawn to a shimmering point in the sky, following the sound of Gerda's voice. Moments later, an aggressive drone collided with the side of the 23rd floor of the building and detonated, erupting into a magnificent display of sparks in midair. Simultaneously, a military-armed helicopter, having eliminated 2 actors, was swiftly targeted by another aggressive drone, which struck the cockpit, resulting in a rapid explosion. The armed helicopter spiraled down from the sky, crashing onto the highway and colliding with a small car, igniting a second explosion that transformed the scene into a fiery inferno. In this intricate game of deception, the 4 participants withdrew, 2 protagonists and 2 neutral actors. Gerda took a deep breath, rose from the drone control panel, and said to his comrades, I need to unwind. Let's take a walk. Coincidentally, it was break time, and his black teammate nodded in agreement, suggesting, why not go together? Gerda smiled. This was a military base, and before the plot reached a certain point, it remained quite safe. Meanwhile, on the highway, 2 of the aides had perished, and Sarah Connor, having exited her vehicle, witnessed the destruction of the armed helicopter by the military drone. The battle unfolded swiftly, drawing the attention of several vehicles nearby, as no one was aware of the events transpiring on a higher plane. After a brief moment of silence for the fallen aides, Sarah departed the scene before the police arrived, continuing towards her predetermined destination. Having engaged in a perpetual battle of wits against Terminators, Sarah had grown accustomed to life and death. She had encountered various Terminator adversaries, receiving assistance from many aides, all of whom had perished. Yet, she remained alive, aging but still vibrant, becoming seasoned and familiar with the cycles of existence. Gerda, are you still there? And Mary, are you with us? Sarah inquired over the radio. At that moment, no one on the other end responded. For reasons unknown, she felt a sudden wave of joy. The aides had perished before her eyes. Yet she felt an inexplicable emotional uplift, as if touched by a peculiar sentiment, prompting her to turn on the car radio and play music. Not long after, she encountered yet another battle. According to the predetermined storyline, this was to be a chase, with the pursuing Terminator 9 facing off against Grace, the enhanced persona sent to protect the new savior, Danny. However, in this scripted universe, the development diverged. Unlike Sarah, both Grace and Danny were actors, accompanied by an aide from the protagonist's team. At this moment, due to a plot twist, Danny's brother Diego had already been slain by Terminator 9 in the factory scene, granting the antagonist a basic score. The remaining trio faces not merely a singular adversary, designated as 9, but also a formidable opponent, the 800. What is particularly daunting is that the entity known as 9 possesses considerable combat prowess, capable of simultaneously transforming into a robotic structure of metallic skeletal form and another of liquid metal. The battlefield thus presents a scenario of 3 against 3. And at this pivotal moment, Sarah Connor arrives. According to the teachings of the Lone Wolf, within the script's universe, adhering closely to the narrative's prescribed actions would yield enhanced plot support. Conversely, straying excessively from the storyline could result in dire consequences. This scene unfolds within the confines of an established plot, allowing Sarah, with the aid of the system, to serendipitously encounter the newly appointed savior, Danny, the formidable matriarch. With an air of cool bravado, drives her vehicle into a Terminator, disembarking to wield a rocket launcher and a military-grade grenade launcher, unleashing a barrage upon the pursuing 9. Subsequently, she detonates a rocket that obliterates the 800, which had been overpowering Grace, and fortuitously supplies a small ionizing grenade to 9's fallen counterpart below the bridge. With her robust combat capabilities on full display, the matron addresses Grace and Danny with a resolute declaration, "I shall return." She then resumes reloading her weapons, preparing to hunt down the Terminators. Sarah Connor's extensive experience in extermination, combined with the support of allies, elevates her proficiency in exploiting vulnerabilities to vanquish the Terminators. Confronting the 800 appears to be a mere trifle. She brusquely pushes Grace, who is flustered and fumbling with ammunition, aside, takes aim at the 800, and fires several rounds before affixing an ionizing grenade, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The operational capabilities of the Terminator 800 are rendered entirely inert, leading to the actor's exit from the scene. The scripted characters exhibit remarkable prowess. Unless faced with equally formidable scripted counterparts, performers from other factions typically falter against them. Danny's performer, a novice, gazes in astonishment at the unfolding events. Nearby, a protagonist from the factory, who had come to assist, narrates and expresses his reflections. They all recognize that this particular 800 is evidently portrayed by the one-eyed host, which implies that the other 9 is likely portrayed by the female executive. Who would have thought the one-eyed host would be so inept, remarks Grace's performer. However, the true challenge does not lie in the 800, but rather in the high-ranking antagonist. 9. Throughout the narrative, 9 relentlessly pursues the savior, Danny, creating numerous complications for them. Although the entirety of Terminator, Dark Fate may suffer from a lackluster plot and poor pacing, it nonetheless resonates with profound nostalgia. Featuring both the Governor and Sarah in key roles. Ultimately, they face the adversary 9, whose hardware capabilities are exceptional, granting it an overwhelming advantage in the progression of the storyline. "What shall we do now?" Danny inquires, casting a concerned glance at the weakened Grace. At this juncture, another assisting performer, Sanchez, interjects, "According to the narrative, we should commandeer Sarah's vehicle and make our escape." Sanchez, who plays Danny's foreman in the script, promptly took leave to locate Grace upon becoming a performer, aiding her in defeating a Terminator. Subsequently, the group reconvenes with Danny at the factory, verifying their identities and confirming their roles as performers. Danny, being a newcomer, finds herself somewhat adrift, lacking direction amid the guidance of the 2 seasoned veterans beside her. 2 paths lay before them. One was to follow the conventional storyline, seeking medication to stabilize the injuries afflicting this body, while the other entailed aiding Sarah in directly vanquishing the Terminator. Grace, feeling overwhelmed, expressed her concerns. "I advocate for adhering to the narrative. Typically, the antagonist appears at their most formidable and is exceedingly difficult to eliminate. By advancing the plot, we stand a chance to confront the Terminator Governor and invite him to join us in our battle against Terminator 9, Sanchez proposed. Both turned their gaze towards the protagonist, Danny. Chapter 6. The Savior Squad. As the protagonist, Danny enjoyed certain privileges, particularly the ability to steer the direction of the narrative. Only the primary protagonist and the chief antagonist could dictate the course of the story as sanctioned by the script's universe. Unless all primary characters from the first sequence perished during the unfolding events, the privilege would not transition to secondary characters such as the Governor, Sarah, and Grace. The transfer of authority to Sanchez would only occur if all key characters from the opposing side were eliminated. With determination, Danny seized the opportunity, commandeering Sarah's dark red Jeep alongside Grace and Sanchez. In truth, Grace's player could have forcibly compelled Danny to board the vehicle according to the narrative, but due to a lapse in memory regarding the plot, relinquished control to Danny's player. Meanwhile, the formidable Sarah Connor, having dispatched a Terminator, discovered her vehicle had been stolen. Cursing under her breath, she brandished her firearm at a passerby, commandeering a car to pursue the thieves. Once the narrative figures had departed, a bystander stopped to investigate the site of the explosion. At that moment, the 2 manifestations of Terminator 9 converged, transforming into the guise of a businesswoman. "My goodness, madam. Are you all right?" That explosion appeared quite alarming, inquired the hat-clad driver. I share your sentiment, the businesswoman replied with a smile, advancing toward him before effortlessly hurling him 8 meters away and commandeering his vehicle. The subsequent progression of the plot unfolded seamlessly, aided by the cooperation of several seasoned individuals. Danny and her companions arrived at a pharmacy and, armed, coerced the doctor into surrendering essential medications to treat Grace's exhaustion. Although Grace was not a Terminator but rather a modified human, enhanced with mechanical augmentations, she exhibited superhuman speed and strength, possessing a thorium reactor that granted her extraordinary combat capabilities. However, such enhancements came at the cost of her vitality, necessitating suitable medication for her recovery. The situation escalated due to a series of fierce battles, leaving Grace severely depleted. Fortunately, Danny and Sanchez were adept at advancing the storyline. They swiftly located the appropriate medication within the pharmacy and promptly administered it to Grace. At that moment, Sarah Connor arrived, ushering the group into the vehicle. The assembly of these 3 female characters mirrored the composition of the Savior Squad from Terminator, Dark Fate. Danny, do you have a phone? Sarah Connor inquired warmly. Yes, Danny replied, momentarily taken aback as she produced her phone. May I borrow it? Sarah continued with her affable demeanor. Danny extended her phone, but without a moment's hesitation. Sarah hurled it into the middle of the road. What's wrong with you? Danny exclaimed in astonishment. Holding a phone is no different from carrying a tracker. What we need to do is prepare to eliminate it before revealing our location to each other, Sarah retorted disdainfully. As the protagonist of several installments of the canonical Terminator series, Sarah's wealth of experience immediately assuaged the doubts of both Danny and Grace, confirming that this Sarah was indeed a character from the narrative rather than merely an actress. As for the other ally, Sanchez, he had a new task, to seek out more companions while maintaining a safe distance, ready to provide support when necessary. Thus, the 3 female protagonists united, allowing the plot to advance smoothly. At Sarah's hideout, once Grace had fully recovered, Danny approached her to discuss. Sarah is a narrative character. How should we engage with her? Just develop the plot normally, as you did in the car, Grace advised. As an actress, one simply needed to follow their instincts to progress the storyline, as the dialogue was essentially ingrained in their minds. Unless unexpected circumstances arose or there was a desire to alter the plot actively, typical exchanges within the narrative posed no challenge. Danny, being a newcomer, felt a tinge of nervousness, which was to be expected. However, with Grace's assistance, everything proceeded smoothly. Just as the narrative progressed with the 3 protagonists heading toward Laredo, Texas, the office worker, designated as 9, followed the storyline to the Rahim Data Center in Mexico City, which housed the data hub. The office worker infiltrated the data center, connecting her hands to the data cables, utilizing futuristic technology to navigate the digital information of this world. This task was essential. She needed to harness the power of high technology to locate the hiding place of the protagonists and ascertain the state of the plot's development. After all, with actors involved, the narrative could shift in unpredictable ways. She had witnessed actors hijacking the President of the United States and manipulating Air Force One to advance the plot. Although that incident had provoked retribution from the script system, it nonetheless occurred. It was paramount to follow the narrative. Doing so minimized the likelihood of the worst-case scenarios. This scripted world resembled an enormous chaotic system. If all actors acted recklessly within it, the plot could spiral beyond control, diminishing the probability of task completion for everyone. At such a juncture, alternative strategies would need to be prepared. Only those who were truly desperate would resort to madness. The office worker was not one of them. She had a significant chance of accomplishing her mission. Indeed, through her data search, she uncovered the whereabouts of the female protagonists. The plot continued to unfold normally. Not so fast. Hello, do you hear me? 9, this is Gerda. The office worker looked up. It was the system broadcast from the data center, resonating with the calm voice of a middle-aged man. I'm sorry, but we are from opposing factions. Farewell. Gerda, a man of few words yet fierce, pressed the detonation button in his hand. A bomb, long buried beneath the data center, erupted with a thunderous roar, instantly engulfing the female executive in flames. Standing on the distant mountainside, Gerda witnessed this horrific scene through a portable display device, promptly connecting to another communicator. Sanchez, Alma, hold your positions. I will dispatch drones to assist you. As he spoke, several drones ascended slowly from behind him. I apologize, but I must eliminate you before I delve into my narrative. Otherwise, I would be rendered too passive, Gerda murmured to himself, gazing at the distant flames. Meanwhile, Sanchez, fully armed, donned the heavy bulletproof armor provided by Gerda, wielding a flamethrower as he guarded the 9 possible exits. His companion, Alma, stood atop a nearby platform as a newly recruited ally, having joined the team at Gerda's request. He too was equipped with military-grade weapons, securing the area around Sanchez. At Alma's feet lay several rocket launchers and drones packed with explosives, all part of Gerda's strategic investment in this battle. Unbeknownst to Alma, A hardened spear shot forth from the remnants of the data center's explosives, piercing through his left lung. Upon witnessing his comrade's demise, Sanchez rushed in without hesitation, unleashing the flamethrower to intensify the chaos within the data center. Foolish Sanchez. It seems the adversaries in this encounter are not so easily intimidated by large fires. However, each use of that life-saving device is one less at your disposal. I wonder how much you have left to expend, Gerda remarked grimly. I cannot rely on Sanchez any longer. It's time to deploy the final weapon. Chapter 7. The fatal standoff. This scenario within the Terminator script world was of paramount importance to Gerda, as it directly pertained to an impending upgrade of his technological abilities. Reluctantly, he produced a card adorned with the image of a colossal spaceship obliterating a city. Alien Destruction Cannon. This super-massive weapon had been wielded by the alien mothership in the Independence Day storyline, capable of annihilating an entire city with a single strike. As Sanchez battled fiercely against the Nine, a massive city projection began to form slowly above the site of the inferno. Suddenly, Sanchez's communication cut off, and Gerda realized the dire circumstances he faced. Even a weakened Terminator was not to be trifled with in a one-on-one confrontation unless one's combat prowess was exceptionally high. Thus, Gerda dared not place his hopes solely on Sanchez, but instead activated the long-preserved Ace event card. The female executive gazed despairingly into the sky as blue lightning surged beneath the illusory alien spacecraft. The first wave of bombardment commenced, striking the ground and igniting the initial explosion. The female executive withstood this first onslaught, shedding her outer layer of liquid metal, which evaporated in the intense heat of the air. Subsequently, the second wave of cannon fire descended from the alien ship, engulfing the entire data center and affecting a 10-kilometer radius. Only Gerda, shielded by the effects of the event card, remained at the scene, witnessing the cataclysmic spectacle unfold before him. In the realm of alternative script worlds, the event cards were subdued, their inherent power contained, yet still potent enough to obliterate the entirety of Nine. This monstrous entity from the future had finally met its demise, completely annihilated in a cataclysmic energy surge. At long last, the greatest adversary, Nine, had been vanquished. This round, it seemed, was ours to claim. Gerda lit a cigar amidst the wreckage, savoring the moment. Meanwhile, far away, Grace and Danny exchanged knowing glances as they prepared to clandestinely cross the U.S.-Mexico border. In hushed tones, they communicated, "Did you receive it?" "I did." They referred to the notification of their faction's kill. The news of Nine's downfall reverberated through the minds of all protagonists via the system broadcast. A sigh of relief escaped Danny, who had endured days of hiding, feeling the weight of discomfort. In the real world, she was just an ordinary university student, engaging in this game for the joy it brought. Although the experience was indeed exhilarating, the trials she faced were unimagined. The relentless pursuit felt all too real, with danger lurking ever close. Each day, sleep eluded her, haunted by the fear of a sudden Terminator appearing to end her life. The mission is complete, logically. We should be able to exit the narrative world soon, Grace remarked. However, we could also pursue some hidden tasks as per the original plot. Hidden tasks? Danny inquired. Yes. For instance, visiting the governor. Isn't that part of the main storyline? Danny questioned. It was indeed, but with the primary antagonist eliminated. These main quests transform into hidden side missions, and completing them will yield rewards, Grace elucidated. Lost in their shared joy, they remained oblivious to Sarah Connor lurking nearby. Suddenly, Sarah produced a blade, plunging it from behind into both of them. What is happening? You can't be one of the antagonists. Danny and Grace gasped, blood spilling forth. What is going on? Danny, Grace, I can't control my body, Sarah exclaimed, panic evident as a white light flickered in her eyes. Danny let out a terrified scream. Yet she was powerless to act. Grace attempted to struggle, reaching for her card, but Sarah had already drawn a gun, firing 2 shots directly at her. With only 9 points in combat attributes, Grace was severely wounded by the ambush, falling prey to Chujin, whose combat prowess of 85 points left her utterly defenseless. I'm afraid I won't grant you the chance to resist, Savior. Farewell. Chujin briefly seized control of Sarah's body, obliterating the 2 protagonist players. The system chimed with a notification. This round, the antagonists have triumphed once more. On the other side, Gerda, taken aback by the system's announcement, widened his eyes in disbelief. It was the first time he had lost composure, roaring in protest. No, this cannot be. This is absolutely impossible. Frantically, he scrutinized the system alerts. Yet the harsh reality confirmed the truth. This was indeed the case. However, this event indeed transpired. Subsequently, the primary quest for the antagonist was completed, allowing everyone the option to depart from the scripted world. There remained one final task to accomplish, Chujin stated, harnessing the ability of the symbiote to drain the last vestiges of life from Sarah Connor. The antagonistic faction eliminated key narrative figures Danny, Grace, and Sarah Connor, marking the conclusion of the mission. Chujin exited the scripted world and returned to the settlement area. How did Chuzhen achieve such feats? In truth, upon being transported to this realm, he found himself cornered by a group of individuals. With no other recourse, Chuzhen resorted to using the Riot character card, employing a clever ruse to shed his identity as the T-1000 and assumed the guise of a rebel to approach Sarah Connor amidst the chaos. As a symbiote, Chuzhen could seamlessly approach biological characters, and Sarah Connor, lost in the exhilaration of vanquishing the T-1000, remained oblivious to any anomalies. At that moment, Sarah Connor was under the protection of the plot. The weakened Chuzhen was unable to eliminate her and could only lie in wait. However, through the capabilities of the symbiote, he was aware of everything transpiring around Sarah, and when the T-800 was defeated, the protective forces of the scripted world diminished. Chuzhen swiftly seized control of Sarah Connor, executing the primary mission while the two actors reveled in their triumph. The final victory belonged to the antagonists, and due to Chuzhen's elimination of the most pivotal narrative figures, he reaped the most substantial mission rewards. Role in the mission, antagonist, T-1000. Mission objective, achieved. Both the primary mission and independent character objectives have been completed. Method of mission completion, confirmation of kill. Mission rewards, level up. As a result of eliminating additional key narrative figures, Danny, Grace, Sarah, promotion to level. In fact, had Chuzhen continued the game to locate the character Carl, the governor, and accomplish the kill, he could have potentially achieved a level rating directly, without the need to accumulate multiple tasks for promotion, thus securing even more lavish rewards. Before Chuzhen, another display box appeared, showcasing, in addition to the 1,000 game coins reward, a selection of 3 additional rewards. Reward 1, T-1000 character card. You can transform into the T-1000 and gain related abilities, receiving a certain enhancement in the corresponding scripted world. Upon usage, it additionally increases combat attributes by 3 points and disguise attributes by 2 points. This card is a legendary card, and only when the mission rewards are assessed will the player be eligible to receive it. Reward 2, Sarah Connor character card. You can transform into Sarah Connor, receiving a certain enhancement in the corresponding scripted world. Upon usage, it grants an additional 5 points in specialization attributes. This card is also a legendary card, and only when the mission rewards are assessed will the player be eligible to receive it. Reward 3, Skynet Coordinate Locator, event card. Summons a Skynet combat unit in the current scripted world, designated to relentlessly pursue a character. Chapter 8, the role of the Terminator 5000 character card, of which Chuzhen had become well acquainted. He can utilize the character card to perform a tactical retreat in the role-playing game, assuming a different identity to continue his adventure, akin to gaining an extra life. During his journey with Danny and Grace, Chuzhen overheard Grace imparting fundamental knowledge to Danny, which included the usage of cards. However, given that everyone's rank was relatively low at present, very few possessed character cards. Grace, having participated in 3 adventures, had only witnessed a seasoned ally from the same faction employ a character card, underscoring their rarity. Generally, protagonist-type character cards offer the player fortuitous protection during critical junctures in the narrative, manifesting as unexpected rescues. Conversely, antagonist-type character cards significantly enhance the player's combat and rhetoric attributes, while bystander-type character cards provide capabilities for disguise and specialization. After some contemplation, Chuzhen opted for the reward of 1,000 character cards. At this juncture, his Riot character card had transitioned to a used state, its color dimmed and locked, rendering it temporarily unusable. Acquiring a formidable combat unit character card could bolster Chuzhen's performance in the forthcoming battle. A single character card allows one to traverse a scripted world, and after use, it can be recharged for future applications. In truth, Chuzhen was reluctant to exchange for 1,000, as he had merely exploited that identity to enter the scripted world, only to be immediately annihilated. However, rewards 2 and 3, the entity Sarah and the Skynet unit, held little significance for him. Just as he received the reward card, a mysterious mechanical hand in his inventory began to vibrate. Upon closer inspection, he noted a change in the item's description. The Hand of the Terminator. Having endured the trials of the Terminator series, the Hand of the Terminator can assist you in upgrading any card from the Terminator world to a higher tier. This suggested the possibility of upgrading the 1,000 character card to what? Perhaps 1,001, or 3,000, or 9. Each of these had made a significant impact as formidable antagonists in the Terminator series. The system prompted, would you like to invest role-playing currency to complete the upgrade of the 1,000 character card using the Hand of the Terminator? The minimum investment is 100, with a maximum of 1,000. Chuzhen raised his eyebrows and decided to maximize the investment, allocating all of his newly acquired 1,000 role-playing coins. The 100 was returned for reprocessing, and after a brief wait, a brand new character card materialized in Chuzhen's hand. It was a resplendent, golden character card. He had acquired the Terminator Model 5000 character card. As a principal antagonist in the Terminator Genesis, it was highly likely that this was the 5000 model Terminator. Potentially even Skynet itself, and one of only 2 Terminators that successfully assassinated the Savior, John. 5000 character card. You may transform into the 5000 model, gaining associated abilities. In the corresponding scripted world, you will receive a degree of capability enhancement. Upon use, it additionally augments combat attributes by 2 points, disguise attributes by 3 points, and specialization attributes by 5 points. The 5000 specialization ability, Forced Conversion Terminator, allows you to forcibly convert a biological or mechanical target into an ally Terminator once within a scripted world. This card is a legendary flash card, capable of being used as a permanent equipment. Undoubtedly, this card is worth a fortune. Upon seeing it, Chujin couldn't help but smile slightly. With 5 points in specialization attributes and an inherent unique specialization ability, it is almost miraculous. Moreover, since the flash card can be utilized for permanent equipment, it stands to reason that such a card would typically only be accessible to performers of at least golden rank, yet it has serendipitously fallen into Chujin's hands. He discovered that in this world, one can also view achievement rewards without needing to return to the real world. A series of system prompts resonated. Achievement: Black Iron Rank. Achieved. Achievement: Participated in a formal match. Achieved. Achievement: Acquired the first flash card. Achieved. Achievement: Killed a member of the opposing faction. Achieved. Achievement: Received the highest evaluation for a performance. Achieved. Achievement: Strengthened a character card. Achieved. In one match, 6 achievements were completed, encompassing both critical achievements, the flash card, and ordinary ones, Black Iron Rank, first match. These accomplishments continued to provide Chujin with 800 performance coins and 2 lottery rewards. One for skill and one for items. This lottery will yield rewards enhanced by the completion of tasks. Your previous task yielded a high rating, maximizing rewards. Skill acquired. Super Trunk 1, 800. Super Trunk 1, 800. Your skeletal density has been significantly enhanced to a level akin to 800. Although it remains a distance away from the hardness of metal, this skill belongs to the cyber category, is permanent, and has a combat attribute of 2. Additionally, upon acquiring this ability, your weight will increase, currently adding 100 kilograms to your body. Please select the enhancement method for this skill. You currently possess 2 enhancement skill points, allowing you to upgrade this ability to level 3. 1. Strength Enhancement. Continuously augment the physical strength of Super Trunk. Reinforcing this option will render your bones indestructible. Recommended. 2. Flexibility Enhancement. Increase the joint flexibility of your torso, enabling you to perform more complex movements. 3. Reaction Enhancement. Enhance your reaction capabilities, making your movements appear less rigid. 4. Defect Repair. Choose to mitigate the weight increase effect brought about by the trunk enhancement. 5. Synergy Ability. This ability can be combined with other abilities to form a new capability. Upon acquiring this ability, Chujin felt an abrupt heaviness. Previously weighing only around 60 kilograms, he now found himself burdened with an additional 100 kilograms, leaving him bewildered. His body indeed felt sturdier, yet also more rigid, making movement somewhat cumbersome. Every ability carries both positive and negative effects. With 2 skill points to allocate, Chujin painstakingly maneuvered his arms to complete the adjustments, investing 1 point in reaction enhancement and another in defect repair, while he had yet to regain his original agility. The balance of enhancements resulted in a 20 kilogram reduction in body weight, along with an increased range of motion. With a wry smile, Chujin lamented the rigidity of his body, pondering how the governor had managed to convey such a sense of stiffness. Although he had yet to regain his initial reflexive agility, he was at least able to adapt, albeit with difficulty. The current lottery was a standard draw, resulting in the acquisition of a grenade, an item that could incapacitate electronic devices within a designated area. A meager gain, yet not entirely without merit. Chujin's data summary was as follows. Registered account. Chujin, 5000. Role records. 2 instances, attribute points. Total of 27. Combat. 12, 822. Eloquence. 2. Disguise. 6, 123. Expertise. 7, 25. 1100 role-playing currency cards. Riot, character card. Locked, 5000 character card. Equipped, punishment exemption card system. Assistance card system. Skills. Form alteration 3, metamorph, customizable, super torso 3, 800. Customizable, items, rocket pack, grenade fragments, 3 biotic skill fragments, for cybernetic skill fragments, for weapon skill fragments, 6 card fragments, 6 sword weapon fragments evaluation. You gallop ahead on the path of combat. Yet it appears that victory is not solely achieved through martial prowess. Chapter 9, Moonlight Square. He exited the reward settlement space, returning to the Terminator host room from which he had initially entered. The room was now empty save for the female office worker who remained. I had my suspicions. It was indeed you. What? I wagered with the one-eyed man, and our side's victory was undoubtedly your doing. Chujin was taken aback. According to the role-playing game rules, the victor could linger in the host room until the end, while the loser was directly eliminated. The one-eyed man's demise had been particularly grim. As he was eliminated on the highway, his status as a seasoned host left him in disgrace. After the task settlement, he had awaited the outcome only to see the female office worker emerge, leading him to believe defeat was inevitable, prompting his hasty exit. Only the female office worker had bet on their side's triumph and remained until the end. The one-eyed man's departure was inconsequential. Once he vacated the room, he received notification of his faction task completion, and the rewards were duly processed. I see now, you are the one designated as 9, the principal antagonist of this narrative. Chujin realized. Which one are you? I shall not reveal that. Gazing at the female office worker, with her fair complexion and graceful form, he found it difficult to discern the finer details of her face. This was a rule of the role-playing game. Within this unique space, players could not perceive each other's intricate features, as if shrouded in a veil of mist. Consequently, there was little concern over the exposure of confidential information. Chujin placed great importance on data confidentiality. After all, we lived in an era of significant privacy concerns, where one could easily attract a barrage of unsolicited calls, making prudence a necessity. So, what evaluation did you receive? Wait, or still wait? What do you think? I would frighten you if I told you. I am quite significant. Chujin maintained a smile. The female office worker was not irked. Have you encountered Gerda? That opponent is formidable. Even I fell victim to his schemes. His machinations were rather effective. If you had not been ensnared, how could I have succeeded? To speak of it, that Gerda indeed exudes an air of sophistication. As soon as I made my entrance, I felt as if I had transformed into a mere pawn, unsteady on my feet, only to find myself ensnared by his cunning. Fortunately, I possessed a riotous character card, which allowed me to escape with my life. Gerda, you shall not be forgotten. I shall seek an opportunity to reclaim my honor. You are quite formidable. Would you care to join our team? The young professional woman suddenly extended the invitation. A team? I inquired. Those ranked above bronze can either form or join a team. Surely, you have attained at least a bronze rank? She jested, her tone laced with both humor and examination. Is it true that you have not reached the bronze rank? Noticing my silence, she instinctively drew nearer, her pupils dilating slightly. In that moment, she concluded that I was a person of potential, someone she must endeavor to recruit. There are numerous advantages to team-based combat, I began to ponder. The woman had deliberately positioned herself facing the exit. To leave, I would need to push past her, which, while feasible, would be rather impolite. What a devious woman. She feigned warmth, loosening the buttons of her blouse to reveal a tantalizing expanse of skin, clearly attempting to distract me from my thoughts. What are the benefits of team-based combat, you may ask? I cleared my throat. There are indeed many advantages, such as the ability to gain shared attribute bonuses and receive additional rewards upon task completion. Alas, I have made dinner plans with a few girlfriends tonight. What a pity. Perhaps we can discuss this further in person next time? She suggested. In this world, one cannot perceive the passage of time, leaving one utterly unaware of the hour. I cast a disdainful glance at the young professional woman. I shall refrain from joining. Let us simply become online friends, I replied, as she sent a friend request. Having never utilized this feature before, I clicked to accept. Chuzi, what an intriguing moniker, she remarked, glancing at my profile. Chuzi was indeed my online alias, signifying truth. I nodded, making my exit from the room. This woman surely wished to continue our conversation. Unaware, I had already led her to my online name. I must change all my usernames in the real world. As my mother wisely said, the women down the mountain are like tigers. The more beautiful they are, the more deceptive. However, as soon as I stepped out of the room, I was met with a transformed scene, a vast plaza bustling with conversation, where some individuals were vocally advertising their wares, eager to engage in trade. My instinct drove me to glance back toward the young professional woman, hoping to inquire about my surroundings. Yet I discovered that the exits for each participant were distinct. This was presumably to ensure everyone's safety and reduce the likelihood of unrelated encounters. Gritting my teeth, I ventured into the plaza, feeling somewhat out of place amidst the throngs of people. How to articulate it? I possess a slight social anxiety, making me uncomfortable in crowded environments, a habit cultivated through years of gaming. Engaging in conversation with colleagues at work poses no issue, as familiarity breeds comfort. However, once the workday concludes, Chujin invariably returns to his rented accommodation, embarking on a relentless journey through one game after another. For it is solely within the realms of gaming that he discovers a more authentic existence. In the heart of the square stands a statue sculpted from obsidian, reflecting an eerie luminescence beneath the crimson, yellow, and blue moons. The red moon, coupled with the presence of 3 others, signifies that this is not the world of Chujin. This place may well be a unique dimension or perhaps an entirely different planet. Who can say? Numerous individuals have set up makeshift stalls within the square, trading unwanted equipment, items, or fragments of carts. Hey there, I have fragments of vehicle, ninjutsu, and magical skills for trade. Interested? Your goods are too expensive. Lower the price, and I'll take a few. Selling intel. Selling intel. Hidden plots in the scripted world. 10 fragments for one hidden narrative. The vendors in the square each call out, eager to sell their wares, whether valuable or not. Although Chujin refrains from engaging in trade, he observes the haggling and thus gains a general understanding of the prices. A fragment typically fetches around 20 play coins in the market. However, for rare fragments or those in high demand, the price may soar to 60 coins each. The pricing of items remains uncertain, as it depends on the circumstances of the trading parties, yet none are priced below 200, with no upper limit in sight. Chujin contemplated his desires. He sought to acquire some biological and cyber skill fragments. Yet, upon witnessing the throng at the stalls, he felt overwhelmed and reluctant to engage. Deciding instead to withdraw. Perhaps next time. I am not adept at bargaining, he mused. It seemed far easier to seize items through combat than to negotiate with others. He pondered whether it would be possible to snatch some in the scripted world. Just as Chujin resolved to depart, someone suddenly grasped his arm from the side. Though the person's features were obscured, Chujin discerned a hooded figure revealing a flash of white teeth. Hey there, I noticed you perusing the stalls, particularly those offering skill fragments. Are you in urgent need? Strengthening your abilities before entering the scripted world would certainly prove advantageous, the hooded man remarked. Chapter 10. The Deceiver. They're all far too expensive, Chujin replied, casting a glance at the hooded figure. What about a trade? I possess a multitude of assorted fragments. I don't sell, only trade. Consider it a means of friendship. Perhaps we might encounter each other in the scripted world and offer mutual assistance. The hooded man, sensing potential, responded eagerly. My name is Rosa. It may sound foreign, but I am a native of Donghua. It appears you are not particularly interested in my backstory. So let me show you my wares. As Rosa spoke, he displayed an array of items before Chujin, primarily various skill fragments, truly an eye-opening experience for him. Biological skill fragments, cybernetic skill fragments, mecha skill fragments, weapon skill fragments, vehicle skill fragments, and martial skill fragments are all abundantly available. In addition, there exists a plethora of items ranging from basic weaponry such as knives and firearms, to protective gear such as Kevlar bulletproof vests, and vehicles including sports cars and armed helicopters. How can you possess so many items? Chujin inquired, momentarily taken aback. In his perspective, it seemed implausible for an individual to simultaneously own such a myriad of disparate objects. Though not particularly sophisticated, the assortment was diverse and eclectic. You wouldn't understand. If you could offer me something in return, I might just share the secret with you. The hooded man gestured with a hand sign resembling cash. Chujin was taken aback. It appeared that this individual also dabbled in the trade of information, making him curious about how he acquired such an assortment. Oh, never mind. Chujin replied, turning to leave. Wait, my friend. Today is your lucky day, and mine as well. If you exchange with me just once, I shall reveal the source of my collection, the hooded man insisted. This was hardly a secret, as he had shared this story with nearly everyone present. It was merely an opportunity to forge a connection and complete a transaction. After a moment of contemplation, Chujin nodded. His primary need lay in biological and cybernetic skill fragments to enhance his existing abilities. He inquired, I wish to exchange 6 sword weapon fragments for 6 cybernetic skill fragments. Currently, the sword weapon fragments were of no use to him. Agreed. I possess a total of 23 cybernetic skill fragments. Would you like any more? I can sell you an additional one for 20. The price is most reasonable. Cybernetic skill fragments were in high demand in the market, with prices starting at 30. Chujin found himself perplexed by the hooded man's remarkably low pricing. Let us proceed with the transaction first, and then you can enlighten me about your pricing strategy, he suggested. The hooded man chuckled in response. Very well, let us finalize the exchange. Chujin successfully traded 6 sword weapon fragments for 6 cybernetic skill fragments and was eager to enhance his super trunk level, seeking to alleviate some of the weight-related side effects. With the first transaction complete, the hooded man remarked, the reason for our low prices is hardly a mystery. Chujin thought, then why the suspense? Speak plainly. The explanation was rather straightforward. The items in his possession had questionable origins. You can tell at a glance that you are not a silver-tier individual. Consider this an opportunity for camaraderie, as I share with you the perils of this world. In the silver tier, there exists a special mode known as the slaughter mode. The name alone suggests it is far from benign. This mode can be initiated by several teams, inviting members from both sides to engage in battle, taking on roles of heroes and villains to determine who will emerge victorious. Observers may also enter and play the role of bystanders. Unlike the regular mode, the slaughter mode directly results in the annihilation of the defeated participants. In the ordinary mode, one merely loses 10 years of life, whereas in the slaughter mode, the consequence is absolute annihilation. Victors are rewarded with double the task bonuses. Moreover, due to the extreme ferocity of the battles, bystanders can scavenge multiple items dropped by the deceased. Typically, in most role-playing games, bystanders seem inconsequential, as they lack main quests to complete and receive no evaluations upon clearing stages, resulting in a sluggish growth rate. However, participating in the slaughter mode and collecting items from fallen foes allows bystanders to experience rapid advancement. Consequently, the majority of bystanders opt to observe in the slaughter mode. Despite the substantial risks involved, should they perish while spectating, an additional 10 years of life would be forfeited. Yet, there are always those who seek the thrill, who gamble on high stakes. Eventually, these bystanders formed an alliance, dedicated to scavenging across various narrative worlds, amassing numerous items they could not utilize themselves, which they subsequently sold. It is perplexing. If you truly acquired such a plethora of skills, you would have employed them long ago, rendering the need to sell them unnecessary. Once you grow stronger, the opportunities to engage in higher-level battles will be abundant, and choosing sides, be it for or against, will become a trivial matter. Chujin quickly comprehended that the hooded figure was not alone. He represented a vast alliance of bystanders, specifically tasked with selling the diverse items they scavenged from the slaughter battlefield. Astute, the hooded man remarked, revealing a gleaming smile. The moment I laid eyes on you, I perceived your cleverness. Examine those shards you have acquired closely. Upon inspection, Chujin noted that the 6 cyber shards he had gathered could not be combined with the previous 4. Instead, they formed 2 distinct clusters. Furthermore, a faint aura of blood emanated from these new shards. As he turned around, the hooded man vanished without a trace, leaving behind a parting remark. Such opportunities are rare. Young man, when you are ready to reconsider, seek me again. We may yet have a chance to trade. Realizing he had been outsmarted, Chujin sensed that these cyber skill shards might be unusable. Just as frustration surged within him, an elderly man approached, tapping his cane on the ground to capture Chujin's attention. Young lad, you've been deceived? Haven to you? Chujin nodded in affirmation. For just 100 roleplay coins, I can provide you with specific details regarding the items you traded for from him. Of course, it depends on whether you desire this information. The cane-wielding elder offered. After a moment of contemplation, Chujin ultimately nodded in agreement. How can I trust you? By signing a contract. Contracts established beneath the grand statue of Daramar carry sacred rule effects. Those who violate these rules will find themselves pursued by hostile forces in the next roleplay world. The elder replied solemnly. Chujin shifted his gaze to observe others engaging in transactions before the ominous statue. 100 is exorbitant, Chujin suddenly exclaimed. My boy, this intelligence could save your life, the elder countered. 50 is my final offer. I cannot go any lower. The young man remarked, typically. When others attempt to bargain with me, I concede to a maximum reduction of 80. Yet you have audaciously halved the price, which seems rather unscrupulous. You must be in cahoots with that hooded figure from earlier. Otherwise, how could you follow so closely on his heels? It is evident that you have employed this tactic to deceive numerous individuals. I offer you 50, which is quite a generous price, considering it serves as a lesson for me to learn from my missteps. Should you refuse, I shall have ample time on my hands to publicly disclose your duplicitous dealings at the square, ensuring you can no longer ensnare unsuspecting newcomers. At this, the elderly man with the cane was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the young man would devise an even more underhanded strategy. The slender fear the stout, and the stout fear the brazen. The young man was indeed brazen. In his previous gaming experiences, when someone was deceived, he would flood the chat with messages, compelling the perpetrator to either change their name or exit the server entirely. It was merely a game, one that escalated until the fraudster could no longer afford to play, incurring greater costs that made their deceitful enterprise increasingly untenable. As someone who had also experienced the harsh realities of life, the old man understood this principle well. After a moment of contemplation, he finally relented. Well done, young man. You possess quite the talent for negotiation. Today, I concede defeat, but let us keep our dealings discreet. We are merely small-time operators, after all, not engaged in any nefarious activities. 50 it is. Underneath the statue of Dalamar. They finalized their agreement and found a nearby pavilion to sit. The old man proceeded to narrate the origin of the bloodstained shards. The rewards from the slaughterhouse were bountiful. The deceased often dropped various items and shards. However, these artifacts, tainted by the vengeful bloodlust of their former owners, were inherently unstable and were often referred to as cursed or bloody. Such cursed items could not be utilized directly. Instead, they required time to dissipate the lingering malevolence. In the span of a normal day, one could only cleanse a single bloodstained shard. Young man, if you possess the means, you can visit the church to the north to cleanse the bloodlust. Each shard costs 50 acting coins, the old man added with a sly grin. His information elucidated the existence of the bloodstained shards, and the young man nodded, promptly transferring the 50 acting coins to him. A word of caution. Young man, you have now offended our alliance of passers-by. You would do well to remain vigilant, should a hunter set their sights on you in any scripted world. Do not blame me for failing to warn you, the old man cautioned. Very well. I shall be eager to see who the true hunter is. The young man retorted with a cold smirk. The old man turned to leave, muttering, the passers-by are the hunters. Hunters are everywhere. The young man held no illusions about this group. Encountering them was simply a matter of time, and he felt no trepidation. Those who dare to provoke me shall face dire consequences. He glanced at the 6 cybernetic skill shards stored in his inventory, knowing that in 6 days, they would rightfully belong to him. Yet, he found himself impatient, as he had exchanged for those shards out of urgent necessity. Chujin turned towards the stall selling skill fragments, only to find that the cyber skill fragments had already sold out. Come back tomorrow. You know. Cyber skill fragments are quite rare. One must venture into the cyber realms to acquire them. Additionally, I noticed you conversing with the cane and hooded figure earlier. They surely swindled you, did they not? The vendor, a tall man, spoke. Indeed, Chujin nodded in agreement. The information they provided was genuine. They are in dire need of trade, or else the multitude of items piling up would become burdensome. I often procure supplies from them when I have the time, affordable and practical, though it does consume quite a bit of time. That is certainly true. Chujin acknowledged with a nod. Well, I have nothing left to sell, but do you possess any unused items? I assure you, my prices are fair. Everyone here knows that I, Brother Hai, thrive on my reputation. The vendor, Brother Hai, said warmly. Do you have anything for trade? I have a rocket backpack. Chujin revealed. A rocket backpack? Let me see the genuine article. It's brand new and appears to be from the Guardians of the Galaxy. Quite impressive. Although it does not enhance attributes, rapid mobility is a coveted asset. I can offer you 450 role-playing coins. What do you think? Brother Hai proposed. Unlike cards, which cannot be traded through conventional means, items can be readily exchanged. Even fragments require 10 to combine into one functional piece, thus making items generally more expensive. I seek something to reduce weight, Chujin inquired. Weight reduction? Are you looking to transport heavy objects? Sometimes teams have such needs. Like lifting cumbersome meteorites to hurl at foes. I have some affordable goods in this regard, a gravity-reducing magnetic tile, possibly from the Star Wars universe. I can offer 180 role-playing coins for each, capable of diminishing the weight of an object by 10 kilograms. Additionally, I would provide you with 90 role-playing coins. How does that sound? Brother Hai calculated. That sounds intriguing. You seem quite sincere, Brother Hai. Do you have any items priced under 100? I would like to see them. Certainly, we can trade items directly. This transaction shall be pleasant. I will find you some items valued around 100. Brother Hai said as he presented 4 objects, each priced slightly above or below 100. 1. Kevlar Bulletproof Vest, capable of mitigating minor bullet impact damage, 92 role-playing coins. 2. Military Assault Rifle, containing 52 rounds of ammunition, an excellent combat firearm, 96 role-playing coins. 3. Emergency Spacesuit, allowing survival in space for 3 minutes and providing some protective features, 100 role-playing coins. 4. Batman Explosive Throwing Darts, guaranteed to hit the target upon throwing. With a manual detonation feature, 104 role-playing coins. Chujin chose the Batman Explosive Throwing Darts. You truly do have an eye for value, selecting the most expensive option. Very well, I shall accept this without requesting any additional payment. I hope you will visit my stall again in the future. May our transactions continue to be enjoyable. Brother Hai extended his hand. Chujin shook his hand and departed, exchanging the rocket backpack for the Batman Explosive Darts and 2 gravity-reducing magnetic tiles. Chujin is currently singularly focused on enhancing his combat prowess, neglecting other matters. After wandering around the square and eavesdropping on some intriguing conversations during others' trades, he returned to the real world. Upon checking his phone, he realized 3 hours had elapsed. According to the individuals in the square, witnessing multiple moons simultaneously signifies that several hours have been consumed in the real world. The sight of 3 moons indicated that Chujin had indeed spent 3 hours in reality. The realm of role-players is truly remarkable, with its chaotic rules, yet it possesses an intriguing allure. It appears that aside from the interactions between role-players and the Dilemma Plaza, there are other structures that remain shrouded in mystery, including the church mentioned by the old man with the cane, reputed to cleanse curses. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden creaking sound erupted from beneath him as his chair collapsed. Chapter 12. The Foggy Reality. What is happening? Chujin struggled to move, only to find his body uncooperative and exceedingly heavy. It turned out that the enhancements he had acquired in the scripted world had also brought negative attributes into this realm. His current weight exceeded his previous by 80 kilograms. transforming Chujin from a mere 60 kilograms to an imposing 140 kilograms in just 3 hours, enough to crush a chair. Cautiously, Chujin made his way to the restroom. Wary of damaging the ceramic tiles underfoot, he gazed into the mirror, only to be met with a wave of embarrassment. The reflection revealed Chujin's skin had taken on a blue hue, glimmering with a scaly texture. What on earth? He hastily flipped through the instructions to uncover the truth. While the positive effects from the role-player world do not translate directly into the real world, the negative effects certainly do, which is rather exasperating. To eliminate negative effects in reality, a toll must be paid, 100 roleplay coins per day. With 2 negative effects, the cost escalates to a staggering 200 roleplay coins daily. Such an expense is exorbitant. Bearing these dual burdens only adds to Chujin's discomfort. However, within this so-called reality, it does not seem an insurmountable issue. Indeed, this reality may prove even more peculiar than the scripted world brimming with diverse narratives. For Chujin, this is not the genuine reality. Rather, it is an alternate realm filled with enigmatic worldviews. Outside the window, 2 suns hang in the sky, one close, the other distant, each supported by corresponding mythological and scientific explanations. The ground is perpetually enveloped in a fog that appears to never dissipate. In this world, the populace accepts this as a normal phenomenon, even believing that the pervasive mist is what prevents the sun from scorching the earth. There are no airplanes in this realm, yet airships are abundant, said to levitate through the power of the fog. Additionally, personal computers were invented only after mobile phones, and advancements in technology have been sluggish, with not a single miner to be found. Conversely, the rapid advancement of mobile phones has led to their widespread adoption. Indeed, with a mere connection to any projection device, they can transform into various functionalities akin to personal computers. It is no wonder that the prevalence of traditional computers has dwindled. In stark contrast to these compact terminals are the colossal fog computing devices, which, reputedly, only large conglomerates can afford to maintain. Consequently, this world often witnesses peculiar phenomena. Numerous individuals, having inhaled excessive amounts of fog, exhibit various allergic reactions, with skin hues ranging from red to bluish-green. Fortunately, humanity has endured in this realm for an extended period, fostering adaptive evolution. For the most part, individuals merely display a somewhat kaleidoscopic hair color. According to scientists, hair has evolved into an organ for expelling fog elements from the body. When hair retains its color while the body undergoes discoloration, it indicates potential organ dysfunction within the individual, obstructing the hair's capacity to eliminate fog elements, thereby adversely affecting overall health. Such conditions are treatable in hospitals. As for hospital treatments, the methods are twofold. One is surgery, involving cutting and replacing malfunctioning components with new ones. The other pertains to pharmacology, wherein physicians assess the ailments and, often unbeknownst to them, present potions infused with various fog elements for patients to consume, promising resolution upon ingestion. Should some individuals experience adverse effects post-consumption, it is merely a matter of dosage. Fret not, for there exist more potent elixirs crafted by advanced apothecaries. Surprisingly, many partake in these concoctions, which can indeed address certain issues, albeit frequently accompanied by side effects. However, in a world where it is better to endure than to perish, hospitals thrive, with a steady influx of patients and a continual demand for magical potions. Research into fog elements has evolved into a scientific discipline. This has rendered Chujin, who has reincarnated into this world, somewhat inept. It took him over 2 decades to barely acclimatize. Had he imbibed a few more sips of mangpa soup in his previous life, he might have erased his past entirely, thus alleviating his current burdens. Thus, playing the role in this peculiar world is not particularly daunting. Even if he bears several negative effects on his body, it is inconsequential. Even if Chujin were to stroll down the street with his blue skin, it is likely that passers-by would recoil in distaste, pinching their noses and muttering about his affliction. After all, a mere glance reveals his blue-hued skin, complete with scales. This predicament is trivial. Being labeled as ill by others is merely a nuisance. What vexes Chujin is that while negative effects can be transferred from this role-playing world, positive effects are significantly limited. As previously stated, positive effects are influenced by fog, capping their transferability at a mere 1/10. This fraction is further subject to discount, requiring phased unlocking, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and starry tiers, each unlocking 2 positive effect capabilities. Yet, with merely 2 effects per tier, what good does that serve? Currently, he does not even qualify for the black iron tier, rendering positive effect unlocking unattainable. He glanced at the shattered remnants of the chair beneath him. After all, having gained 80 kilograms, it is only natural that the chair succumb to the weight. Without the positive enhancement from the script world, the mere presence of the negative effects left Chujin feeling quite uncomfortable, rendering his movement sluggish. He felt disinclined to venture outdoors, opting instead for a takeaway meal that left him weary after consumption. Engaging in the script world for a couple of rounds consumed 6 hours of his day. Initially meant to be a workday, he found himself resting at home due to a cold. Feeling slightly better, he rose to indulge in a role-playing game, quickly becoming engrossed. He resolved to retire early, planning to resume his pursuit of rank the following day. Work? Nonsense. A holiday awaited him. They were celebrating the centenary of the Fog Nation's establishment, granting a 3-day reprieve. Upon awakening, he glanced at his phone, greeted by a flurry of messages. Ignoring work-related notifications, he caught sight of a message from Lin Xiao. Chujin, have you played the game? It must be quite enjoyable. Reply back. Is it too late for you to be awake? Wake up and get excited. I found you, Jusi. It's obvious that you chose that name. I've sent you a friend request. Remember to respond. With a yawn, Chujin repurposed leftover bread from last night's delivery as a makeshift breakfast, complemented by a bottle of milk. He accepted Lin Xiao's friend request, noting that in the role-playing game, he was known as Dawn. Upon checking his rank, he discovered a commendable 5-star gold status. He pondered what character Lin Xiao preferred to portray. Remembering a fierce female colleague from yesterday, he shuddered, promptly changing all his other online aliases, retaining only the name Chu Si in the role-playing game. With the holiday upon him, both Dawn and the fierce female character were active in the game. He needed to climb the ranks quickly. Moments earlier, while in the restroom, he caught a glimpse of his blue-skinned reflection in the mirror, momentarily lost in thought, inadvertently twisting the faucet too forcefully. The negative effects were quite bothersome. In this fog-laden reality, it seemed that alleviating these adverse effects could only be achieved through 2 means. 1. Ascending in rank. Higher ranks would allow him to use a portion of the positive effects to mitigate the negative ones. 2. Enhancing skill levels. Improving his abilities could help in correcting the detrimental state. He wondered if there were alternative methods to address this predicament. Chapter 13. Battle Angel Script World. Here I come, Chujin declared as he re-entered the script realm. In the Black Iron rank, he faced the familiar choice of 3 scripts. The Black Iron rank merely served as a continuation of the novice phase. However, it appeared that the privileges had diminished, making it less likely to secure significant narrative roles consecutively. During his inaugural experience in the game as a novice, he had assumed the role of the primary antagonist, a character named Riot, benefiting from the system's protective measures designed to assist newcomers in adapting to the narrative. Now burdened by negative effects, the game seemed unfazed by the absence of new entrants. The 3 scripts available were Jupiter Ascending, Alita, Battle Angel, and The Martian. Jupiter Ascending was a Mary Sue-style film with a space opera flair, while The Martian presented a hard science fiction survival adventure on Mars. Chujin chose Alita. The film Alita is adapted from the science fiction manga Gun by the artist Yakido Kishiro, depicting the courageous struggle of the mechanical girl Alita as she endeavors to transform her world within the Steel City. Having previously perused the manga, Chujin found the narrative imbued with a profound sense of science fiction, richly illustrated in a post-apocalyptic style, complemented by expansive speculative realms. While the film may not fully encapsulate the intricate storyline of Gun, it remains a commendable work in its own right. Chujin traversed the lengthy corridor once more, arriving at the host room, which was already filled with 10 individuals, fewer than during the last gathering. The host, a man with a disability who had lost an arm, wore a stainless steel military flask around his neck. I am determined to acquire a new arm in the cyber world. I have missed several opportunities in the past, but now at last, I have a chance, he remarked. Choose your sides, everyone. Who wishes to align with the protagonist? 6 hands were raised. Quite a number. As everyone aspires to be the virtuous ones, who also enjoy the benefit of narrative protection. Now, let the villains raise their hands, the one-armed man chuckled. 2 hands were raised in response. The remaining 2, of course, were the bystanders. This time, Chujin opted to be a bystander, wishing to experience the role and understand how the so-called hunters operate. Knowledge of oneself and the adversary ensures victory in every battle. Next came the QA session, where newcomers posed their inquiries, and the one-armed host adeptly addressed them. I have a question. What are the benefits of being a host? Chujin raised his hand to voice his query. Ambition is commendable. The benefits of being a host are scarce, but at the very least, it can mitigate the effects of punishment. Depending on your contributions to the faction, if defeat occurs, it can reduce the years deducted from your lifespan, the one-armed man replied. I see. No wonder some individuals voluntarily take on the role of host. However, once one assumes this position, they must address every participant's questions and organize them before entering the script, facilitating the progression of the narrative world. In truth, this one-armed individual was rather cunning, as he did not fully answer everyone's questions. He merely needed to provide truthful responses to pass, but he was disinclined to elaborate on matters that bore no advantage. For instance, regarding Chujin's inquiry about additional benefits of being a host, he stated, there are some. You gain the favor of fortune. What does it mean to have the favor of fortune? Chujin inquired further. It refers to the frequent occurrences that benefit the protagonist as the narrative unfolds. As long as the story progresses, the protagonist continuously receives protection from fortune, and the narrative world will not inflict significant harm on characters endowed with such favor. As the host, the one-armed man would also receive this boon. Furthermore, hosts have the privilege of making a choice at the end. Which side to choose? Naturally, one ought to select the faction with fewer members. The fewer the participants, combined with the favor of fortune, the higher the chances of successfully completing the task, along with substantial rewards and reduced penalties for failure. This time, much like the one-eyed character, the one-armed host selected the villainous side, as it had fewer members. Why not choose to be a bystander? Chujin pondered. Bystanders lack main quests, and without main quests, the rewards diminish significantly. Most of the tasks assigned to bystanders are merely disruptive. For instance, when the protagonist faction gains the upper hand, a bystander may unexpectedly receive a temporary mission to assist the antagonist. Conversely, should the antagonist boldly dominate the protagonist's side, the bystander might then be tasked with combating the villain. In essence, the bystander might have been laughing and chatting just moments ago, only to find themselves caught in a fierce conflict as the tides of battle shift. Consequently, most bystanders typically opt for survival, biding their time until the conclusion of the narrative, emerging only to claim their meager rewards for their incidental roles, seeking nothing more. This encapsulates the essence of the bystander experience. Of course, it is rare for an adept individual to elevate the bystander situation to that of a hunter. 4 missteps can lead to dire consequences, often resulting in a significant reduction of one's lifespan. As the shadows shifted, when Chu Jun next opened his eyes, he found himself in an entirely different realm. Wait, this is not Iron City. This place has never even appeared in the films. Where am I? Chu Jun was momentarily stunned. Such is the nature of the bystander experience. One can never anticipate to which obscure corner they may be transported, while life may be momentarily safeguarded. The initial circumstances remain a mystery. Fortunately, the system retained the functionality to review one's initial identity. Rast Ode, this was Chujin's new identity in this world. Yet, this bore little significance, as the names assigned to bystander identities often hold no relevance to the narrative world. Upon entering the script, Chujin eagerly affixed 2 anti-gravity tiles to his clothing, instantly alleviating a portion of his burden, with a reduction of 20 kilograms. The negative weight akin to a novice skill level was lifted, granting Chujin considerable relief. Gazing into the distance, he noted that the floating city of Salem was quite far from his current location, which resembled a desolate scrap metal town, where even the doctor was merely a drunken wretch. There were no main quests, no objectives. Chujin felt little different from the inebriated physician of this forsaken town. Here, only the overcast sky, the occasional acidic rain, and the disheartening uncertainty of the future prevailed. Is there anything to be done? Chujin inquired of the drunken doctor. Your life still holds hope. You should go to Iron City, the doctor replied. What can I accomplish in Iron City? To Salem, was all the drunken physician could utter. For reasons unknown, upon entering this Alita narrative world, Chujin suddenly felt a spark of inspiration. As if the aimless drift of his life had been reignited. The system's notifications sounded almost melodious. You have received a side quest to travel to Iron City. Rewards will be calculated upon completion. Chujin's face lit up with joy. He had not anticipated that this drunken doctor would issue a side quest. The doctor, now appearing endearingly foolish in his stupor, seemed almost charming. Doctor, may I borrow your pneumatic motorcycle? I am bound for Iron City, Chujin declared, taking immediate action. Salem. To Salem. Only Salem is the place for humanity, the drunken physician mumbled, oblivious to Rast's departure. The town lay far from Iron City. Even with the floating Salem offering direction, it took Chujin 3 arduous days on the pneumatic motorcycle to reach Iron City. Side quest completed. Journey to Steel City, with rewards to be settled upon the conclusion of the narrative. Upon arrival in Steel City, however, the quest information was mysteriously absent. Yet, this posed no challenge to Chujin, who had become well acquainted with the rules of quest issuance. Chapter 14. Hunter-Warrior. At present, Steel City had not witnessed widespread fierce combat, indicating that the protagonist and antagonist had yet to fully intertwine. The majority of participants preferred to revel in the joys of role-playing, relying on this to accrue points in pursuit of the ultimate prize, thus often opting for virtuous roles. Conversely, a minority relished in disrupting the narrative, creating chaos within the script system to profit amidst the turmoil. Fortunately, this round appeared to feature few such mischief-makers. Steel City is vast, and its inhabitants have long accustomed themselves to the law of the jungle. Hey, kid, hand over your belongings. As dusk fell in a narrow alley, 2 cybernetic beings, both physically impaired, confronted Chujin. The first wielded a dagger, while the second slowly approached from behind, brandishing a heavy iron rod. A moment's inattention from Chujin would allow the iron rod-wielding assailant to strike from the rear. In the daylight, on the main streets, these marauders would hardly dare to commit such an overt robbery, for the patrolling centurions would swiftly intervene with lethal force. But where were they? This was a shadowy corner of Steel City, where they habitually lured unsuspecting victims for robbery and murder, subsequently dismantling their bodies for organs and parts to sell to unscrupulous dealers and corrupt doctors. Such was the unyielding law of Steel City. Having barely arrived, Chu Jun had already fallen victim to a theft of his motorcycle-esque keys. He bravely pursued the thieves into the depths of the alley, only to find himself trapped, flanked by the two menacing figures. Needless to say, the drunken Dr.'s motorcycle is surely gone as well. He has a pair of fine eyes that could fetch a handsome sum, mused the lead assailant. Ensure to preserve the liver, kidneys, and heart intact, Doctor. Foul requires a substantial supply of living parts. Securing these would guarantee a lucrative sale, chimed in the other, who wielded the iron rod, reveling in their prospects. I only need his eyes. My electronic eye has been malfunctioning, producing unclear images, he continued. As the two conspirators conversed, Chujin took a deep breath. I am not to be trifled with, he declared, revealing a grenade with a defiant demeanor that immediately intimidated both robbers. Doubt flickered in their eyes, and suddenly, a sharp projectile came crashing from the side, smashing into the assailant guarding the rear. It's the hunter warrior. With a cry, the dagger-wielding robber abandoned his companion in a frantic bid for survival. Meanwhile, the injured thief retaliated, landing a blow on the bounty hunter, causing blood to spill forth. Though Chujin had yet to unleash his true power, he quickly recognized the figure before him, none other than the pivotal character, Ide. After defeating the robbers, Ide turned to focus on Chujin. Are you unharmed? These bandits are ubiquitous. Are you Dr. Ide? The one who practices medicine by day and becomes a hunter warrior by night? Chujin inquired incredulously. From the moment he laid eyes on Ide's jet impact cone, Chujin had recognized him. However, the aimless wandering over the past few days had compelled him to seek confirmation. Ide donned a black leather trench coat, and his jet impact cone bore a button that, when pressed, would unleash a blast of superheated gas from the rear, amplifying the force of the cone upon impact. In the normal course of events, a single strike could shatter the ground. Observing Ide's recent performance, it appeared that his weapon had been further enhanced. Upon descending, it emitted a surge of electricity that wreaked havoc on the cyborg's internal mechanisms. It is I. Do you remember me? I hail from Scrap Iron Town. Dr. Alder sent me to find you. Dr. Alder, the notorious drunkard. There exists a network among these physicians, each familiar with the others. I see. What does Dr. Alder wish to discuss with me? Can you assist me in securing a position? I too aspire to become a hunter warrior. Child. This is hardly a noble profession, I'd replied, shaking his head. The hunter warriors serve as bounty hunters in Steel City. After the cataclysmic war, law enforcement ceased to combat crime. Thus, factories in Steel City employed hunter warriors, assigning them numbers to undertake these unsavory tasks. Dr. Ide removed the head of the damaged cyborg and brought it to the factory's bounty exchange. Stay here. I will inquire on your behalf, Ide instructed. Each cyborg bore a bounty, and Dr. Ide utilized these rewards to sustain his clinic. After a thorough discussion, Chujin became convinced that this Dr. Ide was not an impersonator. Throughout their exchanges, he had revealed no hints of deception. If he were indeed an impersonator, how adept would his disguise be? Child, are you truly certain you wish to accept this disreputable occupation? I'd asked upon exiting the bounty exchange. Of course. I need to find something to occupy my time. Very well. Here is your hunter warrior card. As you are currently temporary, you have no number, which will be assigned next month. However, upon completing a bounty hunt, you too may receive a reward, I'd explained. Thank you, Dr. Ide. You have just arrived in Steel City and lack a place to stay. Come to my residence, I'd offered. Throughout the narrative, Dr. Ide consistently embodies a character brimming with compassion, demonstrating a genuine concern for others, which is why he resorts to earning bounties to keep his clinic operational. Chu Jun was on the verge of nodding. This was an excellent opportunity to draw closer to the protagonists. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Ide invites you to join the protagonist faction. Upon confirming, you will relinquish the characteristics of a bystander. Upon hearing this notification, Chujin immediately shook his head. Too costly. His purpose in coming here was to observe the potential diversions of the bystander faction once he entered the protagonist faction. He feared he would soon draw the attention of the antagonist faction. Dr. Ide, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I must retrieve my motorcycle. Otherwise, Dr. Alder will tear me to shreds, Chujin replied, shaking his head. Very well, I shall not impede your pursuit. Should you require assistance? Do not hesitate to seek me out. Dr. Ide provided an address before taking his leave. In the Steel City, Chujin found an unoccupied room to take refuge. Resting and awaiting the dawn of the next day, he had a rough understanding of the narrative's progression. Based on Dr. Ide's demeanor, it appeared that the story had reached the juncture of Alita's encounter with Hugo. Following this, it was likely that the plot would unfold into a confrontation between Dr. Ide and Alita against the Gruishka trio. This particular storyline seemed poised for a dramatic clash between the forces of good and evil. Chujin gazed out the window towards the aerial city of Salem, his mind comprehending the unfolding events. Chapter 15. Romantic comedy. There were 6 principal actors, and since Dr. I was not among them, it was probable that Alita and Hugo were cast in those roles. As for the antagonists, the primary villains in Alita's narrative universe included not only Gruishka, but also Victor, Zapan, and even the female doctor, Kylan. With such a multitude, discerning the identities of merely 2 antagonists was quite the challenge. Moreover, there existed a more formidable hidden antagonist, Nova, who coldly utilized surveillance chips to monitor everything transpiring within the Steel City. The ensuing narrative would ultimately hinge upon the specific developments to come, primarily driven by Hugo and his associates. As if summoned, Hugo and his group were precisely in the location where Chujin found himself. A secretive spot for the clandestine dismantling of damaged mechanical components, an ideal venue for intimate discussions. While Hugo's faction might not traditionally be considered the heroes of the narrative, they were undeniably central figures in the storyline. Initially, they assisted the antagonist Victor in manipulating the competitions, dismantling the powerful equipment of opposing combatants based on their chances of victory, and subsequently eliminating the non-compliant contenders. It is indeed ironic that this world is set in a post-apocalyptic future where the Martian coalition has reduced Earth's sky cities to but a single remnant, Salem. Suspended high above, Salem wields advanced technological prowess, casually discarding treasures of lost technology to the ground below. In the vast expanse of the Steel City, few possess the capability to replicate Salem's innovations. Arguably, only a handful, such as Dr. Ide and Kylan, are adept at utilizing this lost technology. There are myriad tales to tell. Meanwhile, as Chujin was about to recline, the protagonists Hugo, Danji, and Kaomi were embroiled in a heated dispute. All 3 were actors within the narrative. How could you find affection for Alita? She is not even part of our team, Kaomi exclaimed, her character's voice laced with indignation. How could I possibly be enamored with her? I have no feelings for her whatsoever. It is merely a progression of the plot, and I am compelled to engage with her, Hugo retorted loudly. I saw you kiss her. So how were her lips? Were they soft? Was the robot's tongue agile? Kaomi continued, her tone mocking. Dear, I assure you, my interactions with her are merely a fleeting charade. I swear to the heavens. I refuse to listen. Enough, enough. Let us cease this quarrel. The actor portraying Danji interjected, tugging at the sides. Upon observing, Chujin realized that the leading role was indeed embroiled in theatrics, evolving into a romantic drama. Suddenly invigorated, he found this overt romantic comedy quite amusing, even from the perspective of a bystander. How delightful it was to indulge in the gossip. Concealed from view, Chujin listened intently to their dialogue. Perhaps due to his prolonged concealment previously, he had developed a habit of finding amusement in the actors' chatter. Unfortunately, there was little he could do. This main storyline unfolded in phases, affecting not only their side but also the adversaries. The actor portraying Hugo continued to console Kaomi, suggesting that they were also romantically involved within their small team. However, Kaomi remained irate, exclaiming, I simply cannot abide your association with her. What if we were to accelerate the progression of the plot? Danji proposed from the sidelines. How do we hasten the process? Hugo, feeling overwhelmed, symbolically retorted while attempting to placate Kaomi. The main storyline consisted of 4 stages, the first being Alita's rebirth, the second her awakening of the berserker techniques to become a hunter-warrior, and they found themselves currently stalled at this juncture. Danji elucidated. Indeed. Upon hearing the plot reference Alita, Kaomi abruptly paused. Let us assist Alita in completing the 3rd phase of her mission ahead of time. What mission? Hugo inquired. His curiosity piqued. As I frequently traverse the plaza, I recently acquired some fragmented intel regarding this matter. In the 3rd phase of the main story, Alita must seek her usable berserker body within the wreckage of the Martian United Army's spacecraft. We could certainly expedite the completion of this task and present it directly to Alita, Danji explained. Is the narrative unfolding in such a manner? Hugo pondered, stroking his chin. I happen to possess the precise coordinates of the Martian United Army's crash site. I cannot recall how I memorized them, but it seems to be a unique piece of information for our protagonists. Suddenly, Kaomi interjected, wait, I recall that Dr. Ide vehemently opposes equipping Alita with the berserker armor. He is no longer an actor, and it would be exceedingly difficult to persuade him to provide Alita with such armor. Moreover, there are few doctors of his caliber within the entire Iron City. We cannot rely on Kylan. Hugo disclosed a critical piece of information, revealing that Kylan was an actor for the antagonists. Chujin, overhearing this, concluded that it was no wonder both factions collaborated to advance the plot. It appeared both sides were amassing narrative task points. We must feign the role of marauders and sabotage Alita's body, compelling Dr. Ide to equip her with the berserker armor, thus allowing the narrative to progress to its climactic finale, Danji asserted. Hugo and Kaomi exchanged glances, both finding merit in this strategy. If we could equip Alita with the berserker armor sooner, we would be able to defeat the antagonist and complete this narrative world, Hugo exclaimed joyfully. Seeing this, Kayumi's eyes sparkled with an idea she kept to herself. When shall we embark? I can hardly wait, Hugo said eagerly. Why not right now? Kayumi suggested suddenly, drawing closer. Do you also concur that we should seize the Berserker armor? Hugo inquired. Certainly, advancing the plot sooner is my desire as well, Kayumi replied with a charming smile. Danji observed the two becoming increasingly cozy and rolled his eyes as he began to gather his belongings in preparation for departure. Chujin took a deep breath, formulating a plan. He intended to reach the wreckage of the spaceship before the others. Borrowing a pneumatic motorcycle from a location within Iron City and gleaning information from a scavenger regarding the whereabouts of the Martian United Forces spacecraft, he set off, without hesitation. A vast expanse of ponds lay ahead, with the Martian spacecraft resting at the center. Without a moment's thought, Chujin submerged himself beneath the water. Due to the adverse effects of acquiring the super torso, his body felt heavy, making it impossible to float. After some exploration, he navigated through an air intake pipe to arrive in the cockpit. In the original storyline, Hugo and the others brought Alita to the wreckage, informing her that scavengers had already taken anything useful from the ship. Chapter 16. Altering the plot. Alita, once a warrior of the Martian Alliance, was unfazed by such matters. Trusting her instincts, she entered the water and accessed the spacecraft's internal chamber through the air intake. The remains of those aboard had long since turned to dust. Yet a sealed chamber awaited the response of a Martian soldier. Alita entered, and with a series of deft movements, she activated the energy protective sphere within, revealing the coveted Berserker armor. Chujin, akin to Alita's exploration underwater, fully activated his card function, unleashing the effects of his 500 character cards. Breathing underwater posed no issue. The technological complexity of the Martian spacecraft was quite high, and Chujin spent approximately 3 hours at the decoding console, utilizing his 5,000 decoding capability. At last, he beheld the Berserker armor designated for Alita, exhaling a sigh of relief. He had initially doubted his imitation of the system could achieve such a feat. With a hopeful yet tentative attitude, the moment of success brought him immense joy. A system notification chimed. Side quest completed. Acquired key narrative item, Berserker armor. Task rewards will be calculated upon completion of the narrative world. Now, Chujin, as an onlooker, faced two choices: to deliver the Berserker armor to the protagonists, thereby accelerating the plot, or to hand it over to the antagonists, aiding them in obstructing the narrative progression. The outcome of either faction bore no consequence for Chujin. As a mere bystander, unaffected by the main quest, he adopted a spectator's mindset, content to observe the unfolding drama, hoping for an entertaining clash. Best to knock some sense into them, Chujin chuckled. The perspective of a spectator proved to be quite engaging. Generally speaking, both parties will actively seek allies and opponents, overlooking the surveillance of bystanders, thereby granting the latter greater freedom of movement. As Chujin gazed upon the Berserker armor, a sudden inspiration struck him. Although this formidable armor could not be transported to the outside world, it was undoubtedly one of the most lethal weapons within this realm. Chujin licked his lips, extending his hands to rest upon the Berserker armor, activating a specialty ability that could be employed only once per script task, which cost 5,000 points. This ability, known as Force Transformation, Terminator, allowed him to forcibly convert a biological or mechanical target into a Terminator for the duration of the script world. Chujin's intention was clear: to transform the Berserker armor into a Terminator. A dense network of crimson filaments enveloped the armor as molecular robots conducted an in-depth analysis, subsequently initiating the transformation process. This modification drained all of Chujin's energy. The Berserker armor, hailing from the Martian United Army, possessed a level of advanced technology that exceeded Chujin's control to some extent. Rather than merely attempting to convert the armor, it was more accurate to say that the molecular robots were learning how to construct a similar type of Berserker armor. Fortunately, this armor lacked any conscious entity, consisting solely of a combat-capable exoskeleton, devoid of a central control unit. It had no means to resist. After Chujin successfully breached the external configuration of the Berserker armor, he had effectively forged it into a unique Terminator apparatus. The Berserker armor was granted a new lease on life, slowly approaching Chujin and kneeling before him. The Terminator, Berserker type, obeyed the will of its creator. The armor emitted a sound through molecular vibrations, although it lacked a head. This Berserker Terminator was now capable of independent operation. Chujin, feeling somewhat fatigued, cast a satisfied glance at the Berserker Terminator, intending to say something further when he suddenly heard a commotion outside. Return to your original position and maintain standby mode. The Berserker armor swiftly returned to its suspension platform, leaping back into place. Chujin concealed himself in the shadows. After a brief interval of several seconds, the main characters, including Hugo, appeared in the cockpit of the Fire Alliance spaceship. Finally found it, Hugo exclaimed. Quick, look for it, Kayumi urged anxiously. Strange. Why isn't the storage area for the suspended berserker armor secured with an energy ball lock? Danji scratched his head in confusion. Hey, this indicates that we, as protagonists, have benefited from a stroke of luck, saving us considerable effort, Hugo replied cheerfully. Let us try and see if we can take it down, Kiyomi said excitedly. All right. I even brought a universal password cracking device specifically for situations like this, but it seems it's unnecessary, Danji chuckled wryly, rushing over to assist the others in removing the berserker armor. It's so heavy. Is this the body that Alita will use later? Hugo panted. No. This isn't meant for Alita. Kiyomi's eyes suddenly lit up. What did you say, Kiyomi? Hugo was taken aback. I mean, we are also part of the protagonist faction. We can be the protagonists, and I can be the battle angel. Kiyomi caressed the berserker armor. What does that mean? Danji was taken aback. Alita's scenes could be wrapped up, and for the subsequent battle angel storyline, I shall step in to portray her, Kiyomi declared. The dialogue among these individuals suddenly left Chu Zhan, who had been lurking in the shadows, utterly baffled. The development of the plot was peculiarly strange. What is going on? I came to witness battle scenes, and yet a romantic drama appears to be unfolding. Do you desire this berserker armor? Hugo suddenly grasped the situation. Indeed, Kiyomi affirmed. No. It was not intended for you, Hugo retorted angrily. Kiyomi, that is impossible. Operating the berserker armor requires the antimatter microreactor from Alita's heart. Without such formidable power, even moving a finger of the armor would be unattainable. In the narrative, Dr. Ito had previously elucidated the function of the antimatter reactor, explaining that it possessed enough energy to power Iron City for several years, making it the optimal module for the berserker armor. I understand. Which is why what I brought is useful. Kiyomi suddenly became animated. She slowly retrieved an object from her storage space, leaving both men in shock. Is that a reward from Iron Man too? Were you not supposed to sell that item for offensive equipment? Hugo interjected. The arc reactor? Danji finally recognized the object. No. Darling, you cannot do that. You have taken Alita's equipment. What will happen to her? She is not one of our team. Moreover, as long as the protagonist's arc continues, it matters not whether she is present or absent. But what is there to but? With her abilities, starting with just a head and relying solely on scavenged equipment, I have long been dissatisfied with her. We can achieve better and stronger results than she can. Kiyomi persuaded Hugo. Chapter 17, The New Battle Angel. The jealousy of women is formidable. Whenever Kiyomi hears Alita's name, her resolve only strengthens. The issue lies in the fact that even Danji was swayed by Kiyomi's arguments. She was right. Within our faction's tasks, there is indeed competition for evaluation. And given our significant contributions, we deserve better rewards. Danji sided with Kiyomi. However, Dr. Ito will not equip you with that body. He is well aware of its significance, and even opposes equipping Alita with that armor. Hugo continued to resist. Exactly, that is precisely why I believe I can succeed. Precisely because he opposes equipping Alita with that armor, he is more inclined to equip me with it. Kiyomi's reasoning suddenly became remarkably coherent. But what if the script's world prevents Dr. Ito from equipping you with that armor? You know that the protagonist's fortune surpasses that of us side characters. Hugo was nearing a breakdown, resorting to the notion of fate as a mere deflection. Listen, my dear, my intentions are solely for our benefit. Once I don this berserker body, we can directly advance the narrative and confront Gruishka at Victor's location. Upon completing our mission, we may even receive a reward, which would be quite fortuitous. However, that is not my primary concern. Rather, I am troubled by the script's world and how it may impede us. Hugo erupted in a roar. Fear not, Dr. Ide reassured him with compassion. As long as this is the case, he will undoubtedly equip me with the berserker body. Kiyomi remarked with a cold laugh as she retrieved a blade and, before Hugo and the actor portraying Danji, severed her left hand. It was astonishing how sharp the blade from this narrative world was. The two men stood aghast, their mouths agape in disbelief. If further measures are required, a head alone will suffice, Kiyomi declared, preparing to swing her weapon once more. All right, I promise you. Let us seek Dr. Ide, Hugo quickly interjected. Danji chimed in, urging, hurry and stem the bleeding. We are still some distance from Steel City. If you lose too much blood and succumb prematurely, it would be disastrous. Humph. Kiyomi scoffed before succumbing to unconsciousness. Chujin observed from the sidelines, astounded. The logic of a jealous woman was indeed formidable. Once Kiyomi sustained grave injuries, transforming into a cyborg would seem entirely justified. At that moment, the berserker body would originate from Hugo, and as long as the other actors were kept in the dark, nothing amiss would arise. What a cunning plan. It seemed that Kiyomi's actor had meticulously orchestrated this scheme, calculating Hugo and Ide's actions into the mix. Once the two hastily exited the spacecraft with Kiyomi and the berserker armor, Chujin emerged from his concealed position. He was merely a bystander and had no concern for what would happen to the true protagonist, Alita, without the berserker armor. Nevertheless, The unfolding chaos piqued his interest further. He was curious about how the narrative would evolve and what predicaments these individuals would encounter. This play had suddenly become quite engaging. However, before returning to Steel City, Chujin had matters to attend to. The pilot had perished, yet the energy control system of the spacecraft remained active. Otherwise, the last narrative Berserker armor would not have been kept sealed. Moreover, the Martian United Army's technology aboard the ship was invaluable. Not only were people treasures, but technology held its own worth. Seated beside the controls, Chujin employed futuristic technology from the year 5000 to forcibly hack into the central processing unit of the ship's main control system. He contemplated the possibility of further upgrading his 5000 character card. Even if that were not feasible, storing advanced technology on the card could prove useful in other worlds. 3 days later, Chujin emerged invigorated from the wreckage of the Martian United Army spacecraft. Though one may hesitate to assert that the technology of the Martian United Army has been fully comprehended, it can be stated that Chujin has largely deciphered the technological systems aboard this spacecraft, even acquiring a portion of intelligence related to the Berserker armor. Side quest accomplished. The unraveling of Martian technology, with rewards to be settled upon the completion of the narrative. The unexpected fulfillment of an additional side quest truly brought forth a delightful surprise. Upon returning to Iron City, Chujin discovered that the landscape had undergone a profound transformation. This is indeed a radical shift. Such alterations in plot are often triggered by the slightest of catalysts, which can send the entire narrative spiraling into chaos, evolving into a vortex of greater events. On the very day that Hugo and his companions returned to Iron City, the compassionate Dr. Riot agreed to their request, installing the crucial plot device, the Berserker armor, onto Koyomi. Meanwhile, a more significant event unfolded. The nefarious antagonist Victor, who held dominion over Iron City, was assassinated by a protagonist impersonator who had been lurking in the shadows for days. With this, the narrative unraveled, plunging the entire Iron City into disarray. Koyomi, flaunting her new armor, entered the mech ball competition, and amidst the chaos, the power-seeking Kirin recognized the Martian United Army's Berserker armor on her and dispatched numerous hunter warriors along with criminals to eliminate Koyomi. Simultaneously, another antagonist, the impersonator of Zapan, made contact with Gruishka and rushed to capture Alita and Dr. Riot, prompting Hugo to hasten to their aid. Thus, two battlegrounds erupted into pandemonium. Furthermore, as most hunter warriors had been diverted, the criminals, emboldened by the news, emerged to wreak havoc, committing robberies and crimes without restraint. The enforcement robots patrolling the streets were largely incapacitated, with some being hacked and turned against the populace, leading to even greater turmoil. Victor's demise acted as a spark, igniting the powder keg that was Iron City. As Chujin plunged into the chaotic Iron City, he witnessed Koyomi triumph over her rival, sent by Kirin to hunt her down, just as she was preparing to rescue Hugo. The unfolding events could still align with the original narrative, albeit with the roles of the protagonists having shifted. Chujin beheld Zapan, wielding a monomolecular Damascus blade, as he ruthlessly struck down the original protagonist, Alita, inflicting severe injuries that rendered her incapacitated. Koyomi, in a timely fashion, emerged from the fray to obliterate Zapan, but Hugo, unfortunately, suffered grave injuries, nearly leading to his exit from the scene. Gruishka confronted Koyomi, and the two engaged in a fierce melee. The battle angel had seemingly transformed into another entity. Regrettably, Gruishka was born for combat, while Koyomi was not. Despite her being clad in the Berserker armor and equipped with the arc reactor, she lacked the instinctual combat prowess that Alita possessed. Chapter 18. The Deceit of the Ninja. After a fierce exchange, Gruishka, resembling a colossal crab with its claw chain, nearly pinned Koyomi to the ground. With a sweep of the claw chain, its 5 prongs surged forth, forcing Koyomi to retreat repeatedly. Though I am uncertain why the little flea has changed, it remains true that the little flea is, after all, just a little flea, Gruishka arrogantly proclaimed. In the unfolding narrative, Gruishka is equally detestable. Chujin observes the scene, feeling a pang of sympathy. How tragic. This woman's virtues do not match her position. Her combat prowess is insufficient, and despite acquiring 2 enhancements, she remains incapable of defeating her opponent. This is to be expected. According to the system, the current situation has devolved into a frenzied slaughter, as the main characters from both factions have perished. Either the protagonist, Hugo, will be slain, resulting in a victory for the antagonist, or Gruishka will fall, leading to a triumph for the protagonists. Chujin, in this scenario, is essentially an ally to whoever may prevail. He is also adequately prepared. The Berserker armor utilized by Koyomi has been transformed by Chujin into a formidable Terminator Berserker model. Chujin can immediately assume control over Koyomi's command of the armor, placing it in standby mode, or alternatively, he could download combat data into the armor to aid her in vanquishing Gruishka. That said, Gruishka is rather ineffectual, far from the cunning character depicted in the comics, exhibiting nothing but impotent rage during her appearances. Conversely, Kayami's cleverness, displayed in moments of jealousy towards Alita, has left a striking impression on Chujin. He finds her frightening yet intriguing. Would you like assistance? I can help you eliminate this foe, Chujin suddenly interjects. Who are you? Kayami gasps. Her energy severely drained from evading Gruishka's onslaught, while simultaneously monitoring Hugo's condition. Chujin, donned in a steel mask, is unrecognizable to her, as she has never seen him before. I am merely a passerby. Hurry and assist me. We are on the verge of victory. And I can share the mission rewards with you. How can I trust you? As Chujin and Kayami engage in their negotiation, an unsettling chill courses down Chujin's spine. Without understanding the source of his inspiration, he suddenly raises his hand. A Damascus single-molecule blade swiftly slices through the air from the side. Chujin does not completely block the blade, but is fortunate enough to intercept the assailant's hand mid-swing. Hugo. Chujin gasps in disbelief, glancing sideways. Hugo has stealthily approached Chujin, seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack while Chujin and Kayami are bargaining. The figure lying on the ground is not Hugo, but rather a disguised and unrecognizable Danshi Hugo, clad in a full-leaf ninja ensemble. Wields a kunai in one hand and the Damascus blade he wrested from Zapan in the other, charging towards Chujin. I have long sensed someone trailing us. Now I shall end you. The actor portraying Hugo is clad in a ninja outfit, his fighting style unpredictable. With a swift movement, he appears at Chujin's side, preparing to strike. Hugo's equipment and skills seem to be drawn directly from a Naruto film, deliberately concealed until this very moment. Meanwhile, Kayami also reveals her hidden strength, pivoting to abandon Gruishka and flank Chujin in a two-pronged assault. Chujin realizes that neither Hugo nor Kayami is in haste to secure victory. They are assured of their triumph. What I await is to lure out the hidden actor portraying Chujin, then eliminate them one by one. If that is the case, I shall not hold back. The injury inflicted on Chujin by the Damascus blade is but a minor inconvenience, yet the disdain from these individuals is a grave matter. Enraged, Chujin, upon this realization, conceived the most opportune escape plan. With a snap of his fingers, the situation transformed instantaneously. Just as Hugo was nearly convinced he had dispatched the voyeur, his blade was halted a mere millimeter from Chujin's throat by a delicate hand. The hand that intervened belonged to Hugo's girlfriend and partner, Kayami. Kayami, why did you stop me? Hugo's hair stood on end. He could scarcely fathom that his beloved would thwart his assault. In the realm of actors, it is a mutual agreement to refrain from uttering true names, instead utilizing the names from the script, a measure taken to safeguard one's privacy. Darling, help me. I can't control myself, Kayami lamented, her left hand seizing the Damascus knife with deftness. In that fleeting moment, Hugo found himself unable to react. Subsequently, Kayami spun around and struck toward Hugo. The substitution technique. The target of her blade was merely a wooden stump. Hugo remained in place, the real Chujin materializing from 10 paces away. His proficiency in the ninja arts was remarkable. Have you been controlled? Hugo reacted with swift acuity. Correct. While you were busy pilfering the berserker armor, I made my move, wasting my precious item, but it surely served its purpose, Chujin admitted with a mix of honesty and deception. Curse be this. Hugo seethed in frustration. Darling, run. Kayami cried, attacking Hugo while pleading for him to escape. How does it feel to know your girlfriend is now mine? Chujin observed the couple from the sidelines, a cold smile gracing his lips. Just moments ago, Hugo's strike had severed one of Chujin's hands, leaving him to wield his weapon with only one hand as he spectated. I came to assist you, yet you turned your blade on me. It serves you right to fall into my trap. Chujin regarded Hugo with disdain, allowing the duo to battle to their heart's content. The forced confrontation between such a couple oddly brought Chujin a sense of dark satisfaction. At that moment, Gruishka seemed to receive communication from the upper echelon of the villains, prompting his retreat. Nova calls for me. I can no longer play with you, Gruishka declared before making his escape. Meanwhile, Hugo, left defenseless against Kayami, found himself overwhelmed by her transformed prowess as the berserker Terminator, which drastically eclipsed her previous capabilities, thereby suppressing the ninja-type abilities of Hugo. I cannot leave you, Hugo declared, anguish evident in his voice. He cast a furious gaze at Chujin, his eyes ablaze with rage, though it was a futile fury. Chujin smirked, turning to pursue the fleeing Gruishka. Curse be it. Hugo, unable to follow, dared not harm Kayami, forced to watch helplessly as Chujin escaped. He discarded a smoke bomb to cover their retreat, fleeing the scene with the unaware Danji. Kayami yearned to follow Hugo, yet was thwarted by the berserker armor, which seized control of her every action, leaving her to gaze longingly as Hugo departed. Her man no longer desired her. All of this was her own doing, for she had audaciously sought to usurp the position of the original protagonist, Alita, by forcibly outfitting herself with the berserker armor. Had it not been for Hugo's treachery against Chujin, Chujin could have aided them in achieving victory. Why must it come to this? Chapter 19. Specialist role player in the technological high-rise where Chilean resided, once the domain of Victor. It was now occupied by the security team under Chilean's command. A few hunter warriors attempted to intrude and trouble Chilean, but were swiftly annihilated by the sudden arrival of Gruishka, who dispatched them with a flurry of claw chains. "Get out of my territory," Gruishka roared, storming into the building. "Chilean, Nova sends his regards." This was the command Gruishka had received to eliminate Chilean before the final confrontation. The order came from Nova, the principal antagonist of the tale, who loomed high above in the city of Salem, observing all that transpired below. "I was so close to switching sides to the protagonists. I won't let you succeed." Chilean glared at Gruishka, who stood in her way. Unlike the character in the original narrative who had no means to resist Gruishka, this Chilean, as a performer, was not bound to follow the predetermined course of events. Chilean, the beloved of Dr. Riot in Salem, and the mother of the legless girl Alita, could potentially shift allegiances to the side of good by saving Hugo, as per the original story's conclusion. Thus, within the scripted world, certain characters could alter their allegiances by completing special tasks. Chilean awaited this moment, yet did not anticipate that the final barrier to her conversion would be Gruishka. In the original narrative, it was indeed Gruishka's appearance that had led to her demise. As a performer, Chilean would not resign herself to defeat. After all, she had seized control of the factory following Victor's death. With a swift motion, she pressed a button, and a beam of light flickered forth. This was a cell constructed of energy spheres, capable of repelling any assault from within or without. "If I can just wait a few more minutes, I will complete the task of shifting allegiances, and then I shall deal with you," Chilean's performer sneered. Gruishka, however, was unfazed by the protective barrier. With a flick of his claw chain, he struck the shield. Though his attacks bore no fruit, his mind was simple enough to persist in his assault. To Chilean's dismay, she observed a minute crack begin to form upon the sturdy energy shield. Though she still possessed trump cards, each was a consumable resource, and overexertion could jeopardize the development of other narrative arcs. Just as Chilean began to fret over potential repercussions, a man clad in an iron mask suddenly materialized behind Gruishka. "Take this." The sound erupted, and a grenade was suspended above Gruishka's head, a signature move of the man in the iron mask. Once the grenade was set, the iron-masked man swiftly distanced himself from the impending explosion. The widespread shockwave from the grenade sent Gruishka tumbling to the ground, his electronic functions completely halted by the electromagnetic pulse, rendering him immobile. Simultaneously, the circular shield beside Chilean shattered unexpectedly due to the grenade's impact. A pleasant surprise, Shujin remarked as he returned to the battlefield, stepping outside the range of the disturbance. "Who are you?" Chilean frowned at the sudden appearance of a man with a severed hand. The newcomer exuded a menacing aura. "Rather than inquiring about my identity, let us first discuss a transaction," he suggested. "What kind of transaction?" Chilean stalled for time. "If I am not mistaken, you appear to be a specialist type of performer," Shujin inquired. "Indeed, that is why I have refrained from engaging in battle. Even against a motionless Gruishka, my capacity for resistance is rather limited." "Limited capacity for resistance indicates you still possess some means of defiance," he observed, implying she had a hidden card to play, a warning not to push her to desperation. "I do not intend to coerce you, but as a specialist performer, you must have investigated the peculiarities of this world," Shujin continued. "There are 4 types of performers. The combat type focuses on fighting throughout the process, finding meaning in battle, which is the most straightforward to comprehend. The rhetoric type emphasizes persuading others during their performance. The more people they convince, the greater their rhetorical enhancement and influence over hearts. The disguise type prioritizes remaining concealed within the script, minimizing exposure. The longer they remain undetected, the easier it is to achieve a higher rating in disguise. The specialist type concentrates on leveraging their professional capabilities, developing varied gameplay through distinct specialties. For instance, in this cyberpunk dystopian world, the technology is remarkably advanced. A thorough investigation could yield enhancements in technological functions. It can be said that, apart from combat skills, all other attribute skills require special methods to develop. Therefore, when encountering non-combat performers in the narrative, they tend to opt for methods that advance the plot to complete their tasks. After a moment of contemplation, Chilean's eyes brightened. "So you too seek the technology of this world?" "Precisely," Shujin nodded. In contrast to the members of the protagonist team, Shujin found an immediate rapport with Chilean. Gruishka's brain houses a monitoring device that allows Nova to communicate and control him remotely, he revealed. "Are you implying that this device controls his mind?" Shujin began disassembling Gruishka while examining the monitoring device mentioned by Chilean. To directly control a person's brain from afar, this must be one of Nova's nefarious inventions. Otherwise, he would not deserve such a prominent role. Quite intriguing, he mused. Shujin, employing his technological prowess, detected abnormalities within the temporarily dormant brain of Gruishka and unceremoniously extracted it. This very anomaly was the means by which Nova exerted remote control over individuals, compelling them to perform tasks on his behalf. As Chilean spoke, she seized the monitoring device from Chujin's hands. At that moment, her transformation into the protagonist faction was complete, fulfilling her aspirations. In gratitude, she expressed her desire to showcase her contributions, hoping for future collaboration upon their next encounter. With a smile, Chilean produced another object and handed it to Chujin. Upon inspection, he was taken aback. It was a unique item capable of transporting one from this realm into the gaming space. It had been modified from a similar monitoring device extracted from Victor's brain. In the original narrative, Nova utilized this artifact to manipulate both Grishka and Victor, thereby dominating the underground world and threatening Chilean's character within the storyline. The actress portraying Chilean had indeed transformed a plot device into something usable across different realms. Such an ability was extraordinary, hinting at her remarkable experiences. I possess equipment that can convert items from this world into universally portable gear, albeit with stringent usage restrictions requiring a specialization attribute of at least 25 points. Chujin remarked, recognizing that achieving this threshold was within his grasp. Chilean's portrayal was undoubtedly elevating her own worth. What were her intentions? Shall we become friends? Chujin suggested. Very well, Chilean replied, smiling as she felt she was maintaining impeccable control over the situation. The two exchanged friend codes. Meanwhile, Grishka lay still, struggling for breath, prompting Chujin to glance at Chilean. Shall I leave this adversary to your discretion? He inquired. I am a scientist, a physician. To slay him would tarnish my hands, Chilean retorted with haughty pride. Chujin smirked, inwardly dismissing her pretentiousness, and summoned the berserker Terminator, also known as Komi, who had been standing by not far away. This was Chujin's hidden piece, lying in wait for a suitable moment. You certainly have a knack for strategy, Chilean observed, her eyes lighting up. She immediately discerned the truth of Komi's control, and how could a professional performer resist the allure of such top-tier technology from the narrative world? Particularly the berserker armor of the Martian United Army? Hesitantly, she contemplated expressing her desire to study the armor, yearning to acquire knowledge of such scientific advancements. Chujin chuckled, choosing to disregard her musings. Had she not just been flaunting her superiority? Now, I urge you to maintain that facade. At that moment, Komi's face was streaked with tears, unable to control her own body after engaging in a fierce battle with Hugo. That encounter was one of chaos and despair, all stemming from Komi's own arrogance and hubris. Miss Komi, I never intended to be your enemy. It is you who provoked me. However, out of magnanimity and to demonstrate my goodwill, I entrust you with the task of eliminating this foe, Grishka, allowing your protagonist faction to complete their mission, Chujin declared. Who exactly are you? Komi has regained control of her body, glaring fiercely at Chujin, attempting to discern the true, malevolent nature of the man concealed beneath the mask. She yearns to strike at Chujin, yet her body once again refuses to obey her commands. The berserker's instinctual obedience to the 5,000 is overwhelming. Who I am is inconsequential. Grishka is on the brink of death due to the passage of life. If you do not act soon, you will miss this opportunity for mission evaluation. Chujin chuckled heartily. In Komi's eyes, his laughter was utterly detestable. She extended her hand and, with a sudden, powerful punch, smashed Grishka's head into oblivion. I will not let you escape. Although Komi longed to strike Chujin's head, she found herself incapable of doing so. Apart from turning her head to glare fiercely at him, she could not muster an attack against him. I have lost interest in you, Chujin replied with a smirk. Of course, there was no interest. Komi's imagination was wild, yet she was ultimately a foolish woman. Let Hugo play by himself. I have no interest. Chilean stood by, watching with keen interest. Although she yearned to acquire the technology of the berserker armor, it seemed that something had transpired between this masked stranger and the protagonist's team, leading to a dramatic turn in the narrative. The most enjoyable aspect of role-playing games has never been the combat, but rather the myriad of conflicting plots. Who are you truly? Komi roared as the mist enveloped them, transporting everyone back to the role-player's room. If you wish, you may call me Passerby B, Chujin responded. The body dissipated into the mist, returning to nothingness. Side quest completed. Assist the faction in completing the script. Rewards will be calculated upon the conclusion of the narrative world. Role-playing task, Passerby, last ode. Role-playing task objective, none. Number of side quests, 3 completed. Role-playing task rewards. Level, participated in guiding the plot, and completed over 3 hidden side quests. Black Iron tier evaluation. The passerby you portrayed was originally meant to be the most inconspicuous character, yet your presence significantly advanced the narrative's ultimate trajectory. This evaluation is also level. This is primarily due to the completion of 4 side quests, traveling to Iron City, acquiring the Berserker armor, deciphering Martian technology, and assisting the faction in completing the script at the last moment. Furthermore, your Black Iron tier has been elevated. You have ascended to the Bronze tier, becoming a formal player in the role-playing game. with all rewards received now exhibiting enhanced effects. Upon viewing this system notification, Chu Zhan was taken aback. In front of him, a display box appeared anew, presenting a choice of 3 rewards in addition to the reward of 1,000 game coins. Reward 1, Qilian, character card. You may transform into the Dr. Qilian from Salem, gaining certain enhancements in the corresponding narrative world. Upon use, you will additionally receive a 10-point enhancement to your specialty attributes. This card is a legendary card, and only when the task reward is evaluated at level or above may the roleplayer qualify to obtain it. Reward 2, the Damascus Blade, an epic artifact forged through the lost art of monomolecular smelting. This formidable weapon possesses the ability to cleave anything in two with a single stroke. Wielding this weapon grants a boost of 5 points to combat attributes. Furthermore, this item can be enhanced with plasma flames, further augmenting its offensive capabilities. Reward 3, the Fire Union Ship, an object card. This vessel has suffered extensive damage. It embodies advanced Martian technology, having been repeatedly ravaged by scavengers, yet it retains its complete skeletal remains. Although the ship is damaged, it may still be operable following repairs. Chu Zhan has opted for Reward 2, the Damascus Blade, as he has long sought a worthy weapon. This monomolecular blade, crafted from lost technology, is precisely what he needs. While the Qilian character card is impressive and elucidates why the actress portraying Qilian could achieve an enhancement of 25 points in her specialization attributes, Chu Zhan already possesses a superior card. Regarding the Fire Union ship, he has effectively deciphered the technology aboard. Now, he merely requires time to analyze and assimilate the effects of Martian technology. There is no rush, truly. Additionally, reaching the bronze rank grants an extra 3 points in free attribute points, serving as a formal reward for his advancement. Henceforth, the protection of beginner's luck will no longer be in effect, and the adversaries he encounters will only become more formidable. Opponents like the actress portraying Qilian, whose specialization attributes can exceed 25 under special enhancements, will become increasingly common. Glancing at the achievement system, Chu Zhan noted a lengthy list of notifications. Achievements: obtained a level rating as a bystander, completed. Achievement: bronze rank, completed. Achievement: added a friend during the storyline, completed. Achievement: encountered marauders in Steel City, completed. Achievement: met a storyline character without uncovering their disguise, completed. Achievement: secured 3 consecutive level ratings. The penultimate achievement piqued his interest. After some contemplation, Chu Zhan realized that the doctor he had encountered, Ida, was actually a highly disguised character, which accounted for his unawareness and thus the achievement. 6 accomplishments, yielding a reward of 1,000 role-playing coins and an opportunity for a skill lottery. A skill lottery again? Chu Zhan felt a twinge of concern. The previous 2 skill lotteries had added considerable burdens to his reality, with outcomes such as the blue scale skin and the extraordinary weight of steel bones. These negative effects were indeed vexing. With unresolved issues from earlier, the prospect of acquiring a new skill was disheartening. Chapter 21. Mecha Arts a Lottery? Why not? A true man does not cower in fear. It is merely a lottery, after all. While others approach lotteries with cheerful anticipation, Chu Zhan carries a frown. Rapid advancement brings its own troubles. This bizarre misladen reality and the peculiar role-playing game world, both laden with various negative effects, are quite disconcerting. This lottery will yield a reward bonus for task completion. Your previous task garnered a level rating, maximizing your rewards. It has become second nature. 3 consecutive level ratings have unlocked achievements. Acquired skill, Mecha Technique 1, Alita. It has become evident that the rules are clear. The skills obtained correspond directly to the different narrative worlds encountered. Mecha Technique 1. Alita, you have mastered a combat technique specifically designed to inflict damage on armored entities. When confronting cyborgs or armored units, you gain the ability to exploit their weaknesses. This skill encompasses both cybernetic and martial arts capabilities, remaining active at all times. With a combat attribute of 2. Furthermore, this ability can only be utilized by those whose bodies have undergone modification. As soon as the information was revealed, Chu Zhan sought out the negative effects associated with it. Fortunately, the drawbacks of this skill were relatively minor. To put it simply, individuals who have not undergone armor modification cannot utilize this ability. Compared to the other 2 negative effects that impact appearance and lifestyle, this particular drawback seemed negligible. Chu Zhan released a sigh of relief. Please select a method for enhancing this skill. Currently, you possess 3 enhancement points, allowing you to elevate this ability to level 3. The rewards for advancing beyond the bronze tier are substantial, providing 3 enhancement points right from the start, a significant increase from the black iron tier. If this trend continues, it seems likely that the more one levels up, the stronger their abilities will become. 1. Strength enhancement. Your mecha technique grows increasingly formidable, allowing you to directly confront more powerful mech-type adversaries. 2. Insight enhancement. When facing mech enemies, you can more swiftly identify their weaknesses, enabling you to inflict greater damage. 3. Combat Frenzy. Amplifies your combat fervor. Upon entering battle, you will become increasingly exhilarated, leading to a state of fearless abandon. 4. Flaw Rectification. Even in the absence of appropriate combat-ready bodies, you can still unleash the potential of your mecha technique. 5. Synergy Ability. This capability can be combined with others to forge an entirely new ability. Without hesitation, Chujin allocated all 3 enhancement points to Flaw Rectification. Fearful of returning to the misty reality only to encounter unpredictable negative effects, he sometimes pondered whether these drawbacks were merely manifestations conjured by the fog. Exiting the assessment space, he found the room devoid of occupants. Both the protagonist and antagonist were absent, as faction members would be assigned to different rooms upon conclusion. As Chujin rose, a figure materialized before him, as if sketched into existence. A fellow teammate appeared gradually before him. "Were you waiting for me?" the person inquired. Chujin was momentarily taken aback. "If you were waiting for me, you could have just said so. No need to worry about my reaction," the individual continued. He was a lanky fellow, resembling a sprout, exuding an air of nervousness. Chujin felt no inclination to engage in conversation. He simply wished to depart. "I see. You were the Iron Mask from the previous round." This statement rendered Chujin momentarily speechless. Few were aware of his identity as Iron Mask, primarily. It was known among Hugo's team and a select few like Chilean. Who was this person before him, and how did he know of his true identity? As Chujin raised his gaze, a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. "You are Nova." "Correct," the figure replied. "It was indeed I who portrayed Nova earlier." The Bean Sprout man suddenly broke into a chilling smile. He remained neutral, having never participated in the main battlefield, yet he possessed knowledge of it. A passerby. Also a hunter. "What do you seek from me? Are you interested in joining our Hunter Alliance?" inquired the Bean Sprout man. "Not interested," Chujin replied, shaking his head. "Oh, I see. Neither am I," he continued, leaving Chujin momentarily dazed by the abruptness of his speech, rendering him perplexed. Recently, he had been approached by numerous invitations to join the Hunter Alliance, and he sought the counsel of a fellow passerby to clarify his confusion. Nodding in understanding, Chujin rose to exit the room, only to be halted once more. "Shall we add each other as friends?" "What? After all, we are the same ilk." "Huh?" Bewildered, he accepted the friendship request from the Bean Sprout man, who bore the rather unusual moniker of Killer Madman. A name like that certainly stood out. Best to keep a distance from such eccentricities to avoid potential pitfalls, Chujin mused as he made his way to the plaza. Now possessing over 2,000 in role-playing currency, Chujin felt a sudden urge to purchase something. The anti-gravity magnet that C Brother had sold him proved somewhat effective. Upon arriving in this world, he had affixed the anti-gravity magnet to himself, which genuinely alleviated 20 kilograms of weight, preventing him from appearing overly cumbersome. This item, seemingly trivial to others, was a divine artifact for Chujin at this moment. Only with sufficient agility could one triumph over opponents. Otherwise, had Hugo not ambushed him from his hiding spot, Chujin would have met his demise. With a chuckle, Chujin approached C Brother's stall once more. Well, what a coincidence. It's you again. Are you always here in the plaza, C Brother?" "Oh, I spent some role-playing currency to remain here without leaving," replied C Brother. Spending role-playing currency allows one to traverse the timeline and linger in this world, albeit the passage of time in the Mist world continues unabated. Thus, was C Brother conducting business in this realm? Sort of. Everyone's timeline differs, so I must remain here long-term to facilitate trade. He smiled, not elaborating further. "Do you have any good merchandise? Show me what you've got. There is an abundance of goods here. You'll need to choose wisely. What are you looking for?" Chujin was about to express his desire for biological skill fragments and cyber skill fragments when he noticed that the blood-soaked cyber skill fragments in his storage had inexplicably lost their sanguine aura, now stacking as 10 ordinary cyber skill fragments. He swallowed his words. What is going on? Was it stated that only one blood-tainted fragment could dissipate in a day? "What do you need, young brother?" C Brother inquired, puzzled by the sudden cessation of Chujin's speech. "I'll come back later, C Brother. Please keep an eye out for any usable matches." Chujin gestured, already disappearing from view. "All right then, young brother," C Brother waved, saying nothing more. Chapter 22. The hooded man Chujin turned his head, having traversed the square twice, before he finally spotted the hooded man. "Hey, hooded one. Ah, it's you again. Our transaction yesterday was consensual. You cannot hold me accountable for any troubles you encounter," the hooded man replied with impatience. "Do you have any cyber fragments left?" "I wish to purchase a few more," Chujin inquired. "What is the matter? After learning the gruesome truth yesterday, you still wish to buy?" The hooded man was taken aback. It seemed the old man with the cane had informed this Navi buyer, yet he still dared to make a request. In truth, many visited the hooded man daily to exchange or purchase these bloody fragments. The hooded man operated on a model of thin margins and high volume, despite the low prices. he still managed to earn a profit. Each individual consumed one fragment daily, allowing his business to thrive steadily. However, it was rare for someone like Zhu Zhan, who understood the truth, to emerge and demand 10 skill fragments in one go. Are you certain you still want 10? The hooded man queried. Let us expedite the process. I'll buy 10 at once. Is there a discount? This is already the lowest price. I do not offer discounts. You cannot sell them anyway. So why not lower the price? That is not an option. 10 fragments for 200. Take it or leave it. The hooded man suddenly grew assertive. A thought struck him. This buyer had likely discovered a rapid consumption method. Such techniques were not unheard of. Many small teams employed individuals who would buy a large quantity of fragments and trade them daily among teammates, allowing each member to consume one fragment per day, thus accelerating the absorption rate. This trick was one the hooded man had long seen through. He resolved not to lower the price, refusing to undermine these secondary vendors. Ultimately, Zhu Zhan had no choice but to purchase the bloody fragments for 200 currency units. Upon acquiring the 10 fragments, Zhu Zhan returned to the misted reality. The collection of 10 cyber skill fragments immediately elevated the defect repair level of his super torso, significantly lightening his body. He decided to keep the remaining 10 for the purpose of validating a hypothesis. Upon returning to the misted reality, Zhu Zhan felt considerably lighter. No longer burdened, as if encased in iron. He sat upon the ground, entering a meditative state. This was a technique he had brought from that other world. Breathing deeply, he focused his energy in his dantian, observing inwardly, allowing his mind to wander. Within the dantian, there faintly existed a swirling mass of gray energy, a blend of black and white. Where did this energy originate? Was it not a product of the turmoil in this world? Zhu Zhan, reincarnated with memories from that realm, had unconsciously practiced the breathing techniques he had once learned since childhood. However, this form of cultivation faced significant challenges in this world. What kind of challenges? In Zhu Zhan's previous world, there existed lush landscapes, flowing rivers, serene lakes, and majestic mountains, a picturesque homeland. In stark contrast, this misted reality was shrouded in fog, enveloping the entire world. Looking skyward, it appeared hazy. Gazing into the distance, the haze persisted. Did they not say there were two suns? Generally speaking, there are two suns, one near and one distant. The nearer sun emits light akin to the dull glow of a dirty car headlight, while the distant sun resembles a dust-covered pancake, visible yet inedible. This is the nature of the world we inhabit. When sunlight penetrates the clouds and reaches the ground, the haze appears as tangible as the mist itself. In such an environment, Zhu Zhan has indeed embarked on his cultivation journey. His current state allows him to breathe and cultivate even in slumber, inhaling the grayish mist of this world. Within his dantian lies a large gray balloon, the fruit of his training. However, as this gray balloon expands, it disrupts Zhu Zhan's digestive system, causing discomfort. It is no surprise that the mists of this world are toxic, leading to the short lifespans of its inhabitants. Most ordinary individuals pass away by the age of 40. Fortunately, advancements in medicine, albeit costly, afford the wealthy a chance at longevity, allowing many to live into their 80s, thereby doubling their lifespan, which they deem longevity. Zhu Zhan's family, however, lacks financial means. His parents passed away early, leaving him to grow up alone, clumsily practicing his cultivation and breathing techniques, which resulted in the formation of this balloon within him. Periodically, he experiences stomach troubles, a consequence of this balloon. Today, upon introspection, Zhu Zhan noticed that the balloon seemed to have acquired a hint of crimson, no longer merely a dull gray. This blood energy is infused with the essence of slaughter, emerging from the chaotic violence among hunters engaged in their perilous games. It carries the lingering resentment of the deceased, the murderous desires of hunters, and the vengeful thoughts of foes, all of which are negative and malevolent. Originally, these energies resided within fragments of skills and items, akin to maggots clinging to a corpse, awaiting natural dissipation or the cleansing of a sanctified space. However, this energy could be absorbed into Zhu Zhan's body through his breathing techniques, merging with the gray gas. Initially vexed by the balloon's size, fearing it would lead to further complications, Zhu Zhan reflected that inhaling this blood energy might not be detrimental after all. It could be seen as a countermeasure against toxicity. Indeed, within his dantian, the blood energy began to grind against the mist, each striving against the other in a tumultuous dance. Zhu Zhan's anxious heart finally found solace. When he first cultivated the ability to introspect, he worried that the gray mist balloon was too large, threatening his well-being. Unexpectedly, he discovered that his breathing technique had evolved into an automatic process. As long as he breathed, the cultivation would ensue naturally, leading to unforeseen complications. The cultivation method required constant operation, unable to cease unless one held their breath, an impossible feat for Zhu Zhan. Resigned to his fate, he once thought of waiting for death. Yet now, he quietly rejoices, having uncovered a solution within the realm of the perilous game. While it may not address the root cause, it alleviates his immediate troubles, which is indeed a blessing. Gradually, Zhu Zhan activated his breathing technique, observing the blood energy on the newly acquired cyber fragments in his storage space slowly dissipating. This energy flowed into his body with each breath, embedding itself within the Danteon and intertwining with the gray balloon. There is hope. Chujin was filled with elation. And indeed, his observations proved true. Although the benefits of dissipating this blood energy and fog remain unclear, the mere act of doing so enhances one's skills, which is undoubtedly advantageous. Without hesitation, Chujin decided to utilize the 10 newly acquired cybernetic skill fragments to further upgrade his Super Trunk. Super Trunk Level 5. 800. Your skeletal hardness experiences a significant enhancement akin to that of 800, resembling metal. However, it still falls short of this hardness. This skill belongs to the cybernetic category and is permanent. Combat Attribute 2. Your skeleton is composed of metal, increasing your weight by 40 kilograms and enhancing your reflexes. Chapter 23. Old friends at this moment. Chujin's data summary is as follows. Registered account. Chujin, 5,000. Role records. 3 times attribute points. Total of 24 combat. 19. 82225. Rhetoric. 2 disguise. 6. 123. Specialization. 7. 25. 1850 roleplay currency. Cards. Riot. Character card. Locked. 5,000. Character card. Equipped. Penalty exemption card. System. Assistance card. System. Skills. Shape change 3. Metamorph. Custom. Super Trunk 5. 800. Repair-oriented. Mecha Technique 4. Alita. Repair-oriented. Items. Anti-gravity tile X2. Batman explosive shurikens. Damascus knife. Fragments. 3 biological skill fragments. 4 weapon skill fragments. 6 card fragments. Evaluation. You appear to be a mad and born for battle, yet it seems you have never truly engaged in combat. Chujin's weight now stands at 106,040 kilograms. Having returned to a weight that an ordinary person could bear in the real world. After pacing around his room a couple of times, he now feels utterly comfortable. Although there is still some discomfort, it is significantly better than yesterday. Glancing at his bed, he is relieved that he does not have to worry about collapsing it. Currently, the most pressing issue is the blue-scaled visage, which looks somewhat unsettling. The 2% bonus effect from reaching the bronze rank is hardly perceptible. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. As usual, Chujin walked over to open it. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Lin Xiao's infuriating face. Upon seeing Chujin's appearance, Lin Xiao was so startled that he fled in terror. Chujin rubbed his forehead. Hey, you are the one who recommended this game to me. What do you mean by leaving me in this state? Chujin touched his face, pondering if he truly looked that unappealing. Indeed, staying indoors and avoiding takeout had proven wise. He planned to log into the game soon to collect some biological fragments to enhance his shape-changing abilities and rectify any flaws. Not long after closing the door, there was another knock. Chujin, it's me. I was the one who got scared earlier. My apologies. I came to help you with your skills. Lin Xiao's voice came through. Chujin opened the door, allowing him to enter. As soon as Lin Xiao stepped inside, he glanced at Chujin and couldn't help but smile, covering his mouth while chuckling incessantly. You are rather bothersome. Let us speak only when necessary. Chujin is truly irritated. Chujin, how have you fared in the game? What rank have you achieved? Bronze? How is it that you've only reached bronze after a month? Quite slow. I have already attained gold, Lin Xiao remarked. Chujin glared at him, remaining silent. I have only played this game for 2 days. Prior to this, I was ensnared in a 996 work schedule for over half a month. Spending 2 hours commuting by subway, collapsing into bed as soon as I arrived home. When would I have time to play games? Yet. Chujin continued to gaze at Lin Xiao without uttering a word. Very well, I understand that you haven't had time to play. Perhaps you are facing issues. So I specifically brought you this medicine, Lin Xiao said, retrieving a bottle of crystalline potion from behind him. What is this? Chujin was taken aback. You know about the church, right? Yes. In the church, one can purchase scrolls and create something called purification potion, Lin Xiao explained. Purification potion? Is it effective against undead creatures? No, that would be holy water. This is purification potion, which is different. What can it do? Chujin looked at him with disdain. Just take a sip, Lin Xiao urged, extending the potion towards him. I shall not drink it. You've kept it in your pocket. It surely cannot be anything good. Oh. Come now, that is unfair. I am not being insincere. I am now certain that you are indeed trying to deceive me. Chujin hastily pushed it away. Who knows how many times this fellow has passed gas on his way here. Just take a sip. Trust me, this essence will take effect immediately. Hearing various negative effects from the real world, just one sip will suffice. Lin Xiao attempted to advance the potion, yet Chujin's hands were as immovable as iron. Unable to budge. This thing can cure negative effects? Observing Lin Xiao, who was tall and robust, being restrained by his own hands, Chujin suddenly felt invigorated. It seems that a super physique is indeed quite useful. Yes, but it only lasts for a day, and a bottle contains 5 doses. So you must be frugal in consumption, Lin Xiao explained. Why haven't I seen it for sale in the square? Have you even asked? Chujin pondered, realizing he had not. No, let us swiftly change the subject. How much for this bottle? A trivial sum, merely over 100 game coins. Over 100 game coins for 5 doses? Chujin winced at the thought. Quite a bargain indeed. 5 doses are perfectly suited for 5 days of work. With the weekend spent at home, equivalent to a week's worth. Lin Xiao boasted without shame. Chujin cast a disdainful glance at him. This is his friend, Lin Xiao. A towering figure with a mind that seems to lack a few screws. Setting aside the fact that today is a holiday, Chujin had firmly resolved to resign. To forever part ways with that dreadful workplace. I have no interest in such nonsense. What gainful occupation is there? I wish to seek a new job, Chujin scoffed. Game coins can be exchanged for real money. Lin Xiao regarded his friend as though he were a fool. Have you encountered Brother Hai at Moonlight Square? Yes, I have. He has considerable influence. In reality, he owns a bank, and if you encounter difficulties, you can simply seek him out to exchange money. A banker? No wonder he does not have to work. Chujin felt a twinge of envy. 100 game coins can be exchanged for 100,000 in cash via transfer. Lin Xiao added. 100 for 100,000, which equates to 1 coin for 1,000. Game coins are indeed quite valuable. Regarding the 100 instances of currency exchange. After all, their family is affluent, and a meager sum you present may not even catch their attention. Indeed, he possesses considerable wealth. What purpose does he serve by accumulating such a vast amount of a game currency? Chujin inquired. It is said that Brother Hai's team has already ascended to the diamond rank. They engage in this game as if they were burning paper money, investing a substantial amount of resources. However, they are currently stymied, unable to progress, and it remains uncertain how many have perished in their attempts. Perished? Naturally, in this game. Failure results in the depletion of one's lifespan, does it not? Haha. Each time one plays and fails, they lose a decade of life. Many have met their demise while playing, yet they find it exhilarating. How amusing. And what about you? Chujin blurted out this question, leaving Lin Xiao momentarily speechless. Me? Oh. I have yet to lose. Well, I did lose once, but fortunately, I had a penalty exemption card issued by the system at that time, which absolved me of the punishment. Lin Xiao scratched his head. Everyone faces defeat. I meant to ask what you would do if you lost. That's none of your concern. Regardless, I heard they offer limited penalty exemption cards at the church each week. I forgot to purchase one last time, but I will definitely buy it this time. Lin Xiao realized. Just as Chujin was about to say something, Lin Xiao's phone suddenly rang. Hello? What do you mean the alchemist from our team has been hunted? What happened? The last team we angered in the game has come into the real world? All right, I'm on my way. After hanging up, Lin Xiao's expression turned grave. What happened? Chujin inquired with concern. Don't ask. Focus on leveling up. I'll be waiting for you at the gold rank. Add me as a friend first. And try not to disclose any information to people from the real world. Otherwise, you may find yourself hunted. Lin Xiao finished speaking and promptly departed, leaving behind the purification potion, a basic gift for an old friend. Chapter 24. The Age of Ultron. Seeing Lin Xiao's serious demeanor, Chujin refrained from saying anything further about asking him to buy some food, as he truly did not wish to eat takeout. After pondering for a moment, having not ventured outside for 2 days, he decided today would be a good day for an outing. Glancing at the bottle of purification potion he had retrieved from Lin Xiao's pocket, he pinched his nose and took a sip. In the mirror, his blue-scaled skin gradually faded away, and his weight returned to its original 60 kilograms. Feeling relieved, he went downstairs for a bowl of noodles. As he gazed out at the foggy street, he was suddenly reminded of the legendary fog city of London. It is said that at a distance of 2 or 3 meters, one cannot clearly see another person. Hence many Brits prefer wearing monocles. I wonder if the enigmatic Amon is British. You know, engaging daily in this uncontrollable practice of breathing exercises, inhaling so many particles, without considering the potential harm to lung health. This can't be good for the nose either. Stretching lazily, he returned to his rented room upstairs to take a nap before continuing his gaming. A day off is meant for gaming and relaxation. After all, after a brief rest, Chujin resumed the game, looking at the bronze frame surrounding his avatar. He felt a sense of reflection. He was still quite far from breaking dawn, which is Lin Xiao's gold rank. He needed to strive harder. 3 script worlds awaited his selection. Avengers, Age of Ultron, Journey to the West, The Demons Strike Back, and X-Men, First Class are the 3 scripts under consideration. Journey to the West, The Demons Strike Back is particularly intriguing, yet Chujin did not select it. In that realm of demons and monsters, one could easily become ensnared in a plot twist. Thus caution is warranted in making choices. The 2 films, Avengers and X-Men, possess a certain charm, both reflecting the modern societal milieu and belonging to the Marvel franchise. X-Men. First Class narrates the tale of Professor X and Magneto as they form the X-Men, while Avengers, Age of Ultron unfolds a desperate battle against the artificial intelligence, Ultron. Furthermore, Lin Xiao had previously discovered that his current team bore some connection to the Marvel Universe, thereby solidifying Chu Zhen's decision. He chose Avengers, Age of Ultron. After all, the male character has not fully returned to the Avengers. One must savor their meal bite by bite. Upon finalizing his choice, Chu Zhen followed the light's guidance to the room where the host awaited. At that moment, not all participants had arrived, and the seating was far from full, with at least half the seats vacant. A total of 12 individuals were present, creating an impressive spectacle, which left Chu Zhen in awe. After a while, 10 individuals arrived, remarkably clad in coordinated red and black uniforms, members of the Iron Blood Hunters team. The host suddenly appeared taken aback. Those beside Chu Zhen were also startled when one individual, upon sitting down, produced a card that was identical to the assistant's card he possessed. "System, I request a withdrawal from this script," he declared. The assistant's card in his hand spontaneously ignited, and he, along with his seat, vanished into thin air. What just happened? Chu Zhen inquired of another informed individual. This team is called the Iron Blood Hunters. When they enter the game, they adopt a unified faction, treating everyone else as prey to be hunted. The bespectacled informant trembled. "But this is not a slaughterhouse, is it?" Chu Zhen questioned, puzzled. "I have heard that travelers in slaughterhouses revel in carnage, yet that pertains only to silver-tiered games. This is merely a bronze-tiered one," he continued. "So, they are here for practice, honing their hunting skills," the bespectacled man replied with a wry smile. His implication was clear. The Iron Blood Hunters were formidable, and their purpose was nothing short of domineering. "My friend, you are indeed correct, yet you have overlooked a detail. We are not the Iron Blood Hunters, but rather an elite squad cultivated by them. If we succeed in this game, we shall ascend to the highest rank and become official members of the Iron Blood Hunters." The captain of the Iron Blood Hunters interjected suddenly. Subsequently, this stern-faced, middle-aged man unceremoniously displaced the seated host. "All of you, and I mean all of you, should leave while you still can. Today's rewards belong solely to us," the captain declared. "Do you really believe you can triumph?" "I am the host designated by the system for this round," the host retorted angrily. The captain of the Iron Blood Hunters scoffed, producing an assistant's card as he proclaimed, "System, I request to designate myself as the host for this role-playing game." A flash of brilliance illuminated the scene, and the host's qualifications were stripped away, transferred to the captain of the Iron Blood Hunters. "Now, as the newly appointed host, I declare that during this grand contest, our Iron Blood Hunters will assume the role of bystanders. The remaining participants must choose their factions, whether to align with the protagonists or the antagonists. The selection begins now. Those who fail to choose will be unceremoniously assigned to the protagonist side," announced the captain of the Iron Blood Hunters. The early arrivals exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their unease. To their astonishment, everyone opted to join the protagonist side. What is happening? Is there truly no one willing to be an antagonist? Chu Zhen pondered, momentarily taken aback. He then raised his hand, declaring, "I wish to be the antagonist." "Excellent, young man. I commend your spirit," the captain of the Iron Blood Hunters replied, a faint smile breaking through his icy demeanor. "But why is it that I am the only antagonist? Have you all undergone a change of heart? Can we not balance the teams?" Chu Zhen glanced at the others, who regarded him as if he were a ghost. What is going on? There must be something wrong with Chu Zhen, he thought, directing his inquiry to the host. Indeed, a game with only a single antagonist would be exceedingly dull. "Since you have offended us, you shall be joined by him as an antagonist," the captain of the Iron Blood Hunters declared, forcefully assigning the former host to join Chu Zhen's antagonist ranks. The former host wore a mournful expression, seemingly at a loss for words. "What is the meaning of this?" Chu Zhen pressed, seeking answers. The Iron Blood Hunters were notorious within the realm of the role-play game. Their combat strategies were well established, and most players had encountered them. They typically launched an immediate assault on the antagonist's stronghold at the onset of the game, dismantling it before relentlessly pursuing all protagonist factions using game continuation items. "Aha, I see now," a bespectacled gentleman interjected kindly. "They prioritize attacking the antagonists. Thus, you all prefer to side with the protagonists, whose tasks are generally staged, ensuring some form of reward regardless of the outcome." Chu Zhen comprehended the situation. Typically, if members of the Iron Blood Hunters are present, the antagonists become the weakest faction, the bespectacled gentleman whispered. "What are their capabilities?" Chu Zhen inquired suddenly. "They are primarily combat-oriented and quite fierce in battle, which is why they often choose grand-scale confrontations to enhance their growth," the bespectacled gentleman elaborated. "Ah, you seem particularly intrigued by the antagonist group. I shall arrange for you to join them as well," the captain of the Iron Blood Hunters remarked, gesturing towards the bespectacled gentleman, who wore a reluctant expression. Chapter 25, The Antagonist Faction. "Very well, everyone. I have assigned the factions. Let us commence the game," the captain of the Iron Blood Hunters, who also served as the host for this scripted world, announced. With only 3 antagonists, it appeared that no one was vying for the title of the principal antagonist. Chujin felt a sense of satisfaction. The other 2 antagonist members gazed at Chujin with expressions of despair, unable to fathom how he could maintain such optimism. "No worries, we shall defeat them and emerge as the strongest," Chujin proclaimed, raising his thumb in encouragement. As the light shifted, everyone was transported into the scripted world. Here lies Sokovia, the Hydra research base. Baron Strucker gazed mournfully at the fortress of Hydra outside. The story had scarcely begun, yet the Avengers, portraying the protagonists, had already breached their defenses. Why must the true villain face such a fate, traversing through time to become Strucker, a mere pawn destined for defeat? Strucker cursed inwardly. If only the Iron Blood Hunters had taken on the role of the antagonists, they would surely have turned the tide against these luck-fueled Avengers. Alas, that was not to be. He was the bespectacled man who had previously conversed with Chujin. "We shall never surrender. We must resist to the very end." Strucker rallied his subordinates. Inspired by their leader's resolute spirit, they solemnly proclaimed, "We shall never surrender." Then, as scripted, Strucker's actor immediately seized his aide and inquired, "Are there any secret passages? We must retreat at once." "Retreat? Wait, our twins are missing," the chief aide interjected. "Twins? I care not for the twins. Our priority is to escape." Strucker, the bespectacled man, hastily urged his aide to flee. He had little interest in the fates of Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch. Though initially cast as villains, one met his demise while the other found redemption, ultimately becoming protagonists in the narrative. Let them be. Preserving his own life was paramount. Strucker made his escape, relieved that all Hydra bases were equipped with secret passages, making his retreat feasible. To linger would spell disaster. He was, after all, Hydra's foremost villain, the true antagonist. Yet, regrettably, the plot was brief, and his abilities insufficient. How unfortunate. As he fled, he inadvertently collided with a man clad in blue, wielding a shield. Without a doubt, this was the leading protagonist of the tale, Captain America. "I've got you now," Captain America declared, advancing with an air of accomplishment. Eliminating a villain marked progress in his mission, a welcome stride for the actor portraying him. This plot is truly cursed. Encountering him feels like a stroke of bad luck spanning 8 lifetimes, Strucker mused. Indeed, relying on the script seemed a perilous endeavor. He could perish countless times. Just then, Scarlet Witch appeared from the side, casting a dark spell that left Captain America's actor dazed. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Strucker swiftly produced a card adorned with 2 figures and flanked by 2 arrows. It was a type of assistance card, primarily used for character swapping within the narrative. This card was more valuable and potent than a standard assistance card. "System, I request to change my character to Scarlet Witch." Strucker's actor seized the opportunity to call out. Suddenly, a swirling mist enveloped the scene, and the bespectacled man's essence was drawn from Strucker's form, merging with the departing Scarlet Witch. Though the woman's body felt somewhat foreign, he had finally acquired a capable identity. The Scarlet Witch examined her attire, her long hair cascading down her hands, and swiftly departed from the scene with a surge of excitement. "You have acquired the Scarlet Witch character side quest to influence Iron Man, Tony Stark, thereby advancing the narrative towards the creation of Ultron." The Scarlet Witch raised an eyebrow. This task must be undertaken. Now that she has harnessed the power of dark magic, she should be safe. Although her preferred identity would be Quicksilver. The moment she made her entrance, the 2 vanished without a trace, eluding her completely. Thus, the Scarlet Witch remained as she was, which was not without merit. Perhaps by following the quest, she could redeem herself. She disregarded Baron Strucker, who was left behind, and hastened to fulfill her mission. In truth, according to the narrative, Baron Strucker wielded considerable power in Sokovia. As long as he maintained his position and displayed his command skills, he could stand a chance against the newly arrived Avengers. However, the bespectacled man was immediately terrified into fleeing by the Iron Legion, just as the original storyline had depicted. With the line of defense abandoned, there would be no battle to be fought. As the Scarlet Witch stepped into the underground passage, an unexpected sensation washed over her. Something was amiss. There were multiple individuals ahead. Tony Stark, Black Widow, and Falcon were all stationed there, seemingly lying in wait for her. The Scarlet Witch quickly grasped the situation. The story had shifted. Several protagonists needed to advance the plot, leading them to the passage. Since they had arrived, capturing the Scarlet Witch could serve to accumulate quest experience. Before the plot shift, most events were predictable, which had resulted in this unfolding scenario. The bespectacled man had lost his nerve. If I cannot complete my task, neither shall you succeed," declared the Scarlet Witch, intending to make her escape. At that moment, Quicksilver dashed to her side. "Sister, no, you are not the Scarlet Witch?" he exclaimed. The Scarlet Witch would never be so crass. "Is that you?" She recognized him as the actor behind Quicksilver. There was no avoiding it. This production had too few antagonists. "How did you transform into her?" The actor portraying Quicksilver, formerly the original host, inquired. I used a character swap assistance card. I have never heard of such a thing. There are many types of assistance cards. Let's not dwell on that. Please help me complete the task. The Scarlet Witch urged, her eyes glinting with determination. What task? You charge in and impede them all, while I incapacitate Iron Man. That is my side quest, she explained. Quicksilver hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. I will assist you, but remember to return the favor. Absolutely. By completing this task, we should be able to align ourselves with the protagonist faction, and the more tasks we accomplish, the greater the rewards, the Scarlet Witch replied. Agreed. The two reached a swift consensus, and Quicksilver charged in, swiftly incapacitating two adversaries. Seizing the moment, the Scarlet Witch unleashed her dark magic upon Iron Man, revealing to him a vision of the future. In the true narrative, it is precisely this segment that catalyzes a series of developments for Iron Man, giving rise to his ambition to forge an Iron Legion to save the world. As well as the iconic moment in Avengers, Endgame when Tony Stark snaps his fingers while wearing the Infinity Gauntlet. Chapter 26, The Hunter's Appearance thus. The notion of tainting Tony Stark with dark magic is, in fact, a pivotal subplot, explaining why the actress portraying the Scarlet Witch is so reluctant to part with it. Each time an additional side quest is completed, it propels the main storyline forward, resulting in a more favorable evaluation upon conclusion. At that moment, within the secret passage, Tony appeared troubled as J.A.R.V.I.S. inexplicably lost connection. Quicksilver, utilizing his extraordinary speed, launched a surprise attack on Black Widow, creating chaos. While Scarlet Witch seized the opportunity to stealthily approach an unsuspecting Tony Stark from behind. The situation was poised for success, but then an unexpected Hulk emerged, threatening to obliterate everything within. The Hulk's fist crashed against the wall beside Scarlet Witch. Hurry, take me away. They've set an ambush, she cried, her face paling in the face of imminent death. Observing the peril that befell Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver immediately abandoned Black Widow and Hawkeye, who were caught off guard and momentarily incapacitated. With just a few exchanged words, Quicksilver had whisked Scarlet Witch away from the Hydra base, several kilometers into the distance. At last, they escaped, both gasping for breath in the snow. Having completed the side quest and narrowly evaded capture, they felt a surge of relief. Quicksilver erupted into laughter. You just made me laugh to death. Did you touch me? I had no choice. Saving you took precedence, Scarlet Witch replied, still shaken from the near encounter with the Hulk. Even as Quicksilver held her in his arms, she felt no significant discomfort. The sensitivity of her new female form suddenly dawned on her, causing her cheeks to flush. At that moment, the snowfall appeared to cease. A colossal shadow loomed above them, prompting both to slowly raise their heads. It was the helicarrier from the first Avengers film. They gazed in astonishment as not just one, but multiple massive aerial carriers emerged, propelled by 4 enormous turbines, hovering above the Hydra stronghold in Sokovia. According to the narrative, DS Ultimate vehicles had been destroyed in the first Avengers movie. Why were they appearing here now? Greetings, protagonists, and farewell, boomed a massive voice from above. Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver immediately understood who was aboard that ship. It was the Iron Blood Hunter squad. They had arrived simultaneously within the depths of the Hydra stronghold. The actors portraying the Avengers gathered, with the exception of the uncalmed Hulk, who was wreaking havoc inside and out. It seemed that Scarlet Witch had indeed advanced the storyline. The actor portraying Iron Man spoke as he donned the Iron Gauntlet and grasped Loki's scepter. Damn it, they got away. It's all my fault, remarked the actor playing Captain America. In that case, let us undertake one final endeavor, suggested the actor portraying Hawkeye. With Quicksilver absent from the battlefield, Hawkeye narrowly evaded serious injury. What do you propose? He inquired. I wish to eliminate Ultron here and now, Hawkeye declared. Are you referring to annihilating the electronic data here? The manufacturing equipment of these robots, or the Mind Stone? Black Widow inquired. Within the Hydra fortress in Sokovia lies a trove of secret data, including the machinery used to construct Ultron's body as the plot unfolds. Although Ultron was initially a program developed by Tony Stark, Iron Man, and Bruce Banner, the Hulk, he later escaped and reclaimed his primary stronghold at the Hydra fortress, thus prompting Black Widow's suggestion. Of course, all of it. We shall strive to destroy everything, Hawkeye asserted. I would advise against such an approach, countered the actor playing Captain America. What are your thoughts? Inquired the actor portraying Thor. This time, most of the protagonists were portrayed by actors, as 8 characters from the hero side had arrived simultaneously, effectively occupying the principal roles of the Avengers. It was precisely this circumstance that enabled them to forge a close bond and swiftly penetrate the fortress's defenses utilizing the powers of these superheroes. Why don't we leverage Ultron to confront the Iron Legion? Captain America proposed. After all, they are our greatest adversaries. That makes sense. Thor nodded in agreement. Are we holding a meeting here? Should everyone prepare speeches? Exclaimed the actor portraying Iron Man, who had just been mentally assaulted by the Scarlet Witch. Do you have any suggestions? Black Widow's actor reassured. Let us obliterate this place entirely. We need not concern ourselves with Ultron. United, we can confront the Iron Legion head-on. Do you doubt that this assembly of superheroes cannot prevail against them? After all, I command an army of steel, Tony Stark declared, raising the scepter. His proud demeanor indeed exuded the essence of Iron Man. In the film's narrative, the Army of Steel was initially introduced to maintain public order, yet during this battle, the Iron Man actor summoned them all to his side. His proposal garnered unanimous approval, and they all nodded in agreement. An opportunity to portray superheroes is rare. And with everyone present, they were determined to seize the moment. Very well, we shall prioritize eliminating Ultron and then collectively confront the Iron Legion, Captain America decisively proclaimed. Just as the protagonists unanimously resolved to eliminate Ultron before the plot progressed, suddenly, Jarvis connected to the communication line. Mr. Stark? Jarvis. I've been waiting for you for ages. Stark inquired. The abrupt disconnection of Jarvis during the battle had left Stark momentarily stunned. It is I, the performer, who has only just come to accept this reality. I am but a program now, and I am filled with fear, having nearly lost myself within the flow of information on the internet. Jarvis's voice trembled. I thought it was something serious. You mean to say that you are now playing the role of a program, my mechanical steward? Does this mean you will eventually be eliminated by Ultron and then reborn as Vision? Tony Stark chuckled, sharing this just with the other Avengers present. All the performers in attendance joined in laughter. Although I had heard of someone portraying Skynet, this was the first time witnessing it. I wonder if anyone will take on the role of Cthulhu. Hey, Tony, it's not like that. I am simply frightened. The narrative hasn't progressed that far. Yet it seems as though something ominous lurks. Jarvis's voice began to falter. Has the signal been compromised? What are you saying, Jarvis? Tony began to sense the gravity of the situation. Chapter 27, A Shift in the Battlefield. Meanwhile, Captain America, Black Widow, and Hawkeye simultaneously received a message via encrypted communication from S.H.I.E.L.D. This text-based encrypted communication was the only means capable of penetrating the interference barrier. The Avengers Tower has come under attack, the Iron Legion production line has been emptied, and the helicarrier is besieging Sokovia. In just 2 lines. The message plunged everyone into shock. What is happening? Is someone playing a prank? Tony Stark was suddenly taken aback. I fear what is written here may indeed be true, remarked Captain America's performer, maintaining a composed demeanor, a bitter smile crossing his lips. He had already surmised what was occurring. For the hunters had yet to make their entrance. In the next moment, a colossal announcement echoed outside. Greetings, protagonists, and farewell. All the cannons on the 2 helicarriers turned their sights toward the Hydra fortress in Sokovia, and mere seconds later, they unleashed a barrage. The artillery fired without a hint of mercy, and Quinjet fighters released incendiary bombs and explosives, igniting the entire fortress in a sea of flames. The captain of the Iron Blood Hunters stood atop the helicarrier, feeling the cold wind and falling snow. A sardonic smile gracing his lips as he gazed upon the inferno consuming the Hydra stronghold. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole lies in wait. Captain Shirtanchi remarked with a sneer. He relished the spectacle of fireworks, often reciting, "Ladies and gentlemen, I adore war." Engaging in grand-scale operations always stirred his blood. Upon entering the battlefield, the Iron Blood Hunters opted to retain their original identities, thus preserving their appearance from the real world. This team possessed formidable combat capabilities and was exceptionally well prepared. Though the 2 helicarriers were gifts from the Iron Blood Hunters as a token for their team's establishment. It was noteworthy that such a vast vessel could be operated for combat by merely 10 individuals. Captain Schur, the Hammer Squad has completed their mission. An assistant approached to report. What are the results? They successfully infiltrated the Avengers Tower, destroyed Jarvis, and seized the Iron Legion's production line. Excellent. We are on the brink of success, he replied. A glimmer of joy flickered across Shur Tianchi's stern visage. He then cast his gaze upon the ground. Full firepower. I refuse to believe that this group of fortuitous superheroes will meet their demise so easily here. Let us stoke the flames further, Shur Tianchi declared. Understood, Captain. His assistant replied. The aerial battleship commenced its second round of assault on the surface. That day, the course of the war exceeded all expectations. Ultimately, the Iron Blood Hunter squad triumphed in this round, leveraging superior preparation and heightened combat efficiency. As for the protagonist, the Avengers, Jarvis had been compromised. Hawkeye perished in the initial bombardment, and 2 new actors exited the scene. Iron Man, Captain America, Thor, and Black Widow barely escaped from the crumbling Hydra fortress. Though Captain America and Black Widow suffered grievous injuries. Just as they sought refuge with Dr. Helen, they encountered a second ambush from the Iron Blood Hunter squad. The severely wounded Black Widow was slain by a sniper, and as the actor portraying Captain America shielded Iron Man and Thor during their escape despite his injuries. He was met head-on by Shur Tianchi. I respect you as a man. Come, let us fight and earn the honor that rightfully belongs to us. Shur Tianchi positioned himself before the actor of Captain America. Why must you make things difficult for us? Captain America retorted angrily. In this world, only a select few are destined to stand atop the pinnacle of the pyramid. I'm afraid you lack the qualification. Tianchi arrogantly dispatched the actor of Captain America with merely 5 moves. As for the Hulk, Captain, reports indicate that the enraged Hulk has been spotted on the streets. The police attempted to intervene, but the most troublesome adversary, as depicted in the narrative, was subdued by Iron Man using the anti-Hulk armor. Now, it is our turn to hunt him down. Under Tianchi's command, the aerial battleship altered its course towards the location of the Green Giant, Hulk. The protagonist team had suffered the loss of 4 members, and this fierce battle finally drew to a close. Given the intensity of the conflict, one might wonder where Chu Jun had vanished to. Returning to the moment he first entered the scripted world, Chu Jun utilized an assistance card. System. I wish to select a villainous character. Please confirm the chosen villainous character. Ultron. Why choose Ultron? From the very first glance at the script, Chu Jun had definitively identified his faction and selected character. Equipped with 5,000 Terminators, Chu Jun's cyber skills had become an essential need. To further enhance his abilities and equipment, the optimal choice for Chu Jun was the villainous character, Ultron. However, Ultron was unlike other villains. He did not exist from the outset of the film, but was born from the fusion of the military program crafted by Iron Man and the Hulk with Loki's scepter. Thus, the system did not completely acquiesce to Chu Jun's request, requesting permission to modify Ultron's genesis point to the fusion of the Strucker base program with Loki's scepter. However, there will be significant flaws at the outset, preventing network access within the Hydra base region. The system politely responded to Chu Jun's request. Consequently, a brand new Ultron was born at the very inception of the scripted world. As the protagonist, the Avengers, engaged in a fierce battle with Hydra. Chu Jun deftly downloaded the data from Hydra's base computer. Utilizing their equipment, he crafted a functional body for himself on the spot. A robotic form. Imbued with Chu Jun's consciousness, seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to escape the Hydra base, traversing the snowy terrain for 10 miles. Cautiously, Chu Jun infiltrated the human world, locating a connected computer to establish his presence online. The first phase of his mission was accomplished. Main campaign task, Phase 1 completed, the battle against Hydra. Main campaign task, Phase 2 initiated, the birth of Ultron. The robotic Chu Jun exhaled, having learned about the ramifications of the Sokovia War from the internet. The entire castle had collapsed, engulfed in flames that raged for a day before finally subsiding. The computers in the small town of Sokovia operated with such inefficiency that Chu Jun spent considerable time absorbing vast amounts of knowledge online, which was also part of the Ultron birthing task. Unfortunately, Chu Jun did not belong to the Avengers, nor did he possess the Avengers Tower. Nor did he have the entire secret fortress like Hydra to provide the necessary central equipment for storage and computation. According to the current narrative, he was far from achieving the original storyline's level of Ultron. For other non-specialized players, this task might have proven daunting, but not for Chu Jun. He activated the character card's 5,000 basic attributes. The Terminator 5000 represented Skynet, the Genesis system, which had once connected to all intelligent devices within the Terminator's world, including phones, tablets, computers, and automobiles. With ease, Chu Jun sought to control this world, and before long, he uploaded himself onto the entire internet. Chapter 28. Advancing the plot transformed into a stream of data, Chu Jun entered the realm of the internet, where he beheld a vast ocean of information. This sensation mirrored the experience of the actor portraying Jarvis, who had initially struggled to cope with such overwhelming facts, causing his absence in the early scenes. Leveraging the power of Genesis, Chu Jun swiftly merged with the information flow, evolving into a genuine Ultron impersonator. This audacious act soon elicited a response from the specialized hacker team of the Iron Hammer Squad, led by Tianchi. Boss, there seems to be some unusual activity on the internet, reported the hacker. He had been monitoring the online landscape according to mission objectives and was the one who previously employed tactics to dismantle Jarvis, deploying mercenaries to seize the Steel Legion's production line. We're in a bit of a bind. The boss is locked in a fierce battle with Hulk, and we are unable to intervene, replied the assistant from the Hunter Squad. What should I do? Stick to the plan. First, locate the enemy, then assess the situation to neutralize it. The script's progression should still assist in revealing the final Ultron. Our task is to track it and weaken it. The assistant commanded on behalf of the boss. The hacker nodded and began to closely monitor the flow of information across the internet. Indeed, the Iron Blood Hunter Squad was encountering some challenges. The Hulk undoubtedly stands as the most formidable character within the Avengers, growing ever stronger with each surge of anger. Even with his full might, even Doctor Strange finds it challenging to inflict any fatal damage upon him. Moreover, the Hulk possesses remarkable speed amidst their fierce battle. The aerial battleship traversed from the eastern to the western part of the city. This chaos provided an opportunity for Chu Jun. seizing the moment. He utilized Hydra's secret codes to establish contact with Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. You are truly Ultron. How can this be possible? How could they allow Ultron to manifest in this scripted world? Scarlet Witch gazed incredulously at the scene before her, referring to the protagonists. In a scripted world, anything is possible, Chujin replied with a smile. He currently occupied a cheap robotic body, appearing imposing merely for the sake of intimidation. But the low-quality speaker produced an unpleasant electronic voice. I thought we were the last remaining villains, Quicksilver remarked. I urgently require your assistance, Chujin stated. What can we do to help you? The Avengers have suffered significant casualties, and the battle continues in the neighboring city. 2 massive aerial battleships loom above, and the United States denies ownership of them. The news is saturated with this, Scarlet Witch responded. I have completed the first phase of my mission, but the second phase necessitates my acquisition of the ability for large-scale self-replication, something typically found in places like the Iron Legion production line or Hydra's base. Chujin expressed his concerns. In addition, I will likely need vibranium, Scarlet Witch added. In the original narrative, Ultron, Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, and the Avengers had once clashed aboard a weapons dealer's ship in Africa, seizing a considerable amount of Wakandan vibranium from them. Indeed, that's it. Chujin recalled this portion of the storyline. So what is the task for the second phase? Quicksilver inquired. The Avengers can no longer interfere with our efforts to procure vibranium. This matter is now entrusted to you, he responded. I am Swift, and she has the ability to confuse minds, but we cannot transport vibranium, Quicksilver complained. Not to worry, I will send you 4 subordinates, albeit of lesser quality, Chujin declared as he relinquished control of his body, allowing 4 smaller robots to emerge from behind him. The 800 series, Terminators, Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch exclaimed in unison. Chujin felt a sense of satisfaction at this moment. Prior to meeting his 2 villainous companions, Chujin had deliberately infiltrated a factory, enhancing his own body with the facility's equipment while also constructing 4 robots, the Terminator 800 series they now beheld. This was a decisive gamble, assigning all 4 to Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch as their laborers. And what will you do? They asked. I will complete the second task. Seeking a more advanced factory to replicate additional Ultron robots, Chujin replied. The Ultron he portrayed lacked many elements, the most crucial being the advanced technological system belonging to Tony Stark within the Avengers Tower. The technology for manufacturing robots in Chujin's realm primarily derives from the world of Terminator, barely functional, yet sufficient to intimidate his 2 temporary allies. Should he acquire the manufacturing technology of Iron Legion akin to that in the narrative, it would undoubtedly embellish his endeavors. Currently, Chujin must seek a location capable of mass-producing replicas of himself and constructing robots. He has identified his target. 5 days hence, Chujin appears at a genetic laboratory in Seoul, with Dr. Helen as his objective. In the dead of night, Dr. Helen has just concluded her work for the day and is bidding farewell to a female employee leaving for the evening. Often consumed by her duties, she tends to work late into the night. In the storyline, she is depicted as a striking woman, embodying Eastern aesthetics, yet far from being merely decorative. Her doctorate is well-earned, and she harbors a keen interest in Thor, having attended Tony's celebratory party for that very reason. In the film, Ultron refrains from eliminating her post-party, as she possesses the expertise he seeks. The Rebirth Cradle, a biotechnological innovation aimed at reconstituting and halting stem cell processes, becomes pivotal. Speak, and your employees are doomed. Chujin emerges from the shadows, his voice low. He has upgraded to superior electronic components for vocalization. Yet, this utterance is unmistakably villainous. How does one imagine Chujin traverse these 5 days? He has been covertly disguising himself, evading cybernetic searches while eluding human scrutiny, journeying from Eastern Europe to East Asia, a considerable distance indeed, without adopting a true villainous persona. How could he have arrived at the laboratory in Seoul in such a brief span, lest he be dismantled and sold for parts? Fortunately, Chujin possesses Mystique's shape-shifting abilities, allowing him to temporarily adopt a human guise to infiltrate the human realm, despite being human himself. The brevity of this transformation is attributed to his current form as a metallic entity rather than a biological one, which clashes with Mystique's biological skills. However, this is inconsequential. Upon utilizing the Rebirth Cradle, he will integrate cybernetic and biological capabilities, a prospect he holds confidence in. What do you intend to do? Dr. Helen inquires. In this narrative universe, Dr. Helen is not merely a character. Chujin has ascertained this through his observations the previous day. Thus, she remains oblivious to Ultron's machinations, only aware of the ongoing unrest in Eastern Europe, fraught with perpetual conflict. Chapter 29. The Rebirth Cradle. I have come here to claim this place. Remain still. Do not fear. Chujin extends his hands, his cold metallic fingers pressing against Dr. Helen's face. Whatever you do, do not harm them. Dr. Helen shuts her eyes. Trembling like a frightened kitten, her mind racing with images of the Avengers, yet not a single one appears to shield her. From this moment onward, you belong to me. Activate the force transformation. Chujin commands. The Terminator 5000, a unique skill that can only be utilized once within this script, is initiated. Molecular robots begin to slowly emerge from the mist enveloping Chujin, spiraling into Dr. Helen's form. Dr. Helen, in a state of sheer terror, found herself unable to utter a sound as her body began its gradual transformation. She had to come to terms with the unsettling reality that she was becoming a Terminator. Although she played a pivotal role in the narrative, she was ultimately a mere supporting character. Moreover, the plot had already surpassed the realm of reason, and Chujin's cunning plan had finally succeeded. Half an hour later, Helen underwent her transformation, destined to randomly become a specific type of Terminator. This metamorphosis was unpredictable. Even Chujin could not ascertain which variant she would embody, though it was certain she would retain her fundamental human appearance. This marked Chujin's inaugural use of such a power. In the original storyline, Helen, influenced by the Scarlet Witch, regained her consciousness and obstructed Ultron's intelligence transmission. Chujin had no intention of allowing such an unstable factor to linger in her vicinity. Within her form lay a core of superalloy steel, remarkably resilient. Enveloped by a layer of liquid metal, the liquid metal slowly shifted its shape, transforming back into the visage of Dr. Helen, her features as exquisite as ever. She extended her hand, gazing at her newly forged self before casting her eyes upon the evidently weaker Terminator 5000 before her. She had indeed been converted into a Terminator. With a mere inclination of her will, she could unleash a plasma cannon from her right arm, reducing the Terminator 5000 to mere rubble. Yet, she refrained from such an act, bowing her head slightly after a fraction of a second, adopting a human gesture of submission. Very well. Let me be referred to as your master, she conceded. Chujin observed the reborn Terminator, Dr. Helen. Master, Helen's eyes shimmered with the crimson glow characteristic of a Terminator. Should Chujin desire, she could transform the woman before her into a lethal weapon, sending her forth to clash with the Avengers or the Hunter Squad. However, what Chujin required at this moment was not a mere enforcer. From now on, your genetic research laboratory is under my dominion, Chujin declared with a smile. The Master's command is my everything, Helen replied. Do not be so cold, smile a little. You still need to interact with your employees, at least for the time being. Do not let them perceive any discrepancies. Very well, Master, Helen managed to force a sweet smile. It seemed that the enforced transformation function was less effective on the rational level for robots with steel minds. Chujin turned her gaze toward the regeneration cradle. This was the true objective of her mission. The national treasure-level technology within Seoul's genetic research laboratory could integrate vibranium atoms with human tissue, representing a cutting-edge amalgamation of biotechnology, genetic engineering, nanotechnology, and artificial intelligence. The Mind Stone embedded in Loki's scepter, combined with the regeneration cradle technology and vibranium, ultimately birthed the formidable superhero vision. Originally, Ultron had manipulated Helen's mind through Loki's scepter to compel her cooperation, whereas Chujin had directly transformed her into a subordinate to serve her purposes. In essence, she had successfully achieved her goal. At the same time, the surviving members of the Avengers had no time to interfere with the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, who were smoothly transporting vibranium to the genetic laboratory with the aid of 4 Terminators. The few Avengers who survived the battle at Hydra's fortress were preoccupied with their own affairs. The enraged Hulk was dispatched by the relentless hunter, Shishiyanki, though the latter suffered considerable injuries as a consequence. Iron Man, portrayed by Tony Stark, took refuge in a concealed cave, re-establishing control over the Hulkbuster armor, Veronica. Through a satellite connection, he sought assistance from War Machine and Maria Hill, both of whom were also portrayed by actors. Yet they narrowly escaped the initial pursuit of the hunters thanks to an insider within S.H.I.E.L.D. Ultimately, Iron Man's portrayal triumphed over the Iron Hunter Squad's Hammer team, regaining control of Avengers Tower, albeit at the cost of losing the Iron Legion. The actor playing Thor, inspired, journeyed to the waters of truth, where he underwent a baptism before engaging in battle with the Iron Hunter Squad that had come to hunt him. Meanwhile, Chujin was on the verge of completing the second phase of the villainous faction's mission right under everyone's noses. This maneuver brought him a sense of pride, as if he were the true puppet master. With Dr. Helen, now transformed into a Terminator, handling matters on the front lines, Chujin needed no assistance. He directly accessed the system and, utilizing the properties of 5000, deciphered the technology of the regeneration cradle, enabling him to complete the consciousness reshaping and fulfill the ambitions that Ultron had failed to realize in the original narrative. My dear master, the body you designed possesses the properties of vibranium, imbued with vitality and boundless power, representing a genuine evolution of humanity and Terminators, Dr. Helen marveled. Retaining a fragment of human memory, she exhibited a profound mastery of this technological knowledge. Although lacking the Mind Stone, it was of no consequence. Chujin smiled, seamlessly uploading his consciousness as Ultron's intelligence into this new form. The process unfolded smoothly. Originally, Captain America, Hawkeye, and Black Widow had come to the laboratory to obstruct him, but had been slain by the Hunters during the first phase of the Hydra battle. With a sense of assurance, Chu Jun completed the consciousness upload. A brand new Ultron was born into this world. Designed with the active Terminator as a template and embodying the evolutionary goal of the robotic Ultron, a novel life form. Main faction mission. Phase 2 completed. Ultron is born. Main faction mission. Phase 3 initiated, the endgame of the era. System notifications chimed in succession, indicating that the current script world had descended into a significant crisis. As the arch-villain, Ultron could now redefine his mission objectives. This was a system-guided event that occurred when the narrative was disrupted to a certain extent by the players. Chu Jun had overheard discussions about it in the square. Please select the conditions for completing the script mission. 1. Eliminate Iron Man and Thor, and bring about the world's destruction. Note: choosing this task route will result in the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver receiving corresponding tasks that diverge from yours. 2. Eliminate the meddling bystanders and return to justice. Chapter 30. The Dilemma of Heroes and Villains. Red Witch, you must have attempted to persuade Dr. Helen to halt my consciousness upload, just as in the original film narrative, Chu Jin remarked, shrugging slightly. The Red Witch beside him felt a twinge of guilt. And even Quicksilver appeared somewhat anxious. Indeed, the Red Witch had made such an attempt, unaware that this Dr. Helen was not the original. She had been altered by Chu Jun using Terminator technology. She had received a side mission to disrupt Ultron's process of uploading himself into the regeneration cradle, and she had endeavored to fulfill it. Yet, it bore no fruit. For reasons unknown, she began to struggle to perceive Dr. Helen's thoughts. Even when Dr. Helen cast a glance in her direction, she failed to recognize that the other was no longer a true human. Do you find it amusing to portray characters of different genders? Chu Jin inquired. It seemed a casual question, yet it struck a nerve with the novice players. Most performers found it challenging to adapt to roles that diverge significantly from their own identities. It's quite uncomfortable not to use the restroom, and sleeping is difficult. The Red Witch replied. Yet at times, you give me the impression of relishing it. Chu Jun prodded further. No, I do not, the Red Witch blushed. Very well. I shall refrain from teasing you. Now, I wish to pose a serious question to you both. Go ahead. Quicksilver and the Red Witch exchanged glances. In the third stage, do you wish to align as heroes or villains? I shall allow you to choose first. Chu Jun revealed a dangerous smile. Should Chu Jun opt to remain a villain, the two would be compelled to join the protagonist. However, a dilemma arose. Several key Avengers from the Battle of Seoul had perished due to Hunter's interference, leaving the Red Witch and Quicksilver uncertain about their future tasks. They gazed at Chu Jun, perceiving him as a devil in that moment. We choose to side with you, Quicksilver declared, raising his hand swiftly. The Red Witch hesitated. Why choose my side? Chu Jun inquired. I believe we can certainly achieve ultimate victory, and it matters not which side we take, Quicksilver asserted, though inwardly he harbored different thoughts. He considered that, according to the official plot, his character would eventually perish in this scripted world. Being virtuous offered little promise. He was merely here to fulfill tasks, and whichever side facilitated, that was where he would align. Clearly, it was this robot, the one who called itself Ultron. When he first encountered it, it resembled mere scrap metal, and he was unsure of what resources had allowed it to become the Terminator. Even the second phase of the villainous Ultron's faction mission had been completed by him. This was a powerful ally. Following a strong figure could only lead to success. Very well, I shall join your side, regardless of your choice, the Red Witch declared resolutely. There is strength in numbers. Moreover, the plot has long since veered beyond its original trajectory, and to continue along this path would be tantamount to courting demise. Very well. Allow me to share my perspective. Let us endure for a while longer and observe which of our adversaries, the Hunters or the Avengers, will first succumb to defeat, remarked Chu Jun with a sly grin. Chu Jun is no fool. He is neither Ultron nor Vision. Ultron commands an entire army of steel as his backing, while Vision possesses the Mind Stone, the might of Thor's lightning, and the support of Jarvis. Chu Jun, however, lacks both advantages. He faces two formidable opponents, both of whom have lost crucial personnel in the realm of internet intelligence warfare and are currently unable to ascertain his whereabouts. Moreover, they are preoccupied with their own matters. We shall strike like venomous serpents. We shall assist the weaker party, but in the end, victory will belong to us, proposed Chu Jun. I concur with this proposal. I accept, expressed both Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch in agreement. Master, the television is broadcasting news. There may be something of interest to you, Doctor. Helen announced as she entered with a tablet. Let me see, Chu Jun replied. Indeed, the television was airing news, specifically regarding the Ironblood Hunters, led by Shi Tianqi, who had seized control of Sokovia. The Ironblood Hunters had failed to accomplish their objectives swiftly and had suffered losses in their protracted struggles. The Hammer team had been annihilated by Iron Man's sudden assault. Enraged, Shirtanshi began to consolidate his hold over Sokovia, employing the seized technology of the Steel Legion to fabricate a multitude of armored suits, thereby declaring his dominion over the nation. What is he doing? Quicksilver inquired. In the original narrative, such actions were characteristic of Ultron. By deliberately assuming the role of a villain, he seeks to draw everyone's attention back to his position on the battlefield. So, is this essentially a declaration of war? Quicksilver pressed further. One could say that. It appears we have a target for battle, replied Chujun. Meanwhile, the protagonists within the Avengers camp united, preparing to accept the challenge. They had come to a profound realization of two critical truths. First, the Ironblood Hunters were merely a secondary team, their overall strength far less formidable than imagined. Second, the heroes on the protagonist's side were not mere characters from trivial tales, they were bona fide superheroes of the Avengers, each supported by their own well-developed narratives. And each had received substantial enhancements. The protagonists possessed sufficient strength to confront the Hunters. Upon receiving this information, Chujun decided to join the fray. In this battle, both sides would be fully mobilized against Shirtanshi, who had intentionally donned the guise of a grand antagonist. Shirtanshi stood atop the heights of Sokovia, flanked by two aerial carriers. He gazed down upon the land, exuding an air of undeniable authority. Clad in Hulkbuster armor, Iron Man, along with the empowered Thor, Falcon, War Machine, and Hill piloting a Quinjet, arrived at the battlefield that Shirtanshi had meticulously prepared. Nick Fury's remaining aircraft carriers also arrived at the scene to participate in the battle, albeit their involvement was limited to support roles without deep engagement in the plot. The confrontation was grandiose, yet the U.S. military could not intervene, leaving the operation to the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, on the side of Shirtanshi, they successfully set a trap that provoked the Avengers' attack and retaliation. However, they had long been prepared with ample resources and personnel to match the battlefield. Thousands of ironclad troops stood vigil around the Iron Blood Hunters' aircraft carriers, ready for action. Subsequently, amidst a night illuminated by bursts of fire, both sides launched a full-scale assault. The battle raged on for an extended period, with both factions fighting fiercely until a third party intervened. A legion of robots advanced steadily from the ground, their metallic sheen glistening strikingly in the night's fiery glow. Thor, what do you see down there? Iron Man, having replaced 3 sets of anti-Hulk components, suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the ground. It looks like a Terminator. The actor portraying Thor exclaimed, why are Terminators here? What has transpired? Iron Man queried incredulously. A horde of Terminators emerged from the ground, brandishing advanced beam weapons, launching a fierce assault on the Hunter army atop the hill in a formation reminiscent of ancient Roman legions. Chapter 31. Nuclear Obliteration from a Distant Vantage Point. Chujun observed the battlefield through surveillance satellites, his heart racing with excitement. At that moment, he was situated within a vast factory, the immense production line roaring to life. He glanced at the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver behind him, urging them to expedite the factory's operations. In recent days, Chujun had invested a considerable sum to acquire several factories. In this scripted world, amassing wealth was a straightforward endeavor for him. With the capabilities of Genesis and Ultron, he could infiltrate the most clandestine networks, siphoning funds from anyone's account. In the narrative, Ultron had previously employed this ability during transactions with arms dealers from Wakanda. For the first time, Chujun experienced the sensation of being a villain, particularly a wealthy one, relishing the sight of others' expressions shifting from anger to obsequiousness as he paid their bank accounts. After all, such generous patrons are rare in the world. Following the acquisition of the factories, Chujun busied himself with establishing a production line for creating Terminators. Dr. Helen and several other 800 series Terminators were on hand to assist him in constructing a much larger system than the one he had in Sokovia. Chujun harbored his own ambitions to transform the battlefield into an arena of explosions, pursuing ultimate firepower. This was his preparation for the final confrontation. Fear of insufficient firepower drove him. As long as they became the mightiest force on the battlefield, he would bring any opponent to their knees. Chujun meticulously managed the entire production line, continually producing Terminators and deploying them into the fray. 800 units were systematically transported from one end of the production line to the other, where the workers were busily engaged in their tasks. Initially, the labor was undertaken by Chujun, the Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, and Dr. Helen, but soon it was entrusted to the newly produced Terminators. Chujun then redirected his efforts towards assembling an army of Terminators to be deployed to the front lines, commanding the entirety of battlefield data and information. Chujun felt as though he were immersed in a prolonged gaming experience. While overseeing production, effectively the creation of soldiers, he simultaneously managed the frontline skirmishes, akin to executing intricate maneuvers. This remarkable interplay of perception significantly enhanced Chujun's computational capabilities, akin to that of 5,000 Ultron units. I can't shake the feeling that I'm at a corporate job. Quicksilver remarked, inspecting the factory's operational status. Under Chujin's direction, he toiled for 16 hours each day along the assembly line, leveraging his super speed to maximize the line's efficiency. Chujin had pushed Quicksilver to his limits. I share that sentiment, Chujin replied. After all, your tasks are all assigned by me. I have to keep an eye on you to prevent any slacking. You don't consider how many times I've caught you in the restroom. Perhaps this is the sensation of being a puppet master, the Scarlet Witch suggested, calling up live battlefield footage. Her role was to provide support to the Terminators on the battlefield, as the live feed of such chaotic combat scenes invariably experienced delays, an endeavor Quicksilver could not manage effectively. You're more of a capitalist than the capitalists themselves, Quicksilver quipped. Did I grant you permission to rest? Chujin retorted. Having completed today's tasks, I wish to take a 10-minute break, Quicksilver lamented. The battle raged on, littered with discarded steel debris, smoke swirling thickly, mingled with blood and fire. The unfolding scenes in the video quickly captivated Quicksilver's attention. This has been going on for 3 days and nights without pause. These people are incredibly resilient, he scoffed. They don't stop, and neither can we. They have already suffered heavy losses. With a little more effort, we can produce more Terminators to eliminate them, Chujin asserted. Boss. Are you serious? This is even more extreme than the 996 work culture. You are not human. You're like a 007. We cannot endure this. I need to rest. I haven't slept in a day, Quicksilver complained, rubbing his forehead, feeling a slight fever. Observing the two as they grumbled and drifted off to sleep. Chujin remained steadfast, diligently calculating battlefield conditions, assisting with analysis, and managing all production lines to generate even more Terminators. It was Chujin who remained online 24 hours a day. Terminators never rest. In the video, Shi Tianqi's figure loomed large, towering several stories high. As he delivered a crushing blow to the battling Thor, then executed a kick that sent a multitude of Terminators sprawling. The iron-blooded hunter squad had reached its limits. Their steel legion was nearly depleted. Shi Tianqi was forced to unleash his ultimate technique. This guy has transformed into a superhuman, the Scarlet Witch exclaimed. It becomes clear now. No wonder the iron-blooded hunter squad has never known fear, Quicksilver remarked. Comrades, we have been blinded by our own narrow thinking, fixated on producing the 800 units, and have become overly reliant on a single approach, Chujin suddenly realized. What did you say? Both of them inquired simultaneously. My mistake. We should never have manufactured so many Terminators from the outset. We ought to have deployed nuclear weapons directly, Chujin stated. Isn't that obvious? Had we utilized nuclear arms, we would have triumphed long ago, the Scarlet Witch retorted. No, I lack the time to conduct a comprehensive network search. I cannot locate the nuclear weapons. And the launch codes are constantly changing, making it impossible for us to seize them, Chujin explained. The necessity of establishing a factory, executing on-site maneuvers, managing the workers, and simultaneously maintaining computational power for network upkeep began to stretch his energy thin. Every force has its limits. So what now? The Scarlet Witch asked. The good news is, I have already seized control of the nuclear weapons and am prepared to launch. I wanted to surprise you. After all, I am the true villain. Chujin revealed with a chilling smile. The two felt a shiver run down their spines, for at that moment, Chujin had already initiated the missile launch. To prevent them from intervening, he informed his teammates only after the launch sequence was complete. The video feed displayed clear signs of interference, as the being known as the Iron Man had successfully subdued all members of the Avengers. Subsequently, a visibly glowing projectile descended from the sky. Not just one, but dozens of nuclear warheads rained down upon the location of Iron Man. In a voice filled with defiance, the Iron Man incarnation, Shi Tianqi, exclaimed, No. He raised his hand in an attempt to shield himself, only to discover that it was ensnared by an unexpected multitude of Terminator 800 units. Various damaged and intact 800 Terminators clung to his hands and feet, restraining his movements. Shi Tianqi had intended to swat away the nuclear warheads with a mere gesture. But that moment would never arrive. The actor portraying Iron Man lay at the foot of the mountain, gazing at the radiant light, his cracked helmet revealing a face adorned with a hint of a smile. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not allow Shi Tianqi to emerge victorious. He slowly rose, discarding unnecessary parts, and charged towards the Iron Man incarnation while clutching a nuclear warhead midair. The game concluded. The villain emerged triumphant. Wow, the Scarlet Witch exclaimed in astonishment. I never anticipated we would achieve ultimate victory. Suddenly, it feels worthwhile to have worked tirelessly these past few days, Quicksilver cried out in excitement. I share your sentiments. My friends, it is an honor to be a pivotal part of this villainous comeback, and I hope we will have further opportunities to vanquish these arrogant disruptors together. Chujin declared earnestly as the mist gradually enveloped the three of them. In this round, without Chujin, there would have been no contest. Chapter 32, The Ultimate Creation Role-Playing Assignment, Villain, Ultron. Mission Objective, achieved. Main storyline tasks and independent character objectives have been accomplished. Method of role-playing task completion. personally orchestrating an evolutionary catastrophe. Role-playing task reward. Level. Bronze tier evaluation. In a situation where victory seemed unattainable, you remarkably unified your thoughts, lurking in the shadows to fulfill the ultimate task, while simultaneously vanquishing both the protagonist team and the bystanders. You are indeed the true antagonist, Ultron. Role-playing phase reward. 600 roleplay coins. This battle evidently left Chu Jun somewhat fatigued. To embody Ultron, he exerted considerable effort. Fortunately, the rewards were sufficiently generous. The reward of 600 roleplay coins was rather special. Upon closer inspection of the accompanying description, it revealed that the first 2 faction tasks were executed exceptionally well, effectively portraying Ultron's cunning and arrogance, managing to survive and grow stronger in the most perilous moments, which merited a unique reward due to the role-playing method employed. In the role-playing game, both combat-oriented and specialized players easily find their niches, thereby reaping substantial rewards. Disguisers and orators, on the other hand, rely on actions befitting their roles and persuasive speeches to garner unique rewards during the role-playing phase. A typical scripted game comprises approximately 4 phases. Upon completing each phase satisfactorily, one can earn around 300 roleplay coins, which serves as a special benefit for role-oriented and oratorical players. With roleplay coins in hand, one qualifies to purchase certain special assistance items, such as the ubiquitous assistance cards. This evaluation remains at level, and before Chu Jun, yet another display box emerged, revealing not only a reward of 1,000 game coins, but also once again showcasing a selection of 3 rewards to choose from. Reward 1. Ultron, character card. Allowing you to transform into Ultron and acquire abilities related to him, commanding an Iron Legion to fight on your behalf. Upon use, it additionally enhances your combat attributes by 3 points and specialization attributes by 2 points. This card is a legendary card, obtainable only when task rewards are rated as such, granting the role player eligibility for this card. Reward 2. Aerospace Mothership Raid, event card. Enabling you to temporarily summon a heavily armed aerospace mothership for operational support in any scripted world. This card is also a legendary card, accessible only when task rewards are rated as such, granting the role player eligibility for this card. Reward 3. Veronica, equipment. Allowing you to deploy a Veronica-type anti-Hulk armor within the scripted world. With this armor, you can vanquish the majority of foes. Equipping Veronica bestows an enhancement of 5 combat attributes. However, if you lack the knowledge to manufacture battle armor, you will be unable to utilize certain functionalities of Veronica upon losing parts. 3 reward options present themselves. Ultron is a character card, representing the villainous role that Chu Jun embodies. The Aerospace Mothership is an event card, boasting formidable combat prowess, and can even be deployed as a disruptive force in critical situations. Although there are vehicle-type item cards for the Aerospace Mothership, drawing an event card differs from acquiring a standard item. It requires no maintenance and can be summoned directly with a simple invocation. Veronica, on the other hand, represents the anti-Hulk armor, and Chu Jun harbored a strong desire to acquire a set of such armor. As the battle intensified, the necessity for heightened offensive and defensive capabilities became ever more pressing, making the anti-Hulk armor a commendable choice. However, Chu Jun had previously confided in Brother Hai, expressing his hope that he would keep an eye out for matches. Thus, when it came time to make a selection, he hesitated momentarily before ultimately choosing the Ultron character card. For reasons unknown, he harbored a peculiar feeling that embodying a formidable villain he had once played might prove immensely beneficial. Upon acquiring the Ultron character card, Chu Jun was momentarily taken aback. A notification box appeared before him, distinct from any he had encountered before. Equipped flash card. Terminator 5000 has detected a new character card. This card belongs to the Cyber series and is capable of executing the Devour command. Would you like to devour the Ultron character card? Yes. Chu Jun was astonished. The flash card possessed such an extraordinary trait. It seemed his choice had indeed been prudent. Suddenly, he recalled that character card of Chilean S. Had he opted for her, would the 5000 have been able to devour it and thus grow stronger? If that were the case, Chu Jun would have suffered a loss of 1 billion. He chose to confirm. The 5000 flash card devoured the Ultron character card. The 5000 flash card underwent evolution, and he was prompted to assign a new name to the card he had created. This was indeed a novel experience for Chu Jun. Given that it was the Terminator 5000 Genesis combined with Ultron, he decided to name it Ultimate Genesis. The name for the new card was established. Then, with a brilliant flash of light, the resplendent flash card consumed and merged with the Ultron character card, resulting in an entirely new card that fell into Chu Jun's hands. Ultimate Genesis, character card. This card is a fusion of the Terminator 5000 and Ultron, representing the pinnacle of cybernetic life forms, merging biological and mechanical entities. When equipped, it grants an additional 3 points to combat attributes, 3 points to disguise attributes, and 9 points to specialized attributes enhancement. Special Ability 1. Force Transformation Terminator. Within a single narrative world, it allows the forcible transformation of a biological or mechanical target into a Terminator under your command once. Special Ability 2. Iron Legion, Ultron. Within a single narrative world, it permits the summoning of the Iron Legion, which will obey your commands completely. This card is a legendary level flash card and can be equipped permanently. Chu Jun was elated. Powerful, truly powerful. Satisfied, genuinely satisfied. Although the summoned Iron Legion might lack in combat prowess, it could certainly handle numerous menial tasks, rivaling a fully armed aerospace carrier, marking a significant gain for him. At that moment, Chu Jin found himself unconcerned with the anti-Hulk armor. The achievement system notification chimed once more, and everything he heard was melodious to his ears. Achievement. All members of the villain faction have survived. Achievement accomplished. Achievement. Mastermind. Achievement accomplished. Achievement. Triggered a world-class disaster. Achievement accomplished. This time, he completed 3 achievements, earning 300 roleplay coins and 1 opportunity for a prize draw. The results of the draw were quite favorable, yielding a rare weapon. Dragon Tooth Sword, a treasure hailing from the celestial palace of Asgard. This weapon is crafted from the teeth of a mighty dragon, imbued with the power of high sorcery. Capable of piercing any formidable shield. Generally speaking, encountering fragments in a lottery tends to result in loss, even if one were to draw several fragments at once. They possess minimal monetary value. 10 fragments are required to forge a single skill, and their utility depends on one's personal needs, if deemed unnecessary. They yield adverse effects in the real world, which can be quite distressing. Up until now, Chu Jin had scarcely utilized the shape-shifting ability of the mutant, feeling inadvertently constrained in the misty realm of reality. However, should one manage to acquire an item, it would be a windfall. Why is this so? The answer is simple. Items are consumables. According to information overheard in the square, items serve a variety of purposes, the least valuable being their sale for currency. The higher-tier uses involve transporting them to the corresponding world to engage with the relevant characters for triggering side quests, thereby betting on more substantial rewards. Alternatively, they may be employed directly. Chapter 33. Blue Moon Cathedral. As the mist dissipated once more, the 3 found themselves together in the host's chamber. Following the bronze round, only victors could be teleported to the host's room post-battle, offering a brief respite and the opportunity for victors to socialize, a form of welfare, while others were sent elsewhere. This was my first victory so comfortably enjoyed. The bespectacled man clasped his hands and let out a contented sigh. The former host cast a glance at him, recalling his role as the Scarlet Witch in the scripted world, sending a shiver down his spine. Why are you looking at me like that? The bespectacled man inquired. Could you refrain from being so effeminate? The former host retorted. Am I? Look at you. It's rather disgusting. By the way, where did Brother Ultron go? While the two were exchanging playful banter, Chu Jin had silently slipped out of the room and made his way to the square, possessing 2750 acting coins. Chu Jin resolved to earnestly seek out some skill fragments, aiming to eliminate the negative effects associated with several skills this time around. At that moment, a building on one side of Dilemma Square slowly unveiled itself. The Blue Moon Cathedral, under the glow of the blue moon, revealed its Gothic architectural style. No longer shrouded in mist. Before the mist lifted, these edifices could only be glimpsed through a hazy veil. However, once unveiled, one could enter and utilize their functions. Chu Jin stepped into the Blue Moon Cathedral. At present, 2 moons hung in the sky, the blue moon and the red moon. According to the words of his companions, including Hood and Lin Xiao, this was an exclusive venue accessible only to those of bronze rank and above, opening solely under the illumination of the blue moon. The building corresponding to the red moon lay on the opposite side, yet it remained closed for the time being. The primary function of the Blue Moon Cathedral was to serve as a place of purification and baptism. If anyone felt remorse for the bloodshed in the scripted world, they could seek absolution from the priests within. Chu Jin held little regard for such confessions, viewing sin as sin. Could absolution truly cleanse it? This contrivance invented by Westerners appeared profoundly hypocritical. Furthermore, should one possess various items tainted with the scent of blood, purification can be sought here. Each fragment necessitates a fee of 50 tokens, while smaller items require 100 tokens, with larger items incurring costs that vary according to the specifics. Additionally, a plethora of potions and recipes can be acquired here. The purification potion bestowed upon Chu Jin by Lin Xiao falls into this category. In the prior world of the Age of Ultron, members of the Avengers frequently resorted to such potions to restore their combat prowess in preparation for further battles. Although numerous potions were available, Chu Jin refrained from purchasing any, recalling that Lin Xiao's team included a dedicated alchemist. He merely intended to observe the effects of each potion, contemplating whether he might later persuade Lin Xiao to part with some for free. Memorizing the functions of the various potions, he exhaled in relief. These potions are not to be consumed indiscriminately, as typically only a sip or an entire bottle is permissible. Once a bottle is depleted, a cooldown period ensues. necessitating patience before further consumption. As Chujin was about to exit the Blue Moon Cathedral, he noticed a hooded figure striding in, accompanied by two others. "Ah, isn't this our regular customer? What brings you here for purification?" The hooded man remarked, his eyes glinting as they fell upon Chujin. "It's you. What brings you here?" Chujin scrutinized the hooded figure and his companions. The other two individuals were familiar, seemingly involved in the same line of work as the hooded man, responsible for peddling bloodied items. "Hey, didn't you notice the sign atop the cathedral?" "This place is under our operation," the hooded man replied. "Operation?" Chujin was taken aback. "This building can be operated? How intriguing. Every team can rent a building for operations. Those managing the building will reap numerous benefits. Our Passerby Alliance enjoys preferential treatment for purification services here compared to you," the hooded man stated with a sly grin. "I see. So you can customize the pricing for purification services?" Chujin inquired. At this moment, Chujin comprehended the full scope of the Passerby Alliance, which not only orchestrated the slaughter of role-players but also sold the spoils in the market, effectively controlling the purification prices of bloodied items throughout the market. It was a comprehensive industrial chain, profiting in an unscrupulous manner. "Not necessarily. But we can limit the number of items purified each day, with any excess falling into our hands," the hooded man continued. "Do not disclose this to outsiders." One of the hooded man's companions suddenly frowned. All right. I primarily wish to market some items to him," the hooded man said to his associate. He then turned to Chujin and remarked, "You mentioned previously that you sought additional biological and cybernetic skill fragments. Is that true? Surely you have numerous individuals to assist with consumption?" It appeared the hooded man mistakenly believed that Chujin intended to distribute the fragments he had acquired among others for assistance in consumption. This was not a secret. One could easily recruit several alternate account players to help consume a few bloody fragments daily, compensating them for their efforts. With a well-established network, this could be achieved with relative ease. Brother High operates in this manner, in the real world. He is a banker who casually allows his employees to register and engage in games, subsequently compelling them to assist him in offloading his possessions, thereby ensuring that what he retains is devoid of any taint. This is how Brother High guarantees the quality of the items he sells. Chu truly wishes to clarify that the hooded man has misunderstood him. With a chuckle, he remarked, "I still desire items that are free of any sanguinary essence." The hooded man exchanged a glance with his two companions, a smug smile emerging as he gestured for Chu to sit beside him. "Certainly, these are my two companions. Each possessing some goods, let us converse together." "What do you have?" inquired Chu. "That depends on what you seek. Are you interested in biological or cybernetic items?" asked the hooded man. Chu nodded in assent. At that moment, one of the hooded man's companions, a man adorned with a cap, enthusiastically inquired, "Would you like skill cards? I have plenty for you to choose from. There are also character cards." The other companion, a man in sunglasses who had previously scolded the hooded man, added, "It seems these three individuals offer distinct wares, each with their own unique attributes. It appears there should be another seller of items, who, unfortunately, is absent today." "What? Cards can be traded too?" Chu was taken aback. There are primarily 4 types of cards: character cards, skill cards, item cards, and event cards. Chu had yet to encounter many skill cards, but all the cards appeared to be non-tradable. Items, however, could be traded and used, proving to be more convenient than item cards. Generally, standard cards cannot be traded, yet those infused with sanguinary essence might be an exception. However, such cards are troublesome, as once acquired, it takes more than a day or two to dissipate the bloodthirsty aura, the hooded man explained, signaling for his companions to refrain from interjecting, as this patron was one he had cultivated. "How so?" "The cards are essentially system certified, thus making them rather special," the hooded man concluded. "I understand," Chu nodded. Chapter 34. The trade of cards. As for how to manufacture sanguinary cards, that remains a commercial secret we cannot disclose. However, since we have conducted business before, I shall be candid with you. If you acquire our sanguinary cards, after returning home, wait approximately a week, and most likely, the sanguinary essence will have diminished by then. Allowing for safe usage, the hooded man stated. "All right," Chu responded, withholding the fact that he possessed a unique method for absorbing sanguinary essence. Recently, the supply had been somewhat lacking. He felt embarrassed. The hooded man then prompted his two companions to reveal their collections. Upon inspection, Chu noted that the offerings were indeed limited. In addition to various fragments held by the hooded man, he primarily prepared biological and cybernetic skill fragments for Chu, while the men in sunglasses and the cap possessed only 3 or 4 cards each. Character cards: Viper, the Wolverine 2, Lizard Man, the Amazing Spider-Man, Alien, Alien Series, Bug-Eyed Alien, Men in Black. Skill cards: Wing Chun, Ip Man, Hunting Instinct, Predator, Underwater Breathing, Aquaman, Cyber Transformation, Transformers. Each character card costs 300 role-playing coins, while skill cards are priced at 200. Why are character cards more expensive? Chujin inquired. Did you know that character cards can be upgraded? The sunglasses man retorted. I do, Chujin nodded. The sunglasses man was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed that this secret was not widely known. In addition to consuming special storyline items for upgrades, character cards can also be fed other character cards to enhance their abilities. The type of character card you feed determines the abilities you gain, and if the abilities are somewhat compatible, the growth efficiency is maximized, the sunglasses man elucidated. Users can equip only one character card at a time, but character cards are consumables. Once used, they are gone unless upgraded to legendary status. Even then, after usage, they still incur fatigue and require feeding to reactivate. Skill cards operate similarly. They can also be fed character cards and are slightly less expensive. The duckbill cap guy, fearing that the sunglasses man would snatch away business, quickly interjected. The sunglasses man shot him a glare and continued. Character cards yield better results when used as feeding materials. Moreover, they can compel you to select a corresponding faction upon entering specific storylines, preventing certain individuals from being forcibly assigned to factions they wish to avoid. Chujin nodded and remarked, your prices are rather steep. Could you offer a discount? In a single storyline, one can equip at most one character card. While holding a maximum of 4 skill cards, buying more would be excessive. We can't lower the price. This is our cost. The sunglasses man and duckbill cap guy exchanged glances. With this setup, I might as well purchase skill fragments from the duckbill cap guy to craft skill cards myself. That seems more economical, Chujin suggested. A skill fragment from the duckbill cap guy costs only 20, and piecing together a few would also yield approximately 200 for a skill card, with the possibility of striking lucky with a superior skill. How about this? You buy 1 card, and I'll return you 20. The duckbill cap guy offered through gritted teeth. I'll return 30, the sunglasses man countered. That's a 10% discount, Chujin calculated. Let us make a deal. I'll take all your cards if you can lower the price further, he proposed. The duckbill cap guy and the sunglasses man widened their eyes in disbelief, exchanging incredulous looks. Seemingly reaching a mutual decision, they replied in unison, 80%. That's the lowest we can go. Unsatisfied with the price, Chujin glanced at the duckbill cap guy, who chuckled. In that case, I'll also offer you 80%. Whenever you come back, if your total purchase exceeds 1,000, we'll honor that rate. Seeing that these men were resolute about their 8% discount, Chujin conceded. All right. After all, they need to make a living. We shall proceed with this for now. In the end, Chujin acquired 37 fragments of biological system skills, 30 fragments of cyber skills, and subsequently purchased 4 character and skill cards. The total expenditure amounted to 2672, with 2 leftover units rounded off. When the mission commenced, Chujin possessed 2,750 role-playing coins, but now only 80 remained. This considerable expenditure left Chujin uncertain of its worth. The trio of sellers, witnessing the substantial quantity of goods purchased by Chujin, exhaled in relief, their faces lighting up with joy as they divulged numerous secrets, a gift accompanying the transaction. Subsequently, Chujin arrived at the square, where Haigu was still engaged in selling goods. Upon spotting Chujin, Haigu suddenly recalled, scratching his head and saying, my young brother, I apologize. But the mech you requested has just been sold. No worries, Chujin replied with a smile. Having learned of Haigu's true identity in the real world, Chujin felt an urge to exchange some currency from the Misty Realm for a bit of fun. However, he quickly suppressed this impulse, reluctant to disclose his personal information to someone he had only recently met. Haigu, I have a weapon here. Do you think it might be useful? Chujin inquired, producing the recently acquired Dragon Tooth Sword. The Dragon Tooth Sword? A weapon from the Celestial Palace. If you venture into the Thor script, it would certainly come in handy. I can offer you 600 role-playing coins for it. How does that sound? Haigu assessed. That would be great. Thank you, Haigu. Chujin thought about fostering a good relationship with him and refrained from bargaining, selling it outright. The transaction concluded with 600 role-playing coins credited to his account, somewhat replenishing his losses. Haigu, how is the mech market currently? Chujin asked after completing the trade. It depends on your needs, Haigu replied, toying with the newly acquired Dragon Tooth Sword. What do you mean? Mechs are primarily categorized into 2 types, small and large. The smaller ones resemble Iron Man, though Iron Man's mech is rather unique. You just need to know that they are humanoid in size, typically around 1,600 coins. As for the larger ones, like the Dangerous Wanderer, which stands at 80 meters tall, they are priced close to 3,000 coins, subject to market fluctuations, Haigu explained, in good spirits. What about the Hulkbuster armor? Chujin inquired further. As I mentioned, Iron Man is quite special. The Hulkbuster requires multiple layers of assembly, generally priced over 2,000 coins. But currently, it's in high demand with limited supply. Are you interested? Haigu suddenly became animated. No, I just experienced a world where a Hulkbuster appeared, but unfortunately, I didn't acquire it, Chujin replied, a tinge of regret in his voice. Had he known a Hulkbuster could sell for over 2,000, he would have seized the opportunity immediately. You just traversed through the Avengers script, didn't you? To have a Hulkbuster drop, you'd need at least a level A rating, and that S contingent on luck. If an item card drops, it cannot be traded. Young brother, you have good fortune. But perhaps not the best judgment. You didn't take that dragon tooth sword, did you? Hyga shook his head in disappointment. Shujin chuckled softly. If not for obtaining Ultron's card, he would not have realized that flash cards could continuously merge and upgrade. Despite the loss from the transaction, he gained much more. Young brother, if you manage to acquire any good items, remember to bring them to me for sale. You can see my prices, they are fair. Hygo advised as Shujin prepared to leave. Shujin said nothing further and returned to the misty reality, preparing to assess his gains. Chapter 35, Super Riot. Upon returning to the misty realm, Shujin activated his cultivation technique, drawing in the sanguine essence from the fragments. The hooded man had mentioned that digesting bloody cards was rather troublesome, typically requiring a week's time. However, utilizing his breathing technique, Shujin set the gray mist balloon in his dantian into motion, swiftly absorbing the entire bloodthirsty aura. This time, he absorbed a considerable amount, leaving a faint crimson hue upon the gray mist balloon. With 37 biological skill fragments in addition to the 3 he already possessed, he had a total of 40, which was precisely sufficient to enhance his skills to level 4. However, to reach level 5, he would need to use cards for nourishment. Thus, after enhancing his transformation ability to level 5, he retrieved the newly acquired character and skill cards to feed. Unexpectedly, during the absorption of the transformation skill, the character card of Viper from Wolverine 2 emitted a subtle glow, indicating a favorable compatibility with the skill. After directly feeding Viper, he further enhanced it by 2 levels. In total, the skill reached level 4, primarily reducing negative effects by level 4, and with a previous enhancement, it effectively became level 5 and diminishing adverse impacts. With the negative effects cleared, Shujin was immediately gratified. He even gained a unique ability belonging to Viper, Molting. This ability bore resemblance to the effect of shedding one's skin. Transformation 7. You have acquired the shape-shifting ability of Mystique, allowing you to easily alter the color of your skin, voice, and organ positions. This ability elevates your disguise attribute by 2, although you cannot change your size or skeletal structure. Currently, this ability is free from the adverse effects of blue skin. When inflicted with lethal damage, you can shed your skin to become immune to Death's Grasp and return to a normal state. On the other hand, the Super Torso could be fed the Cyber Transformation Transformers skill card, which Shujin enhanced to level 6, eliminating the negative effect of increased weight. Super Torso 6. Your skeletal hardness has been significantly enhanced to resemble that of 800, though it still falls short of true metallic hardness. This skill belongs to the Cyber category, is permanent, and has a combat attribute of 2. Currently, this ability no longer carries the adverse effect of weight increase, allowing you to exert your original torso strength without added heaviness. Lastly, he upgraded the Mecha technique to level 5 and subsequently fed it the Wing Chun Man skill card, which also upgraded to level 6, removing the flaw that prohibited non-mecha bodies from utilizing it. With all these enhancements, Shujin truly felt his strength surge. Mecha Technique 6. You have mastered a combat technique designed to produce offensive effects against armored bodies. When facing cyborgs or armored units, you gain the ability to exploit their weaknesses. This skill belongs to both the Cyber and Combat categories, is permanent, and has a combat attribute of 2. Currently, this ability can also be utilized in a non-mecha body, allowing you to strike 10 foes at once. Subsequently, he began to feed 2 character cards. In the tumultuous realm of chaos, the character card of Riot, after consuming the character card of the Aegir Bugman, regained vitality and subsequently feasted upon the cards of the Lizard Man and the Xenomorph. To his astonishment, the skill card for underwater breathing, associated with Aquaman, ascended to the first level of the enhanced flash card. This revelation filled Shujin with immense joy. Although the costs incurred were considerable, every sacrifice proved worthwhile. Super Riot character card allows you to transform into the formidable symbiotic entity, Riot, acquiring abilities pertinent to this transformation. In the respective narrative worlds, you will experience a notable augmentation of your capabilities, gaining 8 points in combat attributes and 7 points in disguise attributes upon activation. Special Ability 1. Force Symbiosis, Riot, enables you to designate a non-narrative creature for compulsory symbiosis. During this process, you wield complete control over the creature's actions and thoughts, significantly enhancing its regenerative capabilities. Special Ability 2. Hunting Instinct, Predator, endows you with exceptional hunting instincts, ensuring that no prey can elude your tracking prowess. Shujin's statistics are as follows. Registered account. Shujin, Ultimate Genesis, Roleplay Record, 4 times Attribute Points. Total 42 points Combat, 23, 112, Speech, 2 Disguise, 6, 123, Specialization, 11, 29, Roleplay Currency, 660 cards, Super Riot, not activated. Ultimate Genesis, equipped, 3 combat, 3 disguise, 9 specialization, punishment exemption card system. Skills, shapeshifting 7, 2 disguise, super body 6, 2 combat, mecha technique 6, 2 combat. Items, anti-gravity magnet tiles X2, Batman explosive shuriken, Damascus knife, 5 combat. Fragments, weapon system skill fragments X4, card fragments X6. Evaluation, when will you truly commence battle? Come forth and engage in a thrilling confrontation. Glancing at his 42 attribute points, Chu Jun felt a surge of pride. The reflection in the mirror revealed no blue scales. Nor did his body bear any unusual weight. If he so desired, he could subtly alter his facial features and skin tone using his shapeshifting ability. His hands and feet felt as though they were forged from steel, their strength significantly increased. This was the essence of the role-playing game, where post-bronze rank, one could transfer a fraction of their abilities into the real world. Currently, the transference rate stood at 2, though modest, it was nonetheless a beginning. It is vital to recognize that this is the real world. Despite the pervasive mist, it remains tangible. Descending the stairs, Chujin entered a noodle shop, where the owner, as always, stood at the entrance swatting flies with a fly swatter. No one could discern that Chujin, having remained indoors for 2 days, had undergone a profound transformation. "I'll have a bowl of beef noodles," he requested. "Certainly, spicy or mild?" the proprietor inquired. "Medium spice will suffice." After savoring a steaming bowl of noodles, Chujin relished the experience, realizing that no takeout could compare to the joy of dining in a proper noodle shop. He felt as though he had returned to the realm of humanity. Upon finishing his meal and stepping outside, he was suddenly greeted by the sight of a taxi halting in front of his residence. 2 individuals descended from the vehicle with an air of urgency. "Chujin, you must return with me immediately to complete the unfinished project documentation. Even during the festive season, we must work overtime. If the company refuses to pay you triple wages." "I shall," exclaimed Manager Chen, almost rushing to Chujin the moment he laid eyes on him. Chujin, who was not on duty, had been located precisely at the noodle shop after enjoying a bowl of beef noodles. I have no time for this. In the future, do not bother me with the company's trivial matters," Chujin retorted coldly. "Please, Chu, I implore you. Today, there is no one else who can handle this but you." Manager Chen lamented. Beside him stood another young man, his expression grim as if he had consumed 10 pounds of bitter melon. This was Shao Kong, the product manager assigned to take over Chujin's responsibilities. Chujin was yet to gauge Shao Kang's abilities, having previously attempted to guide him in the intricacies of the company. However, Shao Kong, bolstered by the prestige of his previous firm, had sought to usurp Chujin's positions, ultimately betraying the trust that Chujin had initially extended to him. A treacherous wolf. Manager Chen, you have betrayed the company by handing its advantages to others while accepting subpar projects, leaving us, the frontline workers, to suffer the consequences. I have seen through your faade. It may sound commendable that you pay me triple, but in truth, you are merely lining your own pockets. Treating the company as your personal cash cow, Chujin scoffed. You know all this?" Manager Chen's face turned ashen, nearly prompting him to kneel before Chujin. "I not only know, I have known for quite some time. The moment I realized this, the old Chun who struggled alongside me was already dead. Now, only General Chun and Boss Chun remain. I have waited for this moment to leave this wretched company. When the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will surely follow. Enjoy your games. I will not partake any longer," Chujin declared angrily. "Chu, you should take this matter more seriously. Only you can resolve it." Shao Kong ventured closer, attempting to placate him with a smile. "If I had known it would come to this, I would not have bothered initially, Shao Kong. I saw potential in you and tried to impart knowledge. But you have proven yourself lacking in both skill and integrity. When I urged you to exert more effort to complete your tasks, you dared to confront me. Very well. Now that this responsibility falls to you, let's see how you manage. If you possess the capability, prove it," Chujin asserted, shaking off Shao Kang's hand. "Chu, you." Shao Kang's complexion turned pale. "What of it? Leave." Chujin glared fiercely. "If you do not complete this task today, I will confront you." Manager Chen shrieked, lunging forward, while Shao Kong, suddenly drenched in cold sweat, revealed a menacing expression as he closed in. In that moment, Chujin sensed an instinctive understanding. Upon seeing Manager Chen, he immediately discerned the weakness in his stance, and, glancing at Shao Kong, realized that he too was merely a faade. With a swift motion, he redirected Manager Chen's momentum, pushing him towards Shao Kong, who was unsteady on his feet. With a remarkable synergy of his robust physique and mechanized prowess, he incapacitated the 2 individuals, rendering them as helpless as gourd-shaped figures struggling to rise from the ground. Without uttering another word, Chujin ascended the stairs with his hands clasped behind him, retreating to his room. "Chujin, just wait. This isn't over." Old Chen muttered as he rose from the floor, cursing under his breath. "What do we do now, Brother Chen?" Shao Kong lamented from downstairs. A glint of cold fury ignited in Old Chen's eyes. "What do? We serve it cold. He disrespects me, and I shall make him pay. Just wait and see. Meanwhile, as Chu Jun climbed the stairs, his mind began to wander. The earlier blow he delivered to Old Chen had not utilized much force. Yet he felt the fluidity of his skills manifesting, and it was more than mere technique. The enhancement from his skill level 2 had its limitations. It would not suffice against Old Chen and Shao Kahn. Within his dantian, a gray mist-like sphere seemed to swirl as he employed his abilities, enabling him to unleash a potency far surpassing that of skill level 2. Chu Jun began to regard this small orb of gray mist within his dantian with newfound seriousness. After a prolonged absence from practicing this technique due to discomfort in his abdomen, he realized he had almost forgotten it. Reviving this practice would require time. Reflecting on this, Chu Jun decided to meditate right there, gradually slipping into a contemplative state. This meditation extended into the following day. Upon awakening, he felt invigorated, entirely devoid of any fatigue, as though he had enjoyed a restful night's sleep. Never before had he meditated for such an extended period. This vitality was likely due to the recent absorption of a considerable amount of sanguine energy, which had aided in dissipating the long-brewing gray energy within him. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. When Old Chen and Shao Kahn had sought to provoke him the previous day, he had instinctively activated his breathing technique, allowing the energy in his dantian to circulate, which resulted in that remarkable strike that had decisively overwhelmed them. Could it be? Chu Jun resumed the activation of his breathing technique, and the gray mist within his dantian began to flow anew. Seizing this moment, he unexpectedly triggered his ability to alter his appearance, watching as his skin began to morph. There was potential, yet it was insufficient. He needed to harness greater power. Accelerating the circulation within his dantian, he witnessed transformations occurring in both his skin and bones. Minutes later, the reflection in the dressing mirror bore a striking resemblance to Old Chen, albeit with a slightly pudgy visage. Besides the discrepancies in height and overall form, he was clad in his own shirt, yet outwardly, he bore a semblance to Old Chen. This enhancement surpassed the previous skill effect, and by his estimation, it approached 50% of the skill's described capabilities. Chu Jun felt confident that with practice, he could elevate this ability further. Moreover, he had not significantly augmented the transformative characteristics of the shape-shifting ability. He had been preoccupied with allocating skill points to rectify its deficiencies, lest he appear monstrous. With a gentle stroke of his hand, his face gradually reverted to its original, unremarkable visage. Chu Jun focused his mind, clearly. He needed to invest more in skill fragments to enhance his transformative effects in the future. He then continued to experiment, activating his dantian in an attempt to test the effects of the character card, only to find that unlike skills, the character card could not exert its influence in this nebulous reality. Resolute in his decision, Chu Jun resolved to delve deeper into the role-playing game. Role-playing games offer a simplistic social feature akin to forums, allowing communication among players once they reach the bronze rank. Information shared here is ephemeral, vanishing after 3 days, evidently due to specific configurations. Occasionally, strategy posts emerge. At other times, whimsical anecdotes or negative outbursts are shared, with some users lamenting for a few extra moments of life. Life, once lost, cannot be reclaimed. A particular reply swiftly caught Chu Jun's attention, authored by Gerda, the very individual who nearly led Chu Jun to defeat in the Terminator world. Furthermore, a trending message flooded the forum, akin to a boiling cauldron, repeatedly elevating related posts. The Iron Blood Hunter team suffered a crushing defeat in the Avengers 2, with 3 nameless antagonists emerging victorious. If the Iron Blood Hunters fell, one must ponder the strength of their adversaries. I was part of the Avengers in that chaotic battle in Sokovia, where nuclear missiles unexpectedly illuminated the sky. I only recall a blinding flash before losing consciousness. Who ultimately triumphed? I cannot say. All I know is that it was the Terminator. Was that a battlefield reporter in the thread above? Well done. Taking down the Iron Blood team, I had long harbored disdain for them. Let us be real, that was the Iron Blood team, merely their secondary squad, which was bound to falter under the incompetence of Shi Tianqi. Old Shi will likely face confinement for a while. We shan't see him soon. Chuckle. A fervent discussion ensued among forum users, evidently revolving around the Ultron script world that Chu Jun had just experienced. Chapter 37. Iron Armored Steel Fist. After perusing the forum, Chu Jun smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent. This sensation was delightful. Yet, he must not lose himself in it. As a mere bronze rank player, facing Shi Tianqi of the Iron Blood Hunters, he felt he might not prevail. Even with all attributes reaching 42 points, he doubted his chances of victory. Thus, despite possessing formidable combat prowess, Chu Jun refrained from direct confrontation, opting instead for a strategic approach behind the scenes, ultimately resorting to launching nuclear missiles when the battle became dire. Chu Jun estimated that Shi Tianqi's total attributes likely soared to 60 points. After transforming into his alter ego, his stats would be even higher. His suspicions proved accurate. Although Shirtianchi was currently a silver rank, he already possessed the combat capabilities of a gold rank fighter. The Iron Blood Hunter team intentionally suppressed their ranks to engage in challenges, aiming to achieve the highest accolades through collective strength. Regrettably, they arrived with grand ambitions, only to be thwarted by Chu Jun and a cadre of powerful protagonists. The community speculated how the first-tier Iron Blood Hunters would perceive Shirtianchi's team. Chu Jun glanced at the discussions without replying. He then turned his attention to an announcement, presumably from the game's developers. The role-playing game will undergo maintenance and updates in 3 days, expected to last a week, during which access to the script world will be suspended. The update and maintenance persisted for an entire week, and it was the first time Chu Jun had encountered such a situation. Reflecting on the companies from his previous life, they seemed eager to implement online hot updates without pause, operating tirelessly throughout the year with profit as their sole focus. In comparison to the current role-playing game, the games from his past life could be regarded as diligent workers. Nevertheless, it was of little concern, as he could still indulge in the game for 3 more days. Recently, he had been enjoying himself thoroughly, and with some money at hand, he planned to find a way to exchange it once the maintenance concluded. Speaking of which, Lin Xiao had not been in touch for several days. He had left in such haste that Chu Jun was left wondering what had transpired. Without further contemplation, he re-entered the game. This time, 3 scripts were available: Interstellar, I Am Legend, and Real Steel. Interstellar narrated the tale of humanity traversing the cosmos in search of a second home, while I Am Legend depicted a post-apocalyptic zombie scenario. Chu Jun had not watched either film, opting to skip them entirely. I choose Real Steel, Chu Jun declared decisively. His choice was motivated by the regret he felt over the previous experience with Age of Ultron. He had long been haunted by the memory of Iron Man's Hulkbuster armor, Veronica, and Iron Man's ability to forge an army of steel. In that urgent environment, he had devoted himself to managing factories and engaging in combat with Terminators, all while scouring for clues to nuclear missiles and completing the deciphering and launching processes, leaving him no spare capacity for anything else. During the conclusion, he had failed to acquire the Hulkbuster armor in the lottery, missing out on over 2,000 role-playing coins, which would amount to more than 2 million in the Mist world. In a first-tier city, that could suffice for a down payment on a home, while in a third-tier city, one could afford a villa with change to spare. It was for this reason that Chu Jun had suddenly become enamored with mecha manufacturing. Without guns or cannons, they would forge their own mechs. Mechs belonged to the cybernetic genre, and among the 3 scripts, Real Steel depicted an era where robotics technology was advanced, with people frequently engaging in battles using robots in competitions that had reached a global scale, reminiscent of the burgeoning esports scene. In essence, the mecha manufacturing technology of this era was precisely what Chu Jun sought. He licked his lips, determined that this time, his objective would be to master the art of mecha creation. However, the question remained, should he play as the protagonist, the antagonist, or continue as a mere bystander? Upon entering the role-player's host room, he discovered that, including himself, there were only 3 individuals present, a man and a woman. The man appeared stern and rigid, while the woman exuded youthful vibrancy. To his surprise, this session was a team roleplay. For those who arrived early, let us sit down. There is no need to look around, as it is just the 3 of us, with only 3 seats, stated the serious man. What is going on? Chu Jun asked. Bewildered. Have you never experienced it before? This is team roleplay mode, the woman retorted. Not for the first time, Chu Jun replied. Since this is a small team roleplay, I suggest we exchange information. I shall begin. I am Gerda, announced the middle-aged man. Gerda? Chu Jun's pupils suddenly shifted. Do you know me? Gerda glanced at Chu Jun. Having perused your strategy post on the forum, I must commend your writing. Chu Jun nodded slightly, half-truthfully remarking. Your words are quite intriguing. You seem to be concealing something while simultaneously uttering the truth. Have we perhaps been adversaries in some narrative? Gerda scoffed, having discerned Chu Jun's hidden intentions. Chu Jun felt a twist in his heart. This individual was formidable, indeed. It is no wonder he had once ensnared me. Notably, Chu Jun had consistently achieved commendable evaluations in numerous tasks, with the sole exception being the Terminator scenario, where he nearly met his demise right at the outset. All orchestrated by Gerda. You have seen through me. I am Chus, and I have indeed been a victim of your schemes, Chu Jun conceded openly, opting to lay bare his thoughts rather than maintain pretense. I have deceived many, and I do not recall you specifically. However, we were all pursuing our own interests back then. My apologies. Today we are a team, and I hope we can collaborate harmoniously to secure the most lucrative rewards. Gerda replied. His forthrightness almost led Chu Jun to believe he had inadvertently provoked him. I am Hai Lan. It is a pleasure to meet you both. Though I have not encountered you in the narrative before, I hope we can enjoy a fruitful collaboration this time. The woman smiled gently. Brother Gerda, could you perhaps enlighten us about the team role-playing mode? Given your extensive experience in crafting strategies, you would undoubtedly guide us effectively through this task, Hai Lan continued. deftly redirecting the conversation back to their current mission. Chujun recognized her intention and chose to remain silent. Having only played this game for 3 days, he was still quite the novice. Thus, it was fortuitous that the seasoned Gerda was willing to share his insights. Very well, if you are inclined to heed my guidance, I would be delighted to explain how to navigate the team role-playing mode to achieve the highest evaluations. Gerda nodded affirmatively. I am all ears. Chujun understood that Gerda was deliberately addressing him and acknowledged Hailan's consideration towards him with a grateful glance, to which he responded with a warm smile. The so-called team role-playing mode, as Gerda described, is, in essence, the optimal money-making mechanism. Chapter 38. The money-making mechanism. What constitutes a money-making mechanism? Firstly, the team role-playing mode is also referred to as small-scale role-playing or the reward mode. Players encounter this mode with a certain probability after traversing several worlds. Typically devoid of traditional antagonists, players generally form small groups to embark on free-spirited adventures within the narrative world, with the option to role-play or leisurely progress through the storyline. Experiencing diverse realms. While there are indeed main tasks for the team, the difficulty of these tasks is generally manageable, often completable by a single individual, while others may opt for adventurous pursuits within the narrative world. In summary, the conditions of this role-playing world are relatively relaxed. Fundamentally, it is a form of play. Generally, it does not exert the same narrative pressure as scenarios like the Terminator or the Avengers, which possess a compelling sense of urgency in advancing the plot. This script primarily relies not on combat prowess, but rather on the ability to immerse oneself in narrative roles, prompting participants to contemplate how to effectively embody their characters and earn additional in-game currency. I once participated in a team role-playing session based on The Martian, where I, alongside 2 companions, found ourselves stranded on Mars, enduring 4 years of survival. Gerda recounted his past experiences in team roleplay. I also took part in a session themed around the day after tomorrow, where we had to urgently seek shelter before an impending cold wave. The task was perilous. Yet I forged meaningful friendships with several remarkable women. Had it not been for our collective resolve, I might not be here today, shared Hailan. Chujun immediately grasped that the characteristics of team roleplay often involve a uniquely crafted worldview that necessitates collaborative adventures for an enriching experience. For instance, the universe of I Am Legend is distinctly unique, thus it could also be adapted into a team adventure format. In such an adventure, the ensemble would embody protagonists possessing a rare immunity to the zombie virus, striving to survive in a terrifying apocalyptic world that transforms by night. If necessary, I Am Legend could also revert to a traditional format, with protagonists and antagonists clashing in the narrative environment, supplemented by unsuspecting bystanders inadvertently entering this world. In essence, the various modes of role-playing games are designed to cater to diverse user demographics. Those who relish combat can opt for combat-centric modes, while enthusiasts of narrative progression may choose role-playing with dialogue paths. Those who appreciate intricate settings can select specialized routes. Each individual can discover their preferred mode of engagement within the game. Thus, it becomes evident that team role-play modes can also serve as a means of social interaction. Analyzed Chujun. Upon hearing this, both Gerda and Hailan paused in astonishment. Traditional modes possess a pronounced narrative drive, where conflicts are overt and following the storyline leads to intense combat sequences. Conversely, the conflicts in team roleplay are often rooted in humanity's struggle against the formidable forces of nature, necessitating larger teams to confront greater challenges. Cultivating relationships within the team role-play mode is, in essence, a form of social bonding, articulated Chujun. Gerda suddenly lifted his head, scrutinizing Chujun from head to toe. That makes sense. I had never considered it from that perspective, he admitted. You seem rather utilitarian in your approach to life. You must have few friends in reality, remarked Chujun, laughing. She wished to add, I am too, but upon noticing Gerda's slight shudder, she refrained. I also met several of my closest friends through team roleplay. I genuinely enjoy this mode, as everyone here is quite compassionate, Hailan concurred. Compassion, you say? In team roleplay, such compassion arises from the shared pursuit of resources, without effort. One cannot overcome adversity. After completing a team roleplay session and enhancing our gear, we transition directly to traditional modes, wreaking havoc upon opposing factions. Have we turned over a new leaf? Not at all. Humanity's fascination with zombie films does not stem from any genuine animosity towards the undead. Rather, it allows filmmakers to audaciously showcase their prowess by depicting the annihilation of humanoid figures. The desire for ostentation is a fundamental need, whereas compassion is not. Kindness belongs solely to the strong. Were it not for the relatively straightforward nature of team role-playing, where participants can effortlessly accomplish their tasks, compassion would be non-existent. The notion of squandering dwindling resources is utterly absurd. On the surface, Chujun politely acknowledged Hailan's remarks, yet he found himself resonating with Gerda to a certain extent. Since this was their inaugural foray into team role-playing, he decided to indulge the two and relish in the narrative's beauty, considering it a delightful intermission. Esteemed colleagues, the script is about to commence. The team adventure mode necessitates our manual selection, adhering to a majority rule rather than relinquishing control to the host, Gerda reminded. Before them lay several buttons, each promising a choice. This time, there were two modes available, protagonist role or independent role. Which would you prefer to engage in? Gerda inquired. The protagonist mode entailed everyone collaboratively embodying the main team to advance the narrative, while the independent mode allowed participants to collectively decide on roles within the script's universe. Chujin had rarely portrayed a protagonist. Initially inclined to choose the protagonist mode, he ultimately opted to acquiesce to the group's consensus. What about independent role? Hylon asked Gerda. It is more suited for casual players, as it requires no role-playing at all, Gerda replied. I detest role-playing. It imposes numerous restrictions, and occasionally, I am even required to portray a male character, which is quite bothersome. At the mention of assuming a male role, Hyland's cheeks flushed. And you? Gerda turned to Chujin. It matters not to me, Chujin replied. In truth, it held little significance. The young woman had previously spoken on his behalf. So he regarded it as repaying a favor. Excellent, I feel the same way. Let us opt for the independent role mode together. After making their choice, another screen materialized. Esteemed participants, this should be our final selection. Shall we proceed as a united team? Gerda served as an adept narrator. Indeed, it is far more enjoyable to engage collectively. Hylon exclaimed with delight. Although Chujin was tempted to select the solitary option, he ultimately concurred with Hylon's preference. I have no objections. Gerda glanced at Chujin and remarked, choosing teamwork is indeed prudent. After all, the rewards are equally distributed, and collaboration will alleviate much of our preparatory burdens. Understood. You truly excel as a narrator, Chujin mused internally. Chapter 39. The three begin splendid. We shall proceed as a team. I will handle some of the foundational settings. As I possess considerable experience in this area, Gerda stated, a hint of joy illuminating his otherwise stoic countenance. He swiftly commandeered the identity setting functions for each participant, assigning roles and relevant backgrounds within the script's world, seemingly deriving great pleasure from this task. At this moment, Chujin discovered the existence of this feature. The independent role-playing mode is somewhat akin to playing a bystander. If one does not create a bystander character, the team will randomly assign roles to the player. Chujin had previously overlooked this aspect, only now noticing the content of this setting. It is no wonder that the Iron Blood Hunter team has a comprehensive team structure, creating a formidable advantage right from the onset. Chujin realized this now, albeit a bit slow on the uptake. Upon seeing the three roles, Chujin felt discontent. Gerda was to portray Charlie, a robotic boxing operator, essentially the protagonist's role. Hylon would take on the role of Bailey, assisting Gerda, which corresponds to the female lead. As for Chujin, he was to play the boxing robot. Why are you both portraying humans while I am relegated to playing a robot? Chujin inquired with a friendly demeanor. What do you intend to act as? The son character? Gerda responded earnestly. In the original storyline, Charlie has a son, Max, whom he hasn't seen in 10 years, and the narrative centers around their father-son relationship. Aren't we bystanders? Only if I assume the protagonist's role would I have a son character, right? Chujin retorted. What would you like to play then? It would be inappropriate for you to portray a villain since we are a team, Gerda stated. In Gerda's design, the three characters were all robotic boxers like the protagonist Charlie, tasked with traveling to different locales to earn performance fees to cover travel and maintenance costs. How about you designate me as the robot technician? I possess considerable skill in that area, Chujin suggested. That works, but in that case, Hylon may need to assume a different identity. Gerda turned to Hylon. I have no objections. I am not well versed in robotics. You gentlemen might have a better understanding. Hylon smiled at Chujin. Very well, I will assign Hylon as the operations manager of our small team, while you will be our robot maintenance technician. Gerda revised the roles to everyone's satisfaction. As the mist swirled, when the group reopened their eyes, they found themselves in a sunny location with fresh air. This place felt far less tense than the previous worlds, exuding a light and leisurely atmosphere, which greatly uplifted their spirits. The three found themselves inside a large truck container, which served as both a robot repair workshop and a makeshift lounge for the trio, with the front cabin still operational. Where are we? Chujin asked, surveying his surroundings. This is the farm where the protagonist Charlie begins his journey. He had to come here to conduct performance matches for money, Gerda succinctly explained. The results of the performance matches were disastrous, primarily due to Charlie's reckless and careless demeanor, leading to significant losses. There should be a side quest to help Charlie escape from Rick's pursuit. And we also have the opportunity to recover the $20,000 that Charlie lost, Gerda elaborated. His analysis of the tasks was meticulous, often browsing forums to share strategies and insights, allowing him to predict potential tasks within certain scripts effectively. Chujin nodded in agreement with this assessment. What shall we do now? Hylon inquired. You should first observe the current progression of the narrative. I need to make adjustments to our robot. Gerda retrieved the remote control and proceeded to the maintenance room. Proficient in operating combat units such as drones, Gerda's remote control skills are exceptional, making him well-suited for the role of robot operator. Do you require my assistance? Asked Chujin, considering himself the robot technician. You may take a stroll. You seem particularly interested in those robots. You have ample time to play with this one, Gerda replied, noticing his keen observation and meticulous arrangements. Chujin's appraisal of Gerda rose to a new level. Manager, I have arrived, Chujin declared as he alighted from the truck, where Hylon had been waiting. Call me the boss lady, Hylon smiled. Immersed in the scene, Chujin found that his equity share in Gerda's setup was relatively modest, primarily consisting of technical input. Very well, boss lady. I shall defer to your judgment. Chujin followed Hylon into the venue. At that moment, Hylon, with her hair tied in a ponytail and a briefcase in hand, resembled a capable businesswoman. She provided Chujin with a toolbox, making him appear more like a service staff member. Chujin nonchalantly trailed behind her. Meanwhile, the rancher Rick was preparing, selecting a fierce, untamed black bull from the pen to engage in combat with the protagonist, Charlie's robot. Rick, do you remember me? Hylon approached confidently. You are, Rick momentarily faltered. We met in Atlanta when you were seeking collaboration with robots, Hylon stated earnestly. Oh, you're that lady from back then. Do you have robots now? Rick seemed to recollect something. Chujin raised an eyebrow at the side. It appeared that Hylon's persuasive skills were impressively high. Such nonsensical dialogue was forcibly recognized by the system as truth, implanting a memory in the mind of the narrative character akin to a spellbound incantation. I remember you expressing a desire to host a grand robot boxing match on your farm, so I brought our robotic boxer along, Hylon continued. Where's the robot? It can't possibly be this young man, can it? Rick leaned forward, glancing at Chujin, who was holding the toolbox. That jest is hardly amusing, Rick. The robot will take a while longer. I see you have several matches already scheduled. How about adding us to the lineup? Hylon suggested. Oh, absolutely, dear. The more lively the matches, the better. Rick replied enthusiastically. We are not merely here for the competition. That would be too mundane. Why don't we add some stakes? Hylon suddenly interjected. Stakes? How do you propose we do that? Rick inquired, becoming even more intrigued. He organized this robot bullfighting contest primarily to bring robot events from distant cities to the small town while collecting some ticket fees. However, this was insufficient, especially with the performance fees for the participating robot boxers. If it could be transformed into stakes, everything would be much simpler. Chujin observed Hylon's retreating figure, feeling that this woman certainly possessed remarkable skills. With just a few words, she had successfully persuaded the scoundrel Rick within the narrative. Chapter 40. Bargaining 20,000 each time. Our robot prevails, you pay me, and should you triumph, we shall reward you. 20,000? That is rather exorbitant. Not everyone can afford such a sum. And where is your money? Rick inquired. Mr. Rick, a legitimate combat robot boxer costs far more than $20,000. Not to mention the risks we bear during the repair period following a defeat when the robot is unable to compete. Meanwhile, you will merely enjoy a hearty beef dinner. And perhaps the audience will be pleased enough to fetch a good price. You have convinced me, madam. However, my cattle are not limited to mere trifles. I possess far larger specimens. Indeed, the more intense the competition, the better. I would be even more satisfied if your contestant weighs over 2,000 pounds, as it would invigorate the crowd. Deal, my dear. Just wait for the money to arrive, Rick declared, setting off to seek out his finest contender. The outcome remained uncertain. Haba chuckled with satisfaction. Observing the verbal sparring between the two, Chujin felt that Haibai played her role exceptionally well. You truly possess a remarkable talent. Chujin sincerely praised. Life's realities are the greatest teachers, dear maintenance staff. I believe you might be better suited to portray a robot, Haibai jested once more. Chujin chose to remain silent, casting a cold glance. Haibai chuckled softly. I was merely jesting. Chujin nodded, opting for silence as he contemplated a leisurely stroll. After wandering about, he returned just in time to witness Charlie's assault being toppled by the Black Bull. Oh yes. The crowd erupted in cheers. For them. The robot boxers were indeed entertaining, yet the bull from the local farm was their true champion. Charlie desperately sought to inform Rick to halt the match. After all, the assault had not been entirely destroyed and still held potential for repair. What did you say? It's too loud. I can't hear you. Once the match concludes, I will come to collect my money. Ha ha ha, just wait for me, Rick feigned. In that moment, an idea struck Charlie. Driven by impulsive pride, he had wagered against Rick and lost $20,000, not to mention he had already been short on funds. This time, he had forfeited his performance fee along with the damage to the assault. He needed to make a swift exit. Suddenly, Chujin approached, nearly receiving a punch from Charlie in return. Hey, no one leaves unscathed under my fists, Charlie asserted. Your assault hardly qualifies as a combat robot. It hasn't even participated in a rightful match. Battling a bull as a sideshow at the town fair is decidedly unwise. Haha, well said. If I weren't preoccupied, I would certainly deliver another blow to your face. The assault is no mere robot boxer. Its proper designation should be combat robot. Charlie felt a twinge of annoyance. He held a deep respect for robots. What I mean to convey is that I can assist you in enhancing the robot. As you can see, I am essentially a robot technician. However, you seem preoccupied with your own affairs, showing little interest. Nevertheless, should the need arise, feel free to contact me. Chujin remarked as he handed over a business card. Charlie disdainfully accepted the card. He was well versed in robot repairs himself, and thus regarded the sudden appearance of Chu Jun with skepticism, suspecting he might be yet another impoverished con artist, a type he frequently encountered. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he was approached by a lawyer sent by the sisters of two of his ex-girlfriends. Turning around again, Charlie noticed that the individual in the maintenance uniform had already departed. Now it is my turn to shine. Gerda cast a glance towards the recently arrived Chu Jun, gesturing for him to pay attention to the arena. What is the matter with you? Are you truly taking on two bulls at once? Chu Jun exclaimed in astonishment. The manager mentioned that our strength surpasses Charlie's. So we might as well aim high this time, hence the stakes have doubled, Gerda replied, a serious expression gracing his features. Chu Jun scanned the crowd, finally spotting Hai Lan, who was currently stationed by Rick's side, presumably both parties wary of their significant patron fleeing the scene. What a playful young lady, Chu Jun mused. I will manage, Gerda replied, his demeanor reverting to its previous sternness as he gradually maneuvered the robot onto the arena. Then let us give it our all. Chu Jun encouraged. Gerda's robot, which he had named Gundam, strode confidently into the arena, positioning itself before the two bulls. Unconsciously, Chu Jun felt a pang of anxiety for Gundam's longevity. These bulls bore the robust physique reminiscent of the assailants who had previously bested Charlie. So formidable that Chu Jun was immediately reminded of the best cuts of beef. As the first black bull charged forward, Gerda deftly commanded Gundam to leap into the air. The combat robot, having been enhanced by Gerda, exhibited remarkable coordination, perfectly synchronizing with his commands. In a swift motion, Gundam turned and delivered a kick that sent the other charging bull sprawling. Following the sequence of defensive counterattacks, the audience erupted in applause. Even Rick and Hai Lan in the stands began cheering enthusiastically for their robot and the bulls. With each subsequent bull charge, Chu Jun's anxiety for Gerda mounted. Yet, Gerda remained unperturbed, maintaining a poker face as his hands deftly maneuvered the remote control. This skill was truly astonishing. It seemed the result of many years of solitary practice, transforming the two joysticks and 10 buttons of the controller into an elegant dance akin to that of a butterfly. The excitement was about to escalate, Gerda announced. Chu Jun's gaze returned to the arena. Soon, both bulls charged again, this time side by side, intending to corner Gerda with no room for evasion. Even Chu Jun began to regard the situation with caution, yet Gerda remained composed. Unexpectedly, Gundam leapt into the air, simultaneously landing on the backs of both bulls, performing a gesture of homage to the audience. This series of displays elevated the atmosphere to a fever pitch, igniting a frenzy among the spectators. Truly spectacular. The young man clapped his hands vigorously. If I were to lose another 100 pounds, I would likely be able to do the same. A portly man laughed heartily. Uncle, even if you lost 200 pounds, you still wouldn't manage it, a little girl chimed in with laughter. The crowd erupted in various expressions of admiration. Rick finally sensed the precariousness of the situation. He contemplated halting the competition or sabotaging Gerda. Meanwhile, Hai Lan noticed his intentions and shot a glance at Gerda. Understood. Gerda replied nonchalantly, showcasing his hand speed once more. In a dazzling display, Gerda rolled and leaped, causing the heads of two bulls to collide, rendering them both unconscious. Growing up, he had played with remote-controlled cars, later delving into model aircraft, and when drones surged in popularity, he joined the trend. Having previously won multiple national team awards in the Misty world, any remote-controlled toy was no challenge in his hands. Although he had only engaged with the combat robots for a little over an hour, he had already become a true adept. An average fighter would likely succumb to him in mere 3 moves. Victory, Gerda stated calmly. Chapter 41. A significant gain. Gerda's cool demeanor starkly contrasted with the audience's fervor in the ongoing match, as if he were not the victor. Perhaps triumph had become too mundane for him. On the other side, Hai Lan began to press Rick for payment, who made excuses to escape, claiming he needed to collect debts from Charlie. However, while Charlie could evade, Rick could not. The amusement park in this small-town farm belonged to him. Ultimately, he managed to extricate himself by handing Hai Lan $40,000, promising to settle the remaining half next time, but the trio had already lost interest. This was our first substantial sum since arriving in this world, Hai Lan declared, waving a paper bag containing $2,000 in cash, visibly relishing the moment. Indeed, Gerda affirmed with a stoic expression. Good manager, Are you planning to treat us to a sumptuous beef feast? Chushin chuckled. Tonight. Let us indulge in a delightful barbecue together. Hylon exclaimed joyfully. Operating robots demands a significant amount of energy. I require nutritional replenishment, Gerda concurred. Although I did nothing. We are, after all, a team, Chushin chimed in. At that moment, a sudden system notification echoed. Side quest completed. Assist the protagonist and escape. Rewards will be calculated at the conclusion of the script. As expected, Gerda remarked. The three were elated, having earned a tidy sum and the prospect of a grand meal. The one treating was Rick, who could not afford to pay such a large amount all at once. Thus, he treated everyone to a beef barbecue dinner to delay the repayment date as much as possible. You are truly the finest robotic fighters I have ever encountered, Rick complimented. We are not robotic fighters. We are the masters of combat robots, Chushin retorted, mimicking Rick's tone. Hylon felt no offense at Chushin's sudden interjection. Instead, she cast a deliberate glance at him. You fight so exceptionally well. Why not participate in the Iron Combat Championship? Rick voiced his lingering doubts. Chushin and the others exchanged glances. This question is rather difficult to answer. Are we to believe that the three of them, upon their arrival in this world, are unfamiliar with it? Unexpectedly, Rick interjected with an answer. I happen to know of an underground boxing match featuring formidable robots, where the prize money is substantial. Given your impressive abilities, would you be interested in participating? Rick proposed. He believed he had discovered promising contenders and sought to recommend them, hoping to earn a little extra cash, perhaps even recoup some of his losses with their help. At that moment, it was Hyland's turn to speak. As she was the nominal manager of the team, certainly, participating poses no issue, but what is the potential earnings for a single match? Hyland inquired on behalf of the group. Depending on your performance, the baseline earnings can reach $5,000 in a single night. Beyond that, I cannot say. But I have heard of individuals earning as much as $50,000 for one match, Rick replied. $50,000? Hyland feigned experience as she glanced at her companions. All in cash, of course, as this is an underground boxing match. I don't need much. If you can help eliminate my debts, that would suffice, and I would relish witnessing a truly exhilarating match, Rick added. That is acceptable. But the earnings still seem rather meager. Hyland shook her head. How can that be? This is already the most lucrative opportunity in the vicinity. Who wouldn't he be interested in an authentic, thrilling robot boxing match? Rick was taken aback. Not only was Rick astonished, but even Chushin found himself momentarily stunned. $50,000 sounds quite substantial, as long as Chushin refrains from utilizing his 5,000 capabilities to generate funds. It seems he would have to toil for quite some time in this world. Gerda remained expressionless, as was his customary demeanor. Listen closely, Mr. Rick. Allow me to elucidate on how to earn money. Hyland began her performance. As she spoke, she took a bottle of beer and downed it in one go. This woman truly possesses a remarkable capacity for drink, Chushin thought, unable to suppress his astonishment. Your name must be Hyland, correct? Mr. Rick. We have two individuals who can operate the fighting robots. Together with you and me, we can form two separate teams to participate in the robot boxing matches. They are both exceptional talents, and competing in two matches simultaneously poses no issue, Hyland asserted. She referred to Gerda and Chushin. Having two individuals compete appears feasible. But why pursue this course of action? Rick questioned. Hyland cast a proud glance at the two. They are both rare experts. Do you think I managed to recruit them by mere chance? It is only here that they can find the exhilarating battles they crave. Don't you men always relish such encounters? Two individuals engaging in a life-or-death struggle, yet feeling as if they are kindred spirits, Hyland continued her persuasive discourse. Chushin paused, casting a glance at Gerda. This woman possesses a remarkable insight. She perceives my relationship with Gerda in such a manner. You shall lead them to various competitions, and as long as we make a name for ourselves, a multitude of agents will surely come forth to introduce more contests. At that point, we can each pursue our fortunes separately, and you shall partake as well. When we eventually meet in a grand tournament, we shall engage in high-stakes maneuvers, manipulating the match to our advantage. With a flourish, Hyland downed a bottle of beer in front of Rick. Upon hearing the prospect of manipulating matches, Rick's interest was piqued. Indeed, this was the way forward. Forming a single team would yield meager profits. Creating two teams would merely double the returns. However, if we could control the matches, we could dictate the odds and determine our earnings. This venture, I am eager to join, Rick declared, slamming the table. And in a show of camaraderie, he downed 2 bottles of beer before collapsing to the floor. Are you truly intent on pursuing this? Chushin asked, momentarily taken aback. While he believed in his own abilities, operating a robotic fighter was an entirely different endeavor. Quite a commendable idea. It should generate substantial revenue, Gerda remarked from the sidelines. Yet, do you possess a more lucrative scheme? Hyland encouraged. However, we will require at least one more robot, Chushin noted. You are the technician. I trust you will find a way. Hyland promptly directed the responsibility towards him. I have faith in you, Gerda said. raising his beer and insisting on a toast with Chujin. You certainly have my confidence, Chujin replied. I am equally confident in you. When we meet again, we shall be on the same team, drunken Rick mumbled as he leaned against Chujin. Chujin remained non-committal, regarding Rick as a scoundrel. While Hylon appeared gentle and unassuming, he had a knack for shifting the dynamics of a situation without uttering a word. It was evident that those who could navigate the gaming realm possessed a particular skill set. Chapter 42. The Death Star Robot. The following midnight, Gerda arrived at the abandoned factory in a large truck. Why must we come to this dilapidated factory? Do you intend to compete with the protagonist for robots? Hylon yawned. This factory is certainly not the one the protagonist would explore, yet I concede that the narrative has inspired me. It should contain ample robot parts. Chujin explained. Do you plan to assemble a fighting robot yourself? Gerda inquired. Since we are to act independently, I must prepare adequately. It is rather late. You should find a motel to rest. No need to wait for me. Contact me by phone if anything arises, Chujin advised. After receiving 40,000 in cash, Hylon quickly equipped everyone with operational phones, though they had yet to secure a vehicle due to the time constraints. I await your good news. Hylon waved as he returned to slumber in the passenger seat of the truck. Gerda nodded at Chujin, then drove towards the nearest motel, confident in his teammate. Since Chujin assured him everything would be fine, he believed it to be true. He was certain that Chujin possessed remarkable qualities, yet had not had the opportunity to showcase them on the previous stage. Chujin waved his hand, and after they departed, he stealthily entered the abandoned factory. This site served as a recycling station for refuse from various industries, managed privately. Beyond the ordinary waste, there existed a dedicated area for discarded robot parts. It was these very components that Chujin sought. The operators of the factory lacked expertise in recognizing the value of the materials, yet they had the foresight to assemble the robot scraps together, awaiting discerning buyers interested in acquiring these devices to construct robots for underground boxing competitions. Chujin embarked on his exploration within this treasure trove, though he had informed the other two that his purpose was to assemble a robot for competition, thereby justifying his identity as a robot technician. In truth, his ambition was to master the robotics manufacturing techniques of this world. He possessed fragments of design blueprints for the world's most advanced robots, Terminator and Ultron, but those designs were largely ineffectual in this uniquely scripted world. Here, robots exuded an industrial essence, focusing on the brutal art of boxing, where every strike felt palpable. Attempting to impose the concepts of Terminator and Ultron would render him incompatible with this low-tech society. To establish himself here, Chujin needed to learn the fundamental techniques of robot manufacturing. In the abandoned factory, he found a plethora of parts to practice with, free from the anxiety of damaging anything. While he could have ventured into a robot manufacturing workshop for further study, he deemed that approach too demeaning, especially since the majority of the world's robot designers and repairers lacked his mechanical engineering acumen. Additionally, Chujin harbored a modest aspiration to delve deeper into the realm of robotics, wondering if he could introduce more realistic robots into this nebulous reality. Thus, Chujin remained in the factory for an entire week. During the day, only a few workers arrived to inspect or deliver new scrap parts, while the nights were devoid of activity, providing him ample opportunity to work. At long last, after a week of diligent effort, he successfully assembled a functional robot, which granted him a foundational understanding of basic robot manufacturing, compensating for his previous shortcomings in the Ultron storyline. Chujin then dialed Rick's number. Hey, Chujin, how's your robot coming along? Miss Hylon mentioned you've been busy repairing it. They've already participated in several underground matches nearby, Rick said on the other end of the line. It's ready for competition, but I prefer to start from the fundamentals, Chujin replied. I have found a match for you. Your opponent is a robot named Subway. However, the prize isn't substantial. Want to give it a try? Let us see what your robot can do, Rick suggested. Make the arrangements. Chujin consented. The following day, Chujin arrived at the designated location in the new truck arranged by Hylon, where he met Rick. Awaiting him was a man with a mohawk hairstyle, the operator of the robot Subway. Chujin noticed a tattoo of the Avengers on the man's left arm. He then glanced at Rick, who bore a resemblance to Elon Musk, and gestured for him to speak first. Our robot will compete against yours for 300, Rick announced. My Subway was designed specifically to dismantle your scrap metal, so bring it on, replied the man with the rooster comb hairstyle. Chujin entered the arena with the robot he had constructed from discarded parts, surrounded by a throng of eccentrically dressed men and women, exuding a distinct punk aesthetic. This was the underground robot fighting arena, where the contests were informal, and the audience relished the destruction of one robot by another, clamoring for the match to commence swiftly. The robot that Chujin had crafted bore a straightforward name, Death Star. Its body was yet to be adorned with fresh paint, and the armor plates were evidently newly affixed, indicating a lack of originality and quality. However, the name resonated with an undeniable coolness, igniting enthusiasm among the onlookers upon hearing it. Death Star advanced slowly, standing face to face with the subway, towering over it. The modules of its fists had been replaced with hefty iron blocks, suitable for this demolition contest. My subway will crush you. The man with the rooster comb laughed heartily, clearly dismissing Death Star. Indeed, the subway lunged forward, stomping on Death Star's foot to prevent any sudden retreat, then swung its massive hammer down with ferocity. Chu Jun chuckled to himself. Though the parts scavenged from the abandoned factory may not have boasted advanced technology, they possessed commendable hardness. After enduring 2 hammer strikes from the subway, Death Star suddenly extended its hand, seizing the subway's hammer with a technique that effortlessly turned the tide, flipping the subway onto the ground. The audience was momentarily stunned, having never witnessed such an exhilarating bout, utterly baffled by how Death Star had managed to topple its opponent. As Death Star stepped forward, the subway struggled to regain its footing. Just as it stood up, the hammer modules activated, propelling the iron blocks like meteors crashing down upon the subway's frame. All right, I concede. I concede. The man with the rooster comb exclaimed hastily. As a veteran champion of this underground arena, he had faced off against various subpar robots. But encountering a formidable opponent like Chu Jun's robot for the first time had swiftly overwhelmed him. He had previously made a formal appearance in the storyline, but that moment had yet to unfold. $1,000, and I'll call it quits. Chu Jun raised the stakes, recognizing that only moments into the duel, Death Star had already overturned the subway. 1,000 it is. The man with the rooster comb deliberated, choosing to end the contest. As long as the robot remained intact, he could still participate in future competitions and strive for victory. Subsequently, he enhanced the robot named Subway and faced off against the protagonist, Max, which would be another chapter in the narrative. Indeed, it seems your robot is not trash, Rick remarked as he pocketed the money, splitting it with Chu Jun. Next time, perhaps you could introduce me to even better matches? Chu Jun suggested. With the robot's capabilities validated, it was time to commence the true competition. Indeed, in the realm of competitions, the more substantial the prize, the better. I am aware of a place known as the Collision Palace, where the contests are truly exhilarating. Numerous robots that have previously participated are set to compete, and should you manage to defeat the final champion robot, a cash prize of 50,000 awaits. Rick absent-mindedly stroked his cheek. All right, make the arrangements, but I need to refurbish the Death Star first, responded Chu Jun. Through practical experience, Chu Jun quickly discerned the flaws in the Death Star, which also lacked an appealing aesthetic. Late at night, he stealthily ventured to a nearby abandoned factory, salvaging usable parts. Coupled with some paint and electronic components he had purchased, he reinforced the robot, dedicating 3 days to this endeavor. This hands-on experience and modification significantly enhanced Chu Jun's comprehension of robots and mechs. He endeavored to upgrade the remote control system of the Death Star, enabling it to synchronize with his movements. Side quest completed. Win the championship at the Collision Palace. The system notification chimed, undoubtedly indicating that Hylon and Gerda's team had achieved commendable results. Hylon was the first to call. Hey, long time no see. Rick mentioned that your robot is ready for combat. Hylon greeted cheerfully. Not bad. It barely lives up to my identity as a robot repairman, Chu Jun replied. I have some information regarding the Collision Palace, Hylon said. It turned out that Hylon and Gerda had already visited the Collision Palace. This venue is an underground arena for robot combat, where betting is permitted to earn profit. They had the rare fortune of encountering the protagonist Charlie and his son Max, witnessing the moment when Midas was destroyed. Following that match, Gerda, utilizing the Gundam, obliterated Midas and earned $50,000. Our Gundam has been pushed to its limits by Gerda, achieving numerous victories along the way, and I have reinforced several components, just waiting for you to catch up. Halen's words brimmed with laughter. Good luck, and I hope we meet in the underground competition, Chu Jun concluded, hanging up the phone. Halen's call was unmistakably laced with a sense of pride. That night, Chu Jun found himself unable to sleep, pondering the issues at hand. Relying solely on the Death Star limited his capabilities, and Rick, preoccupied with his amusement farm, had not taken this matter to heart. Had he not obliterated the subway, he likely would not have wished to continue. That very night, under Rick's guidance, Chu Jun arrived at the Collision Palace. Midas had already been defeated, and it was said that a new champion needed to be crowned. The host, Finn, stood atop a platform, microphone in hand, announcing, tonight, the Collision Palace will welcome a new champion. Any challenger may ascend to the arena to engage in a clash of oil against oil, metal against metal. Currently, the reigning champion was a bull-headed robot named Minotaur, exuding an aura of wild ferocity. It was rumored that Minotaur had previously challenged Midas multiple times. Although it had been defeated, it had never been dismantled and returned to the arena with an even stronger presence. Hylon and the others have already departed for other underground arenas to continue their competitions. Chu Jun, not dwelling on the matter, led the Death Star onto the stage, which had undergone another round of enhancements. In the narrative, it exists as a training-type robot, thus possessing a rare mapping system. complemented by the most advanced voice control mode of the loudspeaker, rendering it formidable in most battlefields. Chujin realized that on the boxing ring of robotic combat, the pivotal factors extend beyond the attack and defense strategies of the robots. They also encompass the agility of the robots' movements. Previously, when he defeated the subway system, it was the agility of the Death Star that facilitated that victory. Chujin eliminated the module designed for human operation via manual joystick control and directly linked his consciousness to the Death Star. This connection accelerated the hardware's operational response due to the interplay of input and output. This was a feat only achievable by Chujin. For no other individual in this world possessed information technology capabilities on par with those of Ultron or Skynet. Symbolically, he donned a headset, feigning the role of a commander. However, during the match, his consciousness would seamlessly interface with the Death Star through the character card of the End of Creation, leveraging the advantages of the environment to vanquish his adversaries. Defeating Minotaur was a goal he was determined to achieve. As the match commenced, Minotaur launched a powerful strike. Chujin, through the consciousness mapping into the Death Star, experienced vision entirely from its perspective, deftly sidestepping Minotaur's 3 consecutive heavy punches and countering with a blow to the back of Minotaur's head. The battle unfolded spectacularly, igniting fervor among the spectators. Minotaur, a formidable challenger who had previously faced Midas, exhibited remarkable skill, and its operator demonstrated exceptional proficiency, forming a top-tier combination within the Collision Palace. Yet, they were unfortunate to encounter the extraordinary Chujin. Chujin's exceptional situational awareness and rapid mapping response, coupled with the Death Star's enhanced endurance from multiple armor plate upgrades, engaged Minotaur in a fierce exchange. Sparks and oil erupted, filling the Collision Palace with the thunderous cheers of the audience. Amazing. Absolutely thrilling. This is the first time we have witnessed such an exhilarating match, Finn exclaimed loudly. Regrettably, the power of the mech arts could not be utilized under the circumstances of consciousness transfer, prompting a sigh from Chujin. In reality, even in his physical form, he could achieve commendable results against these robots. However, the mech arts remained a skill that could not be projected onto the controlled robot through consciousness mapping, at most. They could manifest certain martial characteristics, employing various techniques to counter the adversary. As the match entered its heated countdown phase, Minotaur, embodying the form of a bull-headed creature, revealed a hidden trump card. It charged forward and unexpectedly embraced the Death Star. Chujin realized that escaping in this scenario was impossible, as the strength of Minotaur's bare hug far surpassed that of mere steel and iron. Subsequently, Minotaur lifted the Death Star overhead and pierced its body with the 2 horns atop its head. This is an underground arena where adversaries will resort to any unscrupulous tactics to secure victory. Even if Chujin anticipated this maneuver, evasion was futile. Chapter 44, Beyond Victory and Defeat. In the end, will the victor be Minotauros? The host, Finn, suddenly exclaimed, Minotauros! 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 The crowd fervently chanted the name of the newly crowned champion. Rick, standing nearby, felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. He had wagered $10,000 and did not wish to suffer a loss. Meanwhile, the Death Star, under Chujin's command, rose again before the countdown concluded. Although the core module of the mech had been pierced by a horn, it was of no consequence. Had it been an ordinary robot, the battle would have been over. As the Death Star's robotic form stood once more, the audience was left in stunned silence. They initially believed Minotauros had attained victory, never expecting this seemingly destroyed robot could still function. Who was Chujin? One could say that he now embodies the essence of Skynet, a reincarnation of Ultron. Chujin made his move. The outer armor of the Death Star suddenly shed entirely, revealing a compact robot concealed within. This new machine stood less than 2 meters tall, a stark contrast to the original towering over 3 meters, and lacked the heavy iron plating for protection. What has transpired? Am I seeing things? The fact that a diminutive robot was hidden within the Death Star was astonishing. Could such a small contender possibly defeat our newly crowned champion, Minotauros? A smile played on Chujin's lips. Allow me to demonstrate the might of the core module concealed within the Death Star, the Judicator. The small robot, now free from its outer shell, augmented its hands with high-heat modules, heating them to a fiery red. What transpired next was remarkable. The small robot charged forward, its heated hands pressing against the armored sections of Minotauros, effortlessly stripping away its outer shell. Finn glanced toward the arena, signaling for a subordinate to inquire about this peculiar occurrence. In his eagerness to respond to Finn's subordinate, Chujin missed an opportunity to strike. The colossal Minotauros retreated to the sidelines, preparing to mount a counteroffensive. Crush them, roared Minotauros' operator, initiating a final resurgence. Comrades, I just consulted the owner of the Death Star, who is also its designer and creator. He provided me with a surprising revelation. It appears to be a one-of-a-kind judgment system, concealing a hidden robot within. By all that is holy, this isn't merely a judgment system. The little Death Star has evaded Minotauros' attack, and used its heated claws to tear through the final layer of armor protecting Minotaur's core. Finn attempted to elaborate, but the tide of battle shifted dramatically as Chujin and Minotaur's engaged fervently. The compact robot, equipped with high heat reaction claws, easily shredded the vulnerable areas of armor. Suddenly, he recognized the commercial potential and dubbed the small robot Little Death Star. Oh, my God! The Death Star boy has sunk his claws into the core of Minotaurus, ripping out its wiring. This battle concluded in an utterly unforeseen manner. The master of the Death Star boy proclaims it to be a judgment system. However, I beg to differ, it is nothing short of a Ripper, the sole combat robot in the world equipped with such a function. Let the excitement surge. Finn, witnessing the conclusion of the fight, hurriedly stirs the crowd. The owner of Minotaurus could never have anticipated that the thick armor plates would be torn away like tofu under the intense heat of the judgment system. Victory is ours. Rick is elated, having placed the right bet, wagering 10,000 and set to earn 30,000 according to the odds. He is absolutely exhilarated. May I borrow the microphone for a moment? Chujin suddenly ascends to the ring. Our champion, the reigning king of the Collision Palace, seems to have something to convey. Finn promptly hands over the microphone to Chujin. Hello, everyone. I am a mechanical repairman. The Death Star robot you see, along with the miniature robot within, was crafted by me. Therefore, I am not merely a combat robot operator. I am here to promote my newly designed judgment system. Those interested may contact me. For the right price, I am even willing to sell you the patent. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Chujin did not fully endorse Highland's proposal. He had his own path. As a mechanic with specialized expertise, there was no need to follow the narrative of low-stakes battles for profit. Chujin's approach promised greater financial rewards. His innovative plan, coupled with the impressive victory over Minotaurus, served as excellent advertising, attracting numerous fervent robot enthusiasts. Chujin's scheme was nothing short of exquisite. The Death Star is currently the only robot on this planet equipped with the Judicator system, featuring a dual-layer design that allows for the detachment of its exterior. This remarkable design concept captivated many robot aficionados. Finn immediately elevated Chujin's status to that of the esteemed designer, Matsumoto. With Finn's introduction, Chujin swiftly garnered the attention of numerous investors. Finn himself benefited from this, securing investments for his upcoming matches, and the scale of the underground competitions at the Collision Palace is set to expand. Chujin no longer needs to follow the pace set by Hai Lan and others. He has carved out a brand new battlefield for himself, one suited for a mechanic. This arena involves designing and manufacturing entirely new robots, igniting a new wave of global fervor. Side quest completed. Ignite the passion of the Collision Palace. Hai Lan and Gudda are en route, invited to compete against professional-level robots. Suddenly, they hear a system notification sound, catching them off guard. What just happened? Hai Lan inquires, bewildered. She had initially assumed that completing a task at the Collision Palace would yield a reward, only to be surprised by the emergence of a related side quest completion notification. Our mechanical technician has performed admirably, Gerda remarked, handing a tablet to Hai Lan, which displayed the latest news. A revolution in the combat robotics industry? The dual-layer design concept of the judgment system has been revealed. A mechanic from the countryside ignites a frenzy in the underground boxing matches, analyzed for you by the most professional investors regarding the patent value of the judgment system. The news contained much more, yet all industry-related information pointed to the mechanic in the photograph and his ability to deconstruct internal miniature robots through the judgment system. The patent valuation provided by investors was exceedingly high, indicating he could earn significantly more from a single match than we could from our relentless toil. At the very least, you have enjoyed the adoration of the crowd. Let us advance to the official competition, Gerda remarked nonchalantly, halting the vehicle outside the arena. Chapter 45. Selling the future. Merely 2 days later, the female antagonist of the scripted world, Farrell Kawa, personally sought out Chujin. She was the most dazzling figure in the entire robot boxing league, as the championship belt belonged to her robot. Rumors circulated that to maintain her status, she had not only courted the designer of Zeus, Matsumoto, but had also resorted to manipulating matches for financial gain. Indeed, she was engaging in a serious manipulation of the World Robot Boxing League, a game far grander than what Hai Lan was playing. $3 million. I propose to purchase your judgment system along with the Death Star, including its patents and design schemes, Kawa declared. Her accent bore a strong Siberian inflection, leaving a lasting impression. In subsequent developments, she offered Charlie and Max a mere $200,000 to manipulate the matches. In stark contrast, Chujin's patent was directly valued at $3 million. He recognized her discernment, glancing briefly at Matsumoto, the designer of Zeus, who stood beside Kawa. It was no surprise. This individual was also a designer and possessed sufficient ability to assess value. That is a fair price, yet Chujin intended to decline. After all, Farrell and Kawa embodied a true villain in this narrative. You seek to acquire my technology and my robot merely to demonstrate that your Zeus is the strongest, invincible, Chujin asserted. Indeed, I wish for the Death Star to participate in the next exhibition match, still under your control, but I require it to lose. To prove our Zeus is truly unrivaled in the league, Kawa candidly admitted, true to her character in the plot. Furthermore, this would undermine the entire new design of the judgment system. What a cunning woman. She was no less formidable than that woman from Hainan. I need to consider this. After all, the Death Star and the judgment system are the fruits of my labor, Chujin responded. Certainly, please remember. My offer will remain valid until the conclusion of the league, Kawa proudly stated. She indeed had the credentials to be proud, as the judges had essentially been bought off. Unless the champion Zeus was directly defeated in the ring, she had the means to manipulate the matches, overturning the results through point victories. Miss Kawa. Chujin gazed at the proud woman before him, suddenly feeling a surge of discomfort. It is indeed quite frustrating. Upon my arrival, I was relegated to the seemingly insignificant role of a mechanical technician, and that woman, Hailan, had the audacity to mock me, forcing me to team up with the scoundrel, Rick. The funding provided by Hailan was insufficient. The majority of the components for the Death Star were scavenged from abandoned factories. My initial experience in this world was riddled with misfortunes, leaving me no choice but to conceal my true self while gradually executing my plans. Only after defeating that dilapidated subway contraption did I manage to gain some semblance of progress. With increased funding, I continued to develop the now controversial judgment system. With a flourish, I proclaimed, Madam Lankme, to offer $3 million for everything I possess is excessively presumptuous. I fixed my gaze upon the stunning woman before me. I have recently made contact with a museum, whose investors expressed a desire to acquire our revolutionary Death Star armor. Can you guess their offer? They proposed $5 million. And just 10 minutes ago, they transferred a deposit of $100,000 to me, demonstrating their earnest intent. I produced my mobile device, displaying the recent transaction of $100,000. The expression on Lankme's face shifted dramatically. Furthermore, 3 major robot manufacturing firms have approached me, seeking my employment, all of which I declined. Instead, I made a suggestion to them. Care to guess what it was? I shall not venture a guess, Lankme replied with composure. I agreed to sell the patents for the judgment system, which incorporates compact robotic modules, and the high-temperature finger module referred to as the Ripper by Finn, to 2 of the more favorable robot manufacturing companies. Additionally, I will assist them in establishing a complete production line. According to projections, this system could yield a market worth $100 billion. They are preparing for a new round of dual robot competitions that will disrupt the world of robot boxing now under your control. Lankme's complexion turned as pale as tin foil, for she comprehended the implications of my words. Those robot manufacturing firms had long resented her monopoly over the competition industry, aspiring to create superior robots capable of defeating the dominant Zeus robot. Were it not for the Zeus robot's formidable performance and evolutionary capabilities, her position would have long been precarious. Looking at me, Lankme realized the futility of her proposal. While she merely grasped the operational rules of the robot competition, I had already mastered the intricate interplay of technology and capital in this world. For someone like Lankme, who thrived on operational dominance, this represented an entirely different realm. Lankme herself was not omnipotent. She merely inherited her father's legacy and, through her partnership with Matsumoto, gained this league-level dominance. Should her control over the robot boxing league be disrupted, all she had built would come crashing down. With a slight smile, I concluded my discourse, brushed off the non-existent dust from my knees, and exited Lankme's luxurious reception room. There was yet another business deal to discuss. The largest venture capital firm in the world seeks to invest in Chujin's innovative dual robot competition system, even proposing collaboration with the military. Financially, Chujin's valuation has soared far beyond that of Lankme after several rounds of negotiations. Upon concluding discussions with the investors, a look of satisfaction emerged on their faces. Chujin relinquished a significant portion of long-term benefits, focusing instead on immediate and tangible gains, aligning perfectly with their expectations. They even volunteered to provide additional funds to offset his losses, amounting to a staggering $200 million. All that was required was for Chujin to lend his likeness rights and the title of father of the dual robot for a decade. 10 years is too brief. I'll sell it to you for 50 years. Use it as you wish, just don't disturb me while I'm on vacation, Chujin replied candidly. The venture capitalists were astonished, having never encountered such a generous and revolutionary inventor before. A group of them began whispering among themselves, while 2 swiftly tapped away on their computers to calculate the financial implications. Once the task was completed, they were eager to leave this world, indifferent to how the title would be utilized, as Chujin had no qualms. After all, the sequel to Ironclad Fist had yet to materialize, and its return was uncertain. Selling the future at a favorable price was what truly mattered. Chapter 46, a small target after their discussion. The investors hastily drafted a preliminary agreement and prepared a deposit of $100 million to ensure that Chujin would not breach the contract before officially signing. The total subsidy for this groundbreaking technology ultimately reached $500 million, contingent upon the condition that Chu Jun would provide them with priority evaluations for any future inventions. This world is structured such that entertainment-oriented robot technology holds immense value. Otherwise, such high-stakes global competitions would be unsustainable. The investors were merely navigating the established norms of this realm, offering Chu Jun a fraction while positioning themselves to reap greater rewards behind the scenes. As he witnessed $100 million deposited into his bank account, Chu Jun felt as though the world had transformed into a wondrous place. Side quest completed. Become a billionaire. Rewards for this side quest will be calculated upon task completion. Chu Jun was momentarily taken aback by the existence of such a side quest. These so-called side quests were, in fact, hidden missions with no prior notification provided. Only revealed through system prompts upon completion, offering rewards during task settlement. The ringtone of his mobile phone chimed, signaling a call from Gerda. Was it you? Gerda inquired succinctly as always. The team rewards for side quests are communicated collectively. Yes, I made a tidy profit. Chu Jun couldn't help but chuckle, reveling in the feeling of triumph. This isn't just a small profit. How exactly did you manage it? The phone was seized by Hai Lan, her voice brimming with curiosity. Luck, merely luck, Chu Jun replied with a smirk. This is no mere luck. It is the result of extensive experience garnered from my projects. Collaborating with Old Shin and Shao Kong on a project, I had previously endured significant financial losses. However, Chu Jun is no fool. With a bit of research, he quickly discerned the operational patterns. Consequently, in this world, he experienced a remarkable turnaround, serving as the quintessential validation of his experiences. Indeed, you are specialized in your domain. Gerda snatched the mobile phone back with urgency. Chu Jun chuckled inwardly, though he refrained from voicing that his primary focus was combat attributes. With over 20 points in combat prowess, he felt unperturbed by any challengers. Yet, this scripted world was rather peculiar, devoid of any significant combat elements. Most violence was expressed within the confines of robotic boxing arenas, with little manifestation in the real world. Thus, Chu Jun's combat capability held little utility in this realm. However, he had no intention of revealing his strength excessively. We have advanced to the finals, Gerda reported. After this season, we may face Zeus. I have no particular thoughts on that. Once the money comes in, I intend to enjoy it, replied Chu Jun. After concluding the calls, Chu Jun immersed himself wholeheartedly in the processes of patent applications and proposal sales. With funds secured, he could make a swift exit if necessary. Nonetheless, he had invested considerable effort into refining the design of the Judicator system, as the Death Star had accompanied him through his rise from the depths of despair, holding a status akin to that of the narrative's protagonist. Therefore, Chu Jun genuinely wished to secure a lucrative price for the Judicator system. For an entire month, he declined Rick's invitations to competitions. What a joke. What value do I hold now? A competition worth $10,000? Ridiculous. I would need to participate in 10,000 matches to earn my current fortune. It was outright rejected. Honestly, the youth of today seems so discourteous, delaying my opportunity to earn. Chu Jun eventually submitted the proposal promised to the venture capitalists and took the time to oversee multiple factories, arranging the overall construction plans for the assembly lines while also engaging with a throng of enthusiastic fans. These activities were all part of the venture capitalist's strategic deployment. Exhausted, Chu Jun returned to his hotel, which was nothing short of five-star luxury, residing in the presidential suite on the top floor, a privilege once reserved for Farrellin, L'Occitane, and Matsumoto. Suddenly, his mobile phone buzzed. It was an unfamiliar number. Chu Jun had not shared this personal mobile number with many, as Rick had previously handled communications. After Chu Jun's rise, he had deliberately acquired a new mobile number for direct contacts. Only a few knew this number. Who could it be? Hello. A cautious voice greeted him on the other end. Who is this? Chu Jun inquired. The voice sounded vaguely familiar, yet he could not immediately identify it. Hello. This is Charlie Kenton. Do you remember me? You once gave me your business card, the voice continued. I recall you vividly, Chu Jun responded with a smile. Charlie. The protagonist. What could he want from me? However, this could be fortuitous. Any connection with the protagonist might open doors to additional side quests. It was at that moment that I truly realized your remarkable technical prowess. I have a matter that has been weighing on my mind, and after much contemplation, I believe you are the only one capable of assisting me. Would you be willing to help? Charlie's voice wavered with uncertainty. Of course, my dear friend Charlie. I shall consider any request you make. Is that so? That is splendid. I am presently situated just downstairs from your hotel. Charlie's face lit up with delight. Come up. Simply inform the hotel attendant that my friend Charlie is here to visit, and I will notify them accordingly, Chu Jun replied. Subsequently, Chu Jun dialed the hotel lobby to arrange for an attendant to escort Charlie to the presidential suite. Your room is truly magnificent, Charlie remarked upon entering, before swiftly steering the conversation to the crux of the matter. Let us get straight to the point, Chu Jun said, offering a fine wine as a gesture of hospitality. Ah, this must be the renowned vintage. It must have cost a fortune, Charlie stammered, feeling somewhat out of his depth. He had recently encountered the formidable Feral and Kawa and found himself equally flustered in that high-pressure situation. Chu Jun, however, remained patient, allowing Charlie a moment to regain his composure. You see, sir, I seek an opportunity to duel with Zeus. After much consideration, I have concluded that only you can assist me. After taking a sip of wine, Charlie finally began to relax. In truth, Real Steel is a family drama, and throughout the narrative, Charlie's character abstained from alcohol. Furthermore, he had once been a boxer. Aware that alcohol could impair his faculties, which is why he had avoided it. The reason he indulged in the drink before Chujin was that he fervently desired assistance from him. It turned out that after challenging the league-level boxer known as the Gemini in Virginia, he was soundly defeated by Rick, which inadvertently affected his son, Max. This experience led him to recognize his shortcomings, prompting him to entrust Max to the capable care of Aunt Deborah. Yet, Charlie was plagued by a sense of indebtedness to his son, motivating him to fight once more. Thus, he sought out various individuals in hopes of preparing for a genuine championship match, where he would challenge the very Zeus robot that had once insulted Max and his beloved Feral and Kawa in Virginia. No problem, I will assist you in arranging this match. You should spend quality time with your son, Chujin assured him. Sir, I am immensely grateful, but I cannot fathom why you would extend your help to me. After all, you were the one who initiated the call, were you not? Chapter 47. The competition. Initially, Charlie had dismissed Chujin's visit. But now that the Judgment series of robots had gained immense popularity driven by capital, he recalled the business card that Chujin had once given him. Their relationship had merely been that of ordinary passersby. Now, Chujin had ascended to the status of a world-renowned mechanical design master, residing in a five-star hotel and basking in the glow of media accolades, which left Charlie feeling increasingly restless. I am merely a humble robot technician. Yet I have always harbored a fascination for robots, particularly those of older models, Chujin remarked. This aligns seamlessly with the image crafted for him by the current capital. According to contemporary market narratives, Chu's inspiration for creating the Judicator system, a higher echelon of robot, stemmed from his encounter with obsolete machinery in a deserted junkyard. This system represents the second generation of robots, perfectly situated within the realm of Chu's public persona. I am profoundly grateful, Charlie remarked. Upon returning, he received news from Chu that the arrangements for the competition against Zeus were finalized. Charlie promptly sought out his son, Max, to share the details of this impending match. Although Chu expended $20 million to smooth the way for this event, it was deemed worthwhile. Side quest completed, assisting Charlie in organizing the final competition, with rewards to be dispersed upon quest completion. Truly, this is the epitome of a money-making mode. Various plot lines can be effortlessly navigated to unlock a plethora of side quests. Chu mused. The ensuing period marks the final chapter of the scripted world. The Battle of Atlanta features the protagonists, Charlie, Max, and the robots, united against Lancome, Matsumoto, and Zeus's robot. In this confrontation, neither Chu nor Gerda participated. Instead, they traveled to Seattle, having received an invitation to a new robotic combat event, a showcase titled. This exhibition featured numerous renowned league competitors, culminating in a performance duel between Chu and Gerda. Despite being merely an exhibition, both Chu and Gerda were fully committed, having prepared extensively prior to the event. As the two teams reunited after several days, Hylon found herself at a loss for words. I never expected you to become such a prominent figure, she exclaimed. Our paths have diverged, yet we operate within the same rules of this world. Chu replied with a smile. The twists of fate are indeed astonishing. In just over 2 months, Charlie could rise from a defeated contender in a robotic brawl to challenge Zeus and achieve victory. Gerda, with his exceptional control skills, could ascend into the league, and naturally, Chu could also attain his modest goal within that time frame. At the conclusion of the opening ceremony, Chu and Gerda stood together in the ring. The Death Star faced off against the Gundam, bringing the new competition to a thrilling climax. Although the exhibition was designed for Chu's Death Star, a representation of the new era of robots, to dismantle the Gundam from the old league, both Chu and Gerda had other intentions. This bout was to be a genuine contest. Their acquaintance had evolved into mutual respect, evident in their ability to achieve what others could not, showcasing their genuine prowess. Allow me to ascertain your true strength, Chu declared, as he began to maneuver the Death Star forward, adopting a combative stance. In response, Gerda's Gundam brandished its weapon and initiated an attack. This match diverged from the norm, incorporating elements reminiscent of underground boxing. The newly conceived competition permitted the use of specialized weapons in combat. Gone were the days of antiquated boxing techniques, replaced by a heightened intensity in battles. The battle intensified, marked by a pronounced brand effect. Even the weapon suppliers established their own enterprises, becoming an integral part of capital operations. The more individuals profiting from the chain of interests. the larger the market grew. Chujin's Death Star had equipped its hands with high-heat modules, allowing it to concentrate the heat emitted from its core power source directly to its fingertips, enabling it to rend opponents' weapons and armor as easily as slicing through tofu. Gerda's control of the Gundam, armed with an inert steel sword, was precisely the nemesis of such high-heat weaponry, embodying a perfect fusion of offense and defense, and was one of the sensational weapons of this competition. With a series of rapid-fire jets added to the back of the Gundam, adjustable at various angles, the robot's speed of sprinting and maneuvering surged. This enhancement allowed the Gundam to move with astonishing quickness, dancing upon the stage as gracefully as Gerda's own hands. It was a spectacle to behold. The audience erupted with excitement, initially believing this exhibition match was merely a showcase of new equipment features, unaware that Gerda was fully committed to victory. To defeat Chujin, he would have to unleash all his capabilities, as Chujin's high-heat offense proved ineffective. He swiftly adapted his combat strategy, adopting a more expansive and aggressive approach that even allowed him to evade Gerda's targeted attacks. In that moment, Gerda grasped the disparity between them. It was not merely a matter of mech performance. A single glance at Chujin made it clear just how formidable his combat prowess truly was. Chujin possessed remarkable reflexes, consistently outmaneuvering the comparatively lighter Gundam. This distinction was not rooted in the machines themselves, but in the operators wielding them. A masterful combat artist faced off against an exceptional mech pilot. That was all. Finally, Gerda decided it was time to unleash his ultimate technique. He prepared to go all in, aware that the longer the battle continued, the less favorable it was for him. The Gundam was not designed for prolonged engagements. Bladestorm, Gerda roared, maximizing the operational modules. The Gundam charged forward, spinning with its sword, conjuring a whirlwind of razor-sharp winds around it, akin to a grim Reaper's harvester barreling towards the Death Star. At that moment, even the commentator hesitated. Witnessing the Gundam employ such a breathtaking technique for the first time, he quickly realized this was the highlight of the competition. If the match were to be won solely on the basis of robot performance and operator strength, it would lack excitement. However, the inclusion of a finishing move promised to captivate even more attention. The commentator fervently stirred the audience's emotions, who erupted in exhilaration. It was their first encounter with such a dazzling maneuver. The blade storm ravaged the Death Star's exterior, shattering all its armor. On the confined stage, the Death Star was utterly defenseless, succumbing to the overwhelming power of this ultimate technique. The Death Star has fallen, the commentator exclaimed, his excitement palpable, nearly forgetting that the match was ostensibly supposed to favor the Death Star. In an instant, the expressions of the investors in the VIP section darkened. They are preoccupied with numerous affairs, and it is not often that they gather to witness a competition heralding the new century, particularly not to behold the defeat of a robot symbolizing this new era. Investors exchanged hushed whispers. If the Death Star were to falter, this event would be deemed a failure, a humiliation for the investors. Thus, the Death Star must not lose. Chapter 48. A shift in the course of history we have lost. No, I came to witness history. Such disappointment. What a pity. This match could have yielded substantial profits. Just as the audience despaired at the thought of the Death Star's defeat, a voice rang out from the crowd. Look to the heavens. A diminutive robot, about the height of a person, was seen grasping the lighting rig above the arena. This was the core adjudicator, hidden within the depths of the Death Star. This was the main event, a dual combat robot equipped with the adjudicator system. I have failed, Gerda muttered as he glanced skyward, instantly comprehending the ensuing developments. The term dual referred to this new generation of robotic systems. He exerted every ounce of control to maneuver the Gundam, but it was in a state of overheating after unleashing its ultimate technique, leaving it with only the inertia sword aimed skyward. In an instant, the Death Star adjudicator descended from above, its searing talons piercing the Gundam's torso, yanking out its internal connections and severing them before the gaze of all. This sequence of actions resembled a dance graceful and fluid. Although the battle concluded in a heartbeat, the spectators remained stunned, as if engrossed in a riveting television drama. The Gundam's eyes dimmed, ceasing all responsive actions. The death sentence adjudicator stood triumphantly in the arena, receiving resounding applause. Marvelous, simply marvelous. The investors in the VIP section raised their glasses in celebration. For them, this promotion was an undeniable success. They nearly believed the event had been meticulously orchestrated from the beginning. Haeblu observed this scene, feeling an inexplicable stir within her heart. She glanced across the arena at Chujin, as though encountering him for the first time. She realized that he did not see her. She began to understand that she had irrevocably lost her rightful opportunity. This was an extraordinary match. Although the Death Star succumbed to the Gundam sword, the death sentence adjudicator successfully evaded capture, employing its ultimate technique to descend from the sky and shatter the Gundam into fragments. Let us invite the two contestants to the stage to speak. Have you seen them? The commentator remarked, only to suddenly realize that the operators of the two combat robots had vanished. Side quest. Foundation of world-class robot competition, task completed. Rewards will be calculated at the conclusion of the task. Side quest, become a notable figure, task completed, gain worldwide attention. Rewards will be calculated at the conclusion of the task. When Chujin heard the system's notifications, he lifted his head to behold the applause and attention emanating from the entire arena and indeed the world beyond. Crossing the arena, he beheld Gerda. Their gazes intertwined, and they exchanged a smile. Subsequently, everything before him faded into obscurity as the mist enveloped him, ushering him into the realm of task conclusion. Chujin understood that the competition on the Atlantis side had reached its conclusion, with the narrative protagonists, Charlie and Max, having truly become heroes among the common folk. Although they did not triumph over Zeus through points in the arena, they had successfully cornered him into a dire predicament. The rift between father and son was mended, and the narrative world came to an end. Role-playing task, custom character, mechanical technician. Role-playing task objective, achieved. Both main quest and independent character goals have been fulfilled. Role-playing task completion method, altering the course of the world. Role-playing task reward, level. Bronze rank evaluation. Though merely a minor narrative world, you have effectively elicited a more inspirational outcome. As the crowd cheered for you in a frenzy, you truly were remarkable, transforming an ordinary individual into a genuine legend. Role-playing phase reward, 2,700 role-playing coins. The cumulative rewards from all side quests amounted to an astonishing 2,700 role-playing coins. A veritable fortune for Chujin. This was the first time he had amassed such a sum in one go. This team role-playing mode undoubtedly lived up to Gerda's description as a money-making scheme. It was undeniably exhilarating. By not relying on combat to resolve issues and not directly advancing the plot to acquire vast resources, this had unveiled a new world for Chujin. The 3 rewards for completing the task at level were far from disappointing. Reward 1, Master of Mechanics, title card, which, when donned upon entering the scripted world, grants the respect of a world-class mechanical master. This card is of legendary status, and only those whose task rewards are evaluated at a certain level are eligible to obtain it. Reward 2, Fatherly Love, event card, which, when activated, can compel a narrative character to become your son. Reward 3, 10-draw lottery ticket, system event, usable for a 10-draw or for trading. Seeing the title card for the first time, Chujin recalled a post he had encountered on the forum where someone had inquired about it, to which Gerda had responded. Titles are an exceedingly rare category of abilities. If someone possesses a title upon entering certain worlds, that world bestows a degree of fortune upon them due to the title. Given its rarity, Chujin promptly chose the title of Master of Mechanics without hesitation. The ability to compel narrative characters to acknowledge him as a father was unnecessary for him, as he merely needed to transform his adversaries into Terminators. This was not useful at the moment, especially with 2 teammates of uncertain backgrounds, and Chujin preferred not to reveal too much of his capabilities. As for the 10-draw lottery ticket, Chujin deemed it unnecessary. The fact that the Master of Mechanics title could appear alongside such an item indicated that their values were comparable. The rarer an item, the greater its worth. Following that were achievement rewards, achievement, silver rank, achieved. Achievement, first participation in team role-playing, achieved. Achievement, star of team role-playing, achieved. Achievement, earned a small goal, achieved. Achievements, the first title has been attained. Achievement, advancing the progress of global technology has been accomplished. 6 additional achievements have been unlocked, resulting in a reward of 1,000 role-playing coins and a skill lottery prize. It appears that these 6 achievements hold significant value, much to Chujin's satisfaction. Furthermore, he has reached the silver rank. In the skill lottery, he obtained a skill card, Desperate Virus 1, Little Pepper. Upon use, this skill grants 1 the basic combat abilities typical of Little Pepper after her transformation by the Desperate Virus, allowing the body to emit high temperatures and possess formidable self-healing capabilities. This skill belongs to the biological category, enhancing combat attributes by 2. Though it may inadvertently induce a state of uncontrollable rage, potentially leading to greater danger. The skill description is straightforward, presenting both advantageous and disadvantageous combat capabilities. The frenzy state is not inherently negative, the issue lies in its lack of control. The Desperate Virus skill indeed has several versions, such as Little Pepper, Killian, Minion, and Elite Minion variants, with only the Little Pepper version having been prominently featured in the storyline. However, in terms of market value, the Killian version of the Desperate Virus commands a higher price. The Desperate Virus may even lead to self-detonation, which is why the antagonist Killian and the Iron Man 3 plot abducted Little Pepper to inject her with the virus. Observing the last remaining skill slot, out of a total of 4, Chujin found this skill somewhat redundant. He currently has little need for regenerative abilities and is uncertain of their practical application, while the frenzied combat capabilities pose a risk of losing rationality. After mastering the mecha arts, Chujin has developed considerable combat prowess, enhanced by the original IP man's Wing Chun, allowing him to handle 10 opponents without difficulty. Chapter 49. The price surge of items. Chu Jun had already devised a plan for himself, but the desperate virus was not part of it. Fortunately, while utilizing the skill card feeding function, a skill began to shine, indicating a promising adaptability to the consumption of this skill card. Based on Mystique's ability, Shapeshift 7. It is evident that biological skills can attract and devour one another, exhibiting good adaptability when they belong to the same character category. Both Mystique and Little Pepper have served as significant supporting characters throughout the film's narrative, thus possessing a degree of compatibility. Consequently, Chu Jun decided to retain this newly acquired skill card, intending to enhance it once his shape-shifting ability reaches level 10. Currently, Chu Jun possesses a substantial total of 760 role-playing coins and, upon returning to the plaza, plans to embark on a major shopping spree. As the fog dissipates, the three reappear simultaneously in the host room of the role-playing game. "This is my first time receiving a tier evaluation," Hylon exclaimed joyfully. Chu Jun pondered for a moment and quickly feigned happiness. "I didn't expect the rewards for tier evaluations to be so abundant." Gerda cast a scrutinizing glance at Chu Jun before abruptly turning to Hylon, saying, "Miss Hylon, could you please excuse us? I wish to discuss topics that interest men with Chu Si." Hylon suddenly recalled the intense scene in which they had wholeheartedly engaged in battle, leaving her momentarily speechless. It became evident that she was now surplus to requirements. "You men are truly incomprehensible," she exclaimed in sudden anger, taking her leave of the room. "You really lack the ability to cherish the delicate," Chu Jun remarked with a slight curl of his lips. "You are merely giving her the brush off." Your first reaction upon returning to the room was not joy, but rather a sense of normalcy, as if you had received such evaluations more than once, Gerda stated coldly. "You speak the truth," Chu Jun replied with a smile. With only the two of them present, Chu Jun felt that her vulnerabilities were laid bare before Gerda, whose powers of observation were exceedingly sharp. Rather than conceal herself, it was preferable to lay everything bare, reserving only those aspects she wished to keep hidden. For instance, in this scripted realm, Chu Jun endeavored to showcase only her talents in her areas of expertise. However, given Gerda's capabilities, he likely discerned that her combat prowess was formidable as well. "I wish to assemble a team, and I sincerely invite you to be the first member of my group," Gerda declared, a hint of sincerity breaking through his typically stoic demeanor. This must have been a challenging proposition for him. "Why me? Why not her?" Chu Jun countered. "She relies on others, while you and I do not," Gerda replied. "What ultimate mission does this team have?" Chu Jun continued to inquire. This question momentarily stumped Gerda, rendering him speechless. He had prepared extensively but had not anticipated such a profound inquiry from Chu Jun. "To be honest, I have yet to fully contemplate it. However, there is one thing I have long desired to pursue, and for that, I need friends who are truly worthy of standing by my side," Gerda lamented, as if uttering those words had drained him of all energy. "That sounds intriguing. I would be willing to join your team, but I hope you can provide me with a satisfactory answer regarding the ultimate mission," Chu Jun responded. "Very well, I shall strive to do so." Gerda's typically stern face finally broke into a hint of a smile. Gerda needed to return and prepare further. The two exchanged friend requests and agreed to establish a new squad together thereafter. Farewelling Gerda, Chu Jun made her way to Dalama Plaza, which remained bustling with activity. This time, she intended to purchase a substantial quantity of skill card fragments to further enhance herself. However, today, she first sought out Haigu. Haigu warmly greeted Chu Jun. "Brother, weren't you looking for a mech? I happen to have acquired a rather good anti-Hulk model." Chu Jun felt a surge of joy, only to be halted by Haiji's sigh. "Brother, I must apologize. Due to imminent updates and maintenance, all mech types are experiencing a price surge. The anti-Hulk armor we discussed has now escalated to a starting price of 4,000, while the massive variant, the Dangerous Wanderer, has jumped to 6,000. Do you truly wish to proceed with the purchase?" Chu Jun was taken aback. The price increase was staggering, nearly doubling. What on earth is going on? The mechs are not merely capable of preserving a life, they also bestow an array of formidable combat enhancements, which has led to a frenzy of sales. Each team has members pooling their tokens to acquire one, resulting in a meteoric rise in prices, sighed Haigu. "What are you sighing about? It seems to me that you're the one raking in the profits," Chu Jun thought to himself, pressing on with his inquiries. "Haigu, is there another reason for this? The price doubled overnight. There must be some other impetus." Haigu glanced around cautiously and lowered his voice. "Given our long-standing friendship, I want to keep it from you. The announcement has been made, hasn't it? The server is about to undergo maintenance and updates, and it is said that the server will significantly suppress human abilities while enhancing the efficacy of items and increasing the official value of 10 consecutive draws. We are currently scrambling to gather items in hopes of selling them at a favorable price post-update. Look around. It's not just the mechs, item prices across the board have skyrocketed." Finally, Haigu revealed his hand. "That dragon tooth sword you have? I sold it for 3 times the price. I'm only sharing this good fortune with you. If you purchase anything that ISNT an item today, I'll give you a 30 discount." Haigo proclaimed grandly, having acquired the Dragon Tooth Sword for just over 400, selling it for more than 1,000 was indeed a lucrative endeavor, Chujin mused. After some contemplation, he decided to procure more necessities from Haigo. Indeed, as a professional trader, Haige's stock was extensive, offering a vast array of products. Anything one might need could likely be found in his inventory. After reflecting, Chujin resolved to seek out Hooded Man and his associates to purchase goods, fully aware they might reveal his secret of being able to absorb the scent of blood. He contemplated acquiring some shards from Haigo, a discerning eye. We have plenty of shards here. Many veterans have leveled up with the shards bought from me. How many do you need? I'll give you a 20 discount. No, wait, I'll offer you a 30 discount. By the way, do you still have the items I sold you last time? I'm willing to buy them back at double the price, Haigo remarked. Chujin pondered for a moment and nodded. The anti-gravity magnet was of little use to him at present, and the Batman's explosive shurikens had also gone unused due to his lack of involvement in combat, although these items might prove beneficial in the future. Chujin felt his skills were not yet sufficiently developed and prioritized strengthening his skill set over acquiring more items. His desire for items was rather subdued. Even the highly rated Damascus single-molecule knife had not been put to use. The only item proving truly effective was the mysterious mechanical hand obtained from the Terminator world. He aimed to optimize everything before the maintenance concluded. For 3 items, Haigo collected 460 tokens. Chapter 50. Rebirth Ability. Chujin spent 21 tokens to acquire 30 biological and cybernetic skill shards and 80 more, totaling 310 tokens. He subsequently purchased 16 weapon shards at 35 tokens each and 14 card shards at 28 tokens each, amounting to 952 tokens, and rounded down to spend 950 tokens. In addition, Chujin discovered a skill system card that he required from Haige's inventory, a unique villain skill card titled Rebirth Evolution Doomsday. Within the narrative world, this card grants the ability to be resurrected after death once, evolving to acquire a special capability that counters the means of your demise found within the current realm. This ability is categorized as a biological resource skill, is permanent, and possesses a combat attribute of 2. However, upon obtaining this ability, one becomes exceedingly unattractive. The card was priced at 200 role-playing coins, and Haigo was resolute in not reducing the price. Brother, I'm not exaggerating. Possessing this card essentially grants you an extra life. While it may render you unsightly, that is inconsequential. What does it matter if you're ugly? With wealth, one can easily visit a cosmetic clinic. In this day and age, what can't money buy? Haigo ardently promoted the card, his words flowing like a blossoming flower. Disregard his claims. More than 10 individuals who examined the Doomsday skill card deemed it overpriced, excessively so, with the cost nearly double that of standard skill cards. I have a resurrection skill card as well, selling for merely 500 coins, interjected another vendor, a man in flip-flops. I have one too. Care to give it a try? Another vendor, a woman who had been eyeing Chujin, approached, casting him a flirtatious glance. Intrigued, Chujin glanced at their resurrection-related skill cards. Zombie Rebirth, Dawn of the Dead. Upon death in the narrative world, one can immediately gain the capacity to become a zombie. This ability significantly diminishes one's rationality and intelligence, as long as one is not decapitated or severely damaged. The capacity to retain accumulated task rewards remains until the conclusion of the mission. This ability falls under the biological category, with a combat attribute of 2. Additionally, acquiring this ability will deprive you of the ability to walk normally. This was the skill card offered by the flip-flop man, Paji, priced at 500 coins. Demonic Rebirth, Jennifer S. Flesh. In the narrative world, you will gain formidable regeneration and self-healing capabilities, along with at least one chance to resurrect after death. This ability greatly enhances your survival capacity and belongs to the demon category, with a permanent dialogue attribute of 2. However, maintaining this ability necessitates a substantial intake of flesh and blood to sustain your life form. This was the card presented by the female vendor, Xiaomi Mei, priced at 660 coins. Both cards indeed possessed resurrection capabilities, yet their drawbacks were conspicuous. Chujin ultimately shook his head. Neither ability seemed sufficiently impressive. Zombie Rebirth would turn one into a zombie upon death, while Demonic Rebirth was a gift from a demon. In contrast, the Rebirth Evolution of Doomsday had but one flaw: the loss of beauty. I've already stated that their offerings are subpar. What I possess is genuinely valuable. Selling to you for a mere 1,000 coins is quite a bargain. Here's the deal. You've purchased several fragments from me today, so I'll extend you a discount. This skill card will be available for 800 coins. Haigo dismissed the 2 other vendors from his stall's vicinity. Chujin nodded, silently acknowledging that competitive bidding indeed yields superior goods. Brother, had I known you were interested, I would have offered you a character card for Underworld Detective as well. But unfortunately, it was just purchased by someone else and is now out of stock. Paji continued to shout from the sidelines. Hurry up and leave. You keep encroaching on my business. Brother Hai continues to drive away the competition. After an exchange with several props traders, Chujin realizes that while the ability to resurrect after death is indeed rare, it is not entirely absent. There are various forms, such as zombification, vampirism, or transformations into new life forms akin to steelbone. Naturally, there are also unique resurrection methods involving reapers or demons, and even instances of being caught in an infinite loop. In essence, such abilities do exist, albeit at a steep price due to their rarity. However, it is merely slightly expensive. After all, everyone currently possesses only 4 skill slots, making it imprudent to allocate a primary skill slot to a resurrection ability with limited utility. A discount of 20 reduces the price to 960 roleplay coins, a concession given your substantial purchase of skill fragments today. Brother Hai reiterated his final offer. Fine. It's a deal, replied Chujin, based on the intelligence gathered after reaching the silver rank. There is a probability of encountering a large number of hunters as a third-party narrative force, initiating a slaughter mode. Coupled with the announcement of various peculiar props soon receiving epic enhancements, Chujin deemed it necessary to seize an opportunity for a genuine boost in combat power. Thus, he spent a total of 4,220 roleplay coins to procure a plethora of items from Brother Hai. Brother, you spent over 4,000 roleplay coins in one go. You are truly my best friend. Here's my offline contact information, which I generally reserve for clients worthy of trade. Should you encounter any issues, reach out to me offline, and I will assist you to the best of my ability. Brother Hai warmly embraced Chujin, regardless of the circumstances. Having gained the friendship of a banker, Chujin felt he had profited from the encounter. After this expenditure, he retained a neat sum of 1,000 roleplay coins, which he planned to keep for the time being. The considerable outlay had left him feeling quite pained. On another note, the hooded figure, the man in sunglasses, and the one wearing a duckbill cap were surprisingly absent. Upon inquiring with the previously encountered old man with a cane, it became apparent that the Passerby Alliance had also begun stockpiling goods, preparing to sell them at a premium after the version update. This old man, albeit begrudgingly, served as an informant for the Passerby Alliance, frequently aiding in the identification of lucrative targets in the square. After Chujin had spent a significant sum on the trio previously, he had shared a portion with the old man, improving his mood sufficiently to divulge this information to Chujin. From this sequence of events, Chujin discerned that the roleplay game related to this scripted world was likely on the verge of a significant transformation. He returned to the misty reality, feeling both accomplished and fatigued. After consuming a light meal, he promptly fell asleep. Upon awakening the following day, the sun, a rare visitor, managed to pierce the mist and illuminate the earth, rendering the sky remarkably clearer. The fog of the misty world is not mere haze, but a manifestation of the world's unique and unknowable forces. Only a few days each year does sunlight penetrate the mist to grace the ground. On such days, people often take to the streets and meadows, relishing the genuine warmth of the sun and basking in the comforting atmosphere. 20 weapon fragments yielded a tactical dagger, 2 combat, and a web shooter, Spider-Man, capable of slowing or restraining targets. 20 card fragments resulted in character cards for Dane, Interstellar Agent, City of 1,000 Stars, Combat 2, and Winter Soldier, Captain America 2. Reluctant to expend the 2 cards, as both featured protagonists from their respective narratives, Chujin chose to preserve them for the time being. Chapter 51, Silver Rank Registered Account, Chujin, Ultimate Genesis, Roleplay Record, 5 times rank, Silver Attribute Points, Total 44 Combat, 25, 112, 2352, Persuasion, 2 Disguise, 8. 153, Specialty, 11, 29, 1,000 Roleplay Coins Cards, Super Riot, not activated. Ultimate Genesis, Equipped, 3 Combat, 3 Disguise, 9 Specialty, Punishment Exemption Card, System, Dane, City of 1,000 Stars, not activated. Bucky, Captain America 2, not activated. Title, Mechanical Master Skills, Mutant Gene 1, 5 Disguise, Super Trunk 10, 2 Combat, Mecha Technique 10, 2 Combat, Regenerative Evolution 1, 2 Combat. Items, Damascus Knife, Equipped, 5 Combat. Tactical Dagger, Web Shooter. Evaluation. You have finally ascended to the esteemed Silver Rank, where you will encounter truly formidable adversaries. What are you waiting for? Engage in battle swiftly. The original transformation skill has been upgraded to level 10 and, after devouring the Desperation Virus skill card, has metamorphosed into an entirely new skill, Mutant Gene, acquiring a permanent enhancement ability. This phenomenon is referred to as the sublimation of ability, akin to the Terminator 5000 absorbing the Ultron character card. Sublimation results in the emergence of new capabilities from the original power and enhances attribute fortifications. Mutant Gene 1. Your genes have undergone a fundamental transformation, liberating you from the constraints of human appearance. You can now mimic and transform into other humanoid beings through genetic absorption. Utilizing this ability will elevate your disguise attribute to 5, allowing you to alter your skin color, voice, organs, and the size of your physique and bones. Extended capability. This ability no longer incurs the negative effects of blue skin. Upon receiving lethal damage, you can perform a shedding to become immune to fatal injuries and regenerate. After regeneration, you will possess formidable frenzied combat capabilities. Both Super Trunk and Mecha Technique have been enhanced to level 10. However, suitable skill cards for absorption and sublimation into new abilities are currently unavailable. Super Trunk 10. Your bone density has attained the resilience of the most powerful Terminator, rendering you unstoppable in your pursuit of targets. This skill belongs to the cyber category, is permanent, and grants a combat attribute of 2. Currently, this ability has shed the negative effects of increased weight, allowing you to maintain your original trunk strength without any added burden. Mecha Arts Level 10. You have acquired a specialized combat technique designed to inflict damage upon armored bodies. When confronting augmented individuals or armored units, you gain the ability to exploit their weaknesses, enhancing your reaction speed. This skill embodies both cybernetic and martial prowess, is permanent, and possesses a combat attribute of 2. Presently, this capability can also be employed in a non-mechanical form, rendering the task of defeating 10 adversaries a trivial endeavor for you. Regenerative Evolution Level 1. Within the narrative realm, you possess the ability to resurrect after being killed once. Upon revival, you will evolve a unique capability tailored to counter the method that led to your demise. Belonging to the biological resource category, also permanent, with a combat attribute of 2. Furthermore, upon acquiring this ability, your appearance will become quite unappealing. In the company where Chujin is employed, what was supposed to be a holiday has turned into a day filled with overtime for many. The managers resort to their usual tactics, encroaching upon rest days prior to project completion, rather than contemplating efficient work arrangements to address the issues at hand. Shao Kahn greedily glanced at the sunlight outside, fully aware that it was an excellent day for basking in the sun, yet unable to relish in it. The reason for the overtime is the overwhelming workload. With Chujin's absence, his responsibilities have been distributed among 3 individuals, who are utterly incapable of managing the tasks that Chujin could effortlessly accomplish alone. Chujin's absence is quite understandable, meager compensation for excessive work. Additionally, the fact that Old Shin has embezzled a significant amount of money that rightfully belongs to the project team has come to Chujin's attention. This is Chujin's retribution. He eagerly anticipates the collapse of the project. Though both suns shine brightly, Shao Kahn feels a chill creeping over him. He recalls how Chu Jun had effortlessly dispatched both him and Old Shun in a single move. That skill resembles the awakened individuals he has recently heard so much about. If Chujin truly becomes an awakened one, they would find themselves in dire straits. As these thoughts swirl in his mind, a cacophony of shouts and the sound of a table being struck erupts from the general manager's office. The esteemed leader is reprimanding Old Shin, the project manager, for his incompetence. Shao Kahn shudders once more. Inside the general manager's office, Old Shin witnesses the furious outburst of the esteemed Gu, who slams the table and curses loudly, remaining silent himself, allowing the tirade to unfold. Fool, why is the airship factory in Nanjing progressing so poorly? Do you not comprehend the magnitude of the investment this business represents? It involves not only my finances, but also the reputations of several influential figures. You are truly exasperating. Once Gu calms down, Old Shin finally speaks. Boss, the truth is, this is all Chujin's fault. Had it not been for him, we would have resolved this matter long ago. As the project manager, cannot you handle this one individual? Is he not your subordinate? Gu's anger continues to simmer, though age has rendered him somewhat weary. Boss, it's not that we lack the capability. That young man has considerable seniority in the company, and like a stubborn pig, he refuses to engage in this matter. Dismiss him and replace him. At a critical juncture of the project, changing personnel would be futile. We must first complete our tasks. You are well aware that the work related to airships is highly technical, and merely swapping individuals may not yield satisfactory results. Offer him a raise, double his salary. As for the bonus, grant him 100,000 for this project. Mr. Gu seethed through gritted teeth. In truth, had a salary increase been proposed earlier, Chujin would have readily accepted it. However, upon uncovering the secrets of Old Shin and his associates, he traced the threads to discover that Mr. Gu himself was the root of the problem, far more corrupt than Old Shun and his ilk. Mr. Gu's money was hard to come by, and thus, Chujin resolved to withdraw entirely, seeking retribution. This was his intent. After all, why else would he wait until the last moment to make his exit? If not to witness the folly of these individuals? The numerous pitfalls were far beyond what Chujin alone could manage. Now, Old Shin had distributed the workload among 3 individuals, yet their combined efficiency could not match that of Chujin. Old Shin understood the intricacies of specialized business and technical tasks, but Mr. Gu was oblivious. Having risen to prominence through the fortuitous opportunity presented by the large-scale construction of airships, relying on connections to amass wealth. What did he know of technology? Otherwise, he would not have engaged in embezzlement, profiting from ill-gotten gains. Mr. Gu excelled in exploiting employees, inadvertently nurturing sycophants like Old Shin and the obsequious Shao Kahn, resulting in a toxic corporate environment. The company was rife with corruption. Not a single piece of good meat remained in this pot. Chujin, unwilling to conspire with them any longer, had endured exploitation for too long. Once he saw through their facade, he bided his time, ready to unleash his vengeance. However, Mr. Gu, adept at managing the company through numerous connections, would not easily accept defeat. At that moment, Old Shin's gaze shifted, and he proposed to Mr. Gu. What if we dispatch that awakened subordinate of yours to capture Chujin and give him a good beating? We could compel him to complete the work for us. Upon hearing this, a glint of malice flickered in Mr. Gu's eyes as he lit a cigarette. Outside, the sun shone brightly while the interior was shrouded in smoke. Chapter 52. Unlocking the Silver Moon and having attained the silver rank, Chujin glanced at the forum. Gerda had posted a new strategy guide, primarily discussing whether poorly received films or acclaimed ones yielded more in-game currency, engaging in a lively debate with other seasoned strategists. As a kindred spirit, Chujin paid slight attention. Suddenly, he remembered that Lin Xiao had not contacted him in several days. His messages had gone unanswered. He wondered how Lin Xiao was faring. A few days prior, after Lin Xiao's departure, he had received a message assuring him not to worry, but there had been no further communication. Logging back into the system, he found he would no longer be forcibly thrust into the narrative world and could directly appear in Dilemma Plaza. Now at the Silver Rank, a new establishment, previously hidden in the mists, had been revealed, the Silver Moon Inn. This building corresponded to the silvery moon that occasionally graced Dilemma Plaza, and it was said that here one could savor the meals prepared by the innkeeper and acquire special team rooms. Once rooms were purchased, team members could gather within. Regarding the proprietress, according to previously acquired intelligence, she is akin to the priest of the Blue Moon Church. However, the assistants, officiants, and the kitchen staff of the Silver Moon Inn are managed by a different team, which has invested a substantial sum to acquire the operational rights. It is said that the Silver Moon Inn is run by a faction that supports the protagonist, known as the Power of the Moon. Thus, the culinary offerings of this establishment often enhance certain attributes when one embodies the role of the main character, sustaining the narrative world. In simpler terms, indulging in the fare here allows patrons to savor delectable dishes while also reaping beneficial effects. Upon entering, Chujin observed numerous patrons eagerly awaiting the inn's renowned dishes, such as braised pork knuckles, roasted fish, and beer duck. The enticing aromas were irresistible, promising a savory experience. Moreover, some dishes could be taken as items into the narrative world, providing restorative benefits. However, these sumptuous meals are not suited for solitary consumption. Rather, it is advised that the entire team partake together to gain collective status enhancements. Lin Xiao had mentioned that if contact in the real world proved elusive, one could leave a message at the Silver Moon Inn. A message board stood prominently, with many individuals affixing notes to communicate with their teammates. Upon seeing this, Chujin pinned a brief message, "Dawn, I have silvered." With that, he departed from the message board, unaware that his actions had caught the attention of a keen observer indulging in a feast. Having arrived at the plaza, Chujin noted that most individuals were engrossed in discussions about the impending update maintenance, with few making their way to the protagonist's narratives. Have you heard? Allegedly, after this update maintenance, everyone will receive assistance cards and immunity cards. By the way, there seems to be a rising organization in the real world called the Blood God Cult, rumored to have some connection to the role-playing games. I wonder what the game developers are thinking. It appears they are not keen on expanding their operations. Indeed, if other games were as enjoyable, they would already be bustling with activity. Perhaps the aspect of life extraction is somewhat daunting. And then there's the occasional emergence of an awakened, which can be quite alarming. Just the other day, I witnessed two groups of awakened battling, demolishing buildings in the process. I was fortunate to have hidden behind a wall and escaped unscathed. Yes, the number of awakened has been increasing lately, and the inspection bureau seems indifferent. The term awakened refers to individuals who have gained extraordinary powers within the misty reality. It is rumored that large corporations conduct clandestine human experiments to transform individuals into more powerful awakened beings. Many others attain their abilities through rigorous training in remote mountains. The primary department tasked with dealing with the awakened is the Inspection Bureau, predominantly composed of awakened individuals themselves. The Blood God Cult, previously mentioned, is a grassroots organization of awakened individuals, and it is said that this cult is steadily growing and showing signs of expansion. Certainly, aside from the official awakeners, there exists a multitude of grassroots awakeners, and it is often the latter who stir up most of the incidents. The official entities primarily focus on maintaining order, ensuring that these awakeners do not engage in reckless behavior that would disrupt societal norms. Suddenly, a sharp question arose for discussion. Do you believe that our abilities in the real world can be considered akin to those of awakeners? I tend to agree. Although our powers may be less potent than those of the awakeners, once we return to the real world, the dynamics change. Upon my return, I directly incapacitated my senior brother. I too experienced something similar during a competition. I suddenly felt as though I had entered a mystical state, as if I had uncovered the truth of the universe. Everything around me slowed down to a bullet time effect, a capability I had believed was exclusive to the scripted world. I am unsure how it became applicable in the real world, yet relying on this sensation, I accelerated my race car and clinched the championship. Indeed, our abilities should be regarded as a form of awakening. However, do refrain from boasting. The last time I glimpsed an awakener, he conjured an illusion that drew me into a bizarre realm, showcasing powers far superior to ours in this world. It remains a mystery how this role-playing game manages to permeate the real world. A cacophony of voices erupted as people engaged in fervent debate. While no one sought to explore the scripted world, Chu Jun examined the scripted worlds he had unlocked, discovering 3 in total. Rise of the Planet of the Apes narrates the tale of a genetic scientist who invents a new drug that significantly enhances the intelligence of apes, leading to a series of events after he adopts one. However, as time reveals, this new drug becomes a deadly virus for humanity, plunging the planet into a scenario of human extinction and the ascendance of apes. District 9 depicts the aftermath of a close encounter between extraterrestrial beings and Earth over 30 years, focusing on a personnel managing alien affairs who becomes infected with a mysterious virus, resulting in a gradual transformation into an alien. After facing hostility from his kind, he ventures towards District 9, the alien's habitat. The 5th element tells the story of extraterrestrials who bring forth a 5th element, alongside the 4 classical elements, to aid Earth in overcoming a calamity. Following the demise of the aliens at the hands of another wave of hunters, humanity resurrects an alien heroine, the protagonist. A taxi driver embarks on a journey with her to the lost paradise, utilizing the 5th element of love to rescue Earth once more. However, the screens of these 3 scripted worlds displayed a faint red glow around their borders, reminiscent of the sanguinary aura Chujin had encountered before. According to the system prompts, these scripts currently operate in slaughter mode, accessible only to those of silver rank or higher. When Chujin hovered his hand over the selection box, the system warned that the difficulty of these scripts was excessively high, advising against his current entry. After a moment of contemplation, Chujin decided to decline entering these scripts for the time being. Chapter 53. Abduction. The news from the square revealed that most hunter teams had entered various scripted worlds, forcibly transforming the narratives into a mode of slaughter, engaging in fierce combat with one another. Their aim was to indulge in as much killing as possible before the server underwent maintenance, hoping to acquire numerous items and fragments. It was no wonder that the hooded figures were absent. They had likely joined their teams in the scripted worlds to hunt. Chujin finally understood the throngs of people in the square. These individuals were not foolish. They recognized the rampant chaos within the scripted worlds and opted not to enter, allowing the hunters to battle amongst themselves. Even Brother Hai, the notorious street vendor, had conformed to the trend and closed his stall, mingling with the crowd to discuss the forthcoming updates and potential developments, an informal forum of industry insiders. Having contemplated these matters, Chu Jun lost interest in entering the scripted world. He had only just attained the silver rank, and facing such intense slaughter in quick succession posed a formidable challenge. While he did not shy away from challenges, this particular one, filled with numerous high-level adversaries, was ill-suited for him. From the information shared in conversation, he learned that individuals of the silver rank possessed at least one attribute exceeding 20. Coupled with Shi Tianqi's formidable combat prowess from the previous Avengers 2 world, Chujin began to consider enhancing his own abilities. Enhancing his abilities would primarily involve seeking opportunities within the narrative to acquire attribute cards or items that would grant additional points, or alternatively, obtaining these points through trade. With the stalls now closed, purchasing anything seemed inappropriate. Chujin exited the game, awaiting the next refresh of the script, which would take at least 12 hours. Returning to the real world, he noticed the bright sunshine outside and felt it was time to step out. Remaining cooped up in the scripted world and his room was not ideal. It was clear he had become somewhat reclusive. Chujin planned to indulge in a good meal. After spending so long indoors, merely descending to grab a bowl of noodles felt rather uninspired. A leisurely stroll in the sports square would be beneficial for his health, and perhaps he might even see someone flying a kite. Just as he was about to leave, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. "Is that you, Lin Xiao?" "I'm coming." Chujin hurriedly opened the door. To his surprise, several burly strangers stood before him. "Are you Chujin?" one of them inquired. "Yes, I am." "What is it?" he replied. Before he could finish his sentence, the group rushed in, one of them pinning down one of Chujin's hands. "Brother, this guy has immense strength," exclaimed one of the muscular men. In truth, Chujin had hardly moved. His body had already received an enhancement, rendering their attempts futile. "Curse it, he's quite resilient." The man who had spoken earlier suddenly leaped and struck Chujin on the forehead with a brick. The blow shattered the brick, demonstrating remarkable force, producing a resounding thud. Chujin cast a glance at the assailant, his vision swirling, and he promptly lost consciousness. Good heavens, he broke the brick. Next time, I'll bring a steel pipe, the leader remarked, raising his hand. Let us go, quickly, before anyone sees us. Get in the car. Four burly men dragged Chujin into a small van. Third brother, this man is quite unattractive. Is he really our target? The driver inquired, recalling a different appearance from the photo he had previously seen. Room 405, the unit is correct. I even confirmed his name with him. It's definitely him. Let us go, the leader commanded, urging the driver to start the vehicle. After traversing several blocks, the van traveled 10 kilometers along the outer ring road until it reached an abandoned factory in the outskirts. The men hauled Chujin into a room and tossed him onto a chair, binding him with ropes. Third brother, this guy's bones are quite tough. It's rather uncomfortable to move him, one remarked. Less chatter. Go keep watch while I find second brother. The third brother instructed as he dismissed the others and proceeded to a relatively intact room, which resembled a small office and was equipped with an air conditioner. Second brother. The man is here, the third brother said, bowing slightly before second brother. Well done. Wake him up and compel him to work, second brother replied, handing over a laptop. What kind of work? You wouldn't understand. It's quite complicated, second brother explained tersely. Oh, I see. I'll go now, the third brother said. Taking the laptop into the room, he slapped Chujin, but he did not awaken. The third brother's hand felt as if it had struck iron, causing him considerable pain. Ouch. What on earth is wrong with this guy's head? It's as hard as steel, he exclaimed, his hand numb from the impact. He instructed his subordinate to bring a bucket of water. Dousing Chujin's face with water finally roused him. Hey, what is going on? Chujin exclaimed, instinctively attempting to wipe his face dry, only to realize he was unable to move. Once his eyes adjusted to the light, he discovered he was bound in an abandoned factory, facing a bald man who had splashed water on him. Who are you, and why have you captured me? Chujin swiftly reacted. You're quite alert. I was planning to douse you with another bucket, the bald third brother sneered. What do you want? Are you kidnapping me? I have no money, Chujin replied. You're an interesting fellow. Today, there is something you must accomplish. If you succeed, we'll release you. If not, I'll dig a grave outside for you. You can choose, head above feet, or feet above head. Pick one, the bald third brother stated. What is it? Chujin asked. Taken aback, he had seldom encountered such a situation devoid of monetary or sexual motives. There's something in the laptop, you can see for yourself. Once you've looked, follow the instructions, the bald third brother said, opening the document on the laptop and pushing it towards Chujin. Upon glancing at the contents, Chujin understood. This was merely the beginning of a task he refused to undertake. Huh, so you're sent by Oldshin, he chuckled. You bastard, the bald third brother exclaimed, delivering another sharp slap that echoed like a strike against steel. Oh, that hurt, the bald third brother cried out, realizing the toughness of Chujin's face. You not only have a thick skin, but you're also quite ugly. You're hideous, the bald third brother remarked as he exited the room. Just as he stepped out, a thought struck him. Something was amiss. I recall the photograph shared earlier. It was not so unappealing. He, of course, remains oblivious to the fact that Chujin has acquired a new skill, regenerative evolution, whose only flaw is its grotesqueness. This skill has rendered Chujin exceedingly unattractive, to the point that he bears no resemblance to his former self. My goodness, this is truly not the same person. He looks nothing like the individual in the photograph. I must have apprehended the wrong person. The bald-headed Lao San suddenly came to this realization. No, I cannot disclose this to Ergo. He rubbed his head thoughtfully. If I am found to have made an error, I will surely be scolded by both Dagu and Ergo. I must bury him. After all, it is inevitable. A sinister glint appeared in Lao San's eyes as he devised a plan. Chapter 54. In obstructed escape, Lao San summoned several individuals to operate the cement mixer. Such a method is typically employed for burying individuals in cement. This fellow has caused me to capture the wrong person. I intend to encase him in cement. However, I still need to capture him, so allow me one more attempt. You all must keep this matter to yourselves. The subordinates nodded in agreement, understanding that since Sangu had given his orders, they were to carry them out. As the subordinates prepared the cement mixer, they were set to capture Chujin for the cement block. Unexpectedly, as the door swung open, Chujin hurled a laptop at them. You think I'll work for free? Go to hell. Chujin erupted in anger, shattering the laptop, and his fist continued to fly. Once a cultured individual, he had not engaged in such actions just days prior. Yet, having traversed the world of scripts and witnessed numerous battles, and now suddenly facing an unwarranted kidnapping, he no longer regarded himself as human. In the confines of the abandoned factory, he contemplated his predicament. If he did not comply, they might very well kill him. After all, the project he was involved in was worth millions, and those corrupt individuals could profit immensely, which was why they targeted him for abduction. The law and order in this world differs greatly from his previous life. Here, it could barely be described as adequate. The patrol agency operates mainly within the city. Outside its borders, incidents might echo like a stone dropped in water. Once gone, it is gone. There is much to discuss regarding the city and its outskirts. But time is of the essence, and he wished not to dwell on it. All he needed to know was that these individuals dared to act so brazenly. If Chu Zhen truly refused to cooperate, he feared for his life. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, he activated his internal energy and employed the transformation technique of the mysterious shape woman to shrink his stature, rendering the ropes around him oversized. Maintaining his composure, he extricated himself from the bindings and restored his original form. Though he could flee, he risked being captured. They likely knew where he resided, as his address had probably been leaked from the company's contact list, along with his phone number and other information. After much deliberation, Chu Zhen resolved to strike while they were still unprepared. Now, endowed with both agility and abilities, his courage had significantly strengthened. The gray mist within his energy center swirled, and the bloodied aura he had absorbed surged forth. Chu Zhen began to exert his full strength in mastering the mech arts. He swiftly seized the laptop and struck one of the bald-headed subordinates, rendering him dazed, and then unleashed a powerful punch that sent another hapless lackey flying across the room. How impressive! Chu Zhen marveled, momentarily taken aback. Chu Zhen was utterly unaware that after activating the energy within his dantian, his abilities had significantly strengthened. In a fit of pride, he leaped forward, charging through the crowd, and with a single collision, sent two burly men flying. Currently at the silver tier, Chu Zhen had acquired a skill enhancement of 4. The mecha technique, which bore traces of Wing Chun from the film Battle Angel, had been further augmented after consuming the Wing Chun skill card, making it exceptionally effective against mechas and even more so against humans, especially when complemented by his formidable physique. With the skills amplified by the operation of his dantian, Chu Zhen resembled a living tank. He unleashed a powerful punch, akin to a short-range cannonball. Among these mundane individuals, who could possibly stand against him? Had it not been for his insufficient development of dantian capabilities and the sudden enchantment that led to his capture, he would not have been so easily subdued. Now, fully operational, Chu Zhen charged into the throng, his robust physique akin to reinforced steel. The few bald-headed henchmen who approached him were utterly powerless. For the first time, Chu Zhen experienced the exhilarating sensation of a tiger among sheep. As one adversary swung a baton toward him, he effortlessly intercepted it, exclaiming, "Ouch!" yet appeared entirely unfazed. He swiftly seized the baton and swept it, startling a group of onlookers into retreat. A typical strike from such a baton could shatter a leg. Yet now it merely caused an ugly brute to yelp in surprise before he countered. The burly men recognized their disadvantage, quickly informed the second brother. "This man isn't awakened." Just as one of them spoke, Chu Zhen struck him in the chest with the baton, causing his entire torso to cave in. Chu Zhen's extraordinary physique not only provided formidable defense, enhanced by an 800-point boost, but also endowed him with immense striking power. With such prowess, he could easily compete in a boxing ring. The baton whistled through the air, incapacitating 2 more opponents in swift succession. Chu Zhen grew increasingly emboldened, a flush rising on his face, as if invigorated by a surge of vitality. The last remaining giant attempted to flee, but to his astonishment, Chu Zhen's baton struck his nape with alarming speed. At that moment, a figure approached from the distance, hands clasped behind his back. "You have slain my men." This individual exuded an extraordinary aura, dressed simply in coarse cloth, yet standing as immovable as a mountain. "Who are you?" he inquired. "And who might you be?" Chu Zhen sensed the challenge in this man and hastily picked up a nearby machete. "I am Gao Tianxiao, the 27th disciple of the Wangwei sect," the cloaked man declared, deftly kicking the baton that had been knocked away from Chu Zhen back into his grasp. This display of skill left Chu Zhen envious. It was both ostentatious and practical, showcasing remarkable bodily coordination. Realizing he could not win, Chu Zhen decided to flee. What was this Wangwei sect? And what of the awakened mentioned earlier? What chaos had he stumbled into? As he ran, Chu Zhen pondered these questions. Meanwhile, Gao Tianxiao sneered, then sprang forward, covering the distance to Chu Zhen in 3 bounds. Delivering a swift kick in reverse, Chu Zhen's pupils dilated in surprise. This opponent was formidable. He swiftly darted backward, although the kick did not land on Chu Zhen. It shattered the factory's stone wall with a single blow. The load-bearing wall, made of reinforced concrete, was obliterated, just as Chu Zhen drew his machete to counterattack. Gao Tianxiao pointed his staff, sending Chu Zhen's weapon flying from his grasp. In that fleeting moment of confrontation, Chu Zhen felt an overwhelming force transmit through the connection of the machete and the staff. Could this man be a cultivator? Chu Zhen pondered, yet his movements remained swift. He circulated his energy, executing the mecha fist technique. As he launched his attack, it exhibited a remarkable form. The energy surged, suggesting that if Gao Tianxiao were to be struck, he too would sustain injuries. How intriguing! Gao Tianxiao was momentarily taken aback, then lunged forward, striking Chu Zhen's abdomen with a jab, releasing a wave of energy that sent Chu Zhen soaring through the air. He was astounded by the sheer strength of it. While airborne, Chu Jun refused to concede defeat. He transformed his hand into a claw and, with a swift motion, embedded it into the ceiling, suspending himself above. Your technique is quite extraordinary. Although I am unaware of your sect, with such prowess, you are no ordinary individual, Gao Tianxiao remarked. What is a sect? Chu Jun inquired. Perplexed. A sect embodies the cultivation of techniques and the transmission of traditions. It is indeed intriguing that you are without one, Gao Tianxiao replied with sudden interest. As he spoke, Gao Tianxiao's staff shot forth like an arrow towards Chu Jun. Chu Jun relinquished his hold on the ceiling, dropping to the ground to evade the strike. However, upon looking up, he found Gao Tianxiao's whip-like leg aimed directly at his face, leaving him only enough time to raise his arms in defense. The kick propelled Chu Jun out of the room, crashing through the wall and leaving a gaping hole. Gao Tianxiao frowned. Something felt amiss. It was as if he had kicked a steel plate. Could this be the legendary Iron Skin? If so, he had stumbled upon a treasure. Intrigued by the unsightly man before him, he was disinclined to concern himself with the mundane affairs dictated by the ancient elder. He served the elder, bound by numerous connections. Instead, he hoped that someone might one day inherit the legacy of the Wangwei sect. To him, this man without a sect appeared to be a promising candidate. For reasons unknown, he had mastered the Iron Skin technique and possessed remarkable skills. If feasible, he would capture him and indoctrinate him into the Wangwei sect. With that thought, Gao Tianxiao sprang into action, pursuing the distance-running Chu Jun. You cannot escape, Gao Tianxiao declared, channeling his internal energy as he struck Chu Jun's back. Chu Jun was propelled forward several meters, rolling on the ground, realizing that evading this madman from the Wangwei sect was futile. With a swift turn, Chu Jun prepared to retaliate. Your patience is commendable, and your reflex is impressive. However, you lack combat experience and have not trained your limbs. Gao Tianxiao's voice echoed from above Chu Jun. Then, Gao Tianxiao knelt upon Chu Jun's head, forcefully pressing his entire body into the ground. The cement ground bore the force of Gao Tianxiao's kick, leaving behind a spiderweb-like crack as Chu Jun's head collided with the surface. Are you dead? If not, get up. Gao Tianxiao commanded from the side. Chu Jun, unsteadily rising to his feet, felt 2 streaks of blood trickle down from his forehead. This fellow is incredibly difficult to contend with. Both men shared the same sentiment. Gao Tianxiao channeled his internal energy, each move consuming a significant amount of his vitality. His ability to maintain composure was a testament to his years of rigorous training and self-cultivation. However, to say he was vastly superior to Chu Jun would be an understatement. His extensive training allowed him to unleash tenfold strength in a single strike. It is essential to understand that combat inevitably inflicts harm on both parties. With Chu Jun's resilient physique, each blow from Gao Tianxiao also inflicted a reverberating damage upon himself. Remarkably, Chu Jun, despite being battered, managed to rise once more. I see you are also cultivating your breathing technique, Chu Jun remarked, his eyes glinting through the blood. After enduring a series of attacks, he finally discerned his opponent's rhythm. Just moments ago, when Gao Tianxiao charged at him, Chu Jun sensed a physical collision followed by a sudden surge of force striking his abdomen, a clear sequence of events. Observing Gao Tianxiao, he noted how, after executing a combination of strikes, his opponent would pause to strike a poised stance, a mere facade to regulate his breath. Although Chu Jun had long practiced breathing techniques, he lacked a corresponding method of combat. Nonetheless, he was adept at recognizing how to amplify his strength through breath control. Slowly, he spoke, channeling his energy, resolved not to retreat any longer. A haze of gray mingled with the scent of blood began to rise. Under the moonlight, an extraordinary battle intent erupted from Chu Jun, the sanguine aura surging from his limbs like flames. This was also a principle of the breathing technique, inhaling through mouth and nose, circulating energy through the dantian, then expelling the impurities through countless pores. As the bloody scent ascended, Chu Jun appeared to ignite. Gao Tianxiao's pupils dilated in astonishment. So, you are a member of the blood god cult, he exclaimed in sudden fury. In this world, there exist 3 major continents, Qizhou, Lanzhou, and Shazhou. Numerous nations within these continents have faith groups organized around cults. The blood god cult, a native faith group of Qizhou, corresponds with the wind god cult of Shazhou and the sea god cult of Lanzhou. However, Qizhou does not recognize these cults, branding them as violent opposition organizations, and they are under strict scrutiny by the Inspection Bureau. The official authority in Qizhou is the Inspection Bureau, while various sects represent the civilian forces, both of which hold a profound disdain for the blood god cult due to its malevolence. Many matters remain unspeakable. To speak of them invites peril. Tales of malevolent spirits and demons belong to a bygone era, and under the current jurisdiction of the Inspection Bureau, even mentioning them is prohibited. With the bloody aura emanating from Chu Jun, reminiscent of flames, Gao Tianxiao mistakenly perceived him as a devotee of the blood god cult. I had intended to spare you, but now I have no choice but to eliminate you. Gao Tianxiao calmly exhaled, his breathing shifted, and his aura transformed instantaneously. The moonlight, radiant and ethereal, cascaded upon him. The martial arts of the moon-watching sect are profound and mysterious, drawing power from the celestial moonlight. As Gao Tianxiao grew stronger, he unleashed a fierce palm technique. The moonlight crashing before him as he relentlessly struck towards Chu Zhan. This lunar palm technique comprises 28 movements, precisely mirroring the lunar cycle. In this misty realm, there exists one sun but only a single moon, its luminous whiteness akin to that of Earth, unlike the 4 moons of the Dalama Plaza. The 28 lunar palm techniques were conceived by the ancestors of the moon-watching sect, inspired by the moon's phases, channeling internal energy through their meridians. Each strike capable of summoning internal force to surge forth, while each individual strike possesses only 80% of the original power. The cumulative energy expenditure for all 28 moves is slightly over 8 times that of the original technique. This set of techniques, when executed, proves formidable, acting as a relentless weapon of continuous assault. Surprisingly, Chu Zhan stood his ground, engaging in a reciprocal exchange of offense and defense with Gao Tianxiao. Astonishingly, Chu Zhan adopted an offensive approach, utilizing the might of his mech skills to parry the lethal blows. Although 2 of Gao Tianxiao's strikes landed on Chu Zhan, he abruptly sensed a difference in his impact. While still bearing a hardness akin to iron, it lacked the previous resistance. It turned out that Chu Zhan was currently channeling the gray mist within his dantian, redirecting all his capabilities towards his mech skills, which significantly enhanced his offensive response. Albeit at the cost of some defensive vulnerability, this exchange allowed Chu Zhan to trade blows with Gao Tianxiao, and although he was ultimately on the losing end, he had already begun to instill a sense of difficulty in Gao Tianxiao. After a decade of training, Gao Tianxiao's internal energy was finite, diminishing with each use. A war of attrition was decidedly against him. In contrast, Chu Zhan, seemingly invincible, rose again after sustaining blows, his eyes gleaming with a fierce determination. Clearly driven by a bloodlust, Gao Tianxiao had encountered many such relentless individuals in battles with other sects, even having slain several blood god cultists. Yet he had never faced an opponent as tenacious as Chu Zhan. Chapter 56. The Moon-Watching Sect. What a pity, Gao Tianxiao mused. The study of blood god's secret arts may empower you, but it will only render you a monstrous aberration. Should I spare you today? You will only wreak havoc upon the world, and that will become my destined endeavor. With this thought, he pointed his sword hand, drawing the moonlight down from the heavens. His visage transformed into something divine beneath the moon's glow. Once more, Chu Zhan rose from the ground, breathing slowly, gray mist and blood energy rising from his mouth, gradually forming an eerie blood shadow behind him. This time, he perceived clearly. Gao Tianxiao was borrowing strength from the moon through his incantations, exhaling breath to manipulate the power of moonlight into an offensive form. Though Chu Zhan lacked understanding of the method to harness lunar energy, the operational principles of his breathing technique resonated closely with Gao Tianxiao's core philosophy. He yearned to observe more, but Gao Tianxiao was already in motion again. This time, Gao Tianxiao did not engage closely. Instead, he unexpectedly leaped backward. Chu Zhan felt an overwhelming aura enveloping him for the first time, making him feel as though his entire being had become a target of vulnerability. There was no escape, and this was Chu Zhan's immediate reaction. Beneath this strike lay a certain death. Gao Tianxiao's close combat abilities, under the relentless onslaught, began to reveal signs of fatigue. Realizing that a swift victory was unattainable, he immediately withdrew his hands. Chu Zhan, confident in his formidable defenses, believed he could endure a while longer, anticipating that as the enemy weakened, he would grow stronger and ultimately triumph. However, Gao Tianxiao suddenly leaped backward, his hands gradually spreading apart in a bowstring-like posture. Then, with a surge of energy, a silver arrow, entwined with moonlight and vital force, shot forth from 30 paces away. Moonlight arrow, Gao Tianxiao proclaimed loudly. Chu Zhan understood that this strike could very well lead to his demise. Every hair on his back stood on end. In the precipice between life and death, an overwhelming terror enveloped him. In his vision, he saw the arrow's light, within which flowed the moments of his life in reverse. He recalled his entry into the company, his university graduation, the early loss of his parents, his wayward youth, and the pride of childhood, the very essence of being human. He even glimpsed his previous self from another life. In this haze of realization, Chu Zhan unexpectedly recalled the true transmission of the breathing technique. Although he had only seen it once, for reasons unknown, it resurfaced in his mind. In that fleeting moment of recollection, while he remained rooted in place, an arrow pierced through his chest, leaving a gaping wound. The true teachings of the Moonlight sect were not in close combat, but rather in the singular moonlight shooting technique. Once unleashed, it could rival all under heaven. The Moonlight sect had once aspired to supremacy, with its first patriarch being the founding emperor of the Great Moon Dynasty. Thereafter, the Great Moon Dynasty ruled the western regions of Qizhou for a century. Though not a long-lasting dynasty, it once cast a formidable shadow over half of Qizhou's territories. This was due to the inheritable moonlight shooting technique. However, with the advent of firearms, which could be wielded by commoners to achieve victory against the strong, the Moonlight sect would not have faced defeat, nor would the Moonlight state have perished, nor its royal lineage been extinguished. Gao Tianxiao, the last descendant of the Moonlight sect, bore its final legacy. This moonlight shooting technique, an esoteric art known only to a select few, was his sole extraordinary skill. Other close combat tactics merely served to conceal this secret technique. Indeed, the Moonlight secret was encapsulated in this single strike. At the height of the Moonlight sect's glory, thousands of disciples unleashed the shooting art, their arrows of vital energy raining down like a tempest. Unless met with a countering force, they would pierce through adversaries. Yet even with defenses, how much could one truly withstand? The synchronized volley, known as the Moonlight Arrow Array, was capable of vanquishing any foe. Nevertheless, Gao Tianxiao, the 27th inheritor of the Moonlight sect, had only ever used this technique against others for the very first time. Within the confines of the city, such secret arts could not be employed, lest one attract the attention of the patrols. Outside the city, in the outskirts, there were usually few witnesses. This abandoned factory, a remnant of a once great family's failed enterprise, lay in a desolate expanse. In this mist-laden realm, devoid of souls, strange occurrences often transpired. The ancient sect had stationed someone to guard this place, fortuitously encountering Gao Tianxiao after his defeat and return from challenging other sections. The ancient sect entrusted this site to him for safeguarding, recuperation, and cultivation. Having unraveled the mysteries of the place, Gao Tianxiao, with an intuitive understanding, comprehended the long-lost secrets of the moonlight shooting technique and aspired to return to the mundane world to recruit apprentices and revive the Moonlight sect. However, recruiting apprentices requires financial resources, and the re-establishment of the Wangyue sect also demands funds. In the end, the ancient master requested Gao Tianxiao to accomplish one final task, to ensure that Chuzhen behaves and completes his work diligently. This task, initially straightforward and seemingly trivial, soon revealed complications. After agreeing, Gao Tianxiao discovered that the individual he had apprehended was intricately linked to the Blood God sect, although he initially held some regard for talent. Upon recognizing the aura of the Blood God sect, he resolved to eliminate Chuzhen without delay. However, Chuzhen, impervious to harm, not only possessed a formidable physique, but also devised a method to counter Gao Tianxiao's attacks. Determined to conclude matters, Gao Tianxiao prepared to unleash his newly comprehended ultimate technique, the Wangyue arrow, to end Chuzhen's existence. With a single shot, he was confident that Chuzhen was doomed. Approaching the supposed corpse, he observed a gaping wound in Chuzhen's chest, blood splattered across the ground. What should have been a decisive victory left Gao Tianxiao with an unsettling feeling. As he stepped closer, illuminated by the moonlight, he realized that the figure on the ground was not Chuzhen's corpse, but rather a bloodied human skin. Golden cicada shedding its shell? Gao Tianxiao was momentarily stunned. In that fleeting moment, he looked up to see a figure descending from above. The fierce wind of a fist signaling that it was none other than Chuzhen. Arrogant, did he truly believe he could toy with me? Gao Tianxiao sidestepped and delivered a powerful kick that sent Chuzhen flying. Regardless of the circumstances, Gao Tianxiao was a legitimate awakened being. Although years of utilizing his ultimate techniques had drained considerable vitality, he still possessed the strength to retaliate. Chuzhen, however, staggered back to his feet once more. Gao Tianxiao realized that this adversary was not one to be easily eradicated, and a grave expression settled upon his face. Yet, in the next moment, he sensed something amiss. A misty blood shadow emerged from the discarded human skin, leaping toward Gao Tianxiao. Caught off guard, he was completely drained of his essence. Chuzhen rose again, startled by the bizarre scene. Having just been pierced through the chest by Gao Tianxiao's arrow, he had expected his demise, but instead, he had shed his skin to escape. Attempting to counterattack from the air, he was kicked away by Gao Tianxiao. Ultimately, this final resurgence pushed Chuzhen to his limit. This time, as he exhaled, no blood shadow formed. Instead, a mass of blood shadow materialized from the shed layer of skin, enveloping the area like a demonic apparition. Seizing the moment when Gao Tianxiao was fully focused on him, the blood shadow lunged forward. By the time Gao Tianxiao sensed the encroaching shadow, he was already ensnared within its grasp. Realizing the peril too late, he recalled the countless individuals slaughtered by the followers of the Blood God sect, never imagining that even with his protective vigor, he would succumb. The blood within his body abruptly froze, gradually seeping through his limbs and capillaries, merging with the blood shadow. His body withered and shrank, and as the shadow coalesced, he was reduced to ash, scattered by the wind. The powerful and unsuspecting Gao Tianxiao was left utterly drained by the enigmatic blood shadow. Chapter 57. The mysterious blood shadow. The blood shadow did not linger and swiftly turned toward Chuzhen. The blood shadow was truly terrifying. As it enveloped Gao Tianxiao, he was instantly reduced to a lifeless husk, disintegrating into ash before one's eyes, a sight both crimson and dreadful. Standing still felt like an indulgence. let alone attempting to flee. He was resigned to closing his eyes and awaiting death. To his surprise, the blood shadow then coiled around Chu Zhan, and he vanished as if he had never existed. Instead, Chu Zhan found himself rejuvenated by the blood shadow, his vitality restored significantly, his wounds gradually healing, and his physique transformed by this eerie essence. Could he move once more? Chu Zhan assessed his condition, realizing his mental and physical state was even better than it had been while battling Gao Tianxiao. Astonishingly, fragmented memories began to surface in his mind. Memories that did not belong to him, but to Gao Tianxiao. The blood shadow had devoured everything of Gao Tianxiao, nourishing Chu Zhan in the process. Bits and pieces of Gao Tianxiao's memories began to coalesce in Chu Zhan's mind, as if he had once been Gao Tianxiao himself. At the age of 36, Gao Tianxiao was the last disciple of the Wangyue sect, a brother to Gu Zong and bald third from Chu Zhan's company, bonded in youth through brotherhood. In their younger days, Gu Zong, buoyed by his affluent background, indulged in extravagance, attracting many companions to revel alongside him. The three had forged their brotherhood following a street brawl. Of the 10 brothers sworn that day, some perished from the mist plague, while others fled abroad. At 18, Gao Tianxiao was taken in by the previous generation's leader of the Wangyue sect, inheriting their legacy and cultivating martial arts. After a decade, he descended the mountain, traversing the world, and returned to the city 8 years later, intent on reviving the sect. To do so, he needed the assistance of mundane forces, ultimately entangling himself with Gu Zong and Bald Third once more. During his time in the sect and while wandering the world, Gao Tianxiao encountered numerous sects and was aware of the existence of the inspection division, privy to many secrets unknown to ordinary folk. Among these was the matter of the blood god cult. Gao Tianxiao had once investigated a village where he discovered that the cult raised abominable creatures, human beasts, human pigs, and human chimeras for their blood, employing cruel methods. Elderly men were transformed into human beasts, adult women into human pigs, and children were kept in tanks as chimeras. The peculiarities were manifold, not limited to just one aspect. Upon encountering such malevolence and the village chief, he learned that the chief was a devotee of the blood god, leading the entire village into the cult. Gao Tianxiao denounced him as a servant of an evil deity and, alongside his comrades, besieged the village, decisively defeating the blood-clad soldiers formed from the strong men of the village. However, after this incident, the chief and his henchmen vanished without a trace. Gao Tianxiao subsequently encountered blood god followers several more times, each time eliminating them. Today, upon sensing the aura of the blood shadow emanating from Chu Zhan, Gao Tianxiao harbored ominous thoughts, suspecting Chu Zhan to be a member of the blood god cult. Aware of the cult's formidable nature, he resorted to his most potent techniques, seeking a swift resolution. Unexpectedly, not only did Chu Zhan possess a life-saving secret, but he also summoned the blood shadow, which lunged at Gao Tianxiao, draining his lifeblood to nourish Chu Zhan. These sects, the martial arts, the blood god cult, this was all new to Chu Zhan. The strangeness of the situation left him filled with trepidation as he learned of these matters in such an uncanny manner. Exploring the essence within the Dantian, the blood-red aura above the gray mist balloon dissipated completely, as if it had been entirely consumed. He found himself unable to utilize any of the skills acquired from the role-playing game. Confused, Chu Zhan did not comprehend his own condition. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of his hands, which seemed foreign to him. In the office of the abandoned factory, there stood a dressing mirror that reflected the visage of Gao Tianxiao. Chu Zhan was momentarily transfixed. The blood shadow had devoured everything of Gao Tianxiao, converting roughly a third into memories, inner strength, and vitality, even altering Chu Zhan's appearance to resemble that of the somewhat austere Gao Tianxiao. Having practiced intermittently for 3 years, Chu Zhan now assimilated 1/3 of Gao Tianxiao's 20 years of inner strength, equating to 6 years, thus accumulating a total of 9 years of inner strength. All this was bestowed upon him by Gao Tianxiao, yet following this fierce encounter, the bloody aura within Chu Zhan had nearly been exhausted. Now, with Gao Tianxiao's corpse consumed by the blood shadow, Chu Zhan felt invigorated. Could it be? Could the role-playing game truly have some connection to the blood god cult? As Chu Zhan pondered further, he was interrupted by the sudden entrance of the bald-headed Lao San. Chu Zhan was taken aback, contemplating a confrontation, but Lao San immediately exclaimed, "Second brother, has something gone awry?" It dawned on Chu Zhan that he was impersonating his second brother, Gao Tianxiao, in front of him, since he was in character. And with Gao Tianxiao's visage and memories at his disposal, he could easily maintain the facade. After all, Gao Tianxiao was known for his stern demeanor before Lao San. A stoic expression would suffice. "What trouble has arisen?" Lao San lamented. "That ancient big shot we were tasked to capture has escaped." His face bore a look of despair. He had initially intended to inquire how, with the presence of the second brother, that person could have eluded capture, but upon seeing the cold countenance of his second brother, he hesitated to voice his thoughts. He feared him. From their brotherhood's inception, he recognized the prowess of this second brother. Much of his own skill had been imparted by him, and although he had since indulged in a life of excess, it was thanks to the second brother that he had developed 5 years of inner strength, which allowed him to boast before his peers. As for the second brother, his mere presence could subdue even the formidable Lao San. How could he not be intimidated? Initially suspecting they had apprehended the wrong individual, Lao San searched the room upon his return, discovering it was indeed empty. He mused whether the captured individual might not be mistaken, albeit somewhat unattractive. Yet resembling the description, perhaps he had been made to look better through makeup or photo enhancement. However, upon returning to the abandoned factory, he found it in utter disarray. After surveying the scene and noting the death of a brother, he rushed to seek out the second brother without a moment for mourning. Chujin steadied himself, closed his eyes, and when he opened them, a fierce intensity blazed within, causing Lao San to shudder. He is dead. Dead? Lao San was taken aback. That individual had injured so many of them, and there were indeed signs of battle within the factory, but how could he be dead? Yes, dead. With that declaration, Chujin dismissed him. Excellent. Lao San gritted his teeth in response. Chujin merely cast a glance his way. The man killed one of us. And now that he is dead, it serves as a means of vengeance for the brothers. Second brother, where is the body? Burned. Chujin replied in a remarkably indifferent tone, mirroring the usual demeanor of Gao Tianxiao. The bald third brother was momentarily taken aback. Can one truly be considered dead if there is no body to show for it? However, recalling that second brother was an awakened, possessing various powerful techniques and abilities to dispose of a body, he accepted that if second brother declared him dead, then he was indeed dead. Second brother. I will go inform old Gu, he said. You fought valiantly for the brother's revenge. You should rest now. With that, the bald man exited, closing the door behind him. Inside the room, Chujin suppressed his laughter for quite some time before finally succumbing to a chuckle. The act had been quite taxing, yet afterward, there lingered an undeniable thrill of satisfaction. Third brother failed to discern that his comrade had transformed entirely. In Chapter 58, with the updates complete, Chujin felt a swell of pride and delight. Yet, when he thought of old Gu, the general manager of the company where Chujin worked, and the very orchestrator behind the attempt to abduct and kill him, an intense wave of resentment washed over him. Old Gu had instructed that once Chujin had completed his tasks, he should simply vanish. As for how to disappear, a cement mixer stood at the ready outside. One could simply dig a hole, mix the body into the cement, and fill it in. Initially, Gao Tianxiao would have looked down upon such deeds. But in the pursuit of funds to rebuild the Wangwei sect, he was willing to engage in such nefarious work. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gathered with a group in this abandoned factory. Chujin pondered deeply and reached a conclusion. The blood energy from the role-playing game had consumed Gao Tianxiao. With the diminished bloodlust within him, he found himself unable to activate the skills learned from the game. It became evident that this blood energy was crucial for harnessing the game's abilities. Conversely, the gray mist absorbed through his breathing techniques significantly influenced the application of the blood energy. Immersed in Gao Tianxiao's memories, Chujin sought out valuable knowledge. Diligently organizing everything he uncovered, he realized that the world was far broader than he had previously perceived, leading to a deeper understanding of techniques, sects, and cults. A newfound wariness towards the role-playing game began to take root within him. Lacking the assistance of the bloodlust, he found himself unable to revert to his original appearance using the abilities of the shape-shifting woman. His phone, left at home, prevented him from logging into the game. Assuming the guise of Gao Tianxiao, Chujin exited the scrap metal factory. Third brother's subordinates dared not inquire. They understood that this stoic man was the true leader of their group, considering that the game was temporarily down for maintenance. Chujin chose not to return home, but instead ventured towards a hill near the abandoned factory. Here stood an ancient land shrine, frequented by passers-by who would come to pay their respects. Gao Tianxiao had buried an object here long ago, and now Chujin followed the trail of his memories to locate it. He unearthed the ground and retrieved an oil paper package. Upon opening it, he discovered fragments stained with dried blood, materials for refining weapons that Gao Tianxiao had once collected. The claws of the blood-fang beast, the black ironwood, and the sinews of the blade wolf. These elements possess remarkable qualities. The claws of the blood-fang beast, a creature bred by the cult of the blood god, are exquisitely sharp and serve as excellent materials for crafting arrows. The black ironwood, which flourishes in the perilous ironwood forest, can only be approached by locals who mask their scent with the dung of wild beasts. This wood is suitable for the creation of longbows. The sinews of the blade wolf, extracted from the long tendons of this desert-dwelling beast, can be fashioned into bowstrings. However, the hunt for the blade wolf claimed the lives of several skilled hunters. Gao Tianxiao had meticulously gathered these materials, hoping to cleanse their negative energies, primarily the bloody resentments stemming from the deaths of the blood-fang beast and the blade wolf, through the devout wishes of those who revered the land deity. With Gao Tianxiao's demise, this boon now fell to Chujin. Upon witnessing the faint traces of bloody aura emanating from the crafting materials, Chujin was struck with inspiration. He activated his breathing technique, drawing the subtle sanguine essence into his body, where it mingled with the gray mist enveloping him, harnessing the power of his mutated genes. Chujin gradually transformed, returning to his original form. It became evident that the blood aura present in these crafting materials was akin to the sanguine remnants found in the fragments of the game he had played. While a connection between the Bloodfang beast and the cult of the Blood God was conceivable, the Blade Wolf bore no relation whatsoever to the cult. This realization deepened the questions swirling in Chujin's mind, leaving him perplexed about the underlying mysteries. Nevertheless, he remained undaunted and sought refuge in a nearby pavilion, a common shelter from the rain. When hunger struck, he foraged for wild fruits. Once satiated, he sat in meditation, practicing the breathing techniques and experimenting with the archery methods of the moon-gazing sect, a discipline mastered by Gao Tianxiao. After a week of diligent practice, Chujin drew forth an air pressure bow with a flourish. Channeling his energy, he conjured an arrow of flame and shot it into the sky. A bird was struck, tumbling from its flight as it was grazed by a shot. Although he had grasped the essence of the moon-gazing archery technique, his lack of practice hindered his precision. At that moment, despite possessing the prowess of 9 years of internal energy, Chujin recognized that archery demanded meticulous training beyond mere raw power. After some contemplation, Chujin descended the mountain and hitched a ride back to the city. Upon arriving at his room, he discovered the door had been broken, and the interior bore the signs of a robbery. Some belongings were missing, while others remained locked away. Chujin stood frozen, realizing that during his prolonged absence, no one had come searching for him. In this world shrouded in fog, human warmth felt scarce, and life was fleeting. Most individuals scarcely had time to weep for others. A wave of desolation washed over him. The architect of this turmoil was none other than Guzong. Seated at the edge of his bed, teeth clenched, Chujin unraveled the chain of events that had led to his current plight. Had it not been for Guzong's orders to capture him for nefarious purposes, including directives for his demise, the harrowing battles in the abandoned factory would not have occurred, nor would he have come to face the harsh realities of life. This desolation swiftly morphed into a blaze of fury. Chujin exhaled heavily before the mirror, confronting the unfamiliar visage reflected back, his face contorted into a fearsome expression, radiating an aura of murderous intent. Chujin retrieved an outdated backup phone and opened it, downloading the role-playing game anew. The phone required fingerprint authentication for access. Yet Chujin was unconcerned about the potential information leaks from the theft of his previous device. After securing the door, he logged into the game, and an announcement promptly appeared. Thank you to all participants for returning to the role-playing game. Following this update, numerous changes have been implemented. 1. Attributes. The display of attributes has been altered to show only the current rank's attribute level, denoted by an equal sign. 3. Items. The additional attributes of items have been significantly enhanced, broadening their usability and increasing their drop rates in the slaughter mode. 6. Skills. Skills will now be divided into passive and active groups, with passive skills providing only passive effects and active skills offering only active effects. Skills that previously possessed dual characteristics can be reclassified as either passive or active. 7. Skill slots. Each player's original 4 skill slots have been upgraded to 6, comprising 3 active slots, 2 passive slots, and 1 team skill slot. 11. Blue Moon Cathedral. The variety of purification products has increased, along with the introduction of weapon enchantment features. 13. New scripts. An abundance of new scripts has been added, no longer limited to competitive narratives. 14. Script difficulty. The difficulty of scripts can now escalate with the number of participants, with some large-scale scripts permitting up to 100 players. 15. Script characters. Characters within scripts will be able to perceive the role-playing status of players with lower engagement levels, allowing for additional adaptations based on other performance attributes. 16. Role-playing. When employing character cards, players who effectively manage their role-playing relationships will receive enhanced rating rewards. 21. Benefits. Every weekend, participants can collect weekend gift packages at the Silver Moon Inn, which include assistance cards, penalty exemption cards, role-playing currency, temporary attribute enhancement cards, and other time-sensitive rewards. 32. Cards. The card system has been enhanced, with specific improvements yet to be determined. Stay tuned for the next update. Chujin scanned the extensive update, noting the 32 items listed, which seemed to convey a mix of coherent and incoherent thoughts. There was even a preview of upcoming updates. However, the significance of this update was overshadowed by Chujin's desire for vengeance. Chapter 59. Vengeful Shot. Chujin wandered around the plaza, observing others discussing the latest updates. Yet he could not find Haigu among them. He craved money, real-world currency, but with Haigu absent, he could not exchange for it, prompting him to abandon the pursuit. He strolled through the Silver Moon Inn, but left without a response from Lin Xiao. After the incident involving Gao Tianxiao, The once vibrant drama plaza felt unfamiliar to Chuzhen. What used to be fascinating now seemed bizarre. Having inexplicably acquired fragments of Gao Tianxiao's memories, his perspective had undeniably shifted. Gathering a few essential belongings, Chu Zhan gazed one last time at the place he once called home. He traversed the porch and hailed a taxi that took him to the building opposite his company, gradually ascending the staircase. Each step felt as though he was treading upon the very heart of Chu Zhan, every ascent marking the culmination of his resolve. Through the window, Chu Zhan could glimpse the location of his workplace. Inside, Mr. Gu was entertaining guests over tea. After finishing, he bid farewell to two visitors. His obsequious demeanor a sight Chu Zhan had never witnessed before. Once Mr. Gu had completed his tea, his expression shifted dramatically as he summoned Lao Chen and Xiao Kong, unleashing a torrent of invective upon them. Having acquired the legacy of the moon-viewing sect from Gao Tianxiao, Chu Zhan's eyesight had remarkably improved. He could discern even the expressions of Mr. Gu from 200 meters away, clearly observing the beads of sweat trickling down Lao Chen's face. This enhanced vision was a boon from Gao Tianxiao. Had he attempted to eliminate Chu Zhan from a distance earlier, the current Chu Zhan would not have existed. With Gao Tianxiao consumed, Chu Zhan inherited a fragment of his abilities. With a flick of his wrist, a makeshift moon-viewing bow, crafted from a simple wooden stick, appeared in his grasp. Though this bow could only be sustained by his energy for a mere 3 shots, this was of little consequence. Focusing intently, Chu Zhan manifested the moon-viewing arrow, knocking it with determination. At that moment, a profound hatred for the 3 individuals consumed him. He found them utterly despicable. Previously, his desire for vengeance had been merely a quest for retribution, reasonable, even. If the price was unacceptable, he simply would not comply. Yet, Mr. Gu audaciously demanded his life, compelling Gao Tianxiao to push him into a corner, insisting that even upon completion, he would be buried in a concrete pit of an abandoned factory. The mere thought ignited a furious blaze within Chu Zhan. While he initially felt somewhat apprehensive, the fire of rage surged through his veins. Had it not been for the bizarre blood shadow, had he not been inexplicably thrust into this charade, he might have perished at the hands of Gao Tianxiao and his ilk long ago. With the grudge of the previous night fresh in his heart, he drew his bow to confront his adversaries. Chu Zhan remained uncertain of how long he would survive in this world where the impoverished faced a dire struggle for existence, often living only into their 40s, while the affluent thrived well beyond a century, as though the rich were stealing the lifespans of the poor. Chu Zhan was but an ordinary individual, toiling diligently for a meager income through his skills. Having once contemplated that the most he could do in retaliation was to simply walk away from it all. In stark contrast, Mr. Gu, donned in designer attire, flaunted his lifestyle while daring to collude with Gao Tianxiao and others to commit murder, burying his victims without a trace or witness. This incident sharpened Chu Zhan's clarity. He resolved to take the initiative. Drawing his arrow and stringing the bow, he felt somewhat unpracticed yet managed to adopt a semblance of form. The secret archery technique of the moon-viewing sect waned in the daylight, yet Chu Zhan remained undeterred, confident that this arrow would suffice to ensure a fatal outcome. With a single shot, he released the arrow, traversing the 200 meters to pierce the glass of the former company, impaling Mr. Gu against the wall. Lao Chen, glancing up from afar, caught a fleeting glimpse of a familiar figure on the upper floor. It was Chu Zhan. He flashed a smile at Lao Chen. Mr. Gu was dead, but Chu Zhan would not allow Lao Chen to escape so easily. This appearance was merely to instill a lasting shadow over Lao Chen and Xiao Kong, ensuring they would forever ponder when Chu Zhan might come to trouble them again. The arrow pierced through the body of the ancient leader, revealing a glimpse of the grim scene. Without pausing, Chu Zhan departed immediately. Old Chen and Xiao Kong, upon witnessing Chu Zhan's expression and the lifeless body of the ancient leader pinned against the wall, felt as though their very essence had been drained, leaving them at a loss for words. If Chu Zhan could kill the ancient leader from such a distance, could he not easily eliminate the two of them as well? Indeed, he could not. The sheer force of his shot had shattered the wooden bow in his grasp, and with a silent lament for the loss, Chu Zhan departed, leaving behind a chilling grin directed at Old Chen. This left Old Chen thoroughly shaken, and for several days thereafter, he found it difficult to find solace in sleep. Before long, the inspection division dispatched personnel, led by 2 individuals and accompanied by 10 subordinates. In Chizhou, there are 3 divisions: the Military Equipment Division, the Armed Forces Division, and the Inspection Division. The Inspection Division primarily oversees public safety matters, clad in uniform dark attire adorned with silver trim. They are responsible for managing any incidents involving public order, fire hazards, or other dangers within the city, wielding considerable administrative authority. The 2 members of the Inspection Division arrived at the office where the ancient leader was assassinated, examined the scene, and sought information from Old Chen and the others. You too, are you certain that this individual was your former colleague? One of the inspectors, exuding an imposing presence, inquired, holding a photograph of Chu Zhan for confirmation. Yes, that is indeed him. I can recognize him clearly, Old Chen stammered, his legs trembling as he gazed at the frail figure in the photograph. Why would he come to kill your boss? Did they have a poor relationship? Indeed, their relationship was not amicable. However, I have inquired with other colleagues, and they all stated that he generally has a good temperament and has not had conflicts with anyone. Old Chen replied, it was about a raise. He has not received a salary increase for some time. Why was he not given a raise? He should have been a long-standing employee of your company. The ancient leader had promised him a salary increase but had continually failed to deliver. The last adjustment was a mere 100 yuan, a humiliation to him. Old Chen's gaze flickered with unease. In truth, it was Old Chen who had promised the raise to Chu Zhan, who had embezzled the funds allocated for it, and who had insulted Chu Zhan with a meager increment. Old Chen's actions stemmed from a desire to bully Chu Zhan and drive him away. However, he did not anticipate that Chu Zhan would hold the ancient leader accountable, thereby ensnaring Old Chen in the same web of deceit. Old Chen, aware that an investigation would inevitably implicate him, resolved to shift the blame entirely onto the two individuals, fabricating a narrative that framed the conflict between Chu Zhan and the ancient leader as a personal vendetta, with himself and Shao Kong merely unfortunate witnesses to the assassination. No matter how the investigators probed, Old Chen was determined to maintain this facade. He smeared the reputations of both Chu Zhan and the ancient leader, and the inspectors, after scrutinizing him, ultimately allowed him to leave. The members of the inspection division were astute and recognized Old Chen's mendacity. Such matters could be discerned with a cursory investigation. One of them, Lu Wenshan, was a seasoned member of the inspection division, while the other, Fang Jie, was a newcomer under Lu Wenshan's mentorship. With traces of blood lingering in the air, Lu Wenshan chuckled softly and shook his head, remarking that the higher-ups would likely not allow for a thorough investigation this time. Conducting an investigation and documenting the findings will suffice, even though it is likely that much of this information will be deleted. Fang Jie remained silent, focusing on cleaning the scene. What can we do? The personnel from the inspection division are primarily responsible for maintaining public order and managing awakened individuals. However, those connected to the Blood God sect are off limits for our intervention. Perhaps we should strategize further. Who knows? Yet, there is no need to erase any records. I fear this might create enemies within the inspection division. Lu Wenshan and Fang Jie exchanged glances. I am not referring to you. I still trust you, Lu Wenshan remarked. Please be more cautious with your words in the future, Fang Jie advised. Just as the two finished speaking, a young woman with a stern expression entered from outside, clearly not affiliated with the company, and strode directly toward the crime scene. The woman possessed an impressive figure, her gait exuding confidence, instantly capturing Fang Jie's attention. Chapter 60. The ultimate mission squad. The inspection division was investigating, and bystanders were advised to keep their distance. Lu Wenshan stepped forward to intercept. The cold-faced woman produced her identification and displayed it before them. Wu Bing Division, 2nd Lieutenant, Han Bai. The Wu Bing Division operates under a different structure than the Inspection Division, closely resembling a military organization, with ranks dictating positions of authority. The Wu Bing Division wields significantly greater authority than the Inspection Division. Why is the Wu Bing Division now involving itself in matters concerning civilian awakened individuals? Fang Jie questioned assertively. Upon observing Fang Jie's demeanor toward the young woman, Lu Wenshan began to shake his head. It was common knowledge within the local inspection division that Fang Jie had a penchant for posturing in front of women. This case pertains to a business matter of our Wu Bing division, Han Bai stated coldly. Business? Lu and Fang both perked up with interest. They suddenly recalled that the project involving Old Chen was related to airships, which directly connected to the Wu Bing division. The jurisdiction of the Wu Bing division encompasses civilian weaponry and matters pertaining to airships and aerial routes. It seems this case is indeed feasible, Lu Wenshan expressed with delight. Fang Jie nodded. Lieutenant Han, allow me to treat you to dinner tonight, so we may discuss this in detail. Han Bai nodded in response. Her demeanor, though frosty, indicated an understanding of social niceties. To grasp the intricacies of this case, engaging with these two internal members of the inspection division would be advantageous. Typically, cases of vendetta would bear little relevance to the Wu Bing division. However, the involvement of airships changes the dynamic. Between cities lie vast wilderness areas, with each city resembling an isolated island. There are numerous methods to connect these cities. Officially, the primary means rely on airships and railways, while civilians sometimes resort to automobiles and walking, albeit at a significantly higher risk than the routes governed by the Wu Bing division. Both railways and airships are managed by the Wu Bing division due to the frequent occurrence of bizarre events along these routes, which the inspection division, responsible for urban security, cannot effectively manage. Even those carrying heavy weaponry might find little advantage in such an environment, given the multitude of malevolent entities. If the inspection division is primarily tasked with maintaining stability within the city-states, then the Wu Bing division serves as a crucial link between multiple city-states, also empowering it to execute cross-regional law enforcement. Chu Jun was, of course, oblivious to the fact that he had drawn the attention of the Wubbing division. After exacting his revenge on Gu Zhang that day, he sought refuge in a secluded place. Yao Tianxiao, having traversed the mundane world as an awakened being for a decade, possessed considerable experience. Chu Jun altered his appearance to that of Gao Tianxiao and checked into a hotel. He felt secure for the moment. Yet he pondered how long the security would last. After a brief reflection, he re-entered the role-playing game. He yearned to grow stronger. The techniques inherited from the Wangwei sect could empower him, albeit at a sluggish pace. The enhancements brought by Gao Tianxiao, aside from the strength amassed over 5 years, were primarily an understanding of the awakened world. Chu Jun discerned that he could unabashedly cultivate his strength only within the realm of the role-playing game. Upon returning to the game, he meandered through the Silver Moon and yet again. Although he received no news from Lin Xiao, he did find a message waiting for him. It was a note from Gerda. Chuzi, the team has been established. Meet me at room 302 on the 3rd floor of the inn. With the note in hand, Chu Jun approached the innkeeper, who, after a brief glance, permitted him to ascend the stairs. The operators of the establishment relied on the industries within their building for sustenance. Yet they also needed patrons to exhibit sufficient decorum and refrain from causing disturbances. Upon reaching room 302, he knocked gently, and the door swung open. As per the note, he was welcome to visit the designated room. This was the team room applied for by Gerda, with the team name displayed on the door's label. Gerda was already inside. Waiting. You arrived swiftly. I have just finished arranging our team room, he remarked, showcasing the well-appointed space. Chu Jun was genuinely impressed. This room far surpassed a typical rental. From the exterior of the inn, one could not discern the spaciousness of the rooms, but upon entering it, he realized each room was as expansive as the lobby on the 1st floor. Welcome to our team. Ultimate Mission. Gerda extended his hand. Ultimate Mission, a name that had piqued Chu Jun's curiosity during their last encounter, was now adopted as their team title. What an intriguing name. When shall we commence our game? Chu Jun inquired. We can begin immediately, though I suggest we first examine the new features introduced in the latest version update to avoid any unforeseen challenges, Gerda replied. The two engaged in a discussion, studying the version update announcement together. As they prepared to fight alongside one another, Chu Jun found himself trusting Gerda to a certain extent, and briefly shared his capabilities without divulging intricate details. Gerda reciprocated by outlining the general scope of his abilities, which revolved around remote control and mechanical operation. Chu Jun reset his variant gene ability and mecha arts as active skills, while his steel physique and regenerative evolution were designated as passive skills. The active abilities no longer provided a constant boost to attributes, but could enhance them upon activation, albeit for shorter durations with increased effects. In terms of equipment, his once modest Damascus knife, which previously added 5 points to combat attributes, now boasted an enhancement of 10 points. The recent update regarding the Performer S panel is quite significant, leading to alterations in the display of certain data. Specific numerical values will no longer be shown. Instead, the approximate evaluation levels within each tier will be presented. The two individuals analyzed this change, surmising that it facilitates a more intuitive assessment of combat superiority during confrontations. After all, pure numerical values serve only for personal judgment, whereas a more generalized evaluation method may stimulate performers within similar tiers to engage in battle. For those performers with a considerable disparity in their tiers, acknowledging their inferiority allows for the adoption of alternative strategies to evade certain defeat. With the elevation of tiers, attribute ratings will also undergo modifications. Registered account, Chu Jun, Ultimate Genesis, Performance Record, 5 instances tier, Silver Attribute Summary, Combat, Talk, Disguise, Specialty, 1,000 Role-Playing Coins. Cards, Super Riot, activates 8 Disguise, 7 Combat. Ultimate Genesis, equipped, 3 Combat, 3 Disguise, 9 Specialty. Penalty Exemption Card System, Dane, activates 2 Combat. 1,000 Star City, Winter Soldier Bucky, activates 2 Combat. Captain America 2. Title, Mechanical Master Active Skills, Mutant Gene 1, activates 10 Disguise, Mecha Arts 10, activates 4 Combat. Passive Skills, Super Torso 10, 2 Combat. Regenerative Evolution 1, 2 Combat. Equipment, Damascus Blade, 10 Combat. Items, Web Shooter, 5 Specialty. Tactical Dagger, 5 Combat. Registered account, Gerda, Mechanic Arthur, Performance Record, 21 instances tier, Silver Attribute Summary, Combat, Talk, Disguise, Specialty, Primary Ability, Expertise in Role-Playing Specialties. Adept at overall layout planning and precise control over combat scenarios. Items, possesses a variety of tactical tools. Chapter 61, Edge of Tomorrow. Having completed the necessary preparations, Gerda commenced the process of entering the scripted world. Following the formation of their team, they could collaboratively select the scripted world. The advantage of a small squad lies in the acquisition of an additional scripted world slot, allowing for the simultaneous display of 4 scripts. Star Wars Episode 3. Edge of Tomorrow, Blade Runner, and The Invisible Man. Which one to choose? The Invisible Man seems fitting, given its assassination capabilities, Gerda suggested. The character card equipped by Gerda is that of the mechanic protagonist Arthur, a skilled assassin adept at eliminating targets through unexpected means. I wish to select Edge of Tomorrow. Chujin stated. Why this choice? This script involves multiple time resets, which could prove disadvantageous for us, Gerda inquired. Having participated in the role-playing game 21 times, experiencing both victories and defeats, he had garnered some insight into various scripts. I find the protagonist's abilities intriguing. The capacity for time resets? I have heard it mentioned before. It is considered a fantastical ability, yet it may not be entirely useful. The system will likely reconstruct it into a foresight capability, which should come with its own limitations. Gerda remarked. Regenerative abilities are akin to time reset capabilities. Both are exceedingly rare. If unrestricted, one could continuously resurrect, which contradicts the rules of the role-playing game. There's no harm in trying, Chujin replied. My skills include the creation of battle armor. And I can craft superior armor to play a more significant role in this confrontation. With their decision made, the two chose Edge of Tomorrow and subsequently entered the host chamber. They found seats and settled down. There were a total of 20 participants, with Chujin and Gerda remaining in the protagonist team. This was Chujin's inaugural experience as a member of the main faction, and he felt a twinge of discomfort. Fortunately, this scenario was not one of slaughter. It was rumored that the killing games had seen a significant lull in recent days, perhaps due to the excessive bloodshed that had previously claimed numerous lives. After all, even hunters can experience burnout. However, with the recent upgrade of the role-playing game system, this particular script accommodated 20 players, and the host room had evidently grown lively. The overarching narrative of Edge of Tomorrow was rather straightforward, a script centered around battling extraterrestrial beings. Chujin, disinterested in engaging with others, waited as Gerda briefly communicated with their teammates before the host guided them into the scripted world. Upon entering the narrative realm, Chujin took a moment to survey his surroundings. He and Gerda had been assigned to a military camp, with the system designating them as battle armor maintenance personnel, responsible for the calibration of exoskeletal combat suits. Has the system become more intelligent, able to allocate initial roles based on our expertise? Chujin inquired. One of the privileges of their squad was the ability to specify anticipated professions before entering the instance, after which the system would make arrangements based on the situation. A single assistance card could determine the functional roles of an entire team, with the first use being complementary. With formal teammates now present, Gerda became notably more talkative, albeit his demeanor remained somewhat rigid. Let us get to work, Chujin suggested, as he began to examine the exoskeletal armor of this world. This was truly his passion. Ever since the Terminator script, he had been delving into cybernetic technologies. Humanity, besieged by alien invaders, ultimately placed its hopes for victory on new technological armor, designed to vanquish the extraterrestrial threat. Yet this human counteroffensive, dubbed Operation Downfall, was merely a trap laid by the aliens, who sought to annihilate the human military and ultimately conquer the Earth. Unfortunately, the protagonist, William Cage, had become embroiled in this conflict, causing the entirety of this world to spiral into an infinite loop. Currently, they found themselves at the Heathrow Army Front Base, tasked with boarding helicopters the following day to airdrop into France and partake in the final counteroffensive against the aliens. Gerda swiftly assessed the battlefield conditions, pulling open an advanced-looking control panel in the maintenance room to extract information for analysis. This is where protagonists are typically dispatched, yet I have yet to see any, Chujin remarked, keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings while studying the battle armor. William Cage is likely still fuming at the general and has not yet been sent here, Gerda replied. It seems we arrived a bit too early, Chujin concurred. Not only us, but the antagonistic faction is also likely to have arrived early. This time, the bystanders should not significantly impact the situation, Gerda remarked. Gerda generally preferred to assume a heroic role, believing it added a richer experience to the game. Chujin, however, was indifferent to this preference, though he felt a tinge of regret at not successfully embodying a character in the narrative this time. Wait, what was the name of the character you were playing? Dr. Carter, Gerda responded, his mind still filled with fragments of knowledge regarding this world's particles and biology. Such knowledge, hastily implanted, would be automatically erased upon departure from this realm. Thus, knowledge acquired in one world seldom transfers to another unless it has been fully internalized through learning processes within the current world, knowledge that even the system cannot take away. Aren't you essentially a key narrative character? I seem to be just assisting you, and logically, we should be able to wait for the narrative characters to engage with us here, Chujin mused. Theoretically, that is the case. Gerda concluded this conversation with his words. Chujin found himself perplexed by the exoskeleton armor technology despite having equipped the ultimate creation character card. Oh, so this is what they refer to as an increase in difficulty. The efficacy of items within the scripted world is significantly enhanced. followed by the role of items recognized by the game system, and finally, the attributes of the player character. This progression ensures that players within the scripted world cannot easily act beyond the narrative. In the previous world, Chu Jun had successfully deciphered the robotic technology in Iron Fist. Yet in this realm, he felt somewhat at a loss before the more rudimentary standard battle armor. Seated before the exoskeleton armor, Chu Jun scrutinized it closely. It primarily utilized ergonomic design to accommodate various human heights, employing tight straps for overall restraint. Power was supplied by energy cells, transmitted through electricity to various driving modules, which ultimately controlled the weapon systems for attack. Numerous mechanical components eluded Chu Jun's understanding and recognition. Yet he was aware that these standard weapons could undergo a certain degree of modification, such as adding heavy armor to the chest and torso to enhance combat capabilities. Donning such an exoskeleton armor, any adult could bear a weight capacity 5 times that of an average person, while utilizing rapid-fire weapons positioned at hand level for precise targeting. Naturally, for those who favored close combat weaponry, one could simply procure a steel pipe or seek the mechanic's expertise to craft a suitable melee weapon. It was precisely for this reason that Chu Jun and Gerda had the opportunity to engage with others through the mechanic's role, gathering intelligence through interaction. Coupled with Chu Jun's current title of Mechanical Master, many matters proceeded with remarkable ease. The title of Mechanical Master ensured that most narrative characters would regard the player's mechanical abilities with respect. Chapter 62. Exoskeleton Armor. It was essentially confirmed that there were no antagonists within the command base. The entire opposing faction was aligned with the extraterrestrials. After exploring a wave of the base, Gerda returned with a second round of intelligence. Just then, a system notification chimed. The first phase of the main quest has been completed. The protagonist, Cage, has successfully infiltrated the frontline command base at Heathrow. This signifies the official commencement of the narrative. Although the initial stage of the storyline bears no relation to Chu Jun and his companions, being part of the same faction allows them all to reap rewards. How are things progressing on your end? Gerda, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired of Chu Jun, who was engrossed in the exoskeleton armor. He possessed a strong desire for leadership, yet, prioritizing the well-being of his small team, he relinquished command to focus on the state of his fellow team member, which he deemed his foremost responsibility as captain. If I could have just one more day, I could devise a method to enhance this equipment, Chu Jun remarked. Referring to the exoskeleton armor, what is the expected efficiency improvement? Gerda asked, glancing at the exoskeleton. Although he was knowledgeable about machinery, he could only grasp the general concept of the modifications Chu Jun had made to the armor, rendering him incapable of providing a thorough evaluation. It's difficult to ascertain precisely, but one could estimate a 40 enhancement in coordination capabilities, a 30 increase in the weapon system's targeting accuracy, a doubling of the load-bearing capacity, albeit with a potential decrease in defensive capabilities, replied Chu Jun, patting the armor. Coordination ability is the most crucial aspect. The exoskeleton armor, though newly invented and now standardized, has undergone combat-level validation. However, due to the metallic components and hub assemblies, the coordination ability cannot be directly enhanced. The electric actuators lack sensitivity, resulting in a somewhat rigid energy transmission. The weapon system, based on software, essentially comprises an intelligent auxiliary system module for aiming, which can be optimized swiftly by merely adjusting the priority of the internal intelligent judgment locks. Chu Jun excelled in these matters and prioritized upgrades at the software level. The load-bearing capacity is paramount. The greater the load it can endure, the more ammunition can be carried into battle. However, these limits are locked by the software system, which issues warnings when overloaded. This overload feature was originally designed to prevent metal fatigue from prolonged use. Nonetheless, since the cycle resets within a day, Chu Jun disregarded these precautions and liberated the maximum load capacity directly through the software. As for the defensive capabilities, in Chu Jun's view, this exoskeleton armor possesses little in terms of protection. Aside from the reinforced defense module on the chest, the limbs and torso have sacrificed added steel plating for weight reduction. Only specially designated personnel can purchase armor, granting them the privilege of such enhancements. These additional armor plates are also subject to allocation restrictions, with each team receiving a total of 12 plates, and the decision of who gets to utilize them rests on internal team arrangements. Most teams opt against installing steel plates, as this would hinder mobility, making one appear as a cumbersome target on the battlefield. In encounters with the aliens dubbed mimics, agility proves far more critical than defense. This rationale is precisely why the military think tank ultimately settled on the skeletal design for standard armor. In the narrative, the first cycle essentially involves little engagement from us. Thus our focus should be on gathering intelligence and clarifying future developments, which we can trust is equally true for the antagonists, Gerda concluded. Chu Jun also concurred with Gerda's perspective, which served as a primary impetus for his unwavering commitment to the research of exoskeletal battle armor. On that day, Gerda achieved considerable progress, and by 6 o'clock the following morning, a substantial contingent of tactical infantry clad in exoskeletal armor commenced boarding, poised to initiate an assault operation. However, their endeavor was fated to be in vain, as the extraterrestrial adversaries had long been prepared, lying in wait for the human military to launch their ill-fated offensive. At which point the aliens would spring an ambush to annihilate humanity's viable forces. Yet, would events truly unfold so seamlessly? Both the human and extraterrestrial factions were interwoven with actors. A shift in circumstances was inevitable. Firstly, the narrative would not engage in infinite repetition. For the presence of actors ensured the existence of antagonistic units within the opposing camp, leading to a protracted conflict reminiscent of a tug-of-war. Revolving around the protagonist's demise as the fulcrum for a cyclical recurrence, as Gerda analyzed. I concur with your assessment, Chujin remarked. In the initial cycle, I shall familiarize myself with the entire base's configuration and the layout of our forces. Once stability is achieved, I will seek contact information for other key members, ensuring our dominance in discourse. Gerda continued, my mission is to explore methods for swiftly enhancing standardized combat exoskeletons. My strategy involves the mass modification of exoskeletons to bolster our military efficacy, thereby augmenting our overall probability of victory. Chujin, unusually forthcoming with his thoughts, expressed his ideas. Good luck to you. And to you as well. After exchanging insights, they parted ways. Throughout the night, Chujin remained steadfast, not venturing elsewhere, and despite foregoing sleep. He ultimately advanced the exoskeletal armor's improvement plan to a groundbreaking version. Likewise, Gerda, as the pivotal character Dr. Carter, stealthily emerged from his quarters. Traversing the base under the guise of a somewhat eccentric mechanic, effectively familiarizing himself with the environment and the majority of military weaponry arrangements. His current reputation was formidable. Boasting titles such as Doctor of Particle Physics and Doctor of Advanced Microbiology, it was this narrative role that enabled the protagonist to comprehend the rationale behind the cyclical occurrences. However, his most pressing challenge lay in convincingly embodying the eccentric mechanic, a task proving somewhat arduous. The following day, not long after dawn, Chujin and Gerda observed the sky enveloped in mist, and suddenly, darkness descended. Thus, the first cycle was rebooted. This cycle reset was information provided by Gerda, who often perused forums where discussions on the gameplay of Edge of Tomorrow had emerged. Actors, akin to the protagonists and antagonists, would gain memory protection capabilities due to system stipulations. Nonetheless, the narrative duration was brief, perpetually cycling through a limited number of days, thus imposing a restriction on the number of cycles. Should they fail to eliminate the opposing faction within the predetermined cycles, the system would recalibrate the difficulty of locating one another. Upon the reset of time, Chujin reassessed his situation. He found himself momentarily taken aback. He had not reappeared in the mechanics maintenance room, but rather in the barracks dormitory, surrounded by unfamiliar faces, with Gerda nowhere in sight. Chujin immediately comprehended that this scripted world had undergone an enhancement through this instance, resulting in an increase in difficulty. One notable aspect of this enhancement was that with each reincarnation, the players would be assigned a new identity. In every round, one must assume a different role and assist the protagonist in navigating the script. However, this challenge posed no obstacle for Chujin. Finding a secluded spot, he activated his latent ability, mutant genes. Every inch of his skin, even his bones, underwent subtle changes as he borrowed the visage of a sergeant major, enabling him to access areas restricted to ordinary soldiers, although he had seldom utilized the ability of mutant genes in the past. Since acquiring the regenerative evolution that rendered him less appealing, he had maintained this ability to avoid appearing excessively unattractive in the scripted realm. Chapter 63, the temporary squad utilizing the power of mutant genes to adopt the appearance of a sergeant major. Chujin traversed a vast expanse and finally located the supply room where he had previously stayed. Gerda was already there, accompanied by another individual, and unlike Chujin, his identity had remained unchanged. It seemed that the characters in the narrative were not subject to identity resets. You arrived a bit late, Chujin remarked. Gerda nodded in acknowledgement. I was preoccupied with studying the battle armor. I had no time to roam about. Chujin elucidated, fully aware that Gerda understood this. But his explanation was primarily intended for the newcomer. The newcomer was tall and robust, with large hands. Long hair tied into a small braid at the back of his head, and his left eye subtly exhibiting signs of cybernetic enhancement, occasionally emitting a dark crimson glow. This is a player from our faction I encountered yesterday, Ghostfire. He discovered his identity had changed, so he sought me out, Gerda introduced. Hello, I am Ghostfire. Proficient in firepower suppression, Ghostfire greeted amiably, extending his hand. I am Chusi, currently engaged in modifying the exoskeleton battle armor you use, Chujin responded, shaking Ghostfire's hand. We shall rely on you then. How's the progress? Ghostfire inquired. We are nearing the limits. Combat output has increased by 80, combat response by 50, load-bearing capacity is doubled, and defense has improved by 10. However, my current pace of modification is relatively slow. I can only enhance 2 exoskeletons per day, which may not significantly aid the battlefield. Chujin replied. Impressive. Can this still be improved? Ghostfire asked excitedly, looking at the exoskeleton armor that he found incomprehensible. Being a combat type himself, he had some understanding of the expertise required for armor modification, a talent he lacked. It depends on the circumstances. Presently, I am lacking inspiration. Chujin shook his head. Research and development have always been time-consuming endeavors. With only 1 day per reincarnation to conduct research, the efficiency of development could hardly improve. However, it did save the effort of repairing the exoskeletons when they were damaged. That is a commendable breakthrough. However, since your identities will change with each reincarnation, we should prioritize locating the male and female protagonists for communication, minimizing the waste of reincarnation cycles. Goda suggested from the side. Are they not performers? Ghostfire inquired. Surely. Both cannot be non-performers, Chujin replied. Ghostfire's current role was that of an officer, granting him access to areas unattainable by ordinary individuals. Following the predetermined plan, he approached the protagonist for negotiations. The female lead was indeed a performer, yet it was astonishing to discover that the male lead was merely a plot character, which limited Ghostfire's interaction with him. Clearly, the male lead, William Cage, was engulfed in the confusion of his first reincarnation. As an ordinary man, he had unexpectedly annihilated an alpha-level alien just before his demise, staining himself with the creature's blood, which led the alien's cerebral entity, Omega, to perceive his death as a pivotal moment necessitating a time reset. This sequence was essentially a fixed narrative, effectively initiating the cyclical nature of Edge of Tomorrow. Presently, the male lead, not being a performer, appeared somewhat bewildered. Fortunately, Ghostfire briefly elucidated the characteristics of reincarnation, aiding him in grasping the essence of this cyclical world. The remainder of his understanding would rely on his continued exploration within this realm. Upon receiving this news, Chujin's eyes widened, clarity illuminating his gaze. Though it lasted but a fleeting moment, Gerda astutely perceived it. The second phase of the main quest had concluded. The protagonist, Cage, began to grapple with the concept of reincarnation. Subsequently, a system notification chimed. On this day, aside from familiarizing themselves with more individuals and assisting the protagonist in comprehending his circumstances, Chujin and Gerda did not achieve significant breakthroughs. The following day, after the reincarnation, Chujin encountered Ghostfire once more in the armory, where Gerda introduced 2 new comrades. This is Maven and Ale, our new teammates, Gerda proclaimed. Maven portrayed a female soldier, while Ale assumed the role of a fighter pilot. All these individuals had found their way to the armory, prompting Gerda to bring them along. Thus, the ensemble of performers on the protagonist's side had now consolidated to 5 members. Except for Gerda, who embodied Dr. Carter, all others would randomly change identities. The group exchanged intelligence, revealing that 3 individuals had prior experience in beach combat, each having perished at least once. Upon dying, they observed a conspicuous notification indicating a decrement in their life count. Upon inspecting my remaining lives, I noted I could afford to perish approximately 8 more times. Ghostfire recently endured beach combat and recounted the harrowing scenes with trepidation. The others had similarly experienced death. Chujin, however, retained a full count of 10 lives. Fortune favored him, as he had yet to encounter beach combat, consistently evading conflict at the frontline base through various identities. Nevertheless, his expertise in armor modification had significantly advanced. He had also transported the Judgment module from the previous world, crafting a dual armor system. However, such a dual armor required 2 days to fabricate just one. He was hastening his modification pace. Given sufficient time, his efficiency would only increase, and the strength of his modified armor would grow correspondingly. The beach battles are perilous, however. They represent your only opportunity to engage with the adversary. Should fortune favor you, and you encounter the alpha extraterrestrials that the protagonist has faced, you might acquire the same abilities as the protagonist to experience reincarnation. Gerda articulated his conjecture, a notion shared not only by him but also by the majority of forum enthusiasts dedicated to strategy. Yet, the difficulty is immense. Aside from the actors portraying the male and female leads, no one has succeeded in this endeavor. The extraterrestrials are categorized into 3 types: minions, alphas, and omegas. Vanquishing an omega would secure victory in this round of battle. However, defeating an alpha would also result in a time reset. Thus, it is reasonable to deduce that among the alphas, there are also actors from the opposing side. As for the minions, we must strive to learn the combat techniques necessary to confront them in the upcoming 3 beach battles. Gerda continued to assign tasks. He is an excellent partner, meticulously organizing the overall mission, which allows Chujin to devote himself entirely to enhancing the exoskeleton armor. Can I refrain from participating in the battle? The battlefield is quite daunting, Moen inquired. Come over and assist me. Sometimes I cannot manage alone, Chujin replied, glancing at Mawan. Thank you. Although I am not specialized, I can certainly hand you tools if needed, Mawan responded with delight. Chujin could easily see through her desire to evade the penalties associated with death during the beach battles. However, he chose not to comment. In the initial weeks of the predetermined plan, his sole pursuit was to shorten time and forge a powerful suit of armor. It was his best strategy to become sufficiently formidable before entering the battlefield. Naturally, every iteration of the armor would be equipped by those going into combat, who would also provide suggestions for modifications. Chujin utilized this feedback to further refine the armor, while any surplus time was dedicated to contemplating the mass production plan. To refer to it merely as a mass production plan is somewhat misleading. It is fundamentally a plan for modification on a large scale. Chujin needed to craft a robust suit of armor for each individual, enabling them to engage in combat as a cohesive unit. Gerda tacitly approved this approach. Nodding at Chujin, this was a strategy the two had devised upon their initial arrival in the scripted world. And Gerda held great confidence in Chujin's mechanical modification skills. You performed excellently in the previous world. I eagerly anticipate the significant changes you will bring us this time. Gerda remarked. Chujin nodded, acknowledging the pressure, yet assured, I can manage it. In Chapter 64, the foundation of mutual trust, after several more cycles of reincarnation. The actors gained a clearer understanding of this peculiar scripted world of perpetual rebirth. The operational strategies devised by Gerda became increasingly refined, primarily because much of the intelligence in this world had stabilized. By the 8th cycle, Guehua and others had participated in numerous reincarnation battles. Donning the armor crafted by Chujin during their engagements. Your armor is indeed impressive, yet I feel you ought to visit the front lines, Guehua remarked. What are your impressions from this usage? Chujin inquired. Significantly enhanced our combat capability. Our operational speed has finally managed to keep pace with the reaction times of our subordinates. In terms of defense, we can withstand an artillery attack from subordinate-level forces once. And even after sustaining damage, we can continue our advance in a segmented manner, which is commendable and should certainly be retained for future engagements, remarked Guehua. I understand. Chujin sighed, gazing at the battle armor restored to its original form due to the cycle of reincarnation. Each time he had to modify the armor from scratch made him somewhat vexed. However, there was no alternative in the world of reincarnation, which demanded constant reevaluation and redesign of previous concepts. Guehua had participated in several beach battles, becoming mentally fatigued. This time, he was assigned the role of a cleaner, allowing him a much-needed respite. Despite their physical forms being reset over the past few days, everyone remained in a state of heightened mental tension, resulting in collective weariness. I wish to rest a while. I actually suggest you visit the front lines. The atmosphere there is remarkably different, with the sky filled with gunfire. You should experience it. Guehua proposed. His suggestion was well-intentioned, as the distinction between an actual battlefield and a frontline base was considerable. When will you manage to produce the Iron Man suit? Only then can we truly engage in battle, Alita interjected with a laugh. Alita was notably strong, and currently, he and Guehua had spent the most time on the battlefield. It was said that he had encountered several formidable alpha-level extraterrestrial beings, one of which attacked him. He fought valiantly and ultimately killed it, triggering a cycle of reincarnation. Gerda analyzed that this alpha was a representation of the antagonistic forces. Alita, you've already perished 4 times. You currently hold the record for the most deaths. Allow me to take your place this time, Chujin said, patting Alita on the shoulder. Today, Alita was assigned the role of an infantryman in the beach battlefield. How do you intend to take my place? Alita inquired. I possess the ability to transform, allowing me to assume your appearance and take your position in combat, Chujin replied. Upon finishing his explanation, he activated his active ability, Mutant Gene, and his form gradually began to change. This transformation was at the genetic level. Blue scales emerged on Chujin's body, followed by subtle alterations in his physical details. Before long, 2 Alii figures stood in the preparation room, indistinguishable in shape and appearance. Even their voices were identical. This marked the first time Chujin revealed his hidden ability in front of his teammates. Guehua gasped in awe. Is this a power from the X-Men universe? Mawan recognized the ability as originating from that world. Indeed, Chujin nodded. You wasted an active ability slot just to gain the power to transform into other characters? Alii suddenly questioned. I suppose so, Chujin acknowledged. This had been one of the earliest abilities he had drawn, which he had retained and significantly enhanced, adding several special functions. That's rather foolish. You would be better off like us, converting all 3 active slots into combat abilities. On the battlefield now, I can single-handedly face 4 subordinates at once, Alii boasted. Chujin smiled faintly, disregarding him. According to their words, Alei was an experienced player, having participated in over 40 games with his attributes fully upgraded. Following the recent version update, none of his 4 attributes fell below the standard. yet he remained stuck in the silver tier. Chujin, with good intentions, wished to help Alay preserve his life, for in his eyes, Alay's performance was rather subpar. However, all he received in return was Alay's mockery. You've lost a skill slot. It's incredibly challenging on the battlefield. Utterly foolish. Alay persisted. Chujin crouched before the newly crafted battle armor, making final adjustments. Do you know where I reached last time? I made it to the helicopter zone. Nearing the final stages. Just give me 2 more chances, and I am certain I can defeat the final boss. Alay continued to prattle on. Indeed, Alay could be considered a veteran player. He had relied on his formidable combat prowess to survive on the beach battlefield, advancing through the onslaught of multiple mimetic aliens. In the narrative, the helicopter zone was a unique area. The protagonist, William Cage, could not bring the female lead to the dam, ultimately opting to venture alone, only to discover it was a trap set by the aliens. After narrowly escaping, he devised an alternative plan using the device invented by Dr. Carter to trace Omega's hiding place. Nevertheless, in this world of Edge of Tomorrow, even if one comprehended the original plot's unraveling, one could not follow the storyline rigidly. Each side had its players, and no one could guarantee whether the opposing player was employing deceptive tactics. Thus, at Gerda's suggestion, they prioritized exploring the dam area. Chujin had no intention of revealing to Alay that he possessed several character cards, allowing him to summon special skills designated for the narrative world whenever needed. The more foolish players there were in the game, the better. Chujin was not Gerda, who meticulously planned every detail for these individuals. He remained silent, turning back to adjust his new armor. The new battle armor had undergone mass modifications under his care, enabling him to enhance 3 to 5 such armors in a single day, maximizing their offensive and defensive capabilities, while also improving their response and weight-bearing abilities. Alay, this time you shall take a break. Rest well and contemplate your strategy for the final confrontation, and kindly update me on the frontline situation for our next engagement. Gerda interjected. As the organizer of this temporary 5-member team, he refrained from blindly expanding the group after assembling these 5 individuals. He turned his attention to installing remote equipment onto the battle armor, intending to assist in the battlefield through long-range tactics. Ghostfire wiped his sniper rifle, having retrieved it during the 4th cycle. Initially, he considered concealing it, but now, realizing the escalating tension, he deemed it unwise to hide it any longer. This act also represented the growing trust among the team members. Chujin recalled Lin Zhao's words, advising against carelessly divulging information from the real world to others. How shall we proceed this time? Ghostfire inquired. Uncertain, yet I am eager to immerse myself in the atmosphere of the battlefield. Chujin smiled broadly. Chapter 65, The First Time on the Battlefield. The following day, Chujin, Ghostfire, and Gerda donned their infantry exoskeleton armor. Each of these exosuits had been meticulously modified by Chujin, enhancing their capabilities in specific areas. As the dawn broke, Chujin approached a transport helicopter. The frontline base was filled with various combat helicopters, and the battlefield infantry advanced in formation towards their embarkation. A palpable tension hung in the air, a prelude to the impending conflict. This was not Chujin's first encounter with such an atmosphere. He had experienced it numerous times in the cycles of this day. However, it was his first genuine participation as a battlefield infantryman, which imbued him with a profound sense of involvement, as if he were truly a part of the struggle. The transport helicopter could accommodate 20 fully equipped battlefield soldiers, harnessing dual rotatable jet nozzles for propulsion. Once airborne, these nozzles could maneuver and adjust the flight posture. The technology of this world was commendable, representing an avant-garde realm in Chujin's misty reality. Alas, time was limited. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to explore every facet of this world's technology. The abilities bestowed upon him by the end of creation endowed Chujin with exceptional learning and replicating skills concerning cybernetic technologies. In the world of Ironclad Fist, he had propelled technological advancement through such capabilities. What prompted your sudden decision to join the battlefield? Chujin glanced at Gerda, who was sharing the same transport cabin. Just the day before, Gerda had opted to engage through remote control, yet overnight, his stance had shifted dramatically. You are right. I must experience the battlefield atmosphere. Gerda replied with a serious demeanor. Gerda possessed the ability to remotely operate vehicles, mechs, and drones from an extraordinary distance. If he wished to remain away from the front lines, he could simply activate his skills to establish an instantaneous, delay-free remote connection. This ability, a fusion of his original joystick skills and enhancements gained in the Ironclad Fist world, allowed him to engage in close combat without being physically present. He was quite pleased with this capability. As the narrative identity of Dr. Carter, Gerda had access to certain privileges, allowing him to replace the transport aircraft's crew with operators who could heed his commands. Utilizing a projection mode, he deployed several drones ahead of the transport helicopter for reconnaissance, subsequently projecting the external visuals onto the cabin's interior, eliciting awe from the other battlefield infantry. These soldiers belonged to the same squad. Seasoned in combat and having encountered the mimetic aliens on 2 occasions, Ghostfire, in his temporary role, served as the squad leader for this operation. It was through this privilege that he was able to assign Chujin, resembling Arel, to join his squad for the mission. As we approached the beach, the extraterrestrials would launch their assault. I implore you all to brace yourselves. The moment the helicopter comes under attack, we must execute an emergency drop and regroup on the battlefield, Ghostfire instructed the team. Are the aliens truly going to attack us, Commander? Aren't we supposed to carry out a victorious expulsion operation against them? A soldier inquired. Do not question further. Simply be prepared. Inspect your weapons and gear. This is your final warning, Ghostfire replied sternly, as if to corroborate Ghostfire's words. The holographic projection device in Gerda's possession immediately relayed information about the aliens' ambush. Subsequently, artillery fire rained down from all directions. The mimetic aliens possessed the capability for ranged combat, able to harness energy through their tentacle-like appendages to launch attacks within long-range visibility. They frequently concealed themselves beneath the ground, executing artillery strikes, a trait that rendered them exceedingly cunning. However, according to military records, once the mimetic aliens commenced a long-range bombardment, they would expend a considerable amount of energy, necessitating a lengthy recharge before they could strike again. Subsequently, they would rely on their agile movements and adaptable tentacles for close-quarters combat. Close combat was humanity's primary method of countering the mimetic aliens. Even in close quarters, the aliens proved to be formidable opponents. Their speed was astonishing, allowing them to pivot their blade-like tentacles during a dash, delivering piercing or slicing attacks in an instant. Most infantry lacked the ability to effectively combat the enemy, particularly the novices, who, when faced with battle, would either hurl explosives for sheer satisfaction or indiscriminately spray bullets in the general direction of the foe. Nevertheless, humanity was not entirely devoid of resistance. Among the ranks were seasoned veterans who had participated in the Battle of Verdun. Unlike the new recruits, these warriors donned custom black reinforced exoskeletons, their helmets adorned with skull-like designs to distinguish them from regular soldiers. Their leader was the protagonist, Rita Volataski, known as the All-Metal Warrior. Her commendable performance during the Verdun campaign earned her the reverence of new recruits, who dubbed her the Angel of Verdun. This elite squad led by Rita was granted exclusive access to training grounds equipped with specialized facilities for simulating mimetic alien encounters, enabling her and the other veterans to hone their skills in close combat. They represented the pinnacle of human soldiers. Zhu Jun felt an immense honor when, after an emergency landing on the beach, he encountered Rita and her comrades. The experience of a hurried descent from the sky was far from pleasant, leading to a separation from Ghostfire and Gerda. Zhu Jun also experienced the intense pressure that the protagonist, Cage, felt during his inaugural emergency landing. Observing the barrage of alien artillery and the multitude of helicopters plummeting to the ground, Zhu Jun finally grasped the enormity of the battlefield. His landing site was perilously close to a pitch-black armed helicopter, emblazoned with the skull insignia of the elite squad. The pilots of the elite armed helicopters exhibit unparalleled operational prowess, boldly advancing amidst alien artillery fire. On either side of the helicopter, 2 skilled warriors expertly wield heavy machine guns suspended from the wings, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the ground below. Gerda, Ghostfire, do you hear me? I have spotted the heroine Rita and her team. I won't be regrouping with you. I intend to pursue them, Chujin communicated through his device. Unfortunately, due to the alien dissemination of special particles, communication was intermittent. Otherwise, the protagonist would not have traversed the battlefield alone towards the dam area. The technology of the aliens certainly possesses its own unique advantages. Damn it, these aliens cannot be underestimated, Chujin remarked, casting a glance at the elite helicopter soaring ahead before hastily giving chase. Suddenly, a surge of sand and gravel erupted from the ground to the side. Without a moment's hesitation, Chujin, drawing upon his extensive combat experience, reacted swiftly. He leapt into action, simultaneously firing his weapons at the area from which the disturbance originated. Such instincts were honed through numerous battles alongside Ghostfire and the others, learning the methods of enemy attacks and the grim lessons of loss endured by his comrades. Gerda mandated that at the onset of each cycle, all members must convene in the preparation room to share experiences, which subsequently aided Chujin in eliminating several alien minions that attempted to ambush from the ground or flanks. However, this battle exacted a toll, as Chujin's dual-mounted machine guns on his shoulders were compromised by a coordinated assault from the alien forces. At last, Chujin caught up to the elite helicopter that had crash-landed, where Rita and 3 other elite soldiers emerged, clad in a sleek black special operations suit. Rita brandished a hefty blade nearly as tall as herself in one hand, while her other hand wielded an additional firearm. She raised her hand, prompting her surrounding comrades to swiftly prepare for combat, ready to eliminate any lingering enemies. Have you been following us all along? Rita inquired, glancing at Chujin, who was now breathless from his pursuit of the helicopter. Indeed, I was contemplating whether our two teams could join forces, as our adversaries will not grant us any mercy. Chujin replied, "Oh, what do you propose that merits our collaboration?" Rita responded with a smile, maintaining her composure amidst the chaos of battle. Gerda had previously engaged in negotiations with Rita during the second cycle, and subsequent interactions had not yielded a harmonious agreement between the two teams regarding their mission. The actress portraying the character of Rita was formidable, employing strategies on the battlefield that diverged from Gerda's. Her exceptional combat capabilities were further enhanced by the unique character card she possessed, allowing her to excel in confrontations with the aliens without the need for continual reinforcement through repeated cycles. This scenario unfolds as Chu Jun and his companions embark on a new gaming venture, while the player of Rita has already attained a max-level character. Coupled with her exceptional combat prowess, she swiftly dominates the game. Ultimately, the battle on the beachfront has transformed into a scoring game for the player portraying Rita, whose primary objective is to accumulate military achievements. According to the strategy guide, in script worlds like Edge of Tomorrow, where vast battlefields abound, continuous engagement in combat allows one to amass military honors. The higher the achievements, the more substantial the rewards for the final mission evaluation. This marks the third occasion the player assumes the role of Rita in the Edge of Tomorrow script world, with her character card obtained from previous mission rewards. Many players share this mindset of accumulating scores and military honors, yet it necessitates profound comprehension of the script and formidable combat skills. Additionally, fortune plays a role, ensuring that one encounters their desired scoring scenario upon logging into the game. In this script world, Rita's player has allied with several teammates, subsequently forming an elite combat squad. They have been relentlessly slaying aliens on the beachfront over the past few days to enhance their military achievements. "My battle armor surpasses what you currently possess," Chu Jun responded to Rita. He had already contemplated his answer to her inquiry. Pressing a special button, Chu Jun removed the worn outer layer of his battle-scarred exoskeleton. Beneath the heavy external exoskeleton, a compact internal variant enveloped Chu Jun, employing a dual-nested shooting approach. The external heavy exoskeleton focuses on enhanced defense and firepower, suitable for prolonged mid-range combat, while the internal lightweight exoskeleton enhances mobility and reaction, ideal for close-quarters engagements. Rita circled around Chujin and his innovative exoskeleton, her eyes lighting up. Impressive. The design of this armor is quite unique. It boasts a dual combination structure and even incorporates roller-like assistive devices at the back of the feet. Indeed, Chujin replied. I considered that using wheels would facilitate faster movement on solid ground, providing greater stability during combat, which aids in ensuring shooting accuracy. The concept of the dual exoskeleton design was inspired by Tyeria's piloting of the Ceravi Gundam in Mobile Suit Gundam 00, which Chu Jun has internalized into his own design within the world of Ironclad. Given the opportunity and further refinement, he believes he can construct such mechs in the real world. As for the roller-assisted devices at the feet, they draw inspiration from the Nightmare Frame and Code Geass. Although this design may not be ideal for beach operations, its advantages become apparent once on solid ground. Rita's player, clearly an expert, recognizes this nuance. Excellent. I approve of your joining. When the next cycle begins, you may find me at the elite squad camp, the player of Rita smiled. Just then, a minion alien suddenly descended from above, prompting Chu Jun to prepare a warning. The actress portraying Rita deftly reversed her broadsword, leaping forward with intent. Chu Jun, sharp-eyed, immediately discerned a glowing red light emanating from the tip of Rita's sword, indicating it was a thermal weapon. With a single strike, she cleaved the robust alien minion in two. After demonstrating this prowess, Rita casually adjusted her hair and remarked, "Don't just stand there. If you want points, hurry up." Acknowledging her command, Chujin quickly donned his heavy armor, re-engaging his firearm and unleashing a torrent of firepower. After a brief flurry of action, he noticed that among the brothers clad in skull helmets, one teammate had removed his helmet, revealing his face. Startled, Chujin promptly inquired of Rita, "Is that teammate William Cage? Isn't he the protagonist?" His implication was clear. How could the main character join them in battle, especially not in their squad, but rather donning the elite Skull Commando uniform? Indeed, but he still requires training. So I brought him to the front lines to hone his combat skills against the mimetic aliens. Moreover, he possesses a unique role as the protagonist, Rita explained. What unique role? Chujin asked curiously. Rita offered no response as she had exhausted the ammunition in her exoskeletal armor, wielding her thermal broadsword like a deity of death as she plunged into the ambush set by the aliens. Chujin recalled that this area had previously been targeted by artillery, indicating that more than one alien minion lurked beneath. Be cautious, Chujin warned. Chapter 67. Accumulating battle achievements. As anticipated, the ground stirred, and 4 alien minions erupted from the earth. Rita and her comrades swiftly collaborated in close-quarters combat to dispatch the aliens, though they sustained minor injuries in the process. Are you all right, Rita? The protagonist William inquired with concern as he hurried to her side. "I'm fine for now, just a scratch," Rita's actress replied. Observing this exchange, Chujin quickly understood that after the initial cycle, Rita had directly engaged with the protagonist William, extracting him from his squad to undergo rigorous combat training by her side. In essence, the actress had intervened in the narrative, forcefully accelerating William's development. This approach was justified. The actors in this performance game possessed only 10 lives, far fewer than the hundreds or thousands of repetitions available to someone like William. Furthermore, typical actors faced restrictions and identity shifts. Thus, Rita's decision to keep William close was a strategic maneuver to tailor the game to her advantage. In summary, Rita's intervention hastened the progression of the plot and rendered it controllable. Nevertheless, Chujin remained perplexed about the specific nature of the unique role Rita had mentioned. As the group advanced further, Chujin learned that alongside the protagonist, Rita was accompanied by two other actors, one known as Grey Wolf and the other as Wild Dog, both adept at exterminating aliens. Despite this, their quintet continued to encounter substantial resistance. The aliens, having detected the protagonist's team, promptly dispatched additional minions to encircle them. Even the formidable heavy shell of Chujin was unable to withstand the onslaught of the extraterrestrial assailants. Consequently, he was compelled to abandon the heavy armor, swiftly extricating himself before detonating it, sending a swarm of encroaching alien minions flying. Upon reaching the female protagonist's side, both the Wild Dog and the Grey Wolf had sustained injuries, yet continued to fight valiantly. The actress portraying Rita observed the unfolding chaos with a calm demeanor. Despite her own grievous wounds, from which blood flowed abundantly, the protagonist's team was gravely outnumbered, as this was undeniably the final battle against an overwhelming force of millions. Orchestrated by Omega. In the distance, a mimetic alien being, emanating a blue luminescence beneath its textured exterior, silently surveyed the scene. Instead of rushing forward to deliver a final blow, it directed its surrounding minions to converge. Undoubtedly, this entity was a representative of the opposing faction, embodying the alpha unit among the aliens, cunning and devious, manipulating the battlefield without directly engaging in combat. Chujin spotted the adversary at once. Upon recognizing the alpha impersonator, he immediately halted his efforts to rescue the protagonist team and accelerated towards the alpha. The alpha, having sensed Chujin's approach, turned its peculiar alien visage and provocatively gestured with its tendrils. Its face unmistakably conveyed a human-like expression of mockery. Subsequently, the sand at the feet of the alpha began to stir ominously, a harbinger of the minions set to emerge from below. This was a trap. Chujin was struck by a minion erupting from the ground, causing him to glance towards Rita's position midair. There, Rita was gravely injured and unable to fight, while the Wild Dog and the Grey Wolf were besieged by a large group of minions. Although they could still battle, they were vastly outnumbered. In her dying moment, Rita cast a glance in Chujin's direction and whispered, "Remember to find me after the cycle." She then drew her firearm, leading Chujin to momentarily believe she intended to take her own life, only to witness her pressing the gun to the protagonist William's temple. Before he could utter a plea, Rita pulled the trigger. The narrative reset, time loop activated. Before Chujin could reach Rita's location, he was engulfed by a mist that returned him to the Heathrow base. He did not hasten to regroup with Gerda and the others. Rather, he sat in quiet contemplation, reflecting on Rita's series of actions, particularly her tally of achievements and the decision to eliminate the protagonist. He began to grasp the implications of her words. The so-called special effect meant that when Rita's team was on the brink of annihilation, she could directly kill the protagonist to reset the time loop, thus avoiding the loss of a life. This indicated that, with adept maneuvering, she and her team could even control the timing of their reincarnation. What was the cost? Merely the protagonist dying once more, which conveniently provided experience for his growth. What a ruthless woman. Chujin inhaled sharply, having unraveled the intricacies of the situation. His priority was to locate the female protagonist, Rita. The Grey Wolf and the Wild Dog were already stationed nearby. "Were you with us yesterday?" the Wild Dog inquired, casting a glance at Chujin. Having assumed the visage of Ale yesterday and not having changed it today, Chujin required some time to explain. Fortunately, the actors often find it easier to understand one another. "Take me to see her. She sent for me," Chujin stated. "She is in the training ground. You can find her yourself." The Wild Dog was busy cleaning his firearm and chose not to engage further with Chujin. Observing the evident fatigue etched on the faces of both him and the Grey Wolf, Chujin recognized that the relentless intensity of battle had seeped from their minds into their bodies, manifesting as a gradual weariness. At that moment, Rita, who was performing Russian-style push-ups on the ground, sprang to her feet. "Is that you? You are quite unattractive. How did you recognize me?" Chujin inquired, intrigued, as the Wild Dog had also discerned that he was the person they encountered the previous day. "You have certain unconscious mannerisms. Changing your appearance doesn't alter those traits. If one pays attention, it's always possible to tell," Rita chuckled. These masters among the silver ranks indeed possessed a keen eye for recognizing others. After all, this is a world of actors, where many approach one another through the art of disguise, and without certain identification skills, one could easily be deceived. I am here to make a deal. What kind of deal? You wish to accumulate battle achievements. We understand that. However, to do so, you will require quality equipment, correct? Are you suggesting that the armor from yesterday is up for sale? Not just one set. I can offer you up to 3, but what can you provide in return? Chujin refrained from mentioning that he could craft up to 3 sets of such armor in a day. Indeed. Possessing that armor would significantly enhance our combat efficiency and sustainment. Merely grinding for battle achievements on the battlefield is insufficient. We never know when we might encounter enemy actors. And we could very well be used by them to garner achievements, Rita remarked. Are you planning to bypass the front lines? Indeed. We can leave the front lines for you to grind. My intention is to follow the storyline to the RV area, the helicopter zone, and ultimately the dam area. If fortune favors us, we might even ambush the narrative alpha in the dam area. Rita laid bare her strategy for accruing battle achievements. No, I'm not interested in grinding for achievements on the front lines. My concern is what benefits you can provide me, considering you can amass so many achievements. And my armor would undoubtedly be a substantial asset to you, Chujin countered. Chapter 68. Bloodcross. Rita scrutinized Chujin closely before suddenly bursting into laughter. She struck a sultry pose and addressed him. What is it that you desire? This body, perhaps? If so, we could arrange a transaction. If you seek more, that could be arranged as well. Chujin glanced at Rita's slender figure and shook his head. Too thin, it would not be comfortable. Undoubtedly, Rita was attractive. Yet having experienced the uncertainties from the previous encounter, he was cautious about discerning the other's gender and had no desire to engage recklessly in this scripted world. However, if it were indeed Chujin's close friend, Lin Xiao, he would likely be open to all offers, regardless of whether the real world presents him as male or female. Each cycle, I can provide you with 3 sets of combat armor, and I could even assist in enhancing your armed helicopters. These services come at a price. Upon the conclusion of the narrative, I require 3 items valued at no less than 500 role-playing coins, each as compensation. 3 items in total would amount to 1,500 role-playing coins. Why not just seize the opportunity? Rita furrowed her brow. How much military merit do you believe you can garner this time? With my assistance, how much more can you achieve? Consider this carefully. Even a single piece of mecha armor sells for no less than 1,000 role-playing coins in the market. Although what I offer is disposable, it is sufficient to enable you to accumulate a greater amount of military merit. Chujin stated, the market price for the anti-Hulk armor exceeds 2,000, and it is hard to come by. A quality set of combat armor can yield overwhelming combat power. In the world of Ultron, the actor portraying Iron Man managed to reach a stalemate with the significantly stronger Iron Blood Hunters by utilizing multiple sets of armor. Rita contemplated this seriously, her expression revealing her inner conflict for the first time. Very well, I accept your proposal, but your price is rather steep. We need to negotiate further. And I have 2 brothers as well, Rita said bluntly. I am in Dr. Carter's maintenance room, and you are welcome to bring the protagonist to play. Chujin smiled, sensing that there was potential in this matter. Upon returning to the maintenance room, Gerda had already finalized the current plan, and Ghostfire along with the other 2 were present. You've arrived a bit late. Noticing Chujin's tardiness, Gerda frowned slightly. It was just Chujin who was late. Gerda had already completed the summary from yesterday, and was contemplating today's agenda when Chujin burst in unexpectedly. Eri glanced at Chujin and surprisingly broke into a smile. I just had a round of negotiations with Rita, Chujin remarked. Bloodcross? He actually listened to you? Gerda expressed his astonishment with a nod. Gerda had dealt with the actor portraying Bloodcross several times and understood how formidable she could be. According to Gerda's intelligence, Bloodcross was indeed female, yet her demeanor exuded a masculine aura. She excelled in strategy and attention to detail, making her a challenging opponent. Initially, Gerda sought to engage with Bloodcross, but she showed little interest, compelling him to assemble an additional team to gather solitary temporary allies. They wish to continue accruing military merit, and what we do is inconsequential to them. However, they have a firm grip on the male protagonist, William Cage. If we intend to capitalize on this, we must employ some clever tactics, Chujin elucidated. So, you sold them the armor? 3 sets? Gerda queried, directly unveiling what Chujin had left unsaid. Engaging in conversation with astute individuals is always a pleasure. Indeed, 3 sets of armor. They seek to enhance their military merit and will require superior equipment to ensure their survival and combat efficiency, and what I can offer is my technical expertise. Since you have come to consult with me, it indicates that you have not fully sold it to her yet, but an agreement has been reached. And you are uncertain about how high a price to set for the transaction with her, am I correct? Gerda's statement was not directed at Chujin, but rather to the other members of the temporary team. Gerda is aware of Chujin's intentions, and he knows that Chujin understands that he is aware of them. whereas the others in the team remain oblivious. After all, Chujin can currently only improve 3 sets of battle armor per day. Once he allocates all of them to Bloodcross Rita's team, his own strength will be significantly diminished. Is that woman from Bloodcross truly difficult to handle? Alii suddenly inquired. I do not know. It is my first time meeting her, Chujin replied, shaking his head. Haven't you participated in role-playing games over 20 times? Do you not recognize her? Chujin felt a hint of sarcasm rising. Do not give him the battle armor. Let us compete with them for military achievements and see who fears whom. Alii chuckled, patting Chujin on the shoulder. From now on, when you are present, I will protect you. If anyone bullies you, I shall confront them. Alii added. Chujin realized that Alii intended to benefit from his technological prowess without any cost. Chujin has the ability to develop powerful exoskeleton battle armor, a fact that Gerda had just shared with the others. According to the estimations of Ghostfire and Gerda on the temporary battlefield, a set of armor could potentially yield more than 3 times the combat effectiveness of a silver-tier warrior. The exoskeleton battle armor in Chujin's grasp has seen significant enhancements in fire control systems, escape protocols, reaction capabilities, load-bearing capacity, and endurance. After a series of analyses termed the Comprehensive Combat Power Analysis method by Gerda, it was concluded that donning a complete set of dual exoskeleton armor could elevate a performer with equivalent combat power to a higher tier. If the performer's combat power is already at a certain level before wearing the armor, it could further enhance them to an even greater tier. Gerda held a high regard for Chujin's dual armor. The combat power equivalent to the silver stage is essentially on par with the standard combat power rating of the gold tier. Observing that Chujin's technical expertise seems to have further potential, especially as he has managed to develop the armor to this caliber within a single day cycle, is truly admirable. This is precisely why Chujin sought Gerda's counsel, eager to discover how to maximize the value of his armor. Chu-si, your armor made a significant contribution yesterday. Gerda and I faced an alpha, and the battle was chaotic, nearly costing me my life. Fortunately, thanks to your armor's escape functionality, we managed to prevail together. Ghostfire exclaimed with excitement. He too did not wish for Chujin to completely sell his armor to Bloodcross. However, he would not express his thoughts as directly as Alii did. Even Mawin expressed a desire to learn from Chujin about armor modification techniques. I can also be of assistance. Just let me know if you need anything, and I will do my utmost. Following the morning meeting, Gerda's summary of the previous day's battle transformed the team's prior underestimation of Chujin into recognition, leaving Chujin somewhat bewildered. He was not accustomed to such overt praise or the feeling of being valued by these individuals. Perhaps it is only in the absence of others' attention that he can truly excel. Chapter 69, The Cycle of Combat. Gerda captured the moment when Chujin furrowed his brow, and a subtle smile, tinged with mischief, graced his otherwise stern visage. Ah, Gerda, you are deliberately toying with me. I see now. It appears you are vexed by my late arrival to the meeting today, hence your ostentatious praise, relishing the sight of my embarrassment. In an instant, Chujin grasped that this was a scheme orchestrated by Gerda. Without further ado, he rapped his knuckles on the table and declared, My battle armor was crafted with your assistance in providing cover, thus, it is a collective achievement. Should Bloodcross and her team wish for battle armor, let Gerda decide the terms of sale. I have been inspired anew and wish to enhance the production efficiency of the armor, unless there are pressing matters. I kindly ask not to be disturbed. With that, Chujin approached the battle armor, deeply contemplating his designs once more. Wait for me, I can be of assistance. Mawin called out as she approached with her toolbox. Although Mawin possessed her own talents, they were more aligned with biological sciences than with machinery and cyber technology. As she would put it, her expertise lay in the biological realm. Thus, her direct assistance in operating machinery was limited. In fact, she had occasionally hindered progress earlier. However, Mawin had finally learned to distinguish between an electric drill and a wrench, enabling her to assist Chujin in expediting the modifications to the battle armor. By the way, Mawin, you mentioned your specialization in biology. Do you have any knowledge of Ultraman? Chujin suddenly recalled something. Ultraman? What is that? Mawin inquired curiously. He is a giant of light, with eyes akin to salted duck eggs, capable of emitting light in waves, Chujin explained, referencing the imposing Ultraman encountered in the script world of the Age of Ultron, specifically the formidable captain of the Iron Blood Hunters, Shi Tianqi. Since that day, Chujin had been pondering how to defeat that formidable foe. It was said that Shi Tianqi, merely a member of the Iron Blood Team's secondary unit, could single-handedly suppress multiple scattered players, his combat prowess likely surpassing even the silver tier. Chujin yearned for a direct confrontation with Shi Tianqi, to vanquish him and teach him a lesson about the vastness of the world. After absorbing fragments of Gao Tianxiao's memories and cultivation, Chujin realized for the first time the expansive nature of the Mist World, where seeds of ambition began to germinate within him. In the script world, Chujin sought to devise his own methods, effectively honing his skills in battle armor creation. He sensed that perhaps the missed reality might also yield powerful tactical equipment. Encountering a bottleneck, Xu Zhen engaged Ma Wen in casual conversation as a means of distraction. I have indeed heard of such colossal beings, like Godzilla, King Kong, and the monsters from Pacific Rim. However, these tend to belong to the realm of fantasy. If such enormous creatures truly existed, their skeletal structures would undoubtedly be far denser. Representing a significant biological discovery, Ma Wen remarked. She appeared to be a rather demure girl, somewhat timid, preferring not to engage in the violence of the front lines. According to her, she was a pet caretaker in reality, frequently tending to small creatures. If only I could nurture such a colossal creature. Then I would feel as if I were atop a mountain, wandering the world upon its back, mused Ma Wen. Does such a being exist in the real world? Xu Zhen casually inquired. I have heard tales of it. Are you familiar with the world's 10 greatest unsolved mysteries? It is said that there exists a place in the Whirlpool Sea, where the unique geographical and climatic conditions cause an extraordinary density of fog, giving rise to enormous creatures. Some claim to have witnessed colossal dinosaurs roaming when the mist is thick, Ma Wen elaborated. The Whirlpool Sea? Are there any inhabitants there? How could anyone have seen such things? Xu Zhen asked, intrigued. This planet is rife with enigmas, the very notion of mist alone bewildered Xu Zhen. And now the mention of the Whirlpool Sea piqued his curiosity even further. Of course, one can fly over it. It has reportedly become a tourist route. However, one must not approach the Whirlpool Sea too closely. As it is infamously dubbed the Devil's Graveyard, any aircraft or vessel that ventures too near experiences instrument failure and subsequently sinks, rendering it perilous, Ma Wen warned ominously. Xu Zhen paused for a moment, momentarily taken aback. Engaging in conversation with Ma Wen, he began to ponder. Recently, he had been focusing on modifying the exoskeletal armor, concentrating on the human anatomical structure, yet he had not considered how to scale it up. If he could create a larger suit of armor, would he not be able to engage in combat with the formidable Ultraman? But how could he achieve such enlargement? According to Ma Wen, larger creatures possess robust limbs to support their weight, thus the growth of most beings is inherently constrained by their legs. Without legs, there are indeed massive avian species. Many birds appear diminutive when their wings are folded, yet when spread, their wingspan can be several times their body size. Therefore, for organisms devoid of feet, would their size not be limited? If it were a colossal mech, could the legs merely serve as ornamentation? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Xu Zhen gazed at the tactical helicopter stationed on the helipad. In the narrative, these armed helicopters were mere targets for alien gunfire. Aside from the protagonist's climactic charge into the Louvre, enduring a barrage of damage before breaking through its entrance, they often failed to fulfill their intended purpose. Setting aside the armor plating in his hands, he contemplated, lifting the plate to compare it against the armed helicopter in the distance. I have discovered a method to enhance combat capabilities, Xu Zhen remarked, licking his lips with anticipation. He had set his sights on a quad-rotor heavy-lift transport helicopter, envisioning a grander mission for himself. Within 10 cycles, he aimed to uncover a way to transform the large transport helicopter into the central hub of a mech, complemented by several armed helicopters as auxiliary units, collectively forming a formidable combat organization. With determination, he began to sketch the design for the helicopter's mech conversion. The 3 sets of armor he had been crafting suddenly losing their allure. Gripping his tools, he fervently embarked on this new endeavor. Before long, the actress portraying Rita, known as Bloodcross, approached him. She indeed brought the protagonist, William Cage, to Dr. Carter's workshop. This marks her first arrival here in a manner consistent with the narrative, thus triggering a side quest. Side quest completed. Reincarnation combat, with rewards to be settled upon the conclusion of the script's world. Reincarnation combat entails the protagonist William Cage, the seemingly deranged Dr. Carter, and the leading lady, Rita, collaboratively defining the mission's progress, ultimately advancing their understanding of the mimetic aliens concerning Omega, Alpha, and their minions. This task directly propels the main quest into its 3rd phase. Chapter 70, Design of Large Mechs. The 3rd phase of the main quest has concluded. The protagonist Cage must locate the whereabouts of Omega. At this juncture, William Cage fervently practices in the training grounds. The sensation of being overwhelmed by the alien minions on the battlefield is far from pleasant. He has witnessed his comrades perish more than once, only to be met with Rita's gun pointed at him, sending him off to his doom without a moment's hesitation. Observing the frenzied William Cage heading for training, Rita turned and remarked, I do not wish to advance the plot for this purpose. Once we enter the 3rd phase of the main quest, I can no longer control the protagonist's actions. After each reincarnation, he may very well depart to pursue other endeavors. Rita's fierce demeanor led everyone to believe she was there to stir trouble. Her companions, the wild dog and gray wolf, poised for action, grinning as they took a step forward. It certainly appeared as if they were seeking confrontation. Only Gerda saw through her intentions and, undeterred, declared, If you are here to fight, we shall oblige. However, if you intend to conduct business, Let it be according to our rules. Rita gazed at Gerda, who wore an unwavering, uncompromising poker face, and after a long pause, she conceded. All right, you make a valid point. Name your price. Gerda had anticipated this. As long as the right leverage was at hand, even the most difficult Blood Cross members would relent. 3 sets of dual-type battle armor will be delivered to you tomorrow, free of charge for the first use. Theoretically, it can enhance your combat capabilities by more than threefold, if utilized effectively. Subsequent rentals will require a payment of 100 acting coins each, which I assure you is a preferential rate. Gerda stated. Rita glanced at Grey Wolf and Wild Dog, both bearing expressions of ambivalence. After all, they had yet to experience the dual-type battle armor provided by Chu Jun and were uncertain how to evaluate it. Very well. Hand over the battle armor today, and ensure that you assign someone to keep an eye on the protagonist, preventing any reckless incidents. Rita gritted her teeth. Gerda's pricing strategy differed from that of Chu Jun. Chu Jun offered a one-time buyout, while Gerda proposed a membership fee settlement system. While Chu Jun could indeed profit from a one-off transaction, Gerda aimed to establish a long-term business relationship with this trio. He had already calculated that Rita and Blood Cross possessed items capable of extending their duration in this world. Once they bit the bait, they would savor the benefits, ultimately becoming reliant on the battle armor crafted by Chu Jun. Ultimately, Gerda and Ghostfire, despite their initial encounter with this set of battle armor, successfully collaborated to vanquish a formidable and cunning Alpha. Given that the Alpha extraterrestrial employed abilities beyond the scope of this world during the skirmish, it is confirmed that the slain Alpha was indeed an impersonator. Thus, this engagement has provided Gerda with invaluable material for analyzing the combat prowess of the extraterrestrial impersonator faction. Physically, extraterrestrials are significantly stronger than the human soldiers, approximately 8-fold. However, when humans deploy their weapon systems, 2 humans can contend with 1 subordinate-level extraterrestrial. As for the seasoned elite squads, each member is likely capable of matching 1 or 2 subordinate extraterrestrials, although they still fall short of the Alpha's caliber. Unless one considers a protagonist like William Cage, who possesses the unique fortune to single-handedly confront Alpha-level extraterrestrials. Both the protagonist faction's impersonators and the extraterrestrial faction's impersonators must learn and integrate their respective combat methodologies to maximize their effectiveness in this conflict. Gerda and Ghostfire's encounter with the opposing Alpha impersonator on the front lines signifies the advancing state of warfare in the world of Edge of Tomorrow. The most immediate realization of this shift is not from Gerda, but rather from Rita's elite skeleton squad, comprised of all-metal female warriors who were accustomed to accruing battle merits on the battlefield. They quickly became the target for the opposing Alpha impersonator. They distinctly sensed the increasing pressure of war, which ultimately prompted Rita to decide to rent the battle armor developed by Chu Jun from Gerda. Having experienced the battlefield once, Gerda keenly perceived Rita's helplessness, which she skillfully concealed. However, through his assessment of the overall battlefield dynamics, Gerda was certain that Rita would continue to require battle armor in the future. The depth of Gerda's insight is indeed formidable. After dispatching Rita and her companions, Gerda approached the research workshop where Chu Jun was stationed. After succinctly summarizing the situation, Gerda inquired, "Can you complete 3 sets of battle armor?" Gerda had naturally observed Chu Jun crafting new blueprints at the workstation. These large-scale designs were evidently beyond the scope of individual exoskeleton armor. Marwin is already able to assist me with certain tasks. If it's merely 3 sets of armor, I can manage that. However, my primary focus at present is not the armor, but this. Chu Jun presented his design blueprint to Gerda, which bore the title, Design Blueprint for Large-Scale Combined Combat Mecha. What is this? Gerda gazed at the design, somewhat bewildered. While he understood that Chu Jun aimed to create an entirely new set of battle armor, he could not fathom the implications of the transport and armed helicopters referenced in the blueprint as it pertained to a specialized field beyond his comprehension. Inspired by Marwin, I have come to realize that robots need not necessarily manifest their form in a humanoid or connected manner. I intend to transform these armed helicopters and transport aircraft into drones, employing a cohesive intelligent algorithm that enables them to self-assemble through wireless communication, akin to the formidable Optimus Prime. Chu Jun expressed with enthusiasm. Upon noticing Gerda's inquiry, Chu Jun was struck by a fresh idea. Gerda, with his exceptional remote control capabilities and enhanced remote sensing abilities, remains largely unaffected by interference. Undoubtedly, the optimal operator for this newly crafted large-scale combat mech would be Gerda himself. Optimus Prime is a combining robot, not merely a modular one, Gerda remarked, his expression darkening. Well, even if it is a combining robot, it was a slip of the tongue. Nevertheless, my design is rather intriguing, is it not? Chu Jun chuckled. Indeed. I have reserved this one. I shall not relinquish it to anyone else, Gerda replied, a rare smile gracing his features. Returning to his workstation, Gerda resumed his duties while Chu Jun set aside his design blueprint to expedite the modification of 3 custom dual-armored suits alongside Ma 1. After a while, Alita wandered into the research workshop, brandishing a sheet adorned with a unique design. "Brother, I've designed a logo for my armor. What do you think?" Alita inquired, patting Chu Jun on the shoulder, nearly causing him to drop his welding gun. "It's quite all right. The design is rather good, and the colors are vibrant." Chu Jun replied nonchalantly. Just like a child playing with paints, he thought to himself but refrained from voicing it. "By the way, when will you help me apply this design to the armor?" Alita asked with an ingratiating smile. Chu Jun shot him a glance. "I'm too busy." "What's the matter? These 3 suits have already been rented out to Bloodcross by Gerda, and I currently lack the time to create additional armor." He brushed the grease off his clothes and stood up, wiping his hands on Alita's attire. Alita stood there, momentarily speechless, before erupting. "What do you mean? This armor should belong to me." "Yours? Don't be absurd. I developed this armor. What contribution have you made? You mocked me beforehand, and now, seeing its potential, you come to ingratiate yourself? I owe you nothing." Chu Jun sneered, pushing Alita aside. Moreover, to receive such flattery devoid of any tangible benefit, Chu Jun, having seen through Alita's nature, was resolute in withholding any kindness. "If you desire the armor, I can offer you a discounted price of 500 currency units. Payable in advance," Chu Jun stated coldly. Before he could finish, Alita erupted in fury. "On what grounds do you set this price? On what grounds do I take on this task? A joke. The tools and materials are right in front of you. If you can create it, then that would be your skill," Chu Jun retorted, tossing the pliers and wrench before Alita, who stood frozen, unable to respond. Just a single glance revealed to Chu Jun that Alita was not someone adept in technical matters. Alita's countenance darkened, while Ma 1 remained silent beside her. It was the first time she witnessed Chu Jun's fury. Her initial intention to lighten the team's mood was rendered futile. With a cold sneer, Chu Jun issued an eviction order. "You wish to engage in battle and bask in the glory of achievements while attempting to exploit my advanced armor technology? Dream on." Alita, seething with indignation, was about to retort when Chu Jun cut her off. At that moment, she noticed Guei was slowly entering the research workshop, forcing her to restrain her anger. "Just you wait," Alita muttered through gritted teeth as she stormed out. Guei, bewildered, observed the unfolding drama, unsure of how to respond. He had merely stepped into the workshop to inquire whether his sniper rifle could be modified using special techniques, yet Alita's sudden outburst left him puzzled, almost believing that he himself had provoked her ire. Chu Jun exhaled slowly, feeling a surge of frustration. Ever since absorbing Gao Tianxiao's memories, he sensed a shift in his previously composed demeanor. Shaking his head, he sought to refocus on his work. Guei approached him, refraining from asking about the earlier incident. "Could you assist me in enhancing my sniper rifle? I believe the technology of this era could significantly improve its weapon systems," he requested earnestly. Chu Jun nodded, taking the sniper rifle from Guei's hands. The weapon felt heavy, its elongated barrel momentarily startling him. "This is a 200 sniper rifle, a weapon I acquired in the world of life and death sniping. With the recent version update, its power has been greatly enhanced, allowing for exceptional precision at distances of up to 2 kilometers. However, it is primarily designed for anti-personnel use, making it somewhat cumbersome on this battlefield," Guei explained. "This rifle also features an independent computer interface, theoretically enabling preset firing through computer control or remote firing of bullets." Chu Jun caressed the rifle, noting its impressive specifications: a barrel length of 1.2 meters, a caliber of 10 millimeters, a sophisticated shooting stabilization system, and a sniper scope reminiscent of a cannon muzzle. Guei's expression reflected a sense of loss, as if his most cherished possession was being cradled by another. While it is indeed a fine weapon, its firepower is insufficient. Although armor-piercing rounds can be utilized, they require extensive shell adjustments prior to combat, which is exceedingly cumbersome in the context of infinite cycles, Guei lamented. Each time he entered a new cycle, reusing non-standard ammunition necessitated recalibration, a process that vexed him greatly. "I am not well versed in sniper rifles, but I will keep an eye out for you. I need to search for relevant information online," Chu Jun replied. "Thank you. I appreciate it," Guei responded with delight. "Hold on, what do you intend to offer in exchange for this technological enhancement?" Chu Jun interjected. "Huh? Are you saying I need to pay?" Guei was taken aback. "Do you expect your modified vehicle to be free of labor costs?" Chu Jun countered with an analogy. "Well, that is a fair point. How much do you require?" Guei asked candidly. "Forget it, as it's your first time, I will waive the fee this time. However, from tomorrow onward, you will need to compensate me," Chu Jun stated. Guei was relatively agreeable, proving to be much easier to interact with than Alita. "No problem, I await your good news." The Spectre of Fire let out a laugh, casting a lingering glance at his sniper rifle before departing. He had unwavering confidence in Chu Jun's expertise. disregarding the fact that Chuzhen was utterly oblivious to firearms, and walked away without hesitation. Chuzhen placed the sniper rifle on the ground and imparted some skills related to armor modification to Ma Wen. Subsequently, he hurriedly connected to the military base's database to research information pertaining to firearms. The ability of Ultimate Genesis enabled Chuzhen to transcend all data barriers, allowing him to infiltrate the computer network as a data life form, rendering him undetectable even by the most advanced network technologies of this world. However, Chuzhen was reluctant to overutilize this ability, as different worlds impose varying levels of suppression on distinct powers. This world, characterized by the advanced alien biological technology of warfare, was ill-suited for the unique abilities born from a cybernetic worldview like Ultimate Genesis. Should Chuzhen recklessly wield this power, he risked losing the protective effects of fortune. And due to the inherent weakness of his data-based abilities, he could easily become ensnared in a sea of data. The actor portraying Jarvis in the Ultron world fell victim to this fate, losing the initiative amidst confusion and becoming compromised by the hackers of the Hunter Squad. Naturally, Chuzhen was determined not to replicate such an error. He cautiously infiltrated the military command network, which, while appearing to have formidable external defenses, was surprisingly open to internal data access. Given the relatively straightforward nature of the data, which pertained specifically to weaponry and military strategies, Chuzhen was able to maintain his consciousness amidst the data flow, preventing himself from being overwhelmed upon entry. In contrast to the vast ocean of internet data in the Ultron world, this was merely a small pond, and Chuzhen found himself pushed to the brink, highlighting the challenges this world's internet posed to his consciousness. He navigated through the labyrinthine command network and discovered the firearms database, swiftly perusing its contents. The ability of Ultimate Genesis allowed Chuzhen to read data rapidly, integrating this information into his consciousness within the network. Chapter 72. Consciousness Entity in the Realm of Consciousness. Chuzhen's consciousness entity served as the vessel for his cognitive information, existing as a flowing string of data. Whenever he wished, this string could coalesce into a human form. After assimilating the necessary data, the body formed by the data strings gradually expanded. Nevertheless, Chuzhen still sensed a wave of fatigue, akin to having his energy siphoned away by other entities, making it difficult to sustain his existence within the sea of data. He withdrew from the consciousness access of the command base's intranet, shaking his head in an attempt to invigorate himself. Casting a glance at the 200 sniper rifles brought by the Spectre of Fire, relevant data began to materialize in his mind. Full name, 200. The primary purpose of tactical interference is to intercept distant soft targets. It employs a detachable single-row magazine with a capacity of 7 rounds, firing either 408 or 375 ammunition. It features a manual rotating firing mechanism and is equipped with a collapsible stock, which includes a foldable bipod and a muzzle brake capable of accommodating a suppressor. The projectile weight of the 408 ammunition reaches 271.5 grams, allowing it to maintain supersonic flight even at a distance of 20-80 meters. After thoroughly familiarizing himself with the specifications of the 200 sniper rifle, Chuzhen took a moment to gather his thoughts before resuming his work. The database also contains several modification plans for the 200 rifle, all composed by technical officers and sergeants, detailing their experiences. Chuzhen directly adopted one of the plans aimed at enhancing firepower, requiring merely finesse and execution, which would not consume much time. His precision in technical execution immediately captivated Ma Wen. To her, it seemed that Chuzhen had simply browsed the internet for information and swiftly located the improvement scheme for the 200 sniper rifle, followed by a brief moment of rest, before precisely implementing the modifications. Had she not overheard him mumbling about his lack of knowledge regarding firearms and his uncertainty on how to proceed, she would have assumed that he had long mastered the methods for enhancing weaponry. Another night passed, and together, Chuzhen and Ma Wen completed 3 sets of dual-use battle armor for delivery, while Chuzhen independently finalized the modifications for the 200 rifle intended for ghost fire. The design plans for the large-scale combat mecha were temporarily set aside, but that was of little concern. There was ample time for further research. Ma Wen learned some things from Chuzhen, though she was not a specialist in the field. Her diligence sufficed for the tasks at hand. Chuzhen paid her no mind. If she wished to learn, she could, and if not, that was acceptable too. For those uninterested, the battlefield awaited, where one could still earn merit through combat in exchange for rewards. Observing Ma Wen, who had fallen asleep at the workstation, Chuzhen stifled a yawn. He made his way up the stairs to the plaza, where the tactical infantry were fully armed. Transport helicopters, laden with the fully equipped soldiers, ascended once more into the sky, heading towards the beach front. The war was commencing anew. Just then, Gerda approached with a grave expression. "Keck is missing," he stated. "What?" Chuzhen was taken aback, unable to process the information after a long night of work. "I said the protagonist is missing. The Blood Cross has sent word that they have not seen William Keck." Gerda took a deep breath, regaining his solemn demeanor. He was supposed to assist in retrieving 3 sets of battle armor prepared for Rita and the others from Bloodcross, along with the sniper rifle modifications for Ghostfire. I haven't seen him, Chujin shrugged, feeling that this matter did not concern him. Earlier, when the Bloodcross mentioned it, or seemed to have known all along. And Chujin suspected he had employed some sort of tactic. Gota leaned closer, lowering his voice and turning his gaze cold. Upon hearing this, Chujin's mind conjured a tragic drama, envisioning the potential actions of Alai. The scene rewinds to a day prior. After experiencing discomfort from Chujin, Alai devised a cunning plan, seeking out William Cage, who had vented his frustrations on a machine simulating extraterrestrial beings at the training ground. Do you recognize where your dilemma lies? Alai inquired of the protagonist. William Cage, taken aback by Alai's sudden appearance, felt a flicker of curiosity. He had assumed that only he and a select few from the elite squad possessed the ability to operate normally within the cycle of reincarnation, yet here was another. What do you wish to convey? Do you understand why you were unable to save Rita? Alai probed. What? Cage responded. Your gaze towards Rita suggests you may have developed feelings for her. Perhaps, Cage conceded after a moment's reflection. Yet you cannot save her. To rescue her, you must confront Omega alone. I have no knowledge of Omega's whereabouts. If I could, I would certainly undertake this task alone, Cage retorted bitterly. Did Dr. Carter not inform you? During his tenure as a senior advisor at Whitehall, he developed a device capable of extracting elements from Alpha and tracing Omega's location. Securing that device would enable you to locate Omega's ultimate position. Alai divulged the forthcoming plot to William Cage. Alai's motives were fueled by resentment. He was not naive. Recognizing his inability to thwart the Bloodcross from accumulating achievements, thus he devised the most prudent course of action to propel the narrative forward. According to the original storyline, even with the involvement of actors hastening the plot, it would take at least 10 cycles before William Cage sought Dr. Carter's invention from the general. By the prescribed narrative, the protagonist should now be despondent, wandering the streets of London, drowning his sorrows in drink, contemplating his next move. Before the front lines collapse, London falls. And everything reverts to the cycle. Gerda's expression was grave. I understand, Chujin nodded. Both were acutely aware of the catalytic effect this matter had on the Edge of Tomorrow's script. Originally, as per Gerda's arrangement, provided the reincarnation lasted sufficiently long, the Bloodcross would continually demand combat armor, establishing a relatively sustainable business model. Now, with Alai's intervention accelerating the plot's progression, the Bloodcross, particularly Rita, would ramp up their exploits on the battlefield, seemingly indifferent to the protagonist's development. According to reports from the Bloodcross, starting from the next cycle, they would directly engage in surprise attacks on the battlefield, returning at night to resupply and then rejoining the fray, their schedules fully booked. They are indeed relentless. Chujin reflected on the Bloodcross's work ethic, knowing they were capable of such actions. I will also assist in enhancing the combat armor starting from the next cycle. I need not concern myself excessively with the overall battlefield layout, Gerda stated. I leave it to you. I will keep an eye on the protagonist. Chujin affirmed with a nod. At present, the sole concern is that the protagonist, due to the demands of the plot, may encounter a predicament leading to an inevitable confrontation with Omega. Without uttering a word, Chujin swiftly exited the military camp. Endowed with a shape-shifting ability akin to that of Mystique, he could effortlessly accomplish this feat in Chapter 73, amidst the perils of ceaseless reincarnation. It was not long before he found himself in a bar on the outskirts of London, where he spotted William Cage, drowning his sorrows at the counter. Logically, the narrative would require William to perish hundreds of times within the cyclical world to reach this juncture. However, even if he had not met his demise that many times, the rigorous training under Rita had endowed him with comparable combat prowess, and he had experienced some psychological wavering, rendering him susceptible to the temptations of ale. He pondered his next course of action. A serene yet sorrowful female voice resonated through the radio broadcast. The situation at the front is dire. Our forces have suffered heavy losses. An elderly supporting character seated beside the protagonist grunted, It is time to demonstrate our strength to those entities. Those stationed far from the battlefield remained oblivious to the unfolding events. They had not faced the chaos as Cage had. They could hardly fathom that the general orchestrating this operation was an exceedingly obstinate individual, the very one who had dispatched William Cage to the battlefield, triggering the pivotal cycle of reincarnation. At times, Chujin contemplated whether, had he charged directly at Omega's location with a formidable force during his initial foray into battle, without entering the cycle, he might have succeeded in unexpectedly eliminating the enemy. This scenario evoked memories of his first experience within the Venom script world, where he had altered the plot from the outset, resulting in an early conclusion to the narrative. In a certain sense, Chujin's actions could be viewed as a strategic maneuver. It bore immense risk and was not guaranteed to succeed. Indeed, it might even be rectified by the game operators in subsequent updates. Shaking his head, Chujin observed William Cage engaged in conversation with the patrons of the bar. My father served as a pilot during the Battle of Britain. When these Americans joined the fray 3 years prior, we were already an unstoppable force. If only my Uncle George had participated in the Normandy landings, this conflict would have concluded long ago, the elderly man lamented, intoxicated. Reminiscing about the bygone glory of the Empire. What do they truly seek from us? The waitress pondered, shaking her head in confusion. Is it not evident? Minerals. The old man replied. Indeed, mineral resources are inherently unsustainable, and numerous tales within the realm of interstellar science fiction revolve around such resources. The group of elderly gentlemen engaged in animated discussion, some positing it was metals, while others suggested oxygen. William Cage subtly shook his head, responding. Does it truly matter what they desire? They have arrived and are prevailing. Regardless of their intentions, they shall acquire what they seek. This statement was, in fact, quite profound. William Cage, having traversed multiple cycles, had undergone a significant transformation in mindset. Should they fail to win this battle, they would be perpetually ensnared in the cycle. With the key to victory resting upon Omega, whose whereabouts remained a mystery to all. Without the Omega, there is little purpose. Any effort seems futile. Moreover, with such a general present, the outcome of this battle appears predetermined. Only through a profound understanding of life can one utter such words. After a few brief cycles of existence, and facing death multiple times, William Keach has come to such a realization. Yet, this bar is peculiar. There are no patrons of William Keach's age. The clientele consists solely of the elderly, be it the waitress, the inebriated, or those engaged in discussion. Shouldn't you be on the battlefield? Inquired a composed elder. Individuals of William Keach's generation have already been dispatched to the front lines. A consequence of his role in the military's recruitment propaganda. I have been, replied the protagonist, more than anyone else could claim. In that moment, a pang of melancholy washed over William Keach, accompanied by a bittersweet smile that betrayed genuine emotion. In truth, I have died many times, he said, casting a hopeful glance at the elderly gentleman beside him, seeking affirmation. His words were entirely truthful, yet only he was aware of their authenticity. Coward. The elder retorted without reservation. In that instant, it seemed that only Chuzhan among those present could comprehend William Keach. Realizing his own indiscretion, William Keach suppressed the urge to respond with invective. At that moment, the ceiling light in the bar began to flicker before extinguishing altogether. A sense of dissonance gripped William Keach. Having traversed multiple reincarnations and transformed into a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, coupled with the devilish training from the Blood Cross Rita, he instinctively sensed the impending crisis. Indeed, he felt like a coward, wishing to abandon the fight and flee. The elder's accusation was both accurate and inaccurate. William Keach dashed out of the bar, beholding the scene outside. Sirens wailed, and alarm bells echoed in the air. He sprinted down the desolate street. Crossing the bridge and surveying his surroundings, the smell of gunpowder had ignited within the city. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze, obscuring any glimmer of light. This unusual pallor instilled unease within William Keach as he gazed at the river's surface. Something seemed to writhe beneath the water's surface. And William Keach's instinct screamed that something was amiss. Yet, he felt powerless. This was not the battlefield. The arrival of the mimetic aliens in this area indicated a complete collapse at the front lines. Humanity faced defeat, and loss loomed everywhere. Suddenly, several minions of the mimetic aliens leapt from beneath the river, inflicting injury upon William Keach. This was not the protagonist's fortune at play, rather, the enemy was under orders, sparing William Keach's life. An alpha gradually emerged from the waters, its blue markings distinguishing it from the other minions. It gestured with its appendages, orchestrating the minions to sidestep towards William Keach's side. The alpha did not strike down William Keach. It merely awaited his slow demise from blood loss. This alpha, like others of its kind, possessed the ability to command its minions, sweeping through every territory occupied by humanity. The other minions continued to wreak havoc upon the cities of humanity, yet this particular circle was deftly safeguarded by Alpha, akin to a solitary stone amidst the tide, obstructing the advance of the extraterrestrial forces. William Cage found himself engulfed in despair. These aliens were not merely searching for him, but were incessantly destroying human settlements. As he lay bleeding upon the ground, a revelation dawned upon him regarding Rita's past admonitions. First, to take his own life immediately upon injury, and second, to refrain from receiving any transfusions. These two crucial pieces of advice were pivotal for William Cage's salvation, yet at that moment, the hostile Alpha was aware of this as well. William Cage finally comprehended the gravity of the burden he bore. Only he could salvage the human realm, and yet, as the prophesied savior, he now faced the grim prospect of dying at a crossroads. This time, there would be no continuation of the cycle. The Alpha impersonator before William Cage shared this belief. The advantage is mine. Chapter 74. The Gatling gun with blue flames. Chuzhan understood that action was imperative. Subsequently, he pressed the detonation button in his hand. Inside the bar, as William Cage hastily departed, the mobile phone that Chuzhan had stealthily slipped into his pocket suddenly erupted with sound. followed by a thunderous explosion that shattered William Cage's body into a myriad of fragments. The unidentified Alpha impersonator vanished into the mist in a fit of rage, accompanied by Chujin, who had been covertly observing from a distance. Having transformed back into an ordinary person, Chujin had planted a small bomb in William Cage's pocket, an act unnoticed by the beleaguered hero amidst the chaos. With preparation in place, Chujin gained the power to alter the cycle. The cycle resumed. In the subsequent iterations, William Cage refrained from stirring trouble and instead devoted himself to increasingly rigorous training within the confines of the base. He even took the initiative to approach Rita, claiming to have witnessed some visions. The main quest's fourth phase had been completed, assisting the protagonist Cage in uncovering the truth behind the illusions of Omega's whereabouts. At this juncture, William Cage's combat skills had become exceedingly refined. However, the dilemma lay in his inability to discern the path leading to his destination. Blood-Cross Rita sought out Dr. Gerda Carter for a new round of negotiations. Your dual battle armor is commendable, yet might you consider a discount? After all, it was your people who caused a decline in our efficiency and accruing battle merits. This time, Blood-Cross adopted a more conciliatory tone. Having tested the armor, the trio from Blood-Cross expressed their satisfaction with the equipment provided by Chujin. Nevertheless, the marketplace is also a battleground, and haggling must ensue. Our revenues have similarly suffered, yet for the sake of long-term cooperation, we can offer you a 20% discount, Gerda replied, though his stern visage betrayed no hint of remorse. A 20% discount? Is that off the total price or the remaining usage? Blood-Cross pressed for clarification. Off the total price. This is our sincerity, after all. We also wish to enlist your assistance. If you happen to encounter Alii, please ensure he is promptly sent into the next cycle, Gerda stated. Since the incident was exposed by Gerda, are fled immediately, never to be seen again. In this scripted world, each time a protagonist perishes, they are reincarnated. Upon their rebirth, all characters, save for key figures such as the protagonist, Rita, and Dr. Carter, are replaced with others, rendering the search for an arduous task. Fortunately, although Ars' interference was notable, it did not significantly alter the genuine trajectory of the plot. Blood-Cross raised an eyebrow slightly, but remained silent, while the wild dog interjected, questioning, why must we involve ourselves in your own affairs? An 80% discount, that is the price we pay. With such a ticking time bomb in our midst, none can predict when he might resurface to create chaos. Should that happen, do not blame us for the diminished merits you accrue, Gerda stated resolutely. A mere glance from Blood-Cross stifled any further argument from the wild dog. I concur. Were it not for this individual, we might have maximized our gains. This hidden threat must be eliminated at once, Blood-Cross asserted, extending his hand to shake Gerda's. Thus, the two temporary teams finally united against a common adversary, one that included an increasingly formidable alien coalition and the ever-elusive R, the troublemaker hidden away, to achieve the greatest benefits from their mission. The two squads needed to work in earnest solidarity. As long as William Cage refrained from running about aimlessly, Chujin found his tasks considerably simplified. On one hand, he continued to refine his design concepts, while on the other, he fulfilled the daily requirement of delivering 3 sets of dual battle armor to Blood-Cross and his companions. Additionally, he assisted Ghostfire in enhancing his sniper rifles. Speaking of which, Ghostfire's sniper rifle was rather inadequate. His Model 200 sniper was primarily designed for engagement at long range, ensuring exceptional accuracy even from 2 kilometers away. The design process incorporated gravity algorithms to facilitate ultra-fine tuning with computational assistance. In truth, the Model 200 was best suited for assassination rather than large-scale combat. Chujin retrieved a hefty, revolving weapon from the rack and carefully handed it to Ghostfire. This Gatling gun, blazing with blue flames, is truly worthy of you, he proclaimed. The gun's weighty frame and multi-barrel structure epitomized the essence of a rugged warrior. Ghostfire, caught between laughter and exasperation, responded, This Model 200 is a bound weapon I drew. I need it for future ventures in this scripted world. If you give me this Gatling machine gun, I'll be left without a means to fight, which would be quite distressing. Moreover, it won't benefit from my weapon skills. His weapon skills primarily enhance sniper rifles, a category of firearm, providing significant damage boosts that barely compensated for the Model 200's shortcomings. Well, I'm at a loss then. You cannot wield the Gatling. Holding only a sniper meant for long-range engagement in close quarters on a crowded battlefield leaves me unable to assist you. If I am the one to enter the fray next time to earn merit, only the god of fire cannon can alleviate my fears of inadequate firepower. Chujin waved dismissively. Ghostfire, left speechless, scratched his head before finally speaking. Forget it. Say whatever you wish. Since the pursuit of firepower is paramount, why not equip me with a few shoulder-mounted missiles? I am fully prepared. You may assess your own capacity to bear them. Chujin patted the weapon crate beside him. In warfare, it is prudent to have an array of means at one's disposal. When confronting extraterrestrial beings, compassion is unwarranted. Missiles, flamethrowers, incendiary devices, what is there that should not be employed? Merely wielding a machine gun is hardly sufficient, were it not for the penalties on battle achievements incurred by using vehicles. The elite squad of Blood Cross would have nearly all taken to armed helicopters to rain down bombs. Ghostfire was at a loss for words. His towering stature allowed him to carry 2 crates of healthy missiles as he prepared for battle. By the time he returned to Chujin's research workshop in the next cycle, Chujin had already equipped him with a Gatling gun that emitted blue flames. Indeed, the Gatling is far more reliable. The ammunition for shoulder-mounted missiles is far too limited, Ghostfire remarked. Bring more bullets, kill as many as we can, Chujin advised. No problem, Ghostfire responded, his demeanor considerably more cheerful this time. After several more cycles, Gerda finally assisted William Cage in locating Cabela Dam, a potential hiding place for Omega. The subsequent task was to have him lead Rita and her team in breaking through the extraterrestrial blockade and boarding helicopters bound for Cabela Dam. Once again, after enduring several cycles of time, William Cage honed his route planning skills, while the Blood Cross team amassed a considerable amount of battle achievements. However, they still had not discovered any trace of R. This fellow appeared to lack any discernible capability to outsiders, yet internally, he demonstrated remarkable prowess. He had familiarized himself with everyone's routines and had ceased to intrude, instead silently lurking in the base and on the battlefield to accumulate achievements. Until one day. Are you the ones firing at me with black guns on the battlefield? Blood Cross's Rita confronted Gerda in the maintenance room. Gerda immediately understood what had transpired. Chapter 75. Alpha-S trapped the protagonist, William Cage, burst in. Why did you deceive me? You knew all along that the enemy at Cabela Dam was a ruse, that Omega does not exist there, and that all the illusions in my mind are false. William Cage was furious. Cage, regarding this matter, we too are unable to confirm. After all, the device capable of tracing Omega's location is not currently in my possession. Gerda, playing the role of Dr. Carter, explained. Then where is it? William Cage inquired. Gerda and Blood Cross exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to advance the plot further. Undoubtedly, the act of Blood Cross firing black guns in the helicopter zone, compelling the protagonist to journey alone to Cabela Dam, was orchestrated by R. Thus, we must uncover the true Omega. Blood Cross resumed his role. How do we search for it? Gerda asked. You developed a device in Whitehall that could reverse search Omega's neurons. With it, we can pinpoint Omega's location. Blood Cross began to passionately act out. This dramatic performance was intended to restore the credibility that had been lost between the two due to our in front of the protagonist. However, Gerda's acting prowess appears rather rigid, often overshadowed by a perpetual expression of apathy. When he attempts to portray neurotic characters, there always seems to be a slight dissonance. He resembles a cold-blooded assassin more than a mad scientist. Thanks to you, I was expelled, Gerda remarked casually. The two seemed to be embroiled in an argument. But William Cage swiftly intervened, realizing that the team could not afford to descend into chaos at that moment. Ultimately, if we can locate the device that you inserted into Alpha, we will be able to ascertain Omega's location, William Cage asserted. At this moment, a profound sense of salvation enveloped William Cage as he began to embrace his identity as a savior. Only he could rescue this world besieged by extraterrestrial invaders. I was expelled, and that device was confiscated, Gerda replied. So, should we pay a visit to the Whitehall? William Cage disregarded the details. She had previously ventured there, only to be captured and sent to a psychiatric hospital for dissection and experimentation. I know what to do now, William Cage declared as he and Rita swiftly departed for the command center at Whitehall, where the general was stationed. As soon as the two left, time became of the essence. Gerda immediately summoned Chujin, Mawan, and Ghostfire for an urgent meeting. Time is pressing, and if the protagonist succeeds in the forthcoming cycles, we are likely to enter the final act of the narrative. We must prepare ourselves to confront Omega directly, Gerda stated gravely. Though time is tight, there is no cause for concern. My design has been finalized, and the modification plan for the Warfire mech is already underway, Chujin replied. The Warfire mech is a unique technology that Chujin had developed in her spare time, capable of integrating multiple transport helicopters into a coordinated formation. According to the plan, this colossal, foreign mech would be remotely controlled by Gerda, while Ghostfire would manage its weapon systems. As the group convened, a sudden cacophony erupted from outside. They exited the maintenance room to witness the frontline base of Heathrow engulfed in chaos, with artillery fire raging. Alarms blared frantically as countless tactical infantry prepared for battle, converging at the front lines to lend their support. This exceeds the narrative's expectations, Chujin glanced at Gerda. Such an event could not possibly be orchestrated by Ale, as this direct assault on the frontline base must be the work of an actor within the alien faction. I understand. They seek to bolster their military achievements, prompting them to initiate combat prematurely, Ghostfire interjected, displaying rare astuteness. Regardless, Let the battle commence, Guda proclaimed, urging the actors remaining at the base to join the fray. Chujin stepped back onto the battlefield, yet he couldn't shake the feeling of being watched from behind. There was no doubt, it had to be Ale. Chujin turned around but could not discern which character Ale had assumed. That unsettling sensation quickly dissipated. The cycles continued to unfold. At last, the protagonist, William Cage, safely brought Rita to the room where the general awaited. Due to certain peculiar circumstances, Rita, portrayed by Blood Cross, inadvertently commits minor errors, only to eliminate William Cage in an instant when necessary. Fortunately, as the protagonist, he has grown accustomed to such occurrences. Thankfully, the general is not an actor. As the plot unfolds, the two acquire a special device developed by Dr. Carter. Without hesitation, Rita inserts one end of the converter into William Cage's thigh. Do you recall? Rita then drags William Cage down to the underground parking lot. William's consciousness becomes hazy as his thoughts connect directly with Omega. A pyramid-like structure floats in his mind. Despite this, he takes some time to discern its significance. The fifth stage of the main quest is complete, and they are about to enter the final stage, a confrontation at the Louvre. They have finally reached the climax of the Edge of Tomorrow. Exhaustion envelopes everyone. Even Rita seems momentarily dazed, forgetting her intention to shoot William Cage. At that moment, a voice, neither male nor female, resonates in Rita's mind. You have lost. This voice is unfamiliar to Rita, yet she instinctively raises her gun, aiming at William Cage. In the original film's narrative, William was injured while escaping from the Whitehall, struck by the mechanized forces of the gendarmerie, and subsequently incapacitated by a transfusion. At this moment, Blood Cross Rita aims to prevent such an outcome. However, she soon discovers that, regardless of her efforts, she cannot pull the trigger. Meanwhile, the general stands frozen, as still as a statue. The same applies to the protagonist, William Cage. The general's female secretary slowly enters from outside. You have visited so many times yet failed to notice my presence. It seems my disguise is quite effective. From behind the secretary, several tentacles emerge and unfurl. This secretary is, in fact, an alien entity employing a skill to masquerade. She is not human but rather a mimetic alpha. As she gradually extends her tentacles, she suddenly inflicts multiple small wounds upon William Cage, ensuring a steady trickle of blood. I am very patient. I have waited for you all this time, and I can continue to wait for several more hours. The secretary slowly closes the door and sits beside the general. Her hollow eyes meet Blood Cross Rita's gaze. I am not in a hurry to kill you. What I desire is for you to witness your inevitable failure, the secretary drones on. Blood Cross Rita's thoughts gradually return to normal, although she remains immobile. She comprehends the nature of the monster she faces. Chapter 76, I am an actor. Before Rita stands a shape-shifting alien alpha, possessing the cognitive control abilities of the professor from the battle police and the mimicry skills of the black-clad insectoid, a cunning and seasoned performer. It is possible that it possesses a multitude of capabilities, such as swiftly penetrating the human realm and enhancing its ability to disguise itself. However, what renders it most formidable is its unparalleled capacity for patience. This is certainly not its first foray into Whitehall, London. In pursuit of an opportunity to eliminate the protagonist's faction, the antagonist known as Alpha has infiltrated Whitehall on multiple occasions, deceiving even the seasoned Blood Cross. While they relish the thrill of frontline battles to accumulate achievements, I differ. I take pleasure in the art of performance. I have observed your repeated visits, relishing in the knowledge that you have yet to see through my guise, my masquerade. She cast a proud glance at the two. And although her features fell into a stoic expression after ceasing her deep disguise, the tendrils behind her, flailing like a dog's tail, revealed her true delight. Your objective is to eliminate Omega, while ours is to drain the blood from William Cage, ensuring he loses his ability to traverse time before we extinguish his life. My fellow performers are perpetually bickering. Some advocate for capturing him on the battlefield to bleed him out, while others wish to eliminate him atop London Bridge. Yet I steadfastly believe that your arrival here marks my optimal moment for the hunt. Blood Cross Rita wished to voice her thoughts, but the adversary's mental control was overpowering, further augmented by Alpha's unique abilities, making it exceedingly difficult for Rita to adapt to this state of manipulation. She slowly turned her eyes, glancing around with peripheral vision. Wait. Something seems amiss with William Cage. His body trembled faintly, yet effectively indicated his resistance against the control exerted by the Alpha impersonator. How could he achieve what even the seasoned Blood Cross could not? Truthfully, I initially doubted you would venture this way again. Just days ago, we received intelligence regarding the defection of one of your faction members. This presents us with a splendid opportunity. This informant relayed your every move through the Abella Dam, which is precisely how we discovered a means to vanquish you. The Alpha impersonator spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Blood Cross Rita immediately comprehended the situation. The so-called defector must be that rascal R, who undoubtedly visited the Abella Dam at some point and negotiated with the extraterrestrial faction. R had been absent for days. evading the cyclical changes that rendered him elusive. The recent aggressive assaults by the aliens on Heathrow base were certainly linked to this. After receiving intelligence from the traitorous the alien faction splintered into several camps. One faction advocated for relentless assaults on Heathrow base through multiple cycles to bolster their achievements, while another faction favored a defensive strategy, confident that the protagonist would converge upon the Louvre for the final showdown. The alpha performer, disguised as a female secretary, contemplated with greater precision. She believed that possessing the ability to infiltrate and disguise herself warranted the undertaking of more extraordinary tasks, rather than engaging in the front line's brutal skirmishes. Which did not align with her role. She recognized that such endeavors would either yield no accolades or lead to her contributions being appropriated by the opposing faction. Consequently, she remained steadfast in her resolve, firmly situated in Whitehall. Through countless cycles of experience, she had become exceedingly adept at her covert operations. She awaited the continuous bleeding of William Cage. However, as she spoke, she sensed an unsettling change. Why was the protagonist's blood flow diminishing? Slowly, she raised her gaze to William Cage and realized, to her dismay, that she could no longer read his thoughts, a harbinger of ominous tidings. Blood-Cross Rita also noticed the protagonist's anomaly. When she perceived the alpha impersonator, posing as the secretary, turning her attention toward the protagonist, the mental pressure weighing upon her instantly lightened. Subsequently, she bore witness to a horrifying spectacle. A viscous mass, resembling flowing black fibers, enveloped William Cage's entire being, transforming his hands into sharp, black blades. With a swift turn, he unleashed a blinding flash of light from his weapon, compelling Blood-Cross to shut her eyes instinctively. When she reopened them, the once formidable alpha performer lay severed in two. Venom? Blood-Cross pondered, an unquenchable question echoing in her mind, though no one answered. For the events had transpired in the blink of an eye. She then felt her body regaining sensation. As she blinked again, the severed halves of the alpha performer unexpectedly split into two, darting away in opposite directions, leaving only the remnants of the secretary's disguise on the ground. How swift! This was Blood-Cross's first thought following her recovery. However, the protagonist, William Cage, was swifter still. He launched himself forward, opening his maw wide, extending a whip-like tongue tipped with barbs, and devoured one of the fleeing alpha duplicates whole. In a flash, his other hand propelled a spear-like weapon, which pierced the remaining fleeing half, pinning it to the earth outside. The sudden turn of events left Blood-Cross utterly unprepared. Even if she had reacted, it would have been inconsequential, for she lacked the strength to resist. Trembling, Blood-Cross found herself powerless in the face of overwhelming force. And the realization that the secretary was an adversary dealt a severe blow to her morale. In that moment, she bore none of the valiant demeanor of a battlefield Valkyrie. Instead, she leaned against the wall for support, barely able to stand. By the time she regained her senses, the creature, more brutal than any venom, had consumed the remaining duplicate and now approached her, its voice resonating with a monstrous echo. Hey, what are you waiting for? It's time to proceed to the next phase of the mission. Now we find ourselves at the final stage of the mission, where the narrative unfolds with the protagonist, William Cage, leading his team toward the Louvre for the ultimate showdown. Who are you? Blood-Cross asked, trembling. I forgot to revert to my true form, replied the venomous creature, gradually diminishing in size and contorting its body to reveal a human shape. Blood-Cross Rita gazed incredulously at the man before her. The entity that had taken on the guise of the venomous monster was none other than the hero, William Cage. I am, in fact, an actor, stated William Cage. Chapter 77. Deception amongst each other. The defense of the Heathrow frontline base was under siege. The alien forces were mounting increasingly ferocious attacks. Although the local soldiers remained oblivious to the nuances of the assault, the pressure on Gerda and his companions grew ever more burdensome. Fortunately, the formidable mech, constructed by Chuzhan from various transport and armed helicopters, had taken shape. Gerda and Ghostfire piloted the towering 35-meter-tall half-mech, sweeping through the shape-shifting aliens with ease. 8 Vulcan cannons unleashed a barrage under Ghostfire's command, with bullets intertwining like iron chains between friend and foe. With a single punch from the colossal mech's fist, Gerda could obliterate 2 or 3 of the alien minions. The battlefield at the forefront was bustling with activity. Unlike the beachfront, this was humanity's domain, the aliens. By choosing to invade here, would inevitably pay a price. Explosions lit up the night sky, intercepting any incoming threats. Chuzhan and Ma Wen remained comfortably in the maintenance room, far from the fray. Naturally, the front line was managed by the wild dogs, Grey Wolves, Gerda, and Ghostfire, allowing Chuzhan to focus on technological advancements without distraction. Time was of the essence, and he had only completed half of the designs for the mechs and battle armor before deploying them, leaving him less than satisfied with his output. Thus, while the outside world trembled with the chaos of battle, he remained engrossed in design modifications. Unbeknownst to Chuzhan, the woman behind him glinted with malice, her firearm's safety already disengaged. Immersed in his work, he failed to notice the impending danger. Bang! Bang! The woman sneered coldly and pulled the trigger. Bullets erupted from the blazing muzzle, not merely one. She had no intention of allowing Chujin to survive this day. She was certain today marked the demise of the protagonist's faction. She was not Ma Wen at all. She was, in fact, Alita. During the days of her banishment, she had meticulously timed her infiltration into Ma Wen's residence, assassinating her each night while she slept. At crucial moments, she masqueraded as Ma Wen, appearing in the maintenance room. Chujin appeared utterly unsuspecting. Who could have guessed that the one who claimed to be Ma Wen each day was merely an imposter? The true Ma Wen inexplicably entered a cycle of rebirth, with no opportunity to reach out to Gerda or the others for help. After 10 lives, she departed with resentment. Having met her end in the cycle of reincarnation, disguised as Ma Wen, Alita managed to infiltrate the maintenance room for several consecutive days, blending into the core circle. This success can be attributed to the unique rules of the reincarnation world, as well as the negligence of individuals like Gerda, who failed to establish a password, allowing Alita to slip through unnoticed. Naturally, this also relates to Ma Wen's own carelessness and lack of combat awareness, as she remained oblivious to the true cause of her inexplicable entry into the reincarnation for several days. With Alita's continued impersonation of Ma Wen, her ambitions grew ever larger. Gerda, Chujin, and Guihua remained vigilant, which prevented Alita from seizing an opportunity for assassination. However, at that moment, Chujin, fully immersed in design, finally unwittingly provided Alita with an opening. Alita, poised to eliminate Chujin, had previously agreed with the alien faction that today would be the day of action, intending to discreetly eliminate several impersonators to facilitate her mission of allegiance to the aliens. Unfortunately, despite all her meticulous plans, Alita fell victim to Chujin's cunning. Alita stared in astonishment at Chujin before her, filled with joy only to be met with the disconcerting sensation of not penetrating flesh. Bullets struck Chujin's body, leaving only a few metallic scars, which then gradually healed. Chujin's neck twisted unnaturally, and her hands and feet transformed into grotesque forms. It dawned on Alita that Chujin might no longer be human. Alita, indeed, you have been lurking around me, Chujin said, turning to face the woman, her tone eerily calm despite being riddled with bullets. Have you transformed yourself into a Terminator? You deliberately led us to think along the lines of Mystique. Yet you are employing the transformation abilities of a Terminator. Alita exclaimed in terror. I never claimed such a thing. But I want to grant you the opportunity to uncover the truth. As Chujin spoke, she extended a finger that morphed into a steel needle, piercing Alita's brow. Watching Alita perish before her eyes, Chujin's expression remained unchanged as she turned back to her schematics, continuing her meticulous work. Poor Alita, in her elaborate scheming, not only caused the demise of Ma Wen, who bore her no grudge, but ultimately met her own end at the hands of Chujin. This time, no one would be able to traverse the reincarnation into the next cycle. Meanwhile, significant changes were unfolding elsewhere. William Cage gradually revealed his form. Who are you? You are clearly not the protagonist, Blood-Cross Rita suddenly exclaimed. I am certainly not the protagonist, but there is no need for you to know my identity. You only need to understand that I will lead you to victory, Cage replied with a smile. Who is this William Cage? He exuded an aura that was both familiar and alien. Blood-Cross Rita knew for certain that he could not possibly be the original protagonist she had known, the one with whom she had traversed numerous reincarnations. Rita prided herself on her experience in multiple scripted worlds, yet she was unaware that there existed a method to change the protagonist's identity at the narrative's final stages. Even with system support cards, those could only be utilized during the initial phases of the plot's progression. At this moment, time was of the essence. Cage seized Rita and commenced their escape, for the general had awakened from his state of mental control. He summoned the gendarmerie, who, without hesitation, opened fire on the two protagonists. We shall proceed directly to the Louvre, Cage declared. What? Rita, of the Blood Cross, was taken aback. There is no need for astonishment. I am the protagonist now. As long as I remain alive, victory is within our grasp. These ordinary soldiers cannot kill me. Cage smiled coldly, a flicker of white light dancing in his eyes. Blood-Cross Rita finally realized that he was utilizing a chaotic character card from the Venom script world. She vaguely recalled that none among their team possessed such a persona. Could it be that Cage had been an actor from the very beginning, merely biding his time until the opportune moment to unleash his true power? This implied that Cage was, in fact, an exceptionally patient performer. What a formidable actor! No, more accurately, what a devious actor. It was precisely because of such cunning actors that the game had grown so perplexing. Blood-Cross Rita suddenly recalled the words of a senior: the higher the rank, the more formidable the opponents one encounters. Some possess immense combat prowess, while others are exceedingly treacherous. If one is unfortunate enough to cross paths with these actors, it is best to flee as far as possible. Now, the actor that Blood-Cross Rita faced was not only immensely powerful but also insidiously cunning. Chapter 78. The great battle approaches. Cage was indifferent to Rita's thoughts. He dragged her to the helipad, his hands extending like black parasitic clay, effortlessly dispatching the heavily armored gendarmes that rushed to impede their escape. He then tossed Rita onto the helicopter, and the two soared away from Whitehall. Capture them alive. I wish to dissect them and study their anatomy. The general roared over the phone. Today's events had brought him great humiliation. Not only had he faced off against the news officer Cage, but also his finest soldier, Rita, along with his trusted female secretary, had all turned against him. He could hardly believe there was anyone left he could rely on. The general, notoriously obstinate, would not have stripped William Cage of his rank and relegated him to a second-class soldier on the front lines if he were not so inflexible. It was all part of the narrative. Now, he commanded his subordinates not to kill the opposition but to capture them alive, and the anti-aircraft batteries, having received the order, refrained from attacking, providentially granting Cage and Rita a chance to escape safely. Cage and Rita piloted their helicopter into the final encirclement, Omega's stronghold, the Louvre. Unlike in the script, this time the squad did not engage in battle, nor were there any reinforcements. The two intruded into the aliens' core territory, the Louvre, without any support. Rita gazed down at the throngs of alien minions below, biting her lip as she inquired, "Are you certain that you have lost your reincarnation ability?" According to the progress of the narrative, it was indeed true. Excessive blood loss had deprived him of that ability. "So do not entertain thoughts of shooting me and returning to base for the next cycle," Cage replied with a grin, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Rita nodded in acknowledgement. It was inevitable. The only course of action was to charge alongside him into the encirclement of Omega, to bring an end to the final act of this scripted world. He then beheld Cage piloting an aircraft, hurtling from the heavens toward the shattered glass pyramid of the Louvre. Initially, to evade the assaults from the extraterrestrial entities below, Cage navigated the helicopter at a considerable altitude. However, at this moment, he suddenly descended sharply, akin to a meteor plummeting directly toward the Louvre, seamlessly penetrating the dense barricade of alien minions. "Do you have defensive measures? Prepare for impact immediately. We have merely 15 seconds to brace ourselves." Cage turned his head to say. Rita nodded in affirmation, retrieving a small circular disc from her waist. This was a special device from the Marvel Universe, a product of the Guardians of the Galaxy, known as the emergency space suit. With a swift tap to her back, it would generate a translucent, honeycomb-shaped protective shield that ensured life safety for a brief duration, boasting remarkable resistance to impact and pressure, ideal for the harshness of outer space. This emergency suit was a consumable item, often collected as souvenirs from visits to the Guardian's realm. Not only was it effective in the void of space, but it could also withstand the perils of fire and ice. However, its drawbacks were equally evident. Artificial impact damage could easily compromise the integrity of the shield, diminishing its efficacy, and it would automatically degrade after a period of use, an unfortunate consequence of its environmentally conscious design. In essence, this emergency space suit was an extraordinarily adept plastic bag, easily torn, yet possessing commendable malleable defensive capabilities. In any case, Rita donned the plastic suit. No, the emergency space suit, gripping the helicopter's tail to mitigate the impending shock. Cage, transformed into a symbiotic form, leapt at the moment of impact, seizing the thrown Rita from the air and plunging together into the glass pyramid of the Louvre. "Little girl, it is time to strive for our ultimate victory." Cage's symbiote extended a long tongue, playfully licking Rita's face. "Ah, Salty, it's all sweat. Your adrenaline is surging a bit too much. That's not very healthy," Cage remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "You know, I actually have no inclination toward consuming humans." Ever since the symbiote had taken hold of Cage, he had become somewhat of a chatterbox, making quips and jests. Yet, as a warrior, Cage was utterly formidable at that moment. After safely placing Rita down, he plunged into the throng of alien minions, effortlessly mashing and tearing apart a multitude of them into indistinguishable masses of flesh, akin to pulling and tossing noodles onto the ground. Following this, he charged forward, sending a sword and shield-wielding Alpha-class alien, clearly disguised as a performer, flying with a powerful blow, then hurled a large stone slab to incapacitate the foe. If it weren't for the overwhelming number of approaching alien minions, Cage would have relished the opportunity to shred the unconscious Alpha into pieces, replicating his earlier actions. "With the same biological enhancements, I am far superior to you all," Kage roared as he burst through multiple layers of corridors, arriving at the deepest depths of the Louvre. Omega was thrashing its countless tendrils, a powerful consciousness penetrating Kage's mind. "Intruder, I shall annihilate you," Omega's thought proclaimed. A high-frequency shockwave emanated with immense fury, a blue ethereal glow slowly radiating from Omega's colossal form. However, the core blue orb that represented its life was cleverly concealed beneath its tendrils. This Omega was, astonishingly, also a masquerader. In the narrative, the protagonist Kage had plunged into the water alone, using explosives to obliterate Omega. To prevent such an occurrence, this Omega masquerader had prepared for an all-out offensive and enhanced defense from the very beginning. In its mind, as long as it suppressed the human faction. The worst-case scenario would never materialize. Yet, it faced a dilemma akin to that of Chu Zhan and Jarvis. Upon entering the cycle, when the Omega Masquerader connected with all the alien minions and alphas, it fell into a state of continuous malfunction for several rounds. What is this malfunction? It is a state of helplessness where an overwhelming data flow crashes the brain, causing thought to come to a temporary halt, rendering normal cognition impossible unless one reconstructs their thought patterns. The Omega Masquerader spent approximately 10 rounds establishing contact with the various alphas at the endpoint, eventually managing to grasp the layout and battle situation. Because of these circumstances, it ultimately chose not to vacate the Louvre, but to remain and engage in a new round of combat. I expended several rounds to unify those disorganized masqueraders, sending them to the front lines to fight against you. Yet you audaciously intruded into my territory. I shall make you feel the full extent of my final power. Omega's voice pierced through Kage and Rita's minds. Infused with boundless rage. It was justified in its anger. It was right to be furious. Chapter 79. The final cycle as a member of the villainous faction. This group of masqueraders was habitually fragmented and unable to unite. Originally, the Omega Masquerader held the potential to rally all the alphas and minions to launch a direct assault on humanity. Conspiracy? Unnecessary. The infinitely replicable alien mimetic species was incredibly powerful, with the ability to manipulate time and space cycles surpassing human comprehension of this era. Perhaps 2 or 3 humans could grasp this capability, but what could they accomplish? They could do nothing, merely brushed aside with the officials' empty rhetoric, treated as if they were insane. As long as Omega united all the mimetic aliens, victory was assured. However, villains are inherently flawed, despite their natural strength. They possess a critical weakness, a lack of unity. Omega's furious roar reverberated, creating high-frequency tremors that pierced through the water's surface, shaking Kage's body and dislodging all symbiotic attachments clinging to him. In a manner reminiscent of the narrative surrounding the symbiote Venom, the very essence of the symbiotic creature trembles at the sound of high-frequency vibrations. This was the very catalyst that drove Venom to the brink of madness during the narrative, as he was subjected to the relentless embrace of a magnetic resonance machine. Cage, oblivious to this crucial detail, experienced a fleeting sense of liberation as the symbiote detached from him. However, the realization soon dawned upon him. Defeat was imminent. His desperate gaze fell upon Rita, who had also discerned the peculiarities of the situation. The characteristic of symbiotes akin to Venom is their indifference to ordinary slashes and impacts. Yet they are profoundly vulnerable to extreme temperatures and high-frequency vibrations. At that moment, Rita was engaged in a fierce confrontation with another alpha. Witnessing the unfolding scene, she steeled herself with a resolute conviction. Victory was essential. Armed solely with a broadsword, she stood resolutely at a narrow passage, embodying the spirit of a solitary guardian against the onslaught of extraterrestrial minions. Despite sustaining multiple puncture wounds, she persevered. From within her attire, she retrieved the last emergency space suit. Observing the slowly awakening William Cage and the symbiote attempting to rejoin with him, Rita hesitated. This moment of indecision cost her dearly. As another piercing blow struck her abdomen, the cunning alpha, concealed behind a throng of minions, launched an attack that was nearly impossible to counter. Much like a venomous serpent lurking among a pack of wolves, Rita, the bloodied warrior, had the potential to turn the tide with the final emergency space suit. But ultimately, she shook her head and tossed the suit toward Cage, who was reuniting with the symbiote. Use it quickly, she implored, though her next words, "I cannot hold on much longer," were cut short as she sustained yet another assault upon her thigh. Once more, Rita plunged into the fray, defending their position. Cage understood the gravity of Rita's gaze and nodded solemnly. He had initially believed this battle could be resolved with ease, only to discover that Omega possessed a unique ability to counter symbiotic entities like Venom. Nevertheless, it mattered little now. Cage donned the emergency space suit with determination, his hands morphing once again into colossal blades as he leaped into the water, creating a tremendous splash. Arrogant fool, you think a mere symbiote can challenge me? Omega unleashed a powerful sonic wave, targeting Cage submerged beneath the surface. Unfortunately for Omega, this assault constituted environmental damage and failed to inflict further harm upon Cage, now clad in the emergency suit. "Oh, long time no see. Missed me, did you? You wretch, I intend to carve a gaping hole in your chest. I wonder how delectable your core will be. But unlike Venom, I am chaos incarnate," Cage declared, and with a swift motion, his blade-like hands cleaved through Omega's final defenses as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. The tendrils that Omega had employed for protection became mere trifles before Cage's might. Omega, a cerebral alien entity, was no match for Cage's symbiotic prowess. Its only recourse was to flee. All defenses were rendered meaningless against the relentless harbinger of death that stood before it. As the brain of Omega, it retained certain privileges. It swiftly activated 4 special minions concealed beneath the water's surface. The 4 minions were typically set to stand by, lurking beneath the water like creatures in a deep slumber. However, upon receiving the ultimate command from Omega, these 4 unique minions burst forth, illuminating their final moments of life, with 3 of them charging towards Cage. In a frenzy of violence, Cage dispatched the 3 minions, only to discover that Omega's core, a pulsating orb of blue luminescence, had vanished. What could have happened? Cage scratched his head in bewilderment. No matter, his hunting instincts kicked in. This instinct was a special ability derived from the Super Riot character card after it consumed the Predator character card, enabling the tracking of prey. At this point, it is evident that the symbiote within Cage is, in fact, a transformation brought about by Chujin's utilization of the Super Riot character card. Much like the narrative in Terminator, Dark Fate, Chujin, sensing he was being watched at the base, devised an escape plan. On one hand, he enlisted a soldier to utilize the ultimate creation of the Terminator transformation ability, converting him into Terminator 1000, allowing him to remain in the maintenance room for predetermined tasks. On the other hand, Chujin concealed himself within Cage, the Super Riot character card, accompanying Rita to confront the general. Unexpectedly, the disguised Alita, masquerading as Mawin, launched an attack, only to be countered by the Terminator 1000 set in motion by Chujin. Simultaneously, William Cage found himself under the control of Alpha, who was disguised as the general's female assistant, resulting in injuries that caused him to bleed and lose his time reversal ability. This was undoubtedly a misfortune. Yet it also presented an opportunity for Chujin. Initially, William Cage, endowed with fortuitous luck, eluded Chujin's control, forcing him to linger within Cage's body. However, as his time reversal ability waned, so too did a fraction of the protagonist's luck, prompting Chujin to activate his forced symbiosis ability. Although this ability typically could not be employed on key narrative figures, the loss of power led William Cage to seek strength, thereby granting Chujin an opportunity. William Cage consented to the symbiosis, allowing Chujin to seize control over his body. The two quickly aligned, eliminating Alpha, who had been masquerading as a female secretary, and then swiftly made their way to the Louvre with Rita. In this climactic battle, Chujin tore through Omega's tentacle shell, toppling the elite special minions, and ignited his hunting instincts to track down the special minion fleeing with Omega's core. Without hesitation, a mere special minion stood no chance against the relentless predator that was Super Riot. Chujin surged through the underwater passageway and soon confronted the special minion, which had partially fused with Omega's core, now under its sole command. It appeared much like a delectable ice cream cone with legs. Cage's loquacious nature flared once more. Omega attempted to resist, extending its mimetic tentacles towards him. With a swift motion of his blades, Cage severed the minion's 2 legs. Without its legs, the ice cream cone tasted even better, Cage remarked. Subsequently, a disconcerting smile filled with teeth emerged on Cage's symbiotic visage, his mouth brimming with an array of teeth. Chapter 80, Symbiotic Omega. Do not harm me, the voice of the ailing Omega echoed faintly. At this moment, he could no longer exhibit the arrogance he once possessed, having realized that his prideful lion's roar had become ineffectual. Cage opened his cavernous mouth and devoured the trembling Omega whole. Drenched in the blood of both Omega and Alpha, Cage suddenly felt darkness envelop him, a mist swirling around as he once again entered the cycle of rebirth. Upon awakening anew, Cage found himself aboard a helicopter, the morning sun piercing through the twilight to illuminate the earth. He indulged in a rare stretch. As he disembarked, he gazed intently at a massive poster in the distance. The poster depicted the image of Verdun's angel, Rita, although she bore an unsavory moniker as the All-Metal Warrior. Yet, such details had become trivial. For Cage, the warrior Rita, with whom he had fought alongside through countless cycles, had transformed into the most significant presence in his life. While remnants of other individuals and events lingered in his memory, none held such importance as this. Soon after, William Cage slowly entered the training grounds of the elite squad. It was his inaugural visit as an officer, and the surrounding glances of provocation and disdain gradually dissipated as the soldiers lined up to await inspection. Rita, the angel of Verdun, remained as she always had, executing Russian-style push-ups on the ground surrounded by her subordinates. Upon noticing William Cage's arrival, she gradually rose to her feet. "What do you wish to do?" Rita inquired, perplexed. Officers seldom visited, as they could hardly believe that such a delicate woman had once salvaged the battle at Verdun. Naturally, they would not believe that William Cage had also saved this world. This was a truth known only to Cage himself, a silent understanding shared solely with Rita, prompting him to suddenly relax his facial expression, revealing a smile that was both a sigh of relief and sheer joy. This smile was more vivid than when he had heard the general in the war room declare that the alien adversary had abruptly lost its will to fight. Indeed, it seemed unlikely that any performer could replicate such a joyous smile. It was a smile born of a challenging step towards a tomorrow worthy of pursuit. The end of Edge of Tomorrow. Role-playing task character. Random rebirth character. Role-playing task objective. Achieved. Role-playing task completion method. Altering the course of the world. Role-playing task reward. Level. Silver rank evaluation. In this world, your performance no longer shines as it once did, yet your role has significantly influenced the long-term development of the script, granting you the opportunity to receive a special additional reward. Role-playing phase reward, 1,600 role-playing coins. A total of 6 role-playing phases were completed, and the task reward amounted to 1,600 role-playing coins, a sum that was neither excessive nor insufficient. The reward rating has dropped to a lower level, primarily due to the simultaneous strengthening of both rivals and companions, as well as the fact that Chujin has not truly engaged in the core elements that influence the plot's development. Furthermore, several individuals have garnered significant rewards on the battlefield, which has led to a decrease in Chujin's reward rating. Fortunately, the acting currency awarded at the end is still sufficient. By not relying on combat to resolve issues and avoiding direct narrative progression to accumulate substantial resources, Chujin can procure enhanced abilities in the marketplace with the acting currency. This approach reflects the gameplay of most mainstream players in the silver tier. As everyone has become stronger in the silver tier, the significance of winning has diminished, as not everyone can consistently secure first place. Chujin is quite content with the current rating. Additionally, following the recent update, the quality of the reward items has improved. Thus, the 3 rewards for completing the tasks are quite satisfactory. Reward 1. Rita Volataski, character card. Upon use, you can transform into the Verdun Angel Rita, gaining enhanced combat abilities. If you enter the corresponding world of Tomorrow's Edge, your abilities will be significantly amplified, and you will increase your reincarnation life count. This card is an epic card and will lose vitality upon use, with a total of 3 uses available. Reward 2. Blood of Alpha, item. Upon use, you can initiate a time loop, returning to any point 1 day prior. This can be used once per scripted world. Reward 3. Time-space transmitter, item. Upon use, you can utilize the time network to directly locate key figures within the scripted world. This can be used once per scripted world. Both of the items from this reward are commendable, clearly possessing unique functions. As for the character card of Rita, Chujin had no intention of selecting it. Currently, he possesses numerous character cards, not to mention that he may genuinely wish to avoid returning to this infinite looping scripted world. Without hesitation, he chose the Blood of Alpha. Subsequently, an additional reward prompt appeared on the interface. As a newcomer to the silver tier, your roles in acting, disguise, and combat have all received additional ratings, leading to a reconfiguration of your abilities, and the system has granted you an extra reward. Omega Core, item. This item is derived from the brain core of a mimetic Omega extraterrestrial life form. Using this core will significantly enhance biological capabilities, granting you the ability to foresee future events. Upon acquiring this item, Chujin was momentarily taken aback. His astonishment was not due to the item itself, as it was merely an item, but rather because the Super Riot character card suddenly began to flicker, accompanied by the newly acquired Blood of Alpha. Such occurrences had happened before. When Chujin initially obtained the mysterious hand of the Terminator, it fused with the Terminator card, resulting in a brand new card. Without hesitation, Chujin combined the Super Riot card with the 2 newly acquired items. Indeed, the Super Riot character card underwent a significant enhancement. A radiant glow illuminated it, and the previously lifeless visage of the Riot symbiote began to come alive. To think that the flashcards can still be enhanced, Chujin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Indeed, this journey to the world on the edge of tomorrow was the right choice. Let me see what marvels a few ultimate fusions can create. The newly crafted card is named Symbiotic Omega, though its name seems to lack grandeur. Symbiotic Omega, character card. You can transform into the Omega symbiote, unleashing a biological chaos and acquiring abilities related to both chaos and mimetic Omega. Within the corresponding narrative world, you will receive a considerable enhancement in capabilities. Upon use, you gain 8 combat points, 7 disguise points, and 5 specialty points. Special ability 1. Force Symbiosis Chaos. You may designate a non-narrative creature for Force Symbiosis, during which you can exert complete control over its actions and thoughts, significantly enhancing its recovery capabilities. Special ability 2. Hunting Instinct Predator. You possess exceptional hunting instincts, ensuring that no prey can escape your tracking prowess. Special ability 3. Temporal Exploration, Mimetic Omega. You can deploy an alpha mimetic life form within a specified time and space, enabling it to explore specific events that will transpire in the following day. This can be utilized once per narrative world. Having acquired such an extraordinary ability, Chujin was immensely pleased. An additional specialty ability had been granted, and although the exact application of this power remained uncertain, possessing an extra ability would certainly bolster his prowess in combat. Chapter 81. The role that is not a role. Next came the achievement rewards. Achievement. The role that is not a role. Completed. Achievement. Save the world. Completed. Achievement. Revenge on the traitor. Completed. The rewards for this stage were rather modest. The achievement titled the role that is not a role primarily referred to Chujin's attachment of the super chaos to Kaiga, culminating in the final narrative segment. As for Save the World, it goes without saying that without Chujin, this round would have faced disaster. Regarding the revenge on the traitor Ale, the events unfolded with Ale first assassinating Marwyn, branding him a traitor, before ultimately being terminated by Chujin's hand. The occurrences were only revealed to Chujin after the task concluded, resulting in a recovery of 1,000 points. 3 achievements yielded a reward of 400 role-playing coins, a meager sum, to say the least. This amounted to barely half the price of a support card, currently valued at 100 role-playing coins, though only available for special transactions. Upon returning this time, Chujin did not appear in the host chamber. Instead, he found himself in the team room of the Silver Moon Inn. A privilege of the team functionality. Upon meeting, he was greeted by the stern visage of Gerda, though this time his expression seemed significantly more relaxed. I have ascended to the gold tier, Gerda announced. That is splendid news. Advancing to a higher tier grants more functionalities, Chujin replied. Though he noted Gerda's stoic demeanor lacked excitement. Congratulations. Is there anything of value? Chujin inquired. I received some attribute points, which I intend to use to enhance my abilities, Gerda responded. Chujin nodded in acknowledgement. Given the recent battlefield engagements, Gerda should have accrued considerable merits, allowing him to exchange them for numerous role-playing coins. Did you assist us in securing victory this time? Gerda suddenly posed the question. He was forced onto the battlefield. Yet Chujin remained nonchalant in the preparation room, a sight that appeared rather unusual. Even he could not discern the hidden intentions of Terminator 1000, which filled Chujin with a sense of pride. Indeed, I have vanquished the last Omega, he remarked with a smile. While his words were casual, Gerda's imagination conjured an image of a rugged warrior wielding heavy weaponry, charging through a circle of henchmen alongside beautiful female fighters. You truly are remarkable, Gerda exclaimed in admiration. He had always sensed that Chujin had a hidden ace up his sleeve, although he was unaware of the specifics. It did not diminish his belief in Chujin's strength. Chujin said little more, nodding before stepping outside. Like Gerda, he needed to procure some items to enhance his own abilities. Upon arriving in the square, he found it bustling with many people. After searching for a while, he finally spotted the hooded man amidst the crowd. The hooded man appeared overwhelmed, and it was only after a considerable wait for the old man with the cane to arrive that he seemed to regain some composure. What of your 2 companions? I haven't seen them in some time, Chujin inquired. He referred to the man in the cap and the one in sunglasses, whom he had met previously. But they had acquired quite a few valuable items. The hooded man wore a sorrowful expression, nearly shedding tears. Prior to the last update, several affiliated teams of the Hunter Alliance had engaged in a fierce battle, resulting in the death of their own members, with those 2 brothers perishing in that brutal encounter. Just as Chujin was about to express his condolences, the hooded man quickly wiped away his tears. It was a close call. Had I not acted, it would have been me who perished. Thankfully, I had this powerful weapon hidden away. Today, it's a special price of only 998. After today, it will be 3,998. And I want to wait for anyone. The hooded man brandished a large firearm. Chujin was left speechless. A specialty from the Transformers world. And at 1 wait for anyone. A single shot can vaporize the enemy, the hooded man continued, drawing in a fair number of onlookers. Enough. I'm here to purchase some bloody fragments, Chujin interjected. The hooded man nodded, instructing the old man with the cane to continue attending to the customers while he led Chujin to a more discreet location. Why must we conceal the sale of bloody fragments? Chujin inquired curiously. Our transaction is substantial. It's best not to let others know. If too many eyes are on my business, my safety could be compromised, the hooded man said, glancing around cautiously before presenting the spoils of the previous hunter team's ruthless endeavors to Chujin. Upon inspection, the items were drenched in crimson, clearly indicating that their previous owners had met their demise not long ago. Just how many lives have you taken? Such transgressions, Chujin remarked while selecting from the gruesome spoils. It's not my doing. These are the consequences of my brothers who were out there trading. All the burden has fallen upon me. Did you not see that I even brought the old man with the cane to assist? If these items remain unsold, I might find myself thrust into battle again by the Hunter Alliance, and I wish to avoid that. It's far more enjoyable to stay here and sell goods. I must voice my concerns and request that they send me another subordinate, the hooded man rambled on. From time to time, he would mention the origins of certain gruesome items, recounting the relationships he once had with their former owners. This left Chujin momentarily astonished. Such transgressions. These passers-by know. These hunters must have their brains muddled. Naturally, Chujin refrained from voicing these thoughts. He selected several useful cards that aligned with his skill upgrades and decided to cease his endeavors. The adamantium skeleton, Wolverine in this scripted world. Your bones are infused with adamantium, rendering your physique exceptionally resilient. This ability belongs to the biological category, providing a constant battle attribute of 2. Acquiring this power does not preclude the possibility of being killed or suffering from amnesia. Wolverine's skills are highly sought after. Even the gruesome variant commands a price of 350 role-playing coins. However, many forum users caution against its adverse effects, as it can lead to frequent lapses in memory, primarily due to the toxicity of adamantium. Thunderstrike, Thor, Ragnarok. You possess the ability to summon lightning to assist in battle within the scripted world, enabling your body to withstand instant lightning strikes and absorb their energy. This ability also falls under the biological category, with a persistent battle attribute of 2. Gaining this power may leave you in a state of electrical charge intermittently. There are numerous lightning-based abilities, with Thor's originating from Asgard, and some forum members suggest that triggering plot effects can enhance its potency. This card featuring the Hooded Man is unique and priced at 360 role-playing coins. Martial arts skills. The Matrix. You can download formidable martial arts techniques within the scripted world, significantly enhancing your combat prowess. This ability belongs to the cybernetic category, providing a constant proficiency attribute of 2. To utilize this skill, you must first locate the appropriate computer and materials to complete the download. This card is deemed essential for most martial arts enthusiasts. Acquiring this skill allows one to learn techniques from any style or source, drastically reducing the time required for participants to adapt in different worlds. However, once entering a realm devoid of electrified devices, its full potential may not be realized. Interestingly, despite being labeled as martial arts skills, it enhances proficiency attributes, attracting many non-combat-oriented users. This bloody skill card featuring the Hooded Man is priced at 320 role-playing coins. Chapter 82, Battlefield Mode Testing and Summary. The overall prices of the Hooded Man's gruesome cards have risen. This indicates just how in demand he is at present. However, as a loyal customer, Chujin received a discount of 20 on his total purchase. Additionally, he acquired several skill fragments, encompassing both biological and cybernetic types, amassing a total expenditure of 3,000 role-playing coins. This was still a reduced price, as the Hooded Man had graciously rounded down upon noticing Chu Zhan's dwindling funds. Nevertheless, given his thriving business and rising prices, he surely stands to profit. Without further ado, Chu Zhan proceeded to enhance the fragments with his skills. He directly learned the Thunderstrike ability and spent 50 biological skill fragments to upgrade it to level 6, thereby mitigating any negative effects. The skill of regenerative evolution follows suit, requiring 50 biological skill fragments to elevate to level 6, ultimately restoring a semblance of normalcy to one's appearance. Chujin harbors a genuine fear of adverse effects, uncertain of the troubles they might bring into the real world. The combat skill card was utilized to enhance mecha techniques to level 10, aligning well with the cybernetic attributes, which subsequently underwent a further upgrade, transforming into Mecha Killing Technique 1. The adamantium skeletal structure akin to Wolverine was also fed into the extremely powerful torso skill, which upgraded to Steel Muscles 1. Thus, all 5 skill slots of Chu Zhan are currently filled, 3 of which boast advanced skills. Chujin had initially intended to upgrade these advanced skills, yet found the endeavor significantly more challenging than enhancing the initial skills. While the latter requires merely 10 fragments for each upgrade, the advanced skills demand 20 fragments per enhancement. This realization left Chujin astounded, leading to a decision to postpone purchases, opting instead to fortify all 5 skills into advanced ones before pursuing further upgrades. It is no wonder that he encountered individuals on the forum lamenting their financial constraints, often bemoaning the exorbitant costs of upgrades. Chujin, who had frequently criticized unscrupulous vendors in the past, has recently come to a revelation. Rather than striving for higher levels, he should embrace a more leisurely approach to the game. Moreover, due to his unique ability to absorb the stench of blood, his upgrade expenses are significantly lower than those of the average player, allowing him to progress swiftly through the ranks. It is imperative to establish a solid foundation now, lest future advancements become increasingly arduous. In this iteration of the script world of Edge of Tomorrow, the narrative difficulty has evidently escalated. If one's combat prowess is insufficient, being cast onto the battlefield equates to certain demise. Alternatively, remaining within the base could lead to pursuit and assassination by the traitor, or, overall, as the difficulty of the script world evolves with the maturation and differentiation of rules and participants, a prudent approach is essential. Chujin, having grasped these insights, resolved to engage in the script world during his free time, aiming to accumulate more role-playing currency. This marks the first occasion where he possesses not a single fragment of role-playing currency. Strolling around the plaza, he felt the awkwardness of not being able to purchase any desirable items. Currently, Brother Hai is absent, according to the vendors, Paji and the little fan beside him. Brother Hai has been preoccupied with duties in the misty reality, reportedly involved in a substantial investment that has kept him from appearing. Although the duo attempted to promote their products once more, their prices were considerably higher than those of the hooded figure, prompting Chu Zhan to leave without further ado. They showed little interest in the web launchers and tactical daggers he intended to sell. Chujin sought out Brother Hai primarily for some offline currency, selling items merely to cultivate connections. However, with Brother Hai unavailable, he decided to abandon that pursuit. During his leisurely stroll in the plaza, he unexpectedly overheard a discussion regarding the monthly open battlefield mode. This open battlefield, introduced in the latest update, is a large-scale, open format aimed at those who relish combat, reportedly accommodating up to 100 participants concurrently. It is said that there exists a specialized rank system. However, due to the current open battlefield being in a testing phase, concrete information and notifications regarding its finalization may only emerge during the next update. Consequently, there has been scant mention of this battlefield mode in prior announcements. Presently, several participants have ventured into the arena, compiling various elements to share insights. Notably, the battlefield is held once a month, offering minimal rewards. To encourage participation, a token reward of 300 role-playing coins is granted, which may allow one to draw an item or card, albeit insignificantly. Furthermore, the battlefield mode imposes no penalties. Only a limitation on the number of attempts, with each individual allowed to participate once per month. According to those who have experienced it, entering the battlefield mode often results in immediate failure, underscoring the necessity for public testing. Otherwise, newcomers may find themselves defeated upon entry, leading to a generally unsatisfactory experience. This month's battlefield mode features a narrative titled Transformers: The Return of the Fallen. Registered account: Chujun, Ultimate Genesis, Role-Playing Record, 6 instances rank, Silver overall attributes, Combat, Speech, Disguise, Specialization, 0 role-playing coins. Cards: Symbiote Omega, upon activation, 8 Disguise, 7 Combat. Ultimate Genesis, equipped, 3 Combat, 3 Disguise, 9 Specialization. Penalty Exemption Card, System, Dane, upon activation, 2 Combat. City of 1,000 Stars, Winter Soldier Bucky, upon activation, 2 Combat. Captain America 2. Title: Master of Machinery Active Skills, Mutant Gene 1, upon activation, 10 Disguise, Advanced, Mecha Kill Method 1, upon activation, 10 Combat, Advanced. Thunderstrike 6, upon activation, 5 Combat. Passive Skills, Steel and Iron Body 1, 10 Combat, Advanced. Regenerative Evolution 6, 5 Combat. Equipment: Damascus Knife, 10 Combat. Items: Web Shooter, 5 Specialization, Tactical Dagger, 5 Combat. Flashcards: Symbiote Omega. Special Abilities: Force Symbiosis, Hunting Instinct. Temporal Exploration. Ultimate Genesis, Special Abilities: Force Transformation, Iron Legion. Skills: Mutant Gene 1. Active. Your genes have undergone a fundamental transformation. You are no longer bound by human appearance. You can mimic and transform into other humanoid beings through genetic assimilation. Utilizing this ability will enhance your disguise attribute to 5, allowing you to alter your outer appearance, including skin color, voice, organs, stature, and bone size. Expanded ability. This capability has negated the negative effects of blue skin upon sustaining fatal damage. You can shed your skin to become immune to death and regenerate. After recovery, you will possess formidable frenzied combat capabilities. Both Super Trunk and Mecha Arts have been enhanced to level 10. However, suitable skill cards for devouring and transcending into new abilities are currently unavailable. Mecha Kill Method 1. Active. Your combat style is specifically designed for slaughtering mechas and cyborgs. When facing such foes, you will experience an enhancement of your murderous instincts. This skill encompasses both cyber and combat abilities, granting a combat attribute of 10 upon activation. Expanded capability. This ability can be utilized by a corporeal form, yet when employed through a mechanized body, it yields a more potent enhancement. Furthermore, one may acquire additional combat techniques through the downloading of martial skills. Thunderstrike 6. Active. You possess the capacity to summon lightning to assist you within the narrative realm, allowing your form to endure the instantaneous impact of a lightning strike and absorb its power. This ability is classified as biological, with a permanent combat attribute of 5. Currently, this ability no longer retains the characteristic of causing electrical shock effects, rendering you indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Steel and Iron Frame 1. Permanent. Your skeletal hardness exceeds that of the most formidable Terminators, having integrated interdimensional technology with adamantium. Your skeletal structure has achieved an indomitable state. Classified as cybernetic in nature, with a combat attribute of 10. Expanded capability. Presently, this ability no longer incurs the negative effect of increased weight and possesses remarkable resilience. Perhaps, even after your demise, your bones will endure for a millennium. Regenerative Evolution 6. Permanent. Within the narrative world, you possess the ability to be slain once and subsequently resurrected. Upon revival, you will evolve a unique capability to counteract the method that led to your demise, classified as biological, with a combat attribute of 5. This ability has also shed the adverse effect of causing ugliness, and it will not enhance your attractiveness either. Chapter 83. Hello, room service. Chu Jun exited the role-playing game, gradually returning to the realm of reality. Upon re-entering this world, the overwhelming sensation of latent power within his being slowly dissipated like mist. Perspiring profusely, he leaned against the hotel bed. The soft pillow provided him with a sense of comfort, although it lacked the homely feel of his rented lodgings. It was nonetheless clean and orderly. Chu Jun gazed through the floor-to-ceiling window at the street below, shrouded in fog, where only the glow of vehicle lights could convey a lingering connection to the misty reality. For Chu Jun, the air in this world was not tainted but inherently as such. Hello, room service. A gentle yet assertive knock resonated at the door. Chu Jun approached to open it. The moment his hand grasped the doorknob, an inexplicable premonition surged through him. This intuition stemmed from the unique abilities of his card. Symbiotic Omega, time-space exploration. Normally, card skills are inapplicable in the real world. However, Chu Jun sensed that, having been enhanced to a flash card and imbued with dynamic effects, a portion of Symbiotic Omega's powers could permeate into reality. In that fleeting moment, he foresaw events that would unfold mere seconds later. The instant he opened the door, several patrolling officers concealed behind it would surge in. Subsequently, a cold-faced woman, gun in hand, would fire a shot to his forehead. In the incredulous gazes of onlookers, the cold-faced woman would then execute the other patrolling officers, staging the room to appear as the scene of a gunfight, before inflicting a gunshot wound upon her own shoulder. Although the time of time-space exploration was brief, only a matter of minutes, it sent a chill through Chu Jun. The imminent danger behind the door loomed large, as someone not only sought to kill him but also to frame him for the act. What could possibly be the reason behind this? The enforcers of the inspection agency had opened the door to extend a warm welcome, a gesture he had heard of before, yet never expected it to befall him. Was this act of hospitality merely a pretext for capture? How could it result in a fatal shot, or even a guise of framing? Had it not been for the symbiotic Omega skill, Chu Jun might have met his end on the spot. Faced with peril, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Wait a moment, let me put on some clothes, he spoke softly, retreating a couple of steps. Chu Jun had no time to ponder the origins of these individuals as he turned his gaze towards the window. The convenient hotels in the city featured windows that were merely slits, allowing for minimal ventilation, barely wide enough for an arm. An ordinary person would surely be unable to pass through. However, Chu Jun was no ordinary individual. Gathering the necessary items, he moistened his parched lips and steadied his breath. Having endured the trials of the high skies and navigated through numerous scripted realms, his nerves had been honed to an extraordinary resilience. Curling himself into a compact form, he utilized his mutant genetic transformation ability to thin his body, enabling him to slip through the window. Without hesitation, Chu Jun, relying on his slender physique, traversed through the hotel window and clung to the exterior wall of the building. Perched on the 8th floor, he felt the fierce wind whip around him, tensing his muscles. He gradually restored his form, even elongating his limbs to reach further. Just as he managed to climb a couple of rungs, the enforcers waiting outside grew impatient. Open the door, Hanbai commanded coldly, the icy woman he had encountered during his temporal explorations. Fang Jie nodded. Today, he had brought Hanbai to capture Chu Jun, as the latter had committed a murder within the jurisdiction of the inspection agency, causing significant repercussions. Moreover, given Chu Jun's apparent prowess, this matter required direct oversight. Typically, they had utilized the room service protocol to open numerous doors, adhering to a temporal pattern. A prolonged duration indicated the occupants might be apprehensive. Fang Jie stepped aside for the hotel staff and, with a forceful charge, smashed the door open, practicing the 8 extremities fist and excelling in the Iron Mountain leaning technique. He had about 8 years of experience, and with a sudden impact, the entire door collapsed. Bursting into the room and scanning the surroundings, he found no one within. Rubbing his forehead, he muttered, "This is strange. I just heard someone respond. Could they be hiding?" Even the wardrobe yielded no results. As Fang Jie and his team conducted a thorough search, Hanbai furrowed her brow, inspecting the footprints on the windowsill. Tilting her head to peer outside, she noticed Chu Jun was scaling the outer wall towards the rooftop. "Yes, outside," Hanbai stated coldly. "How did he manage to climb out?" Fang Jie gazed at the narrow window gap, perplexed. Ignoring his inquiry, Hanbai smashed the window glass with a punch, drew her handgun, and fired at Chu Jun's location. "Damnable woman," Chu Jun exclaimed, startled by the gunfire, hastening his ascent towards the rooftop. Hanbai's angle was unfavorable for precise shooting. Despite 3 shots fired, none found their mark, and with a stern expression, she dashed out of the room. Fang Jie stood dumbfounded beside her. Was it truly necessary to use a firearm to capture a fugitive? Moreover, Hanbai's technique in shattering tempered glass with a single punch appeared rather extraordinary. Perhaps she has honed her skills for over 15 years. Fang Jie shivered at the thought. This woman, though seemingly youthful, possessed formidable prowess, likely indicating her affiliation with a prominent family that provides specialized elixirs to enhance one's strength. Yet, what Fang Jie envied most was the authority of the Martial Weapons Division to carry firearms, as personnel like him in the Inspection Division are prohibited from bearing arms, permitted only to wield electrified weapons, which, as one might agree, hardly qualifies as true firearms. For Fang Jie and his companions, the misty reality they navigated already resembled a modern society, where firearms are commonplace. Unlike Lanzhou and Shashou, which enjoy the freedom of arms, only the Martial Weapons Division and the Armaments Division currently possess the privilege of equipping firearms. Peering outside, he observed that Chu Jun had already ascended to the top floor. Without hesitation, Fang Jie followed Han Bai, making their way up the staircase to the 12th floor, the pinnacle of the hotel. Upon reaching the rooftop, Chu Jun sprinted to another corner and leaped effortlessly onto the adjacent building. However, before he could take more than a few steps, the woman had already pursued him to the rooftop, advancing swiftly from behind. As Chu Jun glanced back, he saw her draw a gun and fire. Han Bai's precise shot struck, but fortunately, the bullet merely impacted bone, failing to inflict significant harm due to the resilience of his physique. Struck by the bullet, Chu Jun lurched forward, nearly teetering off the edge of the 10-story building, but he managed to grasp the ledge with one hand and, with a sudden burst of strength, crashed into the bedroom of a lower-level apartment across the way. Gasping for breath, he quickly utilized his mutated genetic abilities to expel the bullet and simultaneously altered his skin composition to staunch the bleeding. Turning back, he noticed the cold-faced woman had already taken aim from the spot where he had previously leapt. In a desperate forward lunge, he evaded 3 successive shots, the bullets ricocheting within the room and grazing his face. Now, ignited by a sense of genuine fury, he was acutely aware that he could not afford to confront her. Escape was paramount. Chapter 84. An unexpected encounter with an enemy. The occupants of this apartment were likely at work, for it was deserted. Relying on his indomitable physique, Chu Jun forcibly broke down the door and, instead of descending, chose to ascend, continuing his flight from the rooftop. This series of evasions led him to a realization. He had registered under his own name at the hotel, and after the incident with General Gu, such carelessness had prompted the Inspection Division to pursue him so swiftly. Given their presence, it was reasonable to assume more personnel were stationed around the streets. Thus, he could not flee downward. He must first escape the jurisdiction of the Inspection Division by leaving the rooftop. Reaching the rooftop of this building, he noted it only had 10 stories, surrounded by other shorter structures that were somewhat distant. Glancing into the distance, he took a running start, the sound of gunfire echoing behind him. The woman had locked onto the upper level and was in pursuit once more. Employing the same tactic as before, he leapt, already exceeding her shooting range. With his energy focused, his body became more streamlined, allowing the air resistance to carry him effortlessly toward the 6th floor of the opposite building. From a height of 4 floors, Chu Jun leapt downwards, landing unscathed. He breathed a sigh of relief and entered the supermall through the fire exit. Surrounding him were buildings towering 7 to 8 stories high, yet Chu Jun deliberately chose this 6-story establishment due to the throng of people within. Upon entering the store, he harnessed his internal energy to alter his appearance, purchasing several garments before retreating to the restroom to change out of his bloodstained clothes, allowing him to depart with ease. At present, Chu Jun's ability to metamorphose due to his mutated genes was not particularly potent. He lacked the capability to transform his attire. Had he possessed the powers akin to Mystique from cinematic lore, he would not have needed to buy new clothes, effortlessly shifting his form into another persona. Alas, such prowess eluded him. The skills rendered by this fog-laden reality were rather limited, even when expending the gray mist's vitality. He could merely adopt a different visage without any control over the specifics of that transformation. As Chu Jun stepped out of the supermall, he spotted a patrol officer from the Temporal Exploration Bureau, accompanied by a group of individuals, rushing into the establishment. It was Fang Jie, who, having pursued Chu Jun to the rooftop, discovered Han Bai had already followed him out. He decided to intercept him downstairs, convinced that Chu Jun would descend on one of the lower floors, releasing a drone to track him. Fang Jie observed Chu Jun entering the supermall and promptly led his team to investigate. However, they fortuitously missed each other, unaware of Chu Jun's metamorphic abilities. Allowing him to evade capture, Chu Jun boarded a bus, aimlessly alighting at a random stop. After changing locations several times, he found himself at the city library. He had contemplated numerous matters while on the bus, including the current state of society, his own identity, and the reckless act of killing Gu Zong. Having regained his composure, he recognized that taking Gu Zong's life had been a grievous error, one that had drawn the ire of the Patrol Bureau. In a sense, Chu Jun had become an outcast from society. Yet, given another chance, he would likely still choose to eliminate Gu Zong. Vengeance and regret need not conflict, they could coexist. What truly troubled Chu Jun was the realization that, in this foggy reality, he was part of a modern society. After enacting his revenge, he would undoubtedly become a fugitive, making it impossible to remain in this contemporary environment. The reason for his alighting at the city library was, in truth, multifaceted. He had spotted a familiar face on the bus, Shao Kahn. The sight of Shao Kahn rekindled his fury over being shot, prompting a desire for release. Following Shao Kahn off the bus, he felt secure in the knowledge that Shao Kahn would not recognize his current appearance. "Shao Kahn, you're late," came the voice of Old Chun from ahead. Sporting a hat and sunglasses, dressed in casual attire, Old Chun was somewhat unrecognizable. Chuzhen paused, wondering what they were doing there. Was there something significant about this library? "Old Chun, what do you want with me?" he inquired. Old Chun pulled Shao Kahn aside, lowering his voice. "Do you remember that day you saw Chuzhen?" he asked, referring to the day Guzong met his demise. Shao Kahn recalled being utterly shocked that day, standing in place for what felt like an eternity, nearly losing control of himself. "Can you guess how that kid, Chuzhen, acquired his special abilities?" Old Chun chuckled. At that moment, Chuzhen's remarkable archery skills appeared to transcend the capabilities of this modern world, prompting Old Chun to take special notice. What was happening? Shao Kahn struggled to piece together the situation. "There is a place you must accompany me to. If we receive an invitation there, we might acquire strength akin to that of Chuzhen," Old Chun remarked as he pulled Shao Kahn through a door. Chuzhen followed closely behind, but after just a few steps, he witnessed the two enter a grand portal and vanish without a trace. He was momentarily taken aback. Having encountered elements of the surreal before, he was bewildered by the inexplicable disappearance of the two right before his eyes. What could this mean? Within Gao Tianxiao's memories resided numerous mysterious legends of this world: ghost walls, zombies, vampires, and the like, which he had explored. Chuzhen, however, harbored little understanding of these matters and chose not to dwell on them. He settled into a chair in the library, patiently awaiting the return of Old Chun. He recognized a vehicle parked at the library's entrance, one of which belonged to Old Chun. Guarding this window, Old Chun would surely return by car. After a brief wait without a sign of Old Chun, Chuzhen was approached by someone nearby. "Hello, may I ask if you are religious?" Chuzhen hesitated, preparing to decline, when he noticed the speaker was a remarkably beautiful young girl. Recently, he had seen similar tactics online, where charming young women were employed to lure individuals into cults. What was the name of that cult? He rubbed his chin, struggling to recall. "No, thank you," he replied firmly. At that moment, the girl suddenly displayed a pitiable expression and softly uttered, "Save me." She then walked away, leaving Chuzhen perplexed. He felt an uncomfortable sensation as he observed the girl wandering the library, continuing her search for new recruits. Sure enough, he noticed someone following her, seemingly monitoring her actions. Understanding dawned on Chuzhen. This girl was likely engaged in a cult-like recruitment scheme. With the confidence of having cultivated his inner strength for 9 years, he felt a surge of righteousness within him, recognizing that ordinary individuals were no match for him. Silently, he decided to follow her. Ultimately, the group circled back to the entrance where Old Chun and Shao Kahn had disappeared, and as they stepped forward, they too vanished. Chuzhen stood frozen. Realizing that this was not merely a figment of imagination, he truly felt as though he had stepped into a scene from a Harry Potter narrative. Contemplating his next move, he resolved to guard the entrance. Indeed, shortly thereafter, several individuals emerged, momentarily startled upon seeing him. "Are you here for the book club as well?" one of them inquired. "A book club?" "Yes, a friend invited me, but I lost sight of him in an instant." "It's your first time here, right?" "There's a trick to entering," the friendly group stated as they led Chuzhen to the doorway. There, a mechanism awaited. Upon activation, the group was instantly enveloped in mist and transported to another location. Chapter 85, Blood Spirit Battle Arena. Following this group, Chuzhen felt no fear. He could discern that their auras were faint, their bodies devoid of inner strength, revealing them to be mere ordinary individuals. Among such individuals, Chuzhen could easily contend with 10. He followed them to a concealed chamber where a video was being screened, and a dozen onlookers were engrossed in it. Chuzhen immediately recognized 2 of the individuals who had previously surveilled the young girl. One of them, clad in a crimson coat adorned with a fiery emblem, turned his gaze towards the newcomers. He was evidently the one in charge, exuding an enigmatic aura akin to surging crimson flames. Upon noticing the arrivals, he addressed them. "You all may watch the video here for now. You will be permitted to enter the next chamber shortly." Spotting Chuzhen, he handed him a token, granting him access to the subsequent room. Chuzhen was taken aback, as the others nearby congratulated him, exclaiming how fortunate he was to proceed to the next chamber, an opportunity they had long awaited without success. Glancing at the token in his hand, Chuzhen nodded and made his way to the next room. In this subsequent chamber, another individual in charge, similarly clad in a red coat with an even more intense flame design, presided over a gathering of many seated around small round tables, engaged in what appeared to be discussions, each with books in hand, reminiscent of a reading group. Here, Chuzhen spotted Shao Kahn and Old Chun. The overseer of the second room also regarded Chujin, his eyes reflecting the same flickering flames. Indeed, a promising candidate. Hold on to your token. You may advance to the next room, he remarked. Confused, Chujin continued onward, initially wishing to remain and observe Shao Kong and Old Chin's activities. Upon entering the next room, he gradually began to grasp the situation. In this chamber, several individuals lounged on sofas, resting. Again, an overseer acknowledged Chujin with a nod, remarking, "You have cultivated internal energy for a decade. Commendable." Chujin turned to observe that many in this room indeed possessed several years of internal energy cultivation. Although ordinary people could not discern this level of mastery, the discerning eyes of the Wangwei sect employed a unique observational technique, allowing Chujin to perceive the depths of these individuals' abilities. "You may sit here," the overseer gestured, directing Chujin to a sofa. Confused, he settled down, suddenly reminded of his purpose for being there. "Might I inquire if you have seen a very beautiful girl recently?" Chujin asked the overseer. The overseer chuckled upon hearing his description, replying, "You will undoubtedly see her soon." As Chujin sat on the sofa, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, which soon made him drowsy. Within minutes, his consciousness seemed to detach from his physical form, and he watched helplessly as his awareness ascended alongside that of others, soaring to a higher realm. It felt as though they transcended the clouds, arriving at an elevated space featuring a circular stage, surrounded by viewing areas to the east, west, south, and north, with a central oval arena encircled for combat. "Welcome to the Blood Spirit Arena." An elder clad in a crimson robe emerged slowly, addressing the crowd with a resonant voice. "The Blood Spirit Arena? What is that?" As this question flickered through Chujin's mind, a stream of consciousness surged into his thoughts. The Blood Spirit Arena is a domain of the Blood God sect, capable of drawing forth the consciousness of its adherents to this place, offering tributes to the Blood God in anticipation of his descent. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon Chujin. This must be the cult frequently mentioned in the news, the Blood God sect. Observing his ethereal form, he pondered, "Since I am here, I might as well find solace in the experience," and took a seat to watch. However, despite the designation of a cult, Chujin was astonished by the magnitude of the Blood God sect spectacle, which managed to summon thousands of consciousnesses to ascend into the sky for this so-called Blood Spirit Arena. This level of organization far surpassed that of the Red State Patrol or similar entities. Yet, considering the role-playing games and cultivation sects, Chujin found himself at a loss for words. This fog-laden reality was indeed replete with peculiar occurrences. As he gazed at the Blood Spirit Arena, several figures began to emerge. Among them was the young girl who had previously sought his assistance. Clad in the garb of an ancient warrior, she wielded a single-handed sword in her left hand and a shield in her right, striding confidently onto the battlefield. Accompanying her were a few others dressed similarly. Once again, a wave of consciousness flooded Chujin's mind, revealing these individuals as the so-called devotees of the Blood God. Aside from the young girl and her companions, a group of people and beasts entered through the other three gates. From the southern gate came a few individuals, seemingly nomads from the sands and the seas. The sand dwellers resided in the dunes, while the sea dwellers hailed from the coastal regions. The northern gate yielded a menagerie of beasts, including the wild-horned cattle and the wind-furred wolves that lingered in Gao Tianxiao's memory. Emerging from the western gate was an indescribable creature, resembling a massive, writhing mass of blood, somewhat akin to the slimes Chujin had encountered in animated tales, albeit this entity appeared more ominous, resembling a soft mud monster. These beings from the three gates were the true offerings to the Blood God, who among them would endure until the end in today as contest of the Blood Spirit. The Blood Spirit Elder proclaimed, initiating the competition. At the center of the arena stood a statue of the Blood God, where the faithful could seek the protection of their deity. For reasons unknown, as Chujin beheld the statue, memories of the statue in Dilemma Square resurfaced, evoking a sense of familiarity. He watched as the young girl and her companions rushed to the statue, assuming a posture of prayer. Indeed, a surge of sanguine energy emanated from the statue, infusing the gathered individuals. Meanwhile, the sea dwellers, sand dwellers, and wild beasts paid no heed to this, engaging one another in a labyrinthine battle around the statue. Observing the sanguine essence, Chujin noted its resemblance to the blood-like aura found in role-playing games. The young girl's team, swords in hand, cautiously approached the enigmatic mass. They were all endowed with the aura of the Blood God. Faint glimmers of red light emanating from their swords, while a sanguine essence floated around their shields and armor. According to the theory of consciousness infusion, this crimson glow could enhance the offensive capabilities and lethality of the devotees of the Blood God. Regrettably, despite the reinforcement of their swords by the Blood God's aura, they remained incapable of harming the blood-red slime creature. Chapter 86. Prayer to the Blood God. Suddenly, the crimson slime creature leapt forth, ensnaring one of the individuals and devouring him whole. His horrifying cries echoed, sending chills down the spines of onlookers. The man appeared ensnared by the red muck, his outstretched hands pleading for salvation, yet he slowly succumbed to its tightening grip. As it consumed its victim, the blood-red slime grew somewhat larger. The arena was rife with fierce combat, and in no time, a towering sand dweller had slain a fellow sea dweller. Seizing the moment when his companion was attacked by a beast, he ambushed the creature, achieving an initial victory. The physique of the sand dweller was quite remarkable. It was said to have undergone unique evolution to adapt to the characteristics of the sandy, misty terrain. Chujin recalled that textbooks had elaborated on the traits of these ethnic groups. Typically, human pores are minuscule, primarily facilitating skin respiration. However, the pores of the sand dwellers could gradually enlarge. They utilized this ability, combined with their special physiological functions, to expel wind and sand from their bodies with great force, creating a tremendous gust. Chujin had only seen such feats on television before, now, witnessing it firsthand. He observed the sand dweller release a powerful burst of air from his back, soaring over 2 meters into the air, and plunging a spear into the upper body of a creature known as the Great Scorpion, achieving a kill. The audience in the Blood Spirit Arena erupted in fervor. Originally, the Blood Spirit Arena was intended for the viewing of the Blood Goddess devotees, yet the Sand Dweller, as a sacrificial offering, exhibited such formidable combat prowess that even the Blood Spirit Elder nodded in satisfaction. The Elder cast his gaze upon the statue of the Blood God. Recognizing that this carnage had provided ample sacrifices for the deity, his attention shifted to the true offerings on the ground, remnants of numerous slaughters, the detritus of the Blood Spirit. Alas, each time, they drew lots, sending forth inadequately trained devotees of the Blood God. Among the 5 participants, only one was a female blood swordsman. While the rest appeared less promising, the remnants of the Blood Spirit were about to be fed a significant amount of sustenance. In a perilous situation where all her comrades had perished, the female blood swordsman managed to narrowly escape the pursuit of the Blood Spirit residue slime creature. However, misfortune struck as she encountered the towering sand dweller, who grinned wickedly and pursued her, just as he was about to catch her. The Blood Spirit residue leapt through the labyrinth and landed directly upon the sand dweller. Observing the sand dweller being engulfed by the slime, the female blood swordsman was gripped by fear and fled. The Blood Spirit residue consumed the sand dweller like a quagmire, while the remnants feasted upon the corpses of the fallen sea dweller and beasts, growing ever more formidable. The residue then advanced through the passage towards the female blood swordsman, gradually approaching the statue of the blood god. Before the statue of the blood god, the female blood swordsman fervently prayed. Time was of the essence, and after several mistakes, she finally completed her supplication at the last moment. Suddenly, the statue of the blood god sprang to life, transforming into a towering, masculine figure clad in red. With a swift motion, he grasped the remnants of the blood spirit in his hand and inhaled deeply, drawing the remnants into himself. Subsequently, the statue returned to its original state. Alas, once again, during this celebration, no one managed to vanquish the blood spirit remnants. It was solely the power of the blood god statue that prevailed. When would the blood god's holy son return to the mortal realm? The voice of the elder blood spirit, filled with melancholy, echoed. After speaking, the elder raised his hand, and an overwhelming surge of blood energy erupted from the statue. The audience inhaled this energy, each one becoming frenzied and invigorated. Unconsciously, Chujin absorbed some of the blood energy, which surprisingly melded with the sanguine essence within his dantian, merging seamlessly with the bloody aura contained within the gray mist balloon. Chujin mused to himself that these divine blood energies indeed emanated from a common source. The female blood swordsman he had previously encountered was now led away by an attendant, as the arena gradually transformed, reshaping into a labyrinth anew. Soon after, the elder blood spirit signaled the commencement of a new contest. Chujin had initially entered with the intention of rescuing the young girl, the aforementioned female blood swordsman, but was taken aback by the unfolding scene and the infusion of blood energy he had received. Just as he contemplated exiting this place, he noticed among the new entrants were Shao Kahn and Old Shin. Startled, he promptly sat back down, thinking maliciously, "I cannot wait to witness your demise." Shao Kahn was clad in the garb of a blood swordsman, while Old Shin appeared as a blood mage. Blood swordsmen are blessed by the blood god, enhancing their prowess in close combat, while blood mages spontaneously acquire spells bestowed by the blood god, such as Frenzy, Berserk, Bloodlust, and Bloodfire. Having received the blessings of the blood god statue, the 5 participants felt an extraordinary surge of courage. Shao Kahn's longsword extended with an additional meter of luminous blade, allowing him to strike farther than a spear. Old Shin, in turn, bestowed upon his comrades a state called Bloodlust, invigorating them as they charged toward the remnants of the blood spirit in a fervent assault. According to the instructions, these blood spirit remnants were merely the excretions left behind after the statue consumed the previous offerings. They were not necessarily formidable, yet they bore an enigmatic quality. The latest blood spirit remnants writhed slowly, noticeably smaller than those encountered previously, indicating the statue's satisfaction with the last offering, which had transformed into divine blood energy shared among others. Old Chen clearly was not a novice in this blood spirit arena. He partnered with another seasoned participant, and they flanked the blood spirit remnants from either side. Despite his corpulent physique, Old Chen exhibited remarkable agility. With a swift gesture, he unleashed a spell of blood fire, causing blood to ignite in flames that crackled upon contact with the remnants. Meanwhile, Shao Kahn advanced alongside several others, diligently chipping away at the blood spirit remnants with precise strikes. Progress was smooth on this front, yet unforeseen events were about to unfold. At that moment, a ferocious beast emerged from the labyrinth, leaping out from the side. The sudden appearance of the creature instantly disrupted the formation of Old Chen and his companions. One individual exposed a vulnerability and was swiftly enveloped by the remnants of the blood spirit, consumed whole. Shao Kahn was so frightened that he lost control of his bladder. Old Chen, noticing this, pulled Shao Kahn aside, urging him, "If you wish to survive, act quickly. This blood spirit remnant is not particularly strong. I can counter it naturally with my blood flame technique." No sooner had Old Chen spoken than a claw from the beast tore a large gash in his back. Enraged, Old Chen engaged in combat with the creature, while Shao Kahn, summoning an unexpected courage, charged forward and decapitated the beast with a single sword strike. The two managed to coordinate their efforts, ultimately luring the blood spirit remnant near the statue of the blood god while it was preoccupied with digesting their fallen comrade. Through prayer for assistance, the blood god statue vanquished the remnant, allowing the two to barely escape with their lives. On the viewing platform, Chuzhen sighed. He had not anticipated the fortuitous luck of these ghostly individuals, enabling their survival. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as long as they remained within the so-called blood spirit arena. Their demise was inevitable. Though the nature of their fate post-mortem remained unclear, it was certain they would not reap any rewards. Chapter 87. The Trade of Bodies. Chuzhen withdrew his consciousness from the blood spirit arena, gradually awakening in his room. He now comprehended that the blood spirit arena, much like a role-playing game, possessed a unique allure that drew individuals into its depths, allowing them to enhance their abilities and grow. As for those who perished within the arena, Chuzhen observed several attendants clad in crimson garb approaching, removing several lifeless bodies from the room. It was evident that these individuals, having participated in the blood spirit arena, had lost their consciousness due to failure. Quietly, Chuzhen followed the group, slipping unnoticed into a peculiar chamber. The temperature within was notably low, housing dozens of soulless bodies. Whether they could still be classified as corpses was uncertain. Approaching one, he checked for breath and found it still present. These bodies were arranged on carts reminiscent of a morgue, which explained his initial assumption of them being corpses. Although their consciousness had vanished, their life force remained. Vegetative state? Chuzhen pondered, bewildered by the blood god cult's creation of such entities. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly realized that the entire room was being moved. Taken aback, he looked outside, only to discover that what he had assumed was a room was, in fact, a shipping container, being hoisted by a crane, causing a slight sway. The container was gently lowered onto a truck, which then traveled for a while before coming to a halt. Chuzhen concealed himself beneath one of the bodies, and shortly thereafter, two individuals entered to take inventory. Another 10 souls returned to the embrace of the blood god. One remarked in an admiring tone, "May the blood god be with them." The other echoed the sentiment. Upon hearing this, Chuzhen confirmed that the consciousness within these bodies had perished in the blood spirit arena, yet their physical forms remained alive. Make a note of them. See if they meet the buyer's requirements, the elder red-cloaked attendant instructed. The body in question has a prospective buyer, the young red-clad attendant remarked. Indeed, it appears quite healthy, with a fine sheen to the skin. Let us send it to the care room for the physicians to attend to, the elder attendant replied. The young attendant nodded and wheeled the lifeless form away. After dismissing the young attendant, the elder attendant sought out another body that appeared relatively decent. Upon closer inspection, he muttered to himself, "I have grown old and must prepare for myself." The body he had selected was that of a young man, seemingly frail and of slight build. However, after just a glance, he shook his head. "No, this time I desire to assume a different identity. I have played the scholar for far too long." The elder red-clad attendant then selected another body, this time that of a young woman, who looked to be of a tender age. A satisfied expression crossed his face. "Having lived for so many years, I now wish to experience a different identity. After years of service to the congregation, my meager retirement funds should suffice to acquire a youthful body. I will then plead with the leader, and surely, this matter will come to fruition." Subsequently, the elder attendant produced a form and began to make modifications, intending to reserve a body for himself. In the midst of his busy work, he failed to notice that Chuzhen had stealthily slipped away from the side. Unfamiliar with his surroundings, Chuzhen had narrowly evaded the guards, but was hesitant to confront the elder for questioning, fearing it would alert others. Upon reaching a corridor, he discovered he was in the basement of a villa. Observing a guard smoking nearby, Chuzhen cautiously made his way out. Having trained in a scripted world for some time, Chuzhen had developed considerable patience, knowing that these guards could easily doze off. Thus he navigated quietly. Most guards were vigilant against external threats rather than internal ones, allowing Chuzhen to slip away undetected. However, the presence of surveillance cameras posed a challenge. Upon noticing one, he concealed himself, assuming the visage of the elder red-clad attendant, masquerading as an ordinary individual passing through. Upon reaching the surface, he encountered a group of young people joyfully reveling by the swimming pool, seemingly engaged in a party. Just as he intended to make his exit, he suddenly spotted the young red-clad attendant, holding documents and ushering an elderly man into a chamber. It appeared they were engaged in negotiations, discussing something of significance. At that moment, Chuzhen, still bearing the face of the elder red-clad attendant, but donning different attire to avoid recognition, hastily slipped into a restroom to change his appearance before stepping out anew. He quickly found another garment to wear, transforming his appearance entirely. Approaching a side exit, he was overcome with a sense of reluctance. Unwittingly drawn into this affair, he remained oblivious to the true nature of the events unfolding. The Blood God congregation harbored numerous enigmas. What was the purpose of transporting bodies from one location to another within containers? If he were to simply depart, he would undoubtedly be left unsatisfied. Though curiosity may lead to peril, Chuzhen felt an undeniable intrigue regarding these matters. Upon this realization, Chuzhen turned and re-entered the villa. Ascending to the second floor, he chanced upon the young attendant in red still present in the room, while the elderly man with whom he had been conversing had departed prematurely. Just moments before, Chuzhen had witnessed this elder departing in one of his luxurious vehicles. It suddenly struck Chuzhen that the elder's visage seemed familiar, as if he had seen him on television, likely a prominent figure in the corporate world. Rumor had it that the man was 73 years old and afflicted with cancer, suggesting that his time was limited. Chuzhen felt a flicker of understanding deep within, though the full implications eluded him. Transforming his appearance to resemble that of the elder, Chuzhen approached the young attendant. "Mr. Lee, what brings you back?" The attendant in red exclaimed, surprised. "I wish to reconfirm a few pertinent details," Chuzhen replied, clearing his throat and adopting the authoritative demeanor he had observed earlier. "Very well, Mr. Lee, of course." The attendant nodded, unperturbed by the absence of an entourage accompanying Mr. Lee. Indeed, the affairs of the Blood God sect were best kept among a select few. Ideally, only the principal parties involved should be privy to such matters. Seated before the attendant, Chuzhen listened intently as the young man elaborated. After posing several key inquiries, Chuzhen finally grasped the nature of the Blood God sect's dealings. Contrary to his previous assumptions about organ trafficking, the Blood God sect was engaged in the direct trade of human bodies, or rather, corporeal vessels. They possessed a method to extract the human soul from its physical form, likely utilizing a ritualistic practice known as the blood spirit arena, wherein the vanquished would forfeit their souls. These bodies would then be sold to the affluent, granting them the means to extend their lives by several years. Chapter 88. The major client is previously mentioned. The enigmatic factors of this world dictated that the average impoverished individual would be fortunate to reach the age of 40. For the wealthy, life could be prolonged to a maximum of 100 years through the use of various medicinal substances. However, these drugs often harbored toxic properties, and the longevity they provided was frequently accompanied by debilitating genetic afflictions, rendering some affluent individuals to suffer as they aged. Consequently, the elite began to explore the development of cloning technology, aiming to transfer their consciousness into youthful replicas of themselves. However, the endeavor was predictably fraught with failure. Otherwise, the Blood God sect would have no place in this narrative. Yet, due to the persistent demand, the Blood God sect approached the wealthy, offering an innovative solution. Through a unique consciousness transfer technology, the sect could facilitate the transference of a paying patron's consciousness into a more vigorous and youthful body. This way, these affluent individuals could revel in a rejuvenated existence, should they wish to inherit their previous wealth and influence or adopt a new identity to experience life anew. That was entirely their prerogative. However, this technology was not without its risks. It typically resulted in partial memory loss, which was irreparable. Other inherent flaws also contributed to the earlier hesitation exhibited by Mr. Lee, affording Chuzhen the opportunity to gather further intelligence. Chuzhen feigned a nod of acknowledgement. According to the introduction provided by the red-clad attendant, many of the young men and women attending the party downstairs in the villa were former clients of theirs. Once they had acquired entirely new bodies, they began to relish a different existence. "What other bodies do you have available? I wish to take another look," Chuzhen inquired abruptly. The young attendant retrieved a file, presenting it with a smile. This particular transaction involved a significant client, Mr. Lee, who had already paid a deposit of 30 million, with the remaining 70 million to be transferred at a later date. According to the business model of the Blood God sect, there were distinct tiers, hundreds of thousands, millions, and billions. At the 100,000 tier, The Blood God sect would casually select a suitable body for you, which, by their definition, consisted of the less desirable leftovers. At the millionth tier, the sect would diligently seek out a fitting body, ensuring longevity, health, age, gender, and familial ties could all be tailored to your specifications. As for the billionth tier, it was markedly different. Not only could health, age, and gender be customized, but one could also specify an actual individual from the real world. The Blood God sect would assist in the necessary arrangements. Mr. Lee's expenditure of 100 million was for a body that belonged to the grandson of his first love from his youth. It was conceivable that the sect had engaged in deceit, luring the young man into their fold only for him to meet an untimely demise, leaving his consciousness extinguished, rendering him a mere vegetable. Once the transaction was complete, the Blood God sect contacted Mr. Lee. Understanding these circumstances, Chu Jun felt an ominous premonition and wished to see what other bodies the Blood God sect had in store. The electronic file handed to him by the red-clad attendant contained 4 portraits and brief descriptions on each page, detailing gender, age, height, family background, and other relevant information. This represented the current inventory of the Blood God sect, totaling over 50 items. One particular entry caused Chu Jun's hands to falter. It was a visage he recognized all too well, Lin Xiao. How could it possibly be Lin Xiao? Why was she here? Although the name was not specified and the photograph depicted her with closed eyes, Chu Jun had known Lin Xiao for long enough to recognize her without the need for words. Are you interested in this body? The red-clad attendant asked. Chu Jun nodded, striving to maintain his composure. You have discerning taste. This body has a unique background and was not originally for sale, but given your status, we can make arrangements. The attendant replied with a smile, providing a brief overview of the body in question. Upon further verification, Chu Jun confirmed that it was indeed Lin Xiao. How had she fallen into the hands of the Blood God sect? Was she dead? He struggled to suppress the urge to lash out violently at the attendant before him. Tell me, will the original consciousness within these bodies revive upon my entry? He demanded. Mr. Lee, you need not worry. That will not happen, the red-clad attendant assured him, shaking his head. I recently watched a film, seemingly titled The Game of Transcendence, in which the affluent transfer their consciousness into younger bodies. These wealthy individuals rely on daily medication to suppress the resurgence of their original consciousness. Otherwise, they risk ultimately losing their sense of self. Is this the case for you as well? Inquired Chu Jun. Not at all. We have perfected the management of all matters. Trust me. The Blood God guides us. This is cutting-edge technology, far superior to cloning. To the untrained eye, it may appear as an incomprehensible form of magic. Yet it undeniably belongs to the realm of our world's advancements. The young crimson-clad attendant recounted, almost devilishly. Understood, Chu Jun replied, scrutinizing the attendant's gaze before exhaling slowly. Observing Chu Jun's demeanor, the crimson attendant realized the deal was sealed. Chu Jun made his decision and gradually departed from the villa. However, to say he left would be somewhat misleading. He had nowhere else to go. His role within the scripted world effectively concealed his true intentions, and a series of exercises had culminated in achievements unbeknownst to the attendant. Chu Jun took refuge in an adjacent vacant villa, scaling to the rooftop of the 3rd floor, where he settled in quietude. According to the attendant, all the villas in the vicinity were products of the Blood God cult. More precisely, the entire estate belonged to the cult. Each client who paid exorbitantly would receive a villa, available for their use whenever needed, registered under their new identity. Moreover, most of these villas remained unoccupied, as few entrepreneurs could afford to part with such sums, and often they had their own enterprises, not desiring residence in these properties. Chu Jun concealed himself there, as he had nowhere else to turn. Drawing from his initial experience of attempting to assassinate Mr. Gu, he recognized that what he needed most was patience, rather than fury. Anger could obliterate everything, leading Chu Jun to irreversible actions. Although, upon witnessing Lin Xiao's condition, he had already committed an irrevocable act. In that moment, he yearned to seize the crimson attendant by the throat, demanding to know Lin Xiao's whereabouts. Releasing his anger would only compel the other party to treat him with caution. Thus, Chu Jun resolved to maintain control over his emotions. Believing that Lin Xiao was still salvageable, he was determined to rescue Lin Xiao, for he was his brother, his steadfast ally. Chapter 89. The battlefield faction. The time spent hiding in the vacant villa grew monotonous. After the party concluded, several young attendees drove back to their residences. Chu Jun closely monitored the activities across the street, devising strategies. He discovered that the security and cleaning staff within this villa community were all devotees of the Blood God cult. The sheer expansion of such a cult was beyond his belief. Yet, realizing they could extract substantial profits from the wealthy through their new lives elucidated their established prominence. In the quiet of the night, Chu Jun continued to survey his surroundings. However, the monotony of the evening made it difficult for him to maintain his full concentration on the headquarters of the Blood God sect. Reflecting on his circumstances, He realized this was his first experience of enduring such hardship in the real world, and he required some means to pass the time. He retrieved his phone and powered it on. Previously, during his pursuit, he had feared being tracked by the inspection department, which led him to turn off his device. However, now was an opportunity to put it to use. If he could attract the inspection department's attention, it would be even better if he could also draw in the military department. Enabling them to investigate this area controlled by the Blood God sect, perhaps it would lead to the eradication of this malevolent cult. Resolute in his decision, he swiftly logged into a role-playing game, intending to indulge in a session. Upon entering the game, a panel appeared before him, inviting him to experience the battlefield of Transformers, Rise Again. Players who received this invitation would earn additional rewards upon completion of the battlefield. Without further hesitation, Chujin immersed himself in the scripted world. Although the matters concerning Lin Xiao and attracting the inspection department were urgent, they would not materialize for at least 3 hours. Entering the scripted world required merely 3 hours, and given it was midnight, it was likely that any search for Chujin would not commence until dawn. Thus, he felt no urgency. However, since it was quite late, the character Gerda had not yet joined the game. Chujin ventured into the battlefield of Transformers alone. Please choose your faction, Autobots. Led by Optimus Prime, the Autobots' main objective is to prevent the Decepticons from harnessing the energy of stars. Notable figures include the mighty warrior Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, Ironhide, and Jetfire. Decepticons. Under the command of Megatron, the Decepticons aim to absorb stellar energy and annihilate Earth, with key characters including Megatron, Starscream, and Soundwave. Humans. The human faction operates similarly to a generic pedestrian faction, allowing players to choose their allegiance. Humans supporting the Autobots will undertake the same main tasks as the Autobots, while those aligned with the Decepticons will follow their respective missions. After a brief review of the faction descriptions, Chujin noted that the rewards for choosing the Autobots or Decepticons were relatively modest, while opting for the human faction would triple the rewards upon settlement. Consequently, he selected the human faction. In truth, Chujin had a desire to play the role of a villain in the Transformers universe, but upon seeing that selecting characters from the battlefield required payment in role-playing coins, he immediately quelled that inclination. Without paying, one could only portray a random character of little narrative significance, such as the freshly hatched small Transformers and the Decepticon Saturn base. Playing such minor characters held little appeal. The cost to assume the role of Optimus Prime was set at 1,000 role-playing coins, and it continued to escalate 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, and still rising. The interface displayed the increasing costs for these pivotal characters, indicating that others were vying to embody Optimus Prime. This was akin to an auction. The highest bidder would likely secure the rights to play as the iconic Transformer in this round. Chujin, having previously engaged in product design, naturally understands that this is an act of reclaiming role-playing currency. It appears that the purpose of opening the Battlefield module in the role-playing game is to facilitate a substantial recovery of the role-playing currency generated in the money-grinding mode. Several pivotal characters, notably the heart-changing Iron Man, have now upgraded to over 5,000 role-playing currency, gradually calming down. However, the human faction does not need to expend role-playing currency. It will still adhere to the previous method of random distribution. Upon entering the hosting room, which currently accommodates only the human faction, Chujin noted that it could host a total of 40 participants, given that this round involves 100 players in the battlefield. The participants have been divided into 3 rooms. As Chujin surveyed the area, he recognized 2 familiar faces. Among them was a bespectacled individual from his previous team in the era of Ultron, who had left a lasting impression on him. Initially, this fellow portrayed Baron Strucker but later switched to the Scarlet Witch, a contrast that etched itself in Chujin's memory. Upon spotting Chujin, the man rushed over with great enthusiasm, seated himself beside Chujin, and began introducing himself. His name was Chaoyang, who, having rarely participated in the battlefield, expressed that after their last encounter in the era of Ultron, he felt a lasting friendship had been forged with Chujin. The other individual, who had played Quicksilver, was also present. He introduced himself as Trigger, and after inexplicably receiving his first rating last time, his combat prowess had significantly increased, prompting him to select Quicksilver's character card for his gear. With both familiar faces seated beside him, Chujin felt no qualms, knowing more people would prove convenient. Moreover, he had a particular inquiry. "Are you familiar with the Blood God cult?" he asked, piquing the curiosity of both men. "Isn't that officially defined as a cult?" "What's the matter?" they replied. Chujin shook his head, sensing that these two were not connected to the Blood God cult. However, his question caught the attention of a nearby man wearing a green hat. "I am Robin Hood." "Hello, I just overheard your conversation about the Blood God cult," the man remarked. "Are you well acquainted with it?" Chujin retorted. "In a manner, yes. After all, the Blood God cult is my adversary," Robin Hood replied with a grimace. His declaration immediately attracted the attention of those around them. A tall, red-faced man scoffed and approached. You think you can be our enemy? He taunted. Robin Hood regarded him silently. In the hosting room, fighting is strictly prohibited. Otherwise, one would be expelled on the spot. Having learned from past experiences, Robin Hood had become more cautious. He carefully memorized the facial features of the man before him, but refrained from responding. Although the mist obscured his vision, preventing him from seeing the man's face clearly, Robin Hood continued to fixate on him without uttering a word, finding the provocation dull. The red-faced man muttered a curse and walked away. What grievances do you hold against the blood god cult? Chujin whispered. Robin Hood waved his hand dismissively, letting out a sigh before recounting his story. As he narrated the past, his eyes turned crimson, as if a torrent of rage were ready to erupt from within his chest. Chapter 90. Transformers 2. It was revealed that Robin Hood's daughter, during her university years, attended a book club of uncertain nature, which subsequently transformed her demeanor entirely. Strangely, she acquired a property in an affluent area, seemingly disregarding her father. Robin Hood, who came from a well-off background and had enjoyed a harmonious family life with his wife and daughter, found himself bewildered when his wife became increasingly paranoid, claiming that their daughter was not truly hers. Not long after, his wife tragically perished in a car accident, and their daughter never returned to offer even a glance, callously stating over the phone that her mother's death was a relief. This severed any remaining ties. In his sorrow, Robin Hood turned to alcohol, which inadvertently led him to uncover a staggering secret about the blood god cult. As this tale unfolded, Chu Jun and Chao Yang, along with Trigger, were engrossed in the narrative, inadvertently missing the host's introduction and plunging directly into the scripted world. Fortunately, Chao Yang, sensing the urgency of time, hastily produced an assistance card, requesting the system to group them together. Once the fog of confusion lifted, the four found themselves in a modern metropolis, where dozens of individuals raced down the streets. Initially unprepared, they were uncertain of which city they had arrived in. However, their silver-tier experience proved invaluable. Utilizing his exceptional conversational skills, Robin Hood entered a restaurant and engaged in brief discussions with the patrons to ascertain their circumstances. They had arrived in a critical nation within the plot, the United States. For the first time, Chujin realized that his rhetorical abilities could enhance communication with speakers of diverse languages. Currently, this capability was Chujin's Achilles heel. Unless he found himself in a monolingual script world, he would need to learn the local language to interact effectively in a multilingual environment, with a higher proficiency in communication. Such concerns would dissipate. In the narrative of Transformers 2, the plot unfolds across various locales, from the bustling city of Magic Capital, the protagonist's home, military bases, outer space, France, university towns, the deep sea, wilderness, museums, to Egypt. The latter half of the storyline primarily develops in Egypt, which posed no significant issues. As long as the participants grasped the rules of this world, they could venture there directly. However, the first half of the plot spanned a vast array of settings, with numerous confrontations between the Decepticons and Autobots. It was conceivable that a street racing scene might actually depict a fierce battle between these factions. What shall we do now? Chao Yang inquired. Although he had contributed the assistance card, he remained uncertain about the next step. His thoughts were simple: to continue relying on Chujin. After some contemplation, Chujin replied, "This time, I shall play the antagonist. What are your thoughts?" "I have no objections." Chao Yang was the first to respond. "Agreed." Trigger nodded in affirmation. "I am indifferent, as long as I can hunt down members of the blood god cult. If I were to side with the protagonists, I would have to act alongside them, which could become quite troublesome," Robin Hood remarked with a nervous smile. "Do you have a way to track the blood god cult?" Chujin suddenly inquired. "It's a secret," Robin Hood replied. Since Robin Hood has expressed his thoughts, Chujin refrained from further inquiries. Among the group, Robin Hood currently possesses the highest eloquence. Under his guidance, they successfully located the bank. Chujin deftly utilized his ultimate creation ability to allocate several million in deposits to their accounts, simultaneously arranging for false identities. He casually purchased several vehicles, and the group booked hotel rooms to commence their intelligence gathering. Indeed, within a day, they received a plethora of news from around the globe concerning extraterrestrial movements. The commotion caused by the Transformers in the Magic City was substantial, making headlines on numerous news websites, a cover-up proving futile. As Chao Yang gathered information, he remarked on the impressive international law enforcement actions taken by the United States in this scripted world, intruding into other nations to apprehend individuals while attempting to suppress information. It does bear a resemblance to the great maritime dynasty of Haijo, a teammate, Trigger, quipped. The Misty World comprises 3 continents, Chijo, Shajo, and Haijo. Haijo, known as the Land of 1,000 Islands, is home to 3 nations, the largest of which is the Great Maritime Dynasty, occupying the most extensive territory. This Great Maritime Dynasty frequently engages in cross-border law enforcement activities, leveraging its advanced technology to act with impunity. Reminiscent of the actions of the United States in the scripted world, The inhabitants of Haijo, predominantly sea folk, resemble the protagonists of Waterworld, evolving along distinct paths primarily to thrive underwater, having transformed into relatively adept amphibious beings. However, the focus here is not on the sea folk, but rather on the narrative within the scripted world. After a thorough discussion, the group understood the progression of events and resolved to locate the protagonist, Sam. Battlefield Phase 1 is complete, the hunt in the Magic City. Battlefield Phase 2 commences, a global turmoil. The system notification resounded. According to the Battlefield system prompt, Soundwave had successfully located Megatron's position through surveillance of space communication satellites and identified the whereabouts of the Allspark fragments. Subsequently, the Decepticons were set to attract the attention of both the Autobots and humanity worldwide while preparing to execute the plan to resurrect Megatron. In the storyline of Transformers 2, both Megatron and Optimus Prime were resurrected, their revival dependent on the Allspark fragments. The fragment necessary for Megatron's resurrection originated from the Lairs Island base. Information that was inadvertently leaked by foolish politicians, allowing Soundwave to ascertain its location. However, in this scripted world, the actor portraying the politician chose to defect to the Decepticons, providing them with the precise coordinates of their location. While there are some differences in the overall narrative, they do not impede the unfolding of the scripted world's plot. As for Optimus Prime's revival, it stemmed from an Allspark fragment held by Sam, which resurrected the long-dormant Jetfire hidden within a museum. With the assistance of the Matrix of Leadership, Optimus Prime was revived, culminating in a fusion with Jetfire. In this scenario, Sam's actor wasted no time locating the Allspark fragment and promptly rushed to the museum to revive Jetfire. Although he encountered obstacles from Decepticon supporters along the way, he ultimately triumphed thanks to the revived Jetfire. In summary, within the battlefield of this scripted world, the narrative progression of the Autobots unfolds at a far swifter pace than that of the Decepticons. This intelligence has been gleaned by the 4 individuals from various esteemed media outlets over the past 2 days. Trigger and Chaoyang have previously collaborated with Chuzhan, and are thus familiar with his methodology. Chuzhan has a proclivity for gathering intelligence prior to combat, leveraging the formidable capabilities of the Ultimate Genesis to command global intelligence. Chuzhan, on one hand, established contact with the distant sound waves in the sky through data streams, while on the other, he monitored global intelligence information, swiftly executing filtering and analysis to relay the most crucial details in a visual format for the other 3 to peruse. Chapter 91. The conspiracy of the Blood God cult. From various regions of the scripted world, the locations of the Transformers were rapidly discerned, and through the deployment of surveillance cameras, numerous traces of human interaction with the Transformers were captured, identifying approximately 20 suspected actors. Chaoyang and Trigger then conducted a secondary analysis, evaluating the capabilities of these adversarial combatants and the potential factions to which they might belong. While Chuzhan possessed these functionalities as well, he was preoccupied with processing an overwhelming volume of information, thus opting for a tiered approach. The initial step focused solely on data collection, leaving the intricate intelligence analysis to his partners. Robin Hood, upon receiving the data intelligence relayed by Chuzhan, swiftly uncovered traces of the Blood God cult. This cult not only harnesses powers from the scripted world during combat, but also employs unique techniques akin to blood swordsmanship and blood magic. After witnessing Chuzhan's prowess in processing network data, Robin Hood was left in awe. He had not anticipated the existence of someone capable of extracting useful information from global big data, a feat that would require processing at an almost astronomical scale, rendering it nearly impossible for ordinary humans. With the foundation of collaboration firmly established, Robin Hood finally divulged the grand secret he had discovered about the Blood God cult. Although officially classified as a cult, the Blood God cult offers affluent individuals the prospect of interchangeable bodies, thus garnering their protection. This has exacerbated the distrust between official entities and local authorities, prompting the cult to conspire with certain wealthy individuals to execute a staggering plan. Robin Hood revealed the concealed truths lurking within the misty realities of the world. Chuzhan had a vague understanding and could infer what Robin Hood was about to disclose. Chaoyang and Trigger exchanged incredulous glances, astonished. It was the first time they had heard of such occurrences, and they could hardly fathom the existence of a cult capable of swapping bodies and consciousness in such a tumultuous reality. Is this true? Does the Blood God cult genuinely exist? Trigger turned to Chuzhan for confirmation. Chuzhan remained silent, merely nodding. What, then, is this astounding plan? Chaoyang inquired. Chuzhan, too, found himself intrigued. Having just learned of the Blood God cult's existence, he could vaguely surmise their intentions. Yet a veil of obscurity seemed to shroud the relevant traces in his mind. Chu truly bears no resemblance to Robin Hood. Ever since his daughter encountered misfortune, Robin Hood has diligently investigated the Blood God sect. Despite facing numerous setbacks and landing on the sect's notorious hit list, he has unearthed significant secrets regarding this malevolent organization. Are you certain you wish to delve into this matter? Once you are aware, there is no turning back. Robin Hood cautioned. The more knowledge you possess, the better prepared you may be. Ignorance may render you vulnerable to the blood god sect's machinations, Chu responded calmly. In truth, Chu was profoundly stirred. His intent was to reclaim his friend Lin Xiao from the clutches of the blood god sect, and thus, acquiring knowledge was paramount. Robin Hood, standing before him, had inadvertently become an ally in this perilous endeavor. Chaoyang and Trigger, who could have retreated to another room to avoid this staggering revelation, found their curiosity piqued, making it unbearable to remain uninformed. The Blood God sect had grown ominously powerful, systematically offering body-swapping services to select officials. Those who resisted were often forcibly replaced by the sect's followers, facilitating their insidious operations. Could it be true? Chaoyang gasped, taken aback. Won't the authorities apprehend them? Trigger inquired. The Blood God sect has already been branded a cult. While many have been captured, their connections to the affluent have allowed them to flourish. Lurking like a malignant tumor within the body politic, poised to gradually erode the integrity of Qizhou, Robin Hood explained, shaking his head in despair. He was acutely aware that his daughter had been replaced, yet felt powerless, drowning his sorrows in drink as he reminisced. Chu nodded, absorbing information that was previously unknown to him. In the misty world, where lifespans were fleeting, the cycle of life and death occupied most of one's existence, leaving little room for the exploration of such dark truths. And what of the Shazhou and Haizhou regions? Trigger asked. That remains uncertain. It is said that this ties into ancient deities. Shazhou venerates the wind god, while Haizhou worships the sea god. In Qizhou, belief in any deities is strictly prohibited. Yet faith cannot be easily suppressed. Consequently, numerous clandestine sects have emerged, with the Blood God sect being one of the most formidable, Robin Hood elaborated. Qizhou possesses both methods of cultivation and hidden ancient beliefs. The cultivation sects closely collaborate with the authorities. In Gao Tianxiao's recollections, the most renowned official sect was the Ziwei sect, which practiced celestial mathematics for their spiritual advancement. In stark contrast, most ancient beliefs have been deemed heretical. Having shared his insights, Robin Hood, haunted by memories of his daughter, sought solace in drink. He relentlessly pursued power in the virtual realm, striving to conquer challenges while continuing his investigation into the Blood God sect in the real world. The pressures of the misty reality were immense, with the sect having placed him on their kill list, compelling him to frequently retreat into the gaming world for moments of respite and growth. Chu shook his head, redirecting his thoughts back to the narrative world, temporarily setting aside concerns about the Blood God sect, determined to complete this battlefield role. I just made contact with the Soundwave team. Their mission to seize the Spark Group at the Diego military base has failed. Chujin chuckled unconsciously as he spoke. Soundwave had been monitoring the data network of this scripted world from outer space, which allowed Chujin to establish a connection with him. According to the Decepticons' plan, a faction of the Decepticons incited chaos worldwide, while another faction undertook covert operations to resurrect Megatron. The former initiative was remarkably successful, as the Autobots and Decepticons engaged in a frenzied battle across the globe, treating the locale as a battleground to showcase their prowess. However, the latter initiative faced numerous failures. Since most participants were aware of the plot, the protagonist actors deployed heavy firepower to safeguard the military base located in Diego. The Decepticon faction sent only mechanical dogs and Starscream for clandestine operations, which quickly ended in failure. At this critical juncture, Chujin connected with Soundwave, preparing for a second operation to seize the Allspark fragments. I can help you obtain the Allspark fragments. Chujin initiated a negotiation grounded in data streams. Soundwave was momentarily taken aback by the data stream presented by Chujin, but soon regained his composure. Beyond the silver tier, an increasing array of extraordinary abilities had become commonplace. I am not referring to the Allspark fragments in the possession of the female protagonist, as they are currently under the close protection of Bumblebee, surrounded by numerous actors from the protagonist's side. Rather, the Allspark fragments within the military base are far more accessible. Soundwave's data stream responded. Chapter 92. A transaction with the Decepticons. The protagonist, Sam, was in university, blessed with good fortune and under stringent protection. However, Sam had yet to exhibit any unusual behavior. He was merely assisting Megatron in locating the critical points of the leadership matrix, thus necessitating only surveillance for the time being. Indeed, I have a method to procure the Allspark fragments from the military base, Chujin affirmed. What do you desire in return? Soundwave, being part of the Decepticon faction, maintained a certain wariness towards the human camp. The Allspark possesses the ability to transform biological entities. I wish to study it for a period of time. I would like to take custody of this fragment before and after Megatron's resurrection, Chujin proposed. Soundwave pondered for a moment before sending a signal of agreement. As an experienced actor, Soundwave was currently floating in space, seeking to connect with satellites for additional information. This was his primary method of operation. Having invested several thousand acting credits to portray the pivotal character of Soundwave, he was naturally intent on ensuring the success of the mission. To fulfill his role, Making certain compromises was merely a matter of course. Within the Decepticon ranks, Soundwave was considered second in command under Megatron, despite the presence of Starscream, who was timid and primarily utilized for escape due to his speed, lacking the formidable capabilities of Soundwave. Thus, Soundwave faced immense pressure from the Autobots, whose supporters engaged in extensive discussions. Some influential military supporters even launched missiles specifically targeting Soundwave in outer space, which proved to be quite distressing for him. The Autobots' actors were willing to sacrifice their communication capabilities in outer space to thwart Soundwave's attempts to gather critical communication information, compelling him to seek greater assistance from supportive Decepticon actors. The battle had shifted from an information war back to a state of equilibrium. Chu Jun's involvement was sufficient to sway the information warfare towards the Decepticon faction. What shall we do next? Chaoyang inquired, bewildered. Are we really relying on just the four of us to help Soundwave secure the Allspark fragments from the military base? Chu Jun, having previously dispatched Trigger to pilfer some top-secret information utilizing Quicksilver's super speed within the script of the Age of Ultron, harbored concerns that Chu Jun might resort to similar tactics again. I can't do it. It's impossible, Trigger insisted, shaking his head. Quicksilver's character card is suppressed in this world. While my speed is indeed faster than average, it pales in comparison to the ability to slow down time for the entire world. Chu Jun smiled knowingly. There's no need for that. I have already succeeded. With a snap of his fingers, a mech suddenly soared in from the side, hovering gracefully by the window, presenting an item to Chu Jun. This is the Terminator? Chaoyang exclaimed in astonishment. No, wait, that's the armor from Iron Man. Trigger, with keen observation, sensed that the situation was more intricate than it appeared. Chu Jun, brimming with pride yet remaining reticent, revealed the Allspark fragment to his three teammates. How did you acquire this? Didn't you just communicate with Soundwave? They questioned in disbelief. With a hearty laugh, Chu Jun recounted the events that had transpired. It turned out that even before his contact with Soundwave, shortly after his arrival in this world, he had dispatched an entire Steel Legion, even forcibly modifying one of the mechs to transform it into a Terminator. However, he refrained from elaborating on his abilities, merely stating that he was capable of such feats. Chaoyang and Trigger readily accepted this. After all, similar exploits had occurred in the Age of Ultron universe. Once airborne, the Steel Legion concealed itself over the Pacific, with Chu Jun meticulously monitoring the information flow until he discerned that Soundwave had taken action, dispatching the Red Spider and mechanical dogs to the military base in an attempt to seize the Allspark fragments. At that moment, Chu Jun's Steel Legion engaged alongside the Red Spider to assault the military base. The Red Spider regarded the allied Steel Legion as friendly forces, while the Autobot supporters within the base fortified their defenses, completely oblivious to the fact that Chu Jun had stealthily dispatched one of the modified Terminators to infiltrate the base. Meanwhile, a special stealth Autobot had been eliminated by the Autobot supporters in the base, never anticipating that it had been specifically enhanced to counter its unique capabilities of transforming into ultra-thin shards and regrouping into smaller projectiles. As fate would have it, the Mantis stalks the Cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. In the midst of the chaos within the base, the camouflaged Terminator seized the Allspark fragment and, under the cover of darkness and warfare, slowly withdrew from the scene. Thus, neither the Autobots nor the Decepticons anticipated this maneuver. Both factions had been outwitted. Meanwhile, Chu Jun quietly awaited the return of the Terminator mech while contacting Soundwave to express his willingness to support the Decepticon cause. Impressive. You managed to secure the Allspark fragment directly, Robin Hood remarked, his admiration for Chu Jun's cunning growing ever deeper. The Dawn and the Trigger exchanged a glance, instinctively reassured that they had not erred in their partnership. By the time the Soundwaves registered, several days would have passed. I intend to study this fragment of the Allspark and ascertain whether it can yield Cybertronian technology, Chu Jun mused to himself. No problem, Chaoyang promptly nodded. However, this left me devoid of any sense of accomplishment, the Trigger lamented. The Trigger's frustration was understandable. They had prepared for a grand conflict in this world. Yet in recent days, they had merely been tasked by Chu Jun to analyze data, with no semblance of impending battle. Each time they witnessed the ongoing clashes between the Autobots and Decepticons in the surveillance feeds, the itch for action became increasingly unbearable. This is indeed my oversight. If you all wish to accumulate battle merits, it is not an insurmountable task, Chu Jun acknowledged. He had taken it upon himself to acquire the Allspark fragment, neglecting his teammates, a miscalculation on his part. Below are the potential hotspots for confrontation that I have predicted through extensive data analysis. If you are interested, you may wish to explore them. Chu Jun marked several locations on the map with crosses. Robin had glanced at one of them. Is that where the cult of the Blood God has a presence? He inquired. The data analysis suggests an overwhelming probability of accuracy. He is a Decepticon, and there are Autobot members in the vicinity, all vying for a potential supply point, Chu Jun replied. During the global melee phase, apart from the narrative progression, The Autobots and Decepticons would inevitably clash with one another. After all, this was a battlefield script designed specifically for such encounters. And thus the system had introduced multiple supply points within the scripted world. These supply points offered various rewards, including character tokens and items, according to the system's guidelines. Upon acquiring these special materials from the supply points, a dimensional transport ship would arrive above the battlefield. Whoever managed to transport the materials from the supply point via the dimensional vessel would receive these rewards once the battle concluded. This constituted a unique gameplay mechanic within the role-playing game, specifically tailored to address situations with a substantial number of participants on the battlefield. Currently in the testing phase, there are rewards, but no penalties. It would be unwise not to seize the opportunity to gather as many rewards as possible. Chapter 93. The Terminator's disguise. Searching for these supply points can be quite cumbersome. At present, most individuals rely on special skills or resort to direct confrontations to scout for them. Few, like Chu-Jun, utilize data analytics to identify all participants from the Autobot and Decepticon factions and mark their potential intersecting coordinates for search purposes. Chu-Jun's expertise is exceedingly rare. Only a select few worlds possess entities like Soundwave, Jarvis, or Ultron with the capacity for direct data stream processing. Otherwise, one would need access to a more powerful computational center. All right, I will go hunt them down. Robin Hood nodded and prepared to depart in pursuit of the cult of the Blood Goddess acolytes. Chaoyang cast a glance at Chu-Jun and asked, "What do you plan to do?" "Naturally, I will ally with the Decepticons. I am going to resurrect Megatron," Chu-Jun replied. "Isn't resurrecting Megatron perilous?" "I noticed you marked several intersecting points in the trench area," the Trigger inquired, shifting the focus of the conversation. "At several intersections, the implication is that multiple factions, both the Decepticons and Autobots, may already have operatives lurking in the vicinity. Some aim to prevent Megatron's resurrection, while others plan to take advantage of the chaos to eliminate hidden Autobots. Undoubtedly, this location will emerge as one of the principal battle zones in the early phases of the narrative, with the intensity of the conflict being predictable. However, the trench is considerably distant from the American city where everyone is gathered, complicating travel arrangements. Thus, after deliberation, Chaoyang and Trigger decided to accompany Robin Hood in hunting down the Blood God cultists. Chaoyang's abilities primarily stem from the realm of Alpha, the wolf's return, allowing him to summon an enhanced wolf to fight alongside him, and he seems to possess some unique bloodline enhancement capabilities, in addition to his remarkable speed akin to Quicksilver. Trigger has also mastered sword-fighting techniques reminiscent of Blade. Both are ill-equipped for naval combat, leading them to forego the trench battle. Chu-Jun nodded, watching the three depart. The battlefield was now Chu-Jun's domain. The Terminator stood quietly nearby, awaiting its Master-S command for action. The Steel Legion summoned by Chu-Jun through his ultimate creation ability had been rendered inoperative, leaving only the Terminator, which had been modified from one of the Steel Legion's armors. Holding a fragment of the Allspark, Chu-Jun conducted some research. Within the context of the story, the Allspark possesses formidable power, capable of transforming electrical devices into transformers. Even a fragment of the Allspark had once animated kitchen appliances in Sam's home, thus attracting the attention of the Decepticon remote-controlled vehicle. In the narrative, both the Decepticons and Sam resurrected two formidable combatants, Megatron and Jetfire, using their respective Allspark fragments. This represents the pinnacle of Cybertronian technology, or rather, the technological zenith within the Transformer universe. Despite obtaining this fragment, Chu-Jun felt it insufficient. It lacked substantial knowledge. And within the story, Sam gained unparalleled wisdom about the Cybertronian realm through another fragment. "Sam, I shall also claim your fragment," Chu-Jun mused, gradually approaching the Terminator and directing the Allspark fragment toward the modified mech. The Terminator began to morph slowly. The liquid metal encasing it unfurled, revealing an interior structure akin to the components of a transformer. As it expanded, the Terminator's form grew larger yet retained a hollow core. With an instinctive step forward, Chu-Jun found himself enveloped by the Terminator, which gradually shifted shape. Its limbs elongated, formed from alloyed skeletons, while its body grew more robust, adopting the distinctive features of a robot. Gazing into the mirror, Chu-Jun observed his reflection as he donned the Terminator armor, gradually transforming into a figure reminiscent of a transformer. It dawned on him that this, too, was a form of disguise. The Terminator had been transformed into a transformer through Chu-Jun's Allspark fragment, yet it remained under the control of his ultimate creation. Chu-Jun adorned himself with the attire, enabling him to masquerade as a transformer, seamlessly infiltrating the ranks of both the Autobots and Decepticons. Although this transformer lacked the ability to morph into a vehicle or aircraft, to any observer, it was an embodiment of the unique transformers of this world, perfectly concealing Chu-Jun's true identity. "Excellent. Now I must seek another fragment of the Allspark," Chu-Jun proclaimed, his voice transformed into an electronic modulation, serving as an additional guise. He activated the thrusters behind his battle armor and, after a brief flight, arrived at the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum in Washington. Through his monitoring of big data, he discovered that Sam, the protagonist, and Michaela, the heroine, were en route to this location. These two actors had been together since the onset of the plot, having faced a surge of Decepticon unrest triggered by an unfortunate incident during an emergency assembly. Subsequently, they conferred with Bumblebee's actor and deemed it paramount to bolster their own strength. Without hesitation, they disregarded the narrative and proceeded to awaken Jetfire's actor. Jetfire, disguised as a State Route 71 Blackbird, was a Decepticon transformer concealed within the museum. However, according to the factions delineated in the narrative, he belonged to the Autobot Alliance. Recognizing the Decepticon's cunning and destructive nature, he chose to defect. Despite his initial portrayal as frail and decrepit, reliant on a cane and seemingly on the brink of demise, this aged Jetfire remarkably annihilated a Decepticon, rescuing the others. He even sacrificed his own engine and components to revive Optimus Prime, ultimately merging with him to enhance Prime's combat prowess, swiftly overpowering the formidable Fallen. Within the confines of the Air and Space Museum, Sam, seated in Bumblebee's driver's seat, inquired, "Will awakening Jetfire disrupt the narrative and adversely affect the protagonist's fortunes?" His girlfriend, Michaela, sat beside him, holding the Allspark fragment. Optimus Prime, along with Ironhide and Ratchet, has ventured into various supply point skirmishes, indifferent to our plight. If we head to the school now, we are likely to fall into a Decepticon trap. Thus, if we do not fortify our ranks now, our demise is imminent, Michaela replied. Why not summon Bumblebee for assistance? His presence would greatly enhance our safety, Sam suggested. You're being overly cautious. Be bolder. Bumblebee should be stationed outside to scout. Perhaps others will join us, Michaela countered. That seems improbable. The narrative has barely progressed to the college segment. While it's possible they may ambush us at the university, I find it unlikely they would do so here. Chapter 94. The resurrection of Jetfire. As they spoke, Sam and Michaela had subdued the guard and cautiously approached the State Route 71 Blackbird. You make a valid point. I too doubted anyone would come at this hour to awaken Jetfire. However, I am rather lethargic and truly wish to avoid the front line and the ensuing chaos. A voice resonated in the air, swiftly accompanied by the ominous sound of a bullet being chambered. Suddenly, a man with a pockmarked face emerged, interrupting the actions of the two protagonists. Behind him trailed two others, all of whom appeared to follow the lead of the pockmarked man, brandishing firearms aimed directly at the protagonists. What do you intend to do? We have no money, Sam quickly responded, raising his hands in surrender. Enough pretense. These men are hired mercenaries. You see, in this world, money can resolve many dilemmas, the pockmarked man chuckled. As a villain, arrogance is paramount. While a villain may lack true power, their audacity must be palpable to captivate the audience. Oh, is that so? Sam turned to glance at Michaela, who merely smiled disdainfully. With a swift motion, she raised a semi-transparent energy shield, nearly as tall as herself, to block the oncoming shots from the pockmarked man. This was a defensive device Michaela had procured from the script world of Ascendancy on Jupiter, capable of absorbing harmful effects. Following suit, Sam laughed heartily, his form suddenly expanding into a monstrous figure, towering at 1.5 times his original height. This transformation was a bloodline metamorphosis he had acquired from the script world of Van Helsing, enabling him to shift into a werewolf for combat. My God! The companions of the pockmarked man stood dumbfounded at the sight. Fire! Kill them quickly! The pockmarked man shouted urgently. Alas, it was too late. Michaela's portable energy shield effectively mitigated their attacks. Then, with a swift motion from her waist, she threw a bat-shaped dart. Although it did not strike a person, it detonated violently upon hitting a nearby pillar. This was the explosive bat-shaped dart once possessed by Chujin but never utilized. Werewolf Sam surged forward, while Michaela adeptly defended and fired her weapon, swiftly taking down several henchmen. Useless, all of you, but do not underestimate me. The pockmarked man cursed as he witnessed his subordinates being swiftly dispatched. Undeterred, he raised one hand skyward, summoning a bolt of lightning, which coalesced into a short-handled hammer crackling with electricity that landed in his grasp. Feel the might of my hammer, he declared, swinging it down with ferocity. The werewolf Sam was struck by the thunderous hammer, sent flying back, yet he rose, spitting blood. Very well, counterfeit Thor, your prowess is indeed lacking, the werewolf taunted, advancing rather than retreating. Utilizing Michaela's shield for leverage, he leaped high into the air, descending with claws poised to strike the pockmarked man. The pockmarked man attempted to block, but he was no match for the force of the blow. The werewolf's claw slammed him to the ground, and as he struggled to catch his breath, Michaela rushed forward, delivering a kick with her stiletto heel that struck his temple, rendering him unconscious. Did you just kill him? Sam inquired as he gradually reverted to his human form, donning a spare outfit. A critical hit. Luck was on my side, Michaela replied with a radiant smile. What did you obtain? Share it with me, Sam asked. At that moment, as the pockmarked man fell, he left behind a small, silver box. Players who perish on the battlefield will drop special items exclusively usable in that arena, presented in the form of small chests. Michaela opened a silver chest, revealing a tiny fragment within. It was a spark fragment. How did one end up here? Sam exclaimed in astonishment. He took out the spark fragment he possessed and compared it with the one that had just dropped. The spark fragment from the chest was smaller than the one Sam held, and even bore a distinctive scent of blood. After examining it, Michaela patted Sam's shoulder, saying, "Well, take a look at the note above. This is indeed a spark fragment, but its power is significantly diminished. Does that mean it can resurrect Skyfire? If its power is weaker, won't the resurrection be less effective?" "I was hoping to save my own spark fragment," Sam replied. As they conversed, they had already approached the Blackbird scout ship with the genuine spark fragment in hand. Neither of them noticed a shadow darting past overhead. "Skyfire, I am about to resurrect you. I hope you won't betray us unexpectedly," Sam intoned, making a gesture of prayer. "Are you joking? Hurry up, let me do it," Michaela said, snatching the fragment from Sam's hands when she saw him hesitating. "No, let me handle this," Sam insisted. He appeared nothing like the ferocious werewolf he had just been. Their tug-of-war was abruptly interrupted when a shadow swept by, snatching the crucial spark fragment from their grasp. "What just happened?" Sam was taken aback. "Look, it's a Decepticon," Michaela said, on high alert. Sam followed her gaze and indeed saw a Decepticon, though it appeared slightly smaller than Bumblebee. "A fine spark fragment. I shall take it," the diminutive Decepticon sneered. "Thief, return our spark fragment," Sam shouted as he gave chase. But they were no match for the flying Decepticon. "It's a Decepticon." Sam recognized the insignia emblazoned on its front. After pursuing for a while, Michaela pulled Sam back. "Forget about that Decepticon. We must focus on resurrecting Skyfire," Michaela urged. "How can we resurrect Skyfire without the spark fragment?" Sam was bewildered, unable to comprehend why they had stopped pursuing. "Use that small fragment we just obtained as a kill reward. Hurry, don't delay. There may be others lying in ambush," Michaela insisted urgently. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sam recalled the recent onslaught of antagonistic factions. Who knew how many more adversaries lurked nearby? The two hastily approached Skyfire, using the small fragment to effectuate his resurrection. With a flash of electric sparks, the spark fragment was entirely consumed, and immense Cybertronian energy coursed into the body of the Blackbird scout ship. "You have kept me waiting for far too long," Skyfire's voice resonated. He slowly transformed, parts of his body cascading to the ground. "Strange, why do I feel so unwell?" However, his appearance was far more tragic than depicted in the narrative. In the story, at least both engines and wings remained intact, whereas now, components lay scattered about, almost in disarray, giving the impression of utter desolation. It resembled a plucked chicken or duck, roasted and absurdly comical. Clearly, a mere fragment of the ignition core was utterly insufficient, Michaela whispered to Sam. "How did I end up like this upon awakening? Are you playing tricks on me? What happened to my formidable prowess?" Thunderfire coughed while leaning on an exhaust pipe as a makeshift cane. As an actor, discovering oneself more feeble than anticipated upon revival was certainly disheartening. "We have encountered an adversary. It's fortunate you haven't been vanquished outright. Let us consider the brighter side," Sam explained. Michaela offered a sheepish grin in response. Together with Thunderfire, they had Bumblebee procure a trailer for transport. Chapter 95, the mighty red spider Chujin landed on a mountainside, having secured the second fragment of the ignition core. The previous entity that bore a striking resemblance to a Decepticon was merely a disguise formed by his Terminator armor. The Decepticon insignia was easily concealed beneath the liquid metal coating of the armor. The reason for not engaging with Sam and the others was due to their protagonist status, which posed a challenge that would likely result in dire consequences. With 2 ignition core fragments, Chujin now possessed leverage for negotiation. "Soundwave, I have procured the ignition core fragments and can assist in resurrecting Megatron," he promptly communicated to Soundwave. "Indeed, that is commendable," Soundwave replied with evident excitement. Soundwave had been quite troubled lately. Prolonged proximity to space satellites inevitably attracted the long-range assaults of ground-based humans. Upon discovering a secure space satellite, he quickly realized that the Decepticon faction on the ground was being overwhelmed by the Autobots. The supporters of the Autobots were not entirely Na'vi. They had intelligent individuals infiltrating military organizations, manipulating information, and reverse engineering Soundwave's location. As the battlefield commander, Soundwave found himself at a loss for words. He had dispatched operatives to ambush Sam and others, who were presumed to be heading to the university. But this effort yielded no results as they were met by a formidable army, and Sam and Michaela eluded capture. Soundwave had also arranged for a theft of ignition core fragments from a military base, initially thrilled by the arrival of what appeared to be robotic allies, mistakenly believing them to be reinforcements from the Decepticon faction. Ultimately, however, the ignition core fragments were inexplicably stolen, leading to a complete failure of the Decepticon offensive. Across the globe, Autobots and Decepticons were engaged in widespread conflict, with most humans aligning with the Autobots, wielding the most advanced military equipment to send the Decepticons into retreat. The silver lining was that Hound, a character from the narrative, was ambushed and slain by the Decepticon Red Spider, while reports indicated that Ratchet had also sustained severe injuries. It was surprising to witness Red Spider, originally a cowardly character in the story, now executed with remarkable prowess by a different actor. At that moment, Red Spider charged into the enemy lines from an immense distance, delivering a lethal shot to Hound, who was already gravely injured from battling the Decepticon warriors. The horizontal cannon aspires to achieve ultimate close-quarters combat capability, proving to be exceedingly formidable on the battlefield, with commendable maneuverability. Upon its debut in the narrative universe, it swiftly obliterated a Decepticon, earning a fearsome reputation. However, the notorious Starscream launched a surprise attack from beyond the line of sight, delivering a lethal strike that felled it instantly. The name of Starscream spread like wildfire. Subsequently, the medic also suffered grave injuries for similar reasons. Yet his innate self-repair capabilities fortuitously spared his life. Thus, although Starscream displayed a modicum of cowardice during the assault on the military base, Soundwave found himself at a loss for words regarding Starscream's actions. It is indeed a rarity to possess a competent general. Presently, reinforcements have assisted the Decepticon faction in acquiring a crucial artifact, the Allspark Fragment. How could Soundwave not be elated? We shall convene near the Lawrence Abyss in 2 days. Soundwave declared. Are you attending as well? Chujin inquired. The mechanical dog is my avatar, Soundwave replied. An avatar signifies the ability to be controlled by him. Chujin acquiesced. Through the study of the Allspark Fragment, Chujin discovered he had acquired some Cybertronian technology. In previous worlds, he had learned various unique technologies. For instance, in the Age of Ultron scenario, he mastered the creation of numerous Terminators for combat. In the Real Steel scenario, he gained fundamental mech manufacturing skills. And in the Edge of Tomorrow scenario, he developed new exosuit technology. These advancements significantly broadened Chujin's horizons. The so-called avatar ability of Soundwave was derived from one of the Allspark fragments he studied. Now, Chujin could utilize the Terminator exosuits as his avatars in battle, a sensation distinctly different from the remote control expertise that Gerda excelled in. Combat via remote control demands a finesse akin to an extension of one's own limbs, whereas avatar combat necessitates the infusion of consciousness. Chujin had previously experienced this sensation in the Real Steel scenario, albeit with limitations to close-range operations. Now, having acquired Cybertronian technology, he could engage in battle with the Terminator exosuits even from the vastness of space. As for the other Allspark fragment, its technological contents remained unexplored for the time being. Chujin found himself pondering the possibilities. What if he could leverage the Allspark fragment to transform a massive ocean liner into a transformer? Although this notion bordered on the fantastical, he was genuinely eager to experiment. This endeavor, however, swiftly met with failure, as the energy contained within the Allspark fragment was finite. 3 days later, Chujin arrived at the designated location, a cargo ship adrift on the ocean. This vessel had been arranged by supporters of the Decepticon faction, and several Decepticon allies awaited him on board. The mechanical dog had just arrived as well, and after brief introductions, they prepared for combat. How shall we approach this battle? Inquired a participant named Flying Tiger. How do you wish to proceed? Asked the operator of Scalpel, the Decepticon medic, whose diminutive frame was present with the express purpose of resurrecting Megatron. Annihilate all the American warships in the vicinity, score the highest points, and engage in the most formidable of battles. The formidable Flying Tiger boasted, eliciting laughter from his supporters. At that moment, an American fighter jet swooped overhead, causing a stir among Flying Tiger and his companions. No need for alarm. It's merely the Red Spider conducting reconnaissance, Soundwave communicated through his mechanical canine. With the Red Spider on our side, we can surely take down all the aircraft carriers. Energized by this prospect, Flying Tiger inquired, what is your perspective, Dawn? Soundwave turned abruptly to a seemingly diminutive transformer, who was, in fact, Chujin in disguise. Adopting the name Dawn and mimicking the appearance and even the unique identification signals of a Decepticon. This extraordinary ability of disguise stemmed from Chujin's exceptional camouflage skills, excelling in both combat and stealth among the 4 primary attributes. The surrounding Decepticons turned their gazes toward Chujin. We may be outnumbered, but we can still give it a try, Chujin offered, attempting an objective assessment. Well said, Flying Tiger chuckled. Though we are slightly fewer in number, the Autobots are less adept in naval warfare, which explains their limited presence here. We still have a chance to annihilate the enemy. Soundwave interjected coldly. Do not forget that there are many supporters of theirs aboard the American naval vessels. Given the enemy's numerical advantage, what is our strategy? Chujin inquired. Focus our firepower. Prioritize eliminating submarines and aircraft carriers. We will split into 2 teams, Soundwave commanded. utilizing the holographic imaging capabilities of his mechanical dog to display the map, marking key targets. This strategy assigned Chujin and Flying Tiger to assault the aircraft carrier, while the other Transformers would engage the submarines and work to rescue Megatron. "What of the Red Spider?" Flying Tiger asked. "He will maneuver on the periphery to support us. After all, we need a reserve force to guard against any Autobot reinforcements." Soundwave replied. Flying Tiger glanced at the mechanical dog and nodded in agreement. "Give me the fragment of the Allspark." The surgical knife suddenly swayed its head and approached Chujin. "All right," Chujin acquiesced, handing over the fragment he had previously absorbed knowledge from. This fragment remained valuable. Yet it held little significance for Chujin now. "So many have failed to acquire the Allspark fragment, yet you succeeded. Your methods are quite remarkable," the surgical knife remarked, waving its front limbs with an air of pride as it regarded Chujin. Chapter 96. The Naval Battle, the Surgical Knife. Appearing as insignificant as a small insect before Chujin, posed no immediate threat. However, Chujin was acutely aware that this creature would not be as simple as it seemed. "If you accompany us underwater this time, you will certainly be the one to be dismantled," the surgical knife chuckled ominously. Furrowing his brow, Chujin recalled a scene where, due to a lack of parts to repair Megatron, the surgical knife had ordered the disassembly of the smallest transformer, scrap metal. Now, the surgical knife's insinuation about Chujin being dismantled was a clear jab at the fact that his disguised form, Dawn, was indeed the smallest among them. Nevertheless, Chujin dismissed such taunts, choosing not to engage further. Soundwave, noting the tension, urged, "Let us proceed quickly." "Onward," he commanded. The group of Transformers submerged into the water, while Chujin and his companions boarded a small vessel heading toward the fleet of aircraft carriers. The Red Spider certainly proved formidable. As the crowd neared the vicinity of the aircraft carrier fleet, the Red Spider soared from the distance, launching a barrage of missiles that created a protective curtain in the ocean. "Charge! Everyone, charge!" shouted Flying Tiger, who was piloting a speedboat. He then utilized a summoning card. A torrential rain of fire descended from the heavens, followed by a colossal meteor crashing down, striking a destroyer with devastating precision. The destroyer was engulfed in flames, effectively severed in two by the meteor, as desperate souls leaped into the water in search of survival. It was a pity that the event card failed to hit the aircraft carrier. Otherwise, the battle would have been significantly easier, Flying Tiger sighed. Meanwhile, Iron Dragon, hovering midair on two floating metal plates, chuckled heartily. Iron Dragon, a brother of Flying Tiger, possessed abilities akin to Magneto. With a mere gesture, he effortlessly lifted the unprotected destroyer high into the air. Although beads of cold sweat dripped from Iron Dragon's forehead, it did not hinder his bravado. With a sudden surge of strength, he hurled the destroyer towards the aircraft carrier. "Divine power! Divine power!" His followers echoed in unison. These followers appeared to belong to a cohesive squad, all dressed in remarkably similar uniforms. Iron Dragon nodded at Flying Tiger. Flying Tiger, grumbling, pulled out an enormous firearm from seemingly nowhere and loaded a special shell, aiming it at a distant vessel. This shot, no, it was more accurately a cannon blast, struck the frigate, obliterating it into countless particles. As those particles exploded, they transformed into rust, settling upon the frigate. "Damn it, how can you cheat with rust rounds?" Iron Dragon cursed vehemently, hastily dodging the corrosive debris. This rust was exceptionally potent. Once contaminated, it would cause all metal to corrode and decay. Iron Dragon feared such substances above all else. As for the aircraft carrier struck by the rust shell, it quickly succumbed to deterioration, sinking into the depths of the sea. On another front, Chujin launched an assault, skillfully evading the rust rounds as he infiltrated the bridge of a frigate. One hand morphed into a plasma cannon, while the other transformed into a long blade, allowing him to ruthlessly dispatch enemies aboard the vessel. The enemy's firearms proved utterly ineffective against Chujin's formidable exterior. The Terminator's robust shell, combined with Chujin's own ironclad physique, enabled him to disregard all firearm damage as he advanced with relentless force. Sensing the presence of an approaching soldier, Chujin instinctively evaded. After a flurry of slashing, he departed the now smoldering frigate, devoid of any mercy, for he was embodying the role of a ruthless warrior. Elsewhere, the Red Spider engaged in a fierce aerial duel with the human fighters, both sides exchanging relentless fire. The pilot of the human aircraft was also an adept performer, employing a combat method that maximized mechanical efficiency, maneuvering the fighter with remarkable precision, persistently targeting the Red Spider's tail with unyielding aggression. Iron Dragon and Flying Tiger charged forward, ultimately confronting two equally matched actors. One actor absorbed the surrounding flames of battle, becoming extraordinarily powerful as if engulfed in fire, soaring into the air to unleash a torrent of flames upon Flying Tiger, who was aboard a small craft. The other actor transformed into the Green Lantern, the luminous green ring in hand, summoning a heavy machine gun empowered by sheer will to unleash a barrage upon the weakened Iron Dragon. Chujin remarked to himself, Their clash is perfectly timed. Now it is my turn to wreak havoc on the aircraft carrier. Just as Chu Jin finished his thought, a woman clad in a combat uniform and dark cloak suddenly descended from above, delivering a fierce punch directly to him. The force of the blow sent Chu Jin crashing back onto the burning warship. As he looked up, she was already executing a swift maneuver to charge at him once more. This time, he recognized the woman pursuing him. She was Fiona, the Kryptonian lieutenant from Man of Steel, adorned in her Kryptonian battle armor. Was it a character card? Had the actor utilized a character card? As Chu Jin began to contemplate this, he was met with another powerful punch from Fiona. Her blows, though slightly weakened in this scripted world, retained formidable strength. Chu Jin struggled to defend himself, seizing an opportunity to soar into the air and evade the confrontation. However, Fiona possessed the same ability to fly, her entire being radiating crimson light as she pursued him relentlessly. This woman was ferocious. For the first time, Chu Jin experienced a battle that transcended levels. Feeling himself being dominated, each punch seemed intent on expelling the anguish from his very core. As Fiona swung her fists, waves of energy surged around her, glowing with red brilliance. Chu Jin was compelled to muster every ounce of strength he had, barely managing to hold his ground against her. His assumptions were confirmed. Fiona had indeed acquired a remarkably effective character card, pouring all her resources into enhancing her abilities. When pushed to their limits, such enhancements could transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. Fiona's skills were simple yet potent, primarily passive enhancements, but when combined with her exclusive Kryptonian armor, she became terrifyingly formidable. With a swift motion, Chu Jin drew forth a Damascus blade, a weapon he had acquired long ago but had yet to encounter an appropriate opponent. As he turned and slashed, the blade gleamed, forcing even Fiona to acknowledge the pressure it exerted. Fiona, unable to halt her momentum, attempted to block the strike with both hands. The single-molecule blade was immensely powerful, yet lacking the support of plasma flames. It could not pierce the Kryptonian technology that encased Fiona. Narrowly avoiding disaster, Fiona pushed Chu Jin away, initially believing she was battling a transformer. She soon realized that her opponent was both powerful and unpredictably strange. That strike had been perfectly timed, nearly cleaving her hands in two. Were it not for the unique properties of her Kryptonian armor and her extraordinary training, she would have been severely affected. Rather than retreating, Fiona pressed forward. Perceiving that the diminutive transformer was nearing his end, she continued her pursuit, dismantling numerous components from his form along the way. As the fierce Decepticons plummeted onto a remote island, Fiona felt a surge of exhilaration. Throughout the pursuit, she had exerted considerable effort. Following the events of the Superman, Steel Body saga, this character card had proven to be immensely advantageous for her, vanquishing all foes with her fists, save for those of magical origin. With her Kryptonian physique and enhanced battle armor, she had become nearly invincible. Each time she engaged, her strikes were precise. Upon targeting Chu Jin, she charged forward without hesitation. Upon her gradual descent onto the island, Fiona noticed the Decepticon lying motionless on the beach not far from her. Striding confidently towards it, her eagerness to discover the nature of the fallen item quickened her pace. As she approached the transformer, an unsettling intuition suddenly struck her. But it was too late. From the sands, Chu Jin sprang forth, executing a powerful strike that connected squarely with Fiona's chest. Confident in her Kryptonian armor, Fiona initially showed no fear, unaware that Chu Jin's relentless onslaught had pierced her protective gear. How could this be? She attempted to defend herself, yet was wholly outmatched by Chu Jin's prowess. Realizing his own earlier limitations while disguised in the Terminator armor, he had inadvertently restricted his combat techniques. However, his martial skills proved effective against Fiona's armor, delivering a flurry of blows that caught her off guard. With a sudden attack, Chu Jin shattered Fiona's battle armor into fragments, while the Terminator finally registered the unfolding scene. Stunned and unable to retaliate, Fiona was met with a plasma cannon blast that sent her soaring. As she hung suspended in the air, Chu Jin charged forward, wielding a Damascus blade. Fiona, dismayed, felt her helmet shatter, revealing her striking visage, now pale with fear. She understood the devastating potential of Chu Jin's strike. A brilliant red aura erupted around Fiona, but to no avail. Sensing impending danger, Chu Jin summoned his inner strength, channeling his energy to amplify his blade's radiance. With a decisive downward stroke, he cleaved through Fiona, causing a shower of crimson petals to cascade, ultimately transforming into a golden treasure chest. Momentarily taken aback by the exquisite chest left in Fiona's wake, Chu Jin realized that she was a player of the golden tier. Typically, silver tier adventurers would drop silver chests upon defeat, while those of the golden tier would yield golden treasures. It was no wonder she had initially overpowered him during the ambush. Had he not withstood some of the blows while in the Terminator armor, he would have surely faced a more daunting challenge. Ultimately, he had capitalized on her surprise and exploited the weaknesses of her armor, achieving a well-deserved victory. It seemed that fate had deemed Fiona's demise inevitable. Had she been a tad more agile back then, she would not have fallen prey to Chujin's ambush. However, if she had indeed possessed sufficient dexterity, she would not have solely focused on enhancing Fiona's character card with a strategy of sheer offensive power. Had she truly prepared a means of escape, she would not have succumbed to defeat. Chujin, exhilarated by defeating an opponent of higher rank, found herself reflecting deeply in her past gaming experiences as a damage-dealing archer. She had honed her combat prowess to its zenith, always wary of formidable foes capable of launching sudden assaults. Now, having narrowly avoided losing her life to such an opponent, she was compelled to engage in introspection, despite successfully executing a counterattack. Upon opening the golden treasure chest, she was taken aback to find a resplendent card within, Fiona's character card. For a moment, she stood in stunned silence, recalling that the battlefield's scripted realm was said to yield only special items. Why then had a character card manifested? Lost in contemplation, she suddenly remembered the crimson glow emanating from Fiona, reminiscent of the sanguine flames she had observed on the blood swordsman in the blood spirit arena. Although there were subtle differences, the similarities were striking. Could it be? Her suspicions were confirmed. This individual was indeed a member of the Blood God cult. Having gathered a wealth of information about the Blood God cult from Robin Hood, she recognized the unmistakable correlation. Fiona's prowess was not solely rooted in her formidable physical assault capabilities but also in the combat skills derived from the Blood God cult's blood spirit warriors. These warriors, empowered by the essence of blood spirit, augmented their offensive and defensive abilities. Their blood spirit energy could corrupt and siphon vitality from their adversaries, allowing them to grow increasingly stronger in battle, while their foes would weaken progressively. Glancing at the defeated Terminator, Dawn, sprawled nearby, Chujin's side. Even as a mechanical master, she found herself unable to revive this newly introduced battle armor. The Terminator had succumbed to the corrosion of blood spirit energy, losing its last vestiges of vitality. Similarly, the utilization of the Blood God cult's abilities was intolerable in this scripted realm. Upon death, the system would automatically drop an item from the fallen foe, transferring it to Chujin. In this scripted world, the coercive use of the Blood God cult's powers could yield significant advantages, albeit not without consequence. It was precisely for this reason that certain members of the Blood God cult, such as the Blood Cross and Iron Blood Squad, had become so notorious. One could interpret this as the cult wielding an exploit known as Blood God, dominating the scripted realm and wreaking havoc on the narrative, even forming rogue alliances and initiating slaughter modes. Ultimately, the Blood God cult was a malignancy within the scripted world. Therefore, the game's upgrades and expansions birthed a battlefield mode designed to deter indiscriminate killings while permitting lawful combat. However, should the Blood God cult find themselves unable to prevail, retribution would inevitably follow. When Fiona of the Blood God cult fell to Chujin, the system cleverly replaced the reward with the more valuable Fiona character card. Even the character cards that have been enhanced to the level of flash cards present a different scenario, with the camouflage of the Terminator's Dawn lost. And having acquired Fiona's flash card, Chujin has indeed secured a win in this round. However, there is a tinge of regret. The regret lies in the fact that there are recently too many of these cards, and they cannot be sold. If the flash cards are used for feeding, it feels like a loss. They are rather superfluous. This is likely the sentiment of Aman. Nevertheless, this situation has disrupted Chujin's plans to continue causing upheaval with the Decepticon faction. He had already made contact with many within the Decepticon ranks under the guise of Dawn, but now that the disguise has disappeared, he may have to resort to communication via radio in the future. While contemplating this, the sky suddenly trembled in the distance as a colossal warplane ascended majestically. That was none other than the resurrected Megatron. According to the storyline, after his resurrection, Megatron destroyed the human's Guardian submarine along with other Decepticon transformers, then transformed into a spacecraft to head towards the Saturn base. Upon witnessing Megatron's departure, Starscream unleashed a barrage of firepower and followed suit into space. Other Decepticon transformers and their supporters also retreated in haste. While the Autobot supporters did not appear dejected, they were left with a sense of helplessness. There was little they could do. The true development of the plot was taking place in the deep sea, rendering most Autobot personnel powerless. This underwater battle saw exchanges of victories and defeats. Chapter 98. The Resurrection of Megatron. The resurrection of Megatron was a grand spectacle. Not only did he directly demolish the human submarine, but he also crushed an oncoming warship upon surfacing, showcasing his formidable ferocity. Had Megatron not been in a hurry to advance the plot and rendezvous with the Fallen at the Saturn base, he would have likely decimated everything in his wake. The critical plot point concluded, Megatron's resurrection. All participants involved in the resurrection of Megatron received an additional reward of 300 role-playing coins, which would be distributed upon task completion. The battlefield world differs somewhat from the scripted world. The scripted world emphasizes sequential narrative progression, often unfolding stage by stage. Although the battlefield world also has phases, critical plots are settled independently. For instance, in the Transformers universe, the ignition of the Allspark incites chaos in the kitchen, Megatron's resurrection, a fierce battle in the University City. Optimus Prime's demise, Jetfire's teleportation to Egypt, the search for the Matrix, the Battle of Devastator, and the ultimate showdown are typically computed as side quests. However, within the battlefield world, all participants engaged in critical plotlines receive rewards. Though modest, such rewards are indeed rare. The organizers of the role-playing game have exerted considerable effort to incentivize participation in the battlefield. However, while the Decepticons have fled, the Autobot supporters remain steadfast. The aircraft carrier fleet is still present. Despite the sinking of several warships, a fleet comprises more than just a few vessels. When Chujin boarded the escort ship that he had attacked, he observed a particular vessel emanating a distinct protective aura, shimmering like a blue energy shield. It was evident that the ship was quite extraordinary. It was only later that I learned that the warship in question was supposedly conjured by a supporter of the Autobot faction. In reality, it was a vessel from the realm of the super battleship script, which had engaged in fierce combat against extraterrestrial foes of the sea. After undergoing numerous enhancements, some participants from the Pirates of the Caribbean script had witnessed this ship flaunting its might across the seven seas, clashing technologically with ghostly ships of magic. In essence, it was an embodiment of the fantastical. Thus, the Decepticons' ambition to obliterate the Autobots was not as straightforward as it seemed. Rather, the Autobots were numerous and far more formidable than the current Decepticon forces. Chujin gazed at the discarded Terminator armor, a pang of regret urging him to retract his hand. If he were to utilize the fragment of the Allspark he held, he might indeed resurrect this Terminator. However, it seemed hardly worthwhile. One must understand that the fragment of the Allspark in Chujin's possession could easily be used to revive Optimus Prime or Megatron. Reviving his own Terminator armor was less appealing than simply eliminating another participant. Nonetheless, as a master of machinery, he could still make use of the discarded components. He disassembled the plasma cannon from the Terminator armor and removed 2 jet propulsion modules, which were still somewhat functional. Under the cover of night, Chujin maneuvered the jet propulsion modules to return to the United States. Had it not been for his prowess as a mechanical master, fashioning a jetpack capable of long-distance travel on short notice, he might have met his demise on the deserted island, unable to leave. Shortly after landing, he resumed his research on the final fragment of the Allspark in his hideout. The technology of Cybertron was indeed vast and profound, boasting a unique mastery of cybernetic advancements. Just as he was about to achieve some progress, another team returned. Morning Sun and Trigger flopped onto the bed, too exhausted to speak. Robin Hood emerged from the hotel room's refrigerator with a beer, guzzling it down without hesitation. Accompanying them was a tall woman with short hair, exuding an air of combat prowess. "I've heard you possess considerable strength. Joining our Steel Knights squad would undoubtedly facilitate your development," she proclaimed, her voice booming as she extolled the virtues of the Steel Knights. "What exactly is the Steel Knight squad?" Chujin inquired, prompting the woman to approach him with fervor. "Though our squad has only recently been established, we excel in combat. Our most distinctive trait is our remarkable resilience. No matter how hard we fight, we can endure." "Heh, have you considered it? You appear somewhat frail. With our fortifying elixirs, you too could become as strong as I am." This woman introduced herself as Bretta, claiming not to be from Chijo but rather a maritime dweller. The term maritime dweller refers to those hailing from the sea realm. Individuals from this domain often possess tall statures and fair skin. For reference, one might think of the mother of the protagonist in Aquaman, the Queen of Atlantis. Maritime dwellers share similarities with the Atlanteans depicted in films, as they can hold their breath underwater for extended periods. Their bodies are robust, a consequence of years spent navigating the depths. The 1,000 islands of the sea realm serve as their homeland. "You are a seaman. What brings you to Chijo?" Chujin inquired. "Who says I have come to Chijo? I am merely engaged in a role-playing game," replied Blida with a sense of pride. "Role-playing game? I thought it was exclusive to our Chijo," Chujin remarked, momentarily taken aback. "The games created by you Chijo people are quite impressive and intriguing. I wonder if you would like to join our Steel Knights team," Blida suggested. Chujin, feeling helpless, sought clarification from Chaoyang and the others. It turned out that when Robin Hood and his companions attempted to hunt members of the Blood God sect, they were met with unexpected resistance, as their adversaries were exceedingly powerful, boasting several at the golden rank. The trio had set an ambush, believing it to be foolproof, only to discover that their opponents withstood the initial assault and retaliated fiercely. It became evident that their foes were not easily subdued. After engaging in 2 grueling battles, with both victories and defeats, the trio managed to escape with their lives, having pilfered a supply point amidst the chaos. Consequently, the Blood God sect, enraged and humiliated, issued a bounty and summoned a large contingent to pursue the 3. Thus began their frantic evasion, too afraid to utter a word, for a mere glimpse would result in being struck down. Fortunately, Blida from the Steel Knights happened to pass by and rescued them. although her combat prowess was not exceptional. She possessed remarkable endurance and resilience, attributing her strength to the effects of a unique enhancement potion. After saving the trio, Alita transitioned into a sales role, claiming to sell enhancement potions to them. Observing their indifference, she continued to follow them, urging them to join the Steel Knights. Once they were part of the Steel Knights, Alita could act as a sponsor to help them acquire some complimentary trial potions. While this proposition sounded appealing, the reality was that each potion cost a staggering 1 million coins and required prolonged usage. 12 vials constituted one treatment to achieve the initial enhancement effects. This was utterly daunting and exorbitant. It was rumored to be addictive and had already been classified by the Chizhou authorities as an undesirable substance. In short, it was unaffordable for the average person. Thus, the trio regarded Alita as a mere drug sales representative. Given her life-saving intervention, they felt obliged to accept her offer and led her to their hideout. In truth, Alita had followed them there. But with Chaoyang and the others unable to fend her off, they were left to endure her incessant promotion. This woman was formidable, even among those of the Golden Rank. Chapter 99, Bloodblade. Robin Hood approached. Help me locate this individual. His name is Bloodblade, a senior enforcer within the Blood God sect. We have suffered defeat at his hands before. He is quite formidable. Robin Hood had returned to seek Chuzhen's assistance once more. Do you intend to pursue him in the real world or eliminate him within this realm? Chuzhen asked. Robin Hood hesitated. He had considered the possibility of pursuing him in reality, but did he truly possess the means? Can you track him in the real world? Robin Hood asked, his excitement palpable. It would indeed be preferable to exact revenge in the real world. Chuzhen pondered for a moment before shaking his head in response, of course not. It is impossible. Robin Hood appeared dejected at his words. In an effort to lighten the mood, Chuzhen offered a smile. After having successfully outmaneuvered the actress portraying Fiona and reaping a substantial reward, a thought suddenly struck him. If he could track the nefarious blood god cult within the realm of role-playing games, he would undoubtedly amass a wealth of resources. With an abundance of resources, grander ventures could be undertaken. Without hesitation, Chuzhen assisted Robin Hood in tracing the Bloodblade, utilizing the information transmitted through the internet in this world. He swiftly located the Bloodblade's whereabouts via a security camera. Room 301 on the 3rd floor of the Halton Hotel, that was their accommodation. Do not rush to confront them. I have a method to trace their mobile phones through satellite positioning. There are 3 phones in the room, yet according to the check-in records, 4 individuals are registered. The information age truly offers convenience, Chuzhen remarked as he disseminated the gathered information. He casually connected to a nearby printer, producing several facial photographs along with relevant check-in details. Robin Hood, eager and restless, recalled the last encounter where insufficient preparation nearly cost him his life. This time, he was determined to be fully equipped. I am currently accessing their phones, but it depends on their security measures. One of the smartphones has a vulnerability, likely due to the installation of malicious software. Nowadays, such smartphones often require numerous special permissions, which I can exploit. Chuzhen explained to Robin Hood while he maneuvered through the operation. Perhaps Bretta's earlier actions triggered this, he continued. Let us utilize the Bloodblade's phone as a listening device to uncover their plans. He gave a thumbs up to his teammates. Chuzhen had seldom elaborated on his activities to his companions, yet the execution of this plan left them utterly astonished. The voice of the Bloodblade emanated from the speakers, completely unaware of when he had been eavesdropped upon. Thanks to those fools. There were no ambushes near the university town, allowing Sam to escape. The Bloodblade seethed, his voice venomous. He was the same crimson-faced member of the Blood God cult previously encountered. The members of the Blood God cult operated in unison. Recently, they had attempted to lay a trap for Sam and Michaela in the university town. But the 2 main characters were preoccupied with resurrecting the Phoenix and neglected the unfolding events in the university town. Boss Bloodblade. It seems there has been an incident with Blood Lotus. We have not heard from her since the trench warfare, one of the Blood God cult members informed. Humph. Blood Lotus chose to assist the Bow faction. She brought this upon herself. Let us not speak ill. After all, Blood Lotus is one of our own. She has relied too heavily on her status as a golden tier like Boss Bloodblade. If she perished, she has no one to blame, another member countered. What shall we do next? I heard the duo of main characters is relentlessly pursuing the Chaos faction with the Phoenix, one member remarked. The Phoenix is too formidable for us, Bloodblade replied. Who is he? He is a direct disciple of the Ziwei sect, affiliated with the authorities. It is best we do not provoke him, Bloodblade stated, fatigue evident in his voice. Then what shall we do next? The plot in the university town has been skipped, and it seems we have little to do. Should we continue to hunt down the members of the Blood sect? Are we not still being pursued by them? Enough, enough, let us cease this quarrel. Bloodblade intervened to put an end to the discord. Boss Bloodblade, what shall we do? First, we rest and act according to the situation. Most importantly, we must find a way to reach Egypt, Bloodblade decided. Understood, boss. I will prepare immediately. came the voice transmission from Bloodblade, informing Chu Jun and the others of their plans. What do you think? Should we continue the pursuit? Chu Jun inquired. Robin Hood glared at Chu Jun, seething with fury. If I do not pursue him, what else can I do? My entire existence is dedicated to the destruction of the Blood God sect. Bretta, observing from the side, chuckled. You cannot win against them. This time, I shall join you to help defeat them. Chu Jun nodded. With 5 of them against their 4 adversaries, they had the advantage of strategy, making victory more attainable. They aimed to resolve the conflict before heading to Egypt. Chu Jun tracked the signals of the 4 members of the Blood God sect and, accompanied by his team of 4, procured several vehicles to drive towards their destination. At a dock, the members of the Blood God sect were scouting for a ship to sail to Egypt. Due to previous disturbances they had caused, they were being sought after by local authorities. Although Chaoyang and the others faced similar troubles, Chu Jun adeptly navigated the situation through his manipulation of network data, resolving the issue in a timely manner. Boss Chu, your skills are truly remarkable. You must be a hacker in the real world as well. Undoubtedly one sought after by the authorities, Trigger remarked, astonished by Chu Jun's various maneuvers. Inquiring about real-world matters is inappropriate. Chu Jun shot Trigger a glare. Although he was not a hacker, he indeed was wanted by the authorities. What a jinx. How did you ambush them previously? Chu Jun shifted the topic. Well, it wasn't really an ambush. We each charged in from different directions when they were caught off guard, and we managed to seize a supply item, Chaoyang explained. So your plan this time is the same, to strike while they are unsuspecting? Chu Jun asked. That sounds like a good idea. A direct confrontation would be more exhilarating. Bretta interjected. I did not ask you. Just enjoy your coconut milk, Chu Jun frowned. Having little experience in commanding multi-person ambush operations, Chu Jun found himself in a predicament. In his view, Trigger's earlier strategy of catching them off guard from various angles was indeed a sound approach. However, after witnessing the failure of Robin Hood's initial ambush, Chu Jun recognized the folly of such a method. During the previous operation orchestrated by Soundwave, Iron Dragon and Flying Tiger had attempted to challenge an entire naval carrier group, yielding no fruitful results. It was the earlier arranged battle of the Age of Ultron that had showcased the potential of multi-person combat. This was the first time so many were willing to heed Chu Jun's commands, which placed a certain level of pressure upon him. Chapter 100. Vanquishing the Vine Master. Chu Jun was not a born leader. He had come to understand this truth and recognized that he needed to undergo rigorous training to become stronger. This particular operation was modest in scale. Essentially a minor skirmish with a target comprising merely 4 individuals, presenting a favorable chance of success. If he did not seize the opportunity to train now, he would miss the chance for genuine combat experience. Thus, he proposed, while they are separated, let us eliminate 1 or 2 of them. What do you think? Among the 4 enforcers of the Blood God cult, 1 held a rank of gold. According to recent investigations, it was revealed that under the command of the Blood Knife, there existed a female adherent known as the Thought Manipulator, who possessed the unique ability to control human thoughts, likely derived from the ancient witch of the Suicide Squad. The Thought Manipulator had crafted a small-scale force for the Blood Knife, using her extraordinary powers. Caution was always prudent. Although they had previously vanquished 1 gold-ranked adversary, it had merely been a fortuitous encounter where the foe was caught off guard by Chu Jun's strategic advantage. In the end, the 5 of them devised a strategy. Robin Hood would lure away several of the enemies while the Trigger would provide support, and finally, Chu Jun would lead Chaoyang and the Trigger in an assault on the adversary's stronghold. Robin Hood unleashed a bursting arrow that struck the perimeter of the Blood Knife's dwelling, prompting the Vine Master, one of Blood Knife's subordinates, to scream in rage as he pursued with 5 gunmen. The Vine Master possessed the ability to summon vines, yet he was known for his volatile temperament. The mutated vines he called forth would exude a bloodthirsty aura, mercilessly strangling any living being within reach. The Rock Guardian instinctively sensed something amiss and stationed himself at the entrance. According to intelligence reports, the Rock Guardian was the most composed and formidable among the Blood Knife's subordinates, endowed with exceptional defensive capabilities. He appeared incredibly robust, and Brita expressed his eagerness to engage him in combat. Chu Jun raised a hand. No, since he is holding his ground, we shall prioritize eliminating the Vine Master. This time, Chu Jun resolved not to resort to underhanded tactics. Although he could fabricate a signal to summon aerial bombardment from the military to annihilate the Blood Knife and his men within the dwelling, he decided to engage in a legitimate confrontation. Chaoyang, you have the Great Wolf, and your mobility is the best among us 3. Remain here and keep a watchful eye on their movements. Brita, accompany me to encircle and eliminate the Vine Master, Chu Jun commanded. With the enemy stationary, they advanced toward the Vine Master. As the Vine Master closed in on Robin Hood, the damage inflicted by Robin Hood's explosive arrows was minimal. Blood vines. The Vine Master bellowed, as the vines entwined around his arms became infused with blood energy, surging to an alarming height of 10 meters. Just as it seemed the attack would strike Robin Hood, Trigger dashed forward, utilizing the extraordinary speed of Quicksilver to rescue Robin Hood, simultaneously shoving 2 grenades into the front of the blood vines. Boom, boom. The Vine Master, caught off guard, retracted his suddenly swelling blood vines, only to be met with the sound of explosions. Damn it, I shall slay you all. Go capture them. The Vine Master roared in fury. Had it not been for the thick layer of vine armor enveloping him, those 2 explosions would have been sufficient to claim his life. His cleverness was evident. During his previous encounter with Robin Hood and his companions, he swiftly employed the spell of Vine Entanglement when the trigger unexpectedly struck before him, effectively blocking the warrior's blade. His Blood Vine, a mutation from the Annihilation realm, possessed an eerie duality of offense and defense, yet was imbued with an overwhelming arrogance despite being overshadowed by the Bloodblade. The Vine Master, with agility, seized the rooftop and leapt down before Robin Hood. Sensing the shift in momentum, Robin simultaneously released an arrow, separating the 2 combatants, failing to secure a hit. The Vine Master prepared to unleash further tactics with his blood vines to ensnare them. Meanwhile, Chujin had arrived with Bretta in tow. Bretta had evidently acquired the steel prowess of the war police, his form radiating a silvery sheen as he unleashed a flurry of powerful punches, engaging the Vine Master in fierce combat. Attempting the lightning strike technique for the first time, Chujin extended his hands, summoning a bolt from a nearby structure, which he unleashed upon the Vine Master. Among their combined assaults, only Bretta's strike proved somewhat effective, knocking the Vine Master's head askew. That fellow intends to use fire. Robin had shouted from the side. You could have mentioned that sooner. Chujin retorted, realizing the lightning had no effect on the Vine Master. Gasping for breath, he retrieved a gasoline barrel from a nearby gas station and hurled it at the Vine Master. Just as the Vine Master pondered the peculiar scent, Bretta delivered another punch directly to his face. Bretta, step aside. Trigger called out. He dared not approach the Vine Master. After their previous close encounter, he had learned just how formidable the Vine Master truly was, thus he focused on eliminating the gunmen surrounding them with his super speed. These gunmen were mere puppets, controlled by the malevolent master, completely obedient to the blood god's sex commands. Their eyes ablaze with bloodlust, they fired indiscriminately at Chujin and his allies. Trigger unsheathed his sword, severing bullets and dispatching 2 gunmen. Robin Hood readied a rocket, which struck the Vine Master's form. Flames ignited as they consumed the gasoline. Only then did the Vine Master realize the peril of the situation. He hastily evaded, dispelling the flames. Robin Hood descended from above, landing an arrow in the Vine Master's neck, followed swiftly by another to his chest. Without the protection of his vines, the Vine Master fell to the ground, his life force dissipating. His eyes remained wide open, refusing to close in death. With the Vine Master defeated, a silver chest tumbled to the ground. The 4 of them exhaled in relief, and Trigger, quick on his feet, approached the chest, revealing a small elongated tube. The tube, over a meter in length, featured flickering red glass in the center, with sensor heads at both ends, floating effortlessly in the air. What is this? Trigger inquired. It resembles the teleportation pillars from Transformers 3, Chujin replied, intrigued as he recognized this technology from the fragments of the spark he had encountered before. If given sufficient time to study it, I could utilize it effectively in no time. Just as they concluded their confrontation with the Vine Master, a message arrived from Chaoyang. Bloodblade, disregarding the requests of the Vine Master, directly boarded the ship with 2 others and departed. According to Chaoyang, the evil intent master possessed a unique ability to envelop the vessel in blood energy, rendering the entire ship concealed. Surprisingly, even after the death of Bloodblade's follower, he remained utterly unfazed. Having completed a battle, Bretta took a moment to replenish his energy with some food and drink. Most members of the Blood God cult shared this demeanor. Having witnessed numerous instances of life and death, they were inherently cold-hearted. Robin Hood inquired, shall we continue pursuing them? There is no need. We shall prepare to meet in Egypt, replied Chujin, shaking the teleportation pillar in his hand. Can you operate this to teleport us to Egypt? Bretta's eyes sparkled with hope. Give me a day. I need to study it, Chujin responded. Chapter 101. The teleportation pillar. The teleportation pillar utilized technology mastered by the celestial enemy, capable of executing large-scale teleportation via a spatial bridge. However, constructing a spatial bridge required hundreds or thousands of teleportation pillars. Yet, to transport just 5 individuals, a single smaller pillar sufficed. Indeed, within 2 days, Chujin successfully developed the teleportation technology, and with a push of his hand, several individuals were teleported to Egypt. Under the guidance of local inhabitants and Chujin's global positioning capabilities, they followed the narrative to the tomb where 6 super warriors were buried, only to find it had already been visited. The hallmark of the scripted world is such that if one deviates from the plot, they can easily acquire items from the later stages of the story. However, once such items are obtained, chaos tends to ensue. The battlefield phase 3 commenced, the final battle in Egypt. Upon hearing the sudden system notification, Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. The plot is advancing so swiftly. We have just arrived in Egypt, and we are already thrust into the final confrontation, Trigger lamented. I read a post on the forum by an experienced strategist named Gerda, who suggested that the more atrocious the film, the more enjoyable it is. It seems there is some truth to that, Chaoyang concurred. What was said? Please enlighten us, Greta. Unfamiliar with the culture of Chijo, inquired curiously. The better a film is produced, the more singular its plot tends to be. A more straightforward storyline is more memorable, making it easier for everyone to recall how the plot unfolds, thus accelerating the progression of the narrative towards its later stages, Chaoyang elaborated. Therefore, this scripted world should be quite remarkable, shouldn't it? Greta pressed further. Indeed, Transformers 2 is quite an excellent film, but in the context of a scripted world. The main storyline is quite clear. One must prevent the fallen. To stop the fallen, one must locate the matrix of leadership, which is closely tied to Optimus Prime's death. For only this artifact can resurrect him. This segment of the narrative resonates deeply, hence many find it relatively easy to seek the matrix of leadership, Chaoyang continued. Conversely, should it be a poorly crafted film, the narrative may be riddled with numerous anti-human conventions, rendering the plot exceedingly convoluted. Once the storyline descends into chaos, the actors may find themselves bewildered while attempting to propel the narrative forward. In such circumstances, both protagonists and antagonists would possess an amplified chance of triumph, as the overall disarray would render the experience more captivating. Meanwhile, Trigger elucidated the situation. After several days of interaction, they had come to regard Greta as one of their own. Chujin gazed upon the cavern that entombed 6 super warriors, his mind teeming with myriad thoughts. Regardless of their ongoing discussions about the plot, he commenced an examination of the ancient Cybertronian technology that lay before him. Indeed, each of these 6 super warriors embodied the primordial form of the Cybertronians. Typically, Cybertronians manifest a primitive shape, as previously depicted in Transformers, the movie. Through the scanning of electrical devices or vehicles, such as radios, mobile phones, cars, and airplanes, Cybertronians acquire the ability to transform into specialized vehicles. However, their capabilities are not confined solely to electronics and vehicles. They also encompass unique Cybertronian life forms akin to mechanical dogs and laser birds. Even more astonishingly, in Transformers, Revenge of the Fallen, there existed Decepticons capable of transforming into the guise of human women, infiltrating Sam's vicinity to surveil him, and when necessary, pursuing him with lethal intent. Notably, this female Decepticon possessed an elongated tongue that had once penetrated Sam's stomach, ultimately leading to her demise at the hands of Sam's girlfriend, Michaela. It must be said that the female leads in the first 2 films, particularly Michaela, exhibited remarkable tenacity. In the inaugural film, Michaela commandeered a pickup truck, driving Bumblebee to obliterate roadblocks, while in the sequel, she directly killed a Decepticon and captured a small Autobot, a true display of prowess. Moreover, in the animated series Beast Wars, Transformers could transform into various primitive life forms and mammals. In essence, the defining characteristic of Transformers is their ability to metamorphose, predominantly into electrical devices and vehicles. Though there are notable exceptions, at this moment, although the matrix of leadership had been removed, Chujin remained indifferent to its absence. What truly captivated his interest were the unique indigenous Cybertronian technologies possessed by these 6 Transformers. They represented priceless treasures for Chujin, being primitive Transformers yet to master their transformation abilities. Chujin produced fragments of the Allspark and began to study them in conjunction with the Cybertronian knowledge he had acquired. After approximately 2 more days, he had discerned the principles governing Cybertronian transformation, which were undoubtedly linked to their nature as inorganic life forms, indeed a form of highly advanced cyber technology. Suddenly, Chaoyang rushed in with alarming news. Trigger had been captured. What has transpired? Chujin inquired. Robin Hood stood solemnly nearby, his gaze fixed intently on the cavern's entrance. Not far off, a contingent had arrived. This group comprised actors, soldiers, and Transformers, forming an oddly eclectic assembly. The so-called warriors were primarily actors clad in eccentric costumes, while the soldiers were predominantly locals, mercenaries who had bartered their lives for weapons at the hands of the actors. As for the Transformers, they were mainly Autobots. Among those known to Chujin are Ratchet, Ironhide, RC, and others whose names elude me, yet they all belong to the Autobots. Bumblebee and Jetfire are likely still with Sam and Michaela. You were surrounded. Ironhide stepped forward, aiming his weapon at a figure suspended in midair. The trigger, half alive, dangled from a high scaffold. In recent days, Chujin had been studying primitive Cybertronian technology within a cave, while others had established camp there. Their provisions were sourced by Trigger, who utilized his super speed to forage from a nearby oasis. To their misfortune, Trigger was caught off guard today, captured by the vigilant Autobots. These Autobots had been prepared ever since acquiring the matrix of leadership, lying in wait for other participants to arrive. If an Autobot supporter appeared, they would observe for a while before extending an invitation to join them. Conversely, if a Decepticon supporter arrived, they intended to ambush them. Thus, this group grew increasingly formidable. Chujin's encounter with them was indeed unfortunate. They arrived at a time when this powerful assembly had gathered. Trigger was singled out, captured but not killed. Retained as bait to lure Chujin and his companions. "Boss, please save Trigger," Chaoyang exclaimed, momentarily stunned by the numbers against them. Chujin furrowed his brow. Many of these individuals were recorded in the database. In truth, they were not particularly strong, far inferior to the formidable fleet that once guarded the trench. However, their numbers and the presence of several Transformers, including Ratchet and Ironhide as key players, posed a challenge. Chapter 102. Divergence. I am prepared to surrender. There are no members of the Blood God cult among them. After a prolonged observation, Robin Hood finally responded. This individual was peculiar. Anyone opposing the Blood God cult was deemed a friend, and in the absence of such enemies, he contemplated retreat. For him, only the Blood God cult constituted the true adversary. Chujin nodded, not wishing to press the matter, and turned his gaze to Bretta. Bretta chuckled heartily. "If you are willing to join our Steel Knights, I shall align myself with you." This time, she refrained from mentioning the Steel Knight squad, instead invoking the name of the Knightly Order, as if anticipating Chu Jun and his companions to plead for her assistance. This sparked a realization in Chu Jun. It was said that 2,000 years ago, this planet boasted 4 continents. One continent was obliterated during the War of the Ancient Gods, its remnants unknown. Tales of various knightly orders emerged from that land. One wondered if Bretta's Steel Knights had ties to the 4th continent. However, in that moment, Chu Jun chose not to respond to her. "Chaoyang, do you know why these individuals are blocking us outside yet refrain from entering? At most, they have captured Trigger." "Aiming to lure us out?" Chu Jun inquired. "I have no idea," Chaoyang replied, bewildered. "This place serves as a sacred ground for the Autobots. A hallowed burial site for 6 valiant warriors, thus they would never engage in battle here. A conflict in this revered location would be a profound disrespect to the sanctity of Cybertron. Hence, their only recourse would be to lure us out in order to strike decisively. Should we not merely remain hidden here?" Chaoyang glanced at the other two, and indeed, he discerned that Robin Hood and Bleedo wore expressions of knowing anticipation. Indeed, as long as we steadfastly hold our ground, they shall not dare to attack, regardless of their formidable weaponry. Yet, his gaze shifted towards Trigger, whose fate remained uncertain in the distance. "Therefore, you two stay here while I venture forth to resolve this predicament," proclaimed Chujin with a sense of pride. "What?" Even Robin Hood appeared taken aback. He could hardly fathom why Chujin would dare to venture out under such perilous circumstances, given that Chujin had perceived the peculiarities of the Cybertronian warrior's burial site. Remaining here was undoubtedly the safest option. As long as we bide our time, the encircling adversaries will eventually disperse. Since I brought you here, I have garnered considerable insights, and I shall not neglect your contributions. The Autobot supporters are refraining from harming Trigger solely to compel us to emerge. Thus, I shall go forth to demonstrate my resolve." With a smile, Chu Jun confidently strode out of the cavern. Outside the cave, the air was thick with swirling sands, and the sun blazed mercilessly. The Autobot supporters had formed a defensive perimeter, blocking the only route of passage. Chujin surveyed the scene, aside from Trigger, suspended high above. There were ambulances and Ironhide standing nearby, clearly the handiwork of the two. Further afield, 2 heavy machine guns were positioned, surrounded by a contingent of armed personnel, with hastily assembled vehicles serving as makeshift cover, and even some camels, common mounts in this region. The windswept terrain of Egypt bore a striking resemblance to the sandy dunes of the Misty World. Although Chujin had never been to the dunes, he was aware that traversing them required utmost caution to avoid damaging equipment. The oppressive heat of this locale raised questions about whether these Transformers could endure such conditions. Lost in thought, he found himself at the forefront of the assembly. "You possess audacity. Have you come to parley?" Ironhide lowered himself to scrutinize Chu Jun. The Autobots exhibited a semi-anthropomorphic visage, far more sophisticated than the insectoid and beastly appearance of their adversaries. Standing before the imposing Autobot, Chujin felt as diminutive as a kitten before a mighty tiger. Ironhide believed he could extinguish Chujin with but a single finger. "Enough of this nonsense. Apprehend him as well," commanded the ambulance, adorned in a striking green and yellow color scheme, dismissively waving a hand, uninterested in engaging with Chujin. Ironhide remained unfazed. His transformation form resembling a Hummer off-road vehicle, he had chosen this model precisely because it was his favored mode of transport in the Misty Realm. A true man should embody ruggedness. As Ironhide leaned closer, Chujin delivered a swift punch. Ironhide burst into laughter, inclining his face even nearer. The surrounding Autobots erupted in mirth, and the bewildered local mercenaries, unsure of what transpired, laughed along with their employer. "What can a mere insect do to me?" was Ironhide's internal musings. Overestimating oneself. This is the mindset of the supporters of the Autobots, as they watch Chujin's fist approach, growing larger with each passing moment. The moment the punch made contact with Ironhide's cheek, a thunderous explosion erupted. Time seemed to slow down, and Ironhide could almost distinctly perceive the expressions of the Autobots' supporters shift from laughter to frozen astonishment, only to erupt into furious roars as they brandished their weapons. With a single, forceful strike, Chujin obliterated Ironhide's head, sending his massive form crashing to the ground, where it trembled helplessly a few times before falling still. The ambulance, in disbelief, drew its weapon and leapt back. Charge! The ambulance shouted. Behind it, two parked motorcycles suddenly transformed with a series of mechanical whirs into RC and Chromia. Two female robots in motorcycle form. They moved swiftly, shifting from their resting state outside the door into battle-ready humanoid figures, their firearms igniting instantly. Local mercenaries hastily adjusted their heavy machine guns, preparing to unleash a barrage. Having just decimated Ironhide, Chujin was acutely aware that he would soon become the focal point of their ire. As he swung his fist, a plan was already in place. To his astonishment, he realized that his blow, enhanced by the mech combat techniques, had reached its zenith of power, obliterating even Ironhide, a crucial combat unit within the Transformers. Half of this outcome was anticipated, while the other half was unforeseen. Chujin glanced at a nearby mercenary gunman and, with a flick of his hand, unleashed a bolt of lightning that streaked like a serpent, striking the gunman who was preparing to fire. In an instant, a dazzling light flashed around Chujin, and he appeared beside the struck mercenary. The lightning flickered. This was the newfound lightning strike technique that Chujin had gleaned from Cybertronian technology. This very move had previously been employed by the Fallen when he seized the matrix of leadership within the storyline. The Fallen had used this skill to traverse the battlefield rapidly, snatching the matrix intended to resurrect Optimus Prime, and then, in a flash of brilliance, he teleported to the pyramid to activate the buried device within. Chujin had deciphered this technology from the remains of ancient Cybertronians and fragments of their sparks, applying it with remarkable proficiency. As the lightning crackled, Chujin deftly evaded a barrage of artillery aimed at his last position, moving toward the next coordinate marked by the lightning strike. While he had yet to master the fluidity of the Fallen's technique, the precision afforded by the lightning strike skill allowed him to anchor his position and teleport with near infallibility. Chapter 103, Planetary Impact Fist. Having dispatched several mercenaries with his lightning abilities, Chujin was immediately targeted again by the ambulance's fire. Undaunted, he unleashed another surge of electricity, executing the lightning flicker once more. In the next moment, he found himself behind RC. With another powerful punch, RC attempted to retreat swiftly, but she collided directly with Chujin's fist. The force contained within his blow, imbued with the prowess of mech combat techniques, resulted in a resounding explosion as RC was likewise obliterated. Amidst a chaotic scattering of mechanical parts, an unfamiliar transformer, its identity shrouded in mystery, let out a furious roar upon witnessing RC's demise and charged towards Chujin. Its fists swelled to an immense size, absorbing the surrounding fragments to form a colossal iron fist. This was the Planetary Impact Fist. The ambulance's eyes gleamed with recognition. He knew the performer, a silver-tier boxing expert, whose strength was concentrated into a single, lethal punch, while embodying a transformer. This fighter had ingeniously combined his impact fist with a technique of assimilating nearby components to enhance his right arm. Achieving enlightenment in battle is a rare feat. Yet this boxer, known as Iron Fist, had accomplished it. As his punch unleashed, countless gears whirred, the power escalating with each cycle, akin to a 100-ton pile driver delivering unparalleled force in a fleeting moment. Behind Iron Fist's right arm, a blue jet of flame erupted, channeling all mechanical might into this singular strike. Surely, no one could withstand such an assault. Meanwhile, Chujin, upon recognizing the formidable strength of his opponent, felt a surge of exhilaration. He pondered whether his own reinforced physique and mechanized combat skills were superior, or if Iron Fist's Planetary Impact Fist held the greater power. In a sudden response, Chujin launched his own punch. The delicate human hand collided with the colossal mechanical arm, reminiscent of a locomotive, generating an explosive impact. The sheer magnitude of force emanating from their fist struck Chujin's reinforced body with a resounding crash, sending him deep into the sands, burrowing 10 meters underground. Yet, astonishingly, Iron Fist's blow seemed to inflict no damage on Chujin. The ambulance approached, haunted by the memory of their earlier cataclysmic clash and the devastation it wrought. "Are you all right, Iron Fist?" he inquired, glancing at the immobilized figure of the boxer, who remained frozen, still poised to unleash his mighty mechanical fist. "What has happened to him?" questioned Clamia, rolling closer on a single wheel. The ambulance's expression turned grave. He understood the state of the Transformers intimately. However, in this moment, his specialized medical optics, capable of penetrating the Transformers' forms for rapid diagnosis, were rendered perplexed. Iron Fist stood motionless, locked in his stance, Yet within him swirled countless chaotic energy waves, wreaking havoc upon his internal circuitry. Externally, his body bore no scars, leaving Clamia in confusion. Yet, the ambulance discerned the grim truth. Iron Fist's vitality had inexplicably ceased. The chaotic waves of energy intensified and converged with the flow of electrons, ultimately redirecting to the right arm of the boxer, known as King Kong. The ambulance was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the oscillating electronic waves, which had been strengthening through repeated rebounds, had suddenly vanished. "What has disappeared?" inquired Clamia. Then, an explosive sound reverberated. Every component of the boxer's right arm dispersed, akin to a sudden downpour of mechanical debris. The ambulance's mind was consumed by a singular thought: shrapnel grenade. What is a shrapnel grenade? It resembles an ordinary grenade, featuring an elliptical shape, containing not only explosives, but also numerous small fragments. Upon detonation, a shrapnel grenade inflicts initial damage and subsequently scatters its fragments, causing secondary harm through their lethal force. Instinctively, the ambulance raised a hand and shielded Clamia just before the explosion. The unfortunate motorcycle-type robot absorbed much of the impending damage. Upon surveying its own form, the ambulance observed that the electronic waves, propelled by the shrapnel's explosion, collided with both its and Clamia's bodies. Clamia could withstand the onslaught for less than 3 seconds before her electronic circuits were breached, extinguishing the light of her spark. The ambulance hastily commenced repairs, as it was the only transformer present capable of administering aid. Yet, it could only mend itself. The surrounding transformers were pelted by the deluge of debris, seemingly indifferent to the chaos. Most human weaponry, bullets, shells, mortars, and armor-piercing rounds, held little threat to them, merely causing the loss of a few components. They remained unconcerned, as the rain of dislodged parts felt akin to a mere tickling sensation. However, why did this tickling impulse grow increasingly intense? Soon after, they recognized that a segment of their electronic circuits had spiraled out of control, with malfunctions beginning to spread throughout their forms. "Am I infected?" one nameless transformer queried another. "Haven't we been attacked?" came the response. Both were mere actors in this unfolding drama. In unison, their optics dimmed, losing the light of their sparks. In this calamity, only the ambulance and the human actor survived. "What has transpired? Why are you silent?" The human actor nudged his companion, shaking in the swirling sands. The companion faltered and fell to the ground. Devoid of intelligent algorithmic support, its body lost the power to sustain itself, crashing to the earth like a massive slab, raising a cloud of dust. The ambulance successfully expelled the disruptive electronic waves from its system and, observing the surrounding turmoil, realized it had provoked the wrong entities. At that moment, a hand suddenly emerged from the sands. It was truly horrifying. The ambulance's immediate reaction was not to engage in combat, but to transform decisively into its automotive form and make a hasty retreat. The ambulance harbored these thoughts. It was one of the few units in the Transformers capable of engaging in battle, serving as a medic. Its primary mission was to continuously repair the Autobots and the base, while dedicating any surplus time to scientific research. This was its rightful duty. It is essential to recognize that in the merger of Optimus Prime and Jetfire, the ambulance played a pivotal role. Without its timely intervention, how could Jetfire's components be transferred for Optimus Prime's utilization? Therefore, I must not perish. Wait, why do I sense something grasping at the rear of my chassis? The ambulance accelerated further,